¿Listos y listas? ¿Listos y listas? Pues ya estoy aquí. ¿Cómo van? ¿Ya se tomaron su cafecito? Yo en esas ando todavía. En esas estoy. En esas ando. Todavía no tienen el audio en la corte. Calma, calma, que no panda el cúnico. Ahorita entran y ponen el audio. Todavía no tienen audio. Calma, calma. Hoy es el día donde van a terminar ya es la clausura, por ejemplo, ya es el cierre de todas las déjenme pongo aquí mi cámara. Buenos días, ¿cómo están todos? Hoy es el cierre, hoy es el día de ya las últimas, ya. Hoy lo que tenía que saberse, lo que se tenía que ver, hoy, y si ya no es hoy, pues ya no fue. El lunes es día festivo en Estados Unidos, no sé qué se celebra en Estados Unidos el lunes, pero de ahí regresan hasta el martes y el martes el jurado va a dar el veredicto de este juicio civil que se está llevando a cabo en la ciudad de Virginia, donde tienen pues mucha presión de los medios, de los fans. ¿Ya vieron cuántos fans estaban afuera de la corte el día de hoy? ¿Cuánta gente? Hoy es el cierre, sí, hoy es el cierre. Hoy terminan de, pues, hoy, ahora sí que hoy terminan de colectar cualquier tipo de documentos y lo que se necesite. Entonces, sí, miren, yo aquí estoy entre el café. Así que, pues, vamos a ver qué pasa el día de hoy. Es un día normalmente recuerden que los viernes no hay juicio, pero bueno, pues si lo tienen el día de hoy el juicio es por algo, ¿verdad? Es Memorial Day en Estados Unidos. Okey. Por cierto, hablando de Estados Unidos, mi más sentido pésame a todas esas personas de Houston que tuvieron que pasar por esa fea situación y desagradable, pues no es accidente, pero sí eso que pasó en esa escuela de los niños, de verdad, mi más sentido pésame. No hay palabras para decirle a un padre de familia nada, pero sí, tal vez el abuso de los permisos de las cosas esas es muy deberían de replanteárselo, porque cómo es posible que una persona tan joven pueda tener acceso a eso. Así que bueno, aquí andamos, aquí andamos, aquí andamos. ¿Ya vieron mis flores? ¿Ya vieron mis flores? Buenos días a todos los que me están saludando. Buenos días, alegría. Buenos días, señor Sol. Buenos días. ¿Ya dejaron su like? Somos 1280 personas ahorita en el en vivo. Si me pueden cooperar, por favor, con su like, se los agradezco. Es gratis, no les cuesta nada. Ya llegaron. Ya llegó la jueza, ya llegó la jueza. Hoy no está el jurado, ¿eh? Hoy no está el jurado, para que nada más sepan que hoy nos levantamos porque aquí la patrona llegó la patrona y tembló el piso. Déjenme por favor su like, esa es su asistencia a esta clase, somos 1300 personas y espero que se suscriban y me ayuden este día a llegar a los 33,000 suscriptores, ¿eh? Ahí les encargo, por favor, su generosidad, porque pues nada les cuesta, ¿verdad? Ustedes como que ustedes tienen aquí un canal que los divierte y bueno, pues a mí me apoyan a que crezca mi canal un poquito, eso sería fabuloso. Así que bueno, ahorita que pongan el sonido, ahorita vamos a empezar. Hoy no hay jurado, hoy es como el término pues de este tipo de... Ah, no, sí hay jurado. Ah, chi. No, que ayer les dijo que siempre no. Ay, yo ya me senté. Pensé que no tenían jurado hoy. Ayer yo entendí que se iban a ir hasta el fin de semana. Buenos días, señoras y señores. Ok, ya tenemos todas las evidencias aquí del caso. Dice, les voy a decir que por la ley, los argumentos del cierre se llaman. Que los argumentos del class.
It is your collective recollection as 7 jurors of what the evidence in the case was, which shall govern your deliberations. In addition, your notes should be used only as an aid to your memory. You should not give your notes precedence over your independent recollection of the evidence. You should rely on your independent recollection of what the evidence in the case was, and you should not be unduly influenced by the notes of other jurors. I also wanted to make you aware that due to the high-profile nature of this case, the court has entered an order to seal the names of the jurors for a year, which is different than what I had instructed you in the beginning of the case. So I wanted to...
Les está dando indicaciones de cómo van a tener que sacar su veredicto y que por el caso que es tan mediático y tan especial y tan difícil, no se pueden ellos dejar, que no se dejen como quien dice influenciar por todas las notas o lo que otras, o sea, no tienen ellos que tener ningún tipo de influencia de nada para llegar a su veredicto. Dice que algunas de las hojas tienen letras, algunas otras hojas tienen números, que algunas no vienen en orden, pero que por eso no se preocupen. Algunas de las instrucciones que están aquí que, bueno, están dando indicaciones de cómo aplica la ley, en este caso, pues para los testigos que están aquí, que no se dejen influenciar por nada que hayan ellos, que tienen que estar en este caso totalmente imparcial, que no pueden ellos tomar partido por ninguna parte, o sea, no pueden ellos... No es bajo su propio criterio, tienen que hacer la decisión bajo la ley, como es. Que las dos partes y el público esperan que ellos que hagan un veredicto de justicia, que la credibilidad de los testigos... Mira, ya ves, hoy sí se soltó el pelo Amber. Hoy trae pelo como que va a ser su primera comunión. Que todas las personas que están aquí, que vinieron a testificar, están pues obviamente testificando que todas las evidencias que ellos tienen en el caso, que ellos las pueden, que tienen que checar cuáles son las circunstancias y cuáles testigos son más creíbles que otros. Que tienen que tomar en cuenta realmente las evidencias que son serias.
With respect to plaintiff John C. Depp II's claims against defendant Amber Laura Heard, the issues in this case are summarized below.
Que la defensa hizo un resumen de Amber Heard, la abogada y sus abogados, pues hicieron y que ya les está indicando en dónde está eso.
Then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force.
Y que está diciendo, les está diciendo una que ella fue una representante de la violencia doméstica desde hace 2 años.
Number 2, do any of Ms. Heard's statements imply or insinuate anything about Mr. Depp? Number 3, were Ms. Heard's statements seen by anyone other than Mr. Depp?
Que está dándoles como, les está dando las indicaciones como de las respuestas que pueden ellos tienen que votar, ¿no? A, B o C, y les está diciendo ahí que se hizo el artículo con malicia, que ella representa desde hace 2 años una mujer que sufrió violencia doméstica, que ella... Todas las posibles respuestas que pueden ellos dar. Todo está ahí resumido abajo del caso. Dice, Amber y sus amistades usaron falsas acusaciones para las redes sociales, para el público, y hacerlo como inculpado al señor Depp ante el público. O sea, están dándole las alternativas de lo que ellos van a tener que decidir. Que porque fueron los policías al departamento y no vieron absolutamente ningún daño de nada. Y que bueno, pues que se dieron cuenta que la señora Heard abusó a Johnny.
Number 3, were any of the statements seen by someone other than Ms. Heard? Number 4, are any of the statements false? Number 5,
dice 4 de estos artículos son falsos.
On these issues, Ms. Heard has the burden of proof. Your decisions on these issues must be governed by the instructions that follow. You shall only return your verdict for Mr. Depp on his claim of defamation about the following statement if he has proved by the greater weight of the evidence.
Pues ella más bien les está diciendo que
publish the following statement. Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change. And number 2, the statement was about Mr. Depp. And number 3,
y está dándoles también indicaciones que si el artículo fue acerca del señor Depp, que si ella lo hizo con malicia, la difamación.
And number 6, due to the circumstances surrounding the publication of this statement, it conveyed a defamatory implication to someone who saw it other than Mr. Depp. And if Mr. Depp further proved by clear and convincing evidence, number 7, that Ms. Heard made the statement with actual malice.
Pues está diciendo las mismas cosas, pero ahora del lado de Johnny está diciendo que las personas, los jueces, los jurados tienen que decidir, tienen que hacer como un examen final y tienen que ponerle A, B, C, D, y así es como van a ellos tomar la decisión final por mayoría de votos. Recuerden que ellos no lo hacen individual, sino el conjunto de todas sus respuestas es como llegan a estas cosas. Los artículos son acerca del señor Depp, los artículos son falsos.
And number 5, the defamatory implication was designed and intended by Ms. Heard. And number 6, due to the circumstances surrounding the publication of this statement, it conveyed a defamatory implication to someone who saw it other than Mr. Depp. And if Mr. Depp further proved by clear and convincing evidence, number 7,
que las evidencias que presentó aquí el señor Depp convencen de que sí, él es inocente de lo que se le acusa. Y bueno, pues están hablando aquí de lo de la difamación y están haciendo un resumen de lo que ha sido ahorita el juicio y de cómo ya les expliqué, de cómo el jurado tiene que responder ese cuestionario, porque son varias hojas que tienen que ellos tienen que hacer.
And number 4, the statement has a defamatory implication about Mr. Depp. And number 5, the defamatory implication was designed and intended by Ms. Heard. And number 6, due to the circumstances surrounding the publication.
Dudo de las circunstancias, es que va muy rápido también la jueza. Les estoy haciendo, por favor, un resumen, pero es eso, les está leyendo las alternativas de respuesta que van a tener. Y que si se hizo con malicia, que si eso le afectó a Johnny, que si le creen ustedes más o si tiene más credibilidad los testigos que presentó Johnny. Hoy se vistió como que va a ser su primera comunión. Me gusta mucho el peinado y tiene muy bonito pelo, lo que sea cada quien. Ese estilista se levanta muy temprano para peinarla.
Amber Heard and her friends in the media used fake sexual violence allegations as both a
que
sword and a shield,
sus amigas y
depending
ella
on their
usaron
needs.
falsas
They have
alegaciones
selected some
en
of her
la...
sexual violence hoax facts as the
Pues
sword,
que
putting
todo
them
lo
on
que
the
ella
public
hizo
and
es
Mr.
fake,
Depp.
es
And number
fake,
2, the statement
es
is about
falso.
Miss Heard. And number 3, the statement was seen by someone other than Miss Heard. And
Son
number 4,
muchas
the statement is
preguntas, ¿eh?
false.
Es
And if Miss
demasiado
Heard further
trabajo,
proved by clear and convincing
es
evidence, number
demasiado
5,
trabajo
the
lo que
statement
tienen que
by
hacer
Mr.
los
Waldman was
jueces.
made with actual malice. If Miss Heard failed to prove any one or more of the 5
Que la
elements
señora
above, then you
Heard
shall find your
falló en
verdict for
probar
Mr.
que
Depp with
nada
respect
de
to the
los
above
que,
statement.
nada de los que ella...
You shall only return your verdict for Miss Heard on her claim for defamation about the following statement if she has proved by the greater weight of the evidence that, number 1, Adam Waldman, while acting as an agent for Mr. Depp, made or published the following statement. Quite simply, this was an ambush.
Y bueno, pues está más que nada, ellos aquí tienen que probar que lo que ella hizo fue con malicia. Esa es la médula del juicio. Que si ella cuando escribió ese artículo lo hizo con malicia para afectar a Johnny. Ahí está la médula de todo el juicio. Si los jurados no pueden ellos...
And number 2, the statement is about Miss Heard. And number 3, the statement was seen by someone other than Miss Heard.
Son demasiadas respuestas. Pero les digo, si no pueden ellos probar, no se convencieron de que ese artículo que hizo Amber fue hecho con dolo, entonces ahí sí pelan los abogados de Johnny, porque eso es el meollo del asunto. No si lo golpeó, no si fue violenta con él, sino la difamación de ese artículo, recuerden.
We have reached the beginning of the end of Miss Heard's abuse hoax against Johnny Depp. And number 2, the statement is about Miss Heard.
Dice, el artículo es acerca de la señora Heard.
And number 4, the statement is false.
El artículo es falso.
Proved by clear and convincing evidence. Number 5, that the statement by Mr. Waldman was made with actual malice. If Miss Heard failed to prove any one or more of the 5 elements above, then you shall find your verdict for Mr. Depp with respect to the above statement. When used in these instructions, the phrase, the greater weight of the evidence, also sometimes called the preponderance of the evidence, means the evidence which you find more persuasive.
Que está haciendo un resumen para los que van llegando, está haciendo un resumen la jueza acerca de las respuestas que tienen que contestar los jurados, porque ellos ya tienen que tener el veredicto el martes a más tardar, en la mañana nos vamos a ver aquí, porque ya tienen que deliberar por mayoría de votos. Recuerden que esto lo hacen por mayoría de votos. Y lo tienen que hacer bajo la ley, bajo las condiciones de ley, no por lo que ellos piensan, no por lo que ellos se quieren, no. Tienen que considerar esas circunstancias. Es que va, de veras, va como que no respira.
The proposed implication must be reasonably drawn from the words actually used. In determining whether any of the statements in the op-ed are false and defamatory as to Mr. Depp, you must read the statements in the context of the op-ed as a whole. This means you may not seize on any one word, phrase.
Ojalá que tengan ellos algo más allá de bajo la ley, o sea, que también lo hagan por sentido común. Entonces, muchas gracias, Mariana, por el superchat que me mandaste. Dios te lo pague, Dios te lo multiplique, te lo regrese 70 veces 7. Muchas gracias. Cada parte tiene que probar claramente, pues obviamente sus argumentos para que esto sea legítimamente aceptable, ¿no? En el veredicto. Tienen que probar que no hubo malicia o que sí hubo malicia en esos artículos. Recuerden que están aquí en juego muchos millones, están en juego 50 millones de dólares de cada uno, o sea.
Actual malice is not established merely because an author was motivated by ill will, prejudice, hostility, hatred, contempt.
Que cuando hablamos de maliciosos, de ser maliciosos, pues está en la hostilidad, las mentiras y todo eso, ¿no? Tienen que también saber que ella distribuyó ese material a las redes de las, ¿cómo se llama? Que distribuyó el material del video con malicia también para que dañaran a Johnny.
but adding content to a linked article may constitute republication.
Que porque también retuitear una noticia, cuando pusiste el link, pues eso también te provoca que las personas tienen que revisar lo que tú estás poniendo ahí el link, ¿no?
Then in order to find for Mr. Depp against Ms. Heard, you must also find by clear and convincing evidence that Ms. Heard made this republication with actual malice.
Y que ella hizo esa republicación con malicia, pues es lo que también están diciendo.
Right to control the means and methods of performance by which another person performs the principal's work. An agent is the person who is subject to the power or right of a principal to control the means and methods of performing the work.
Y pues aquí los abogados tienen que expresar
Ms. Heard has the burden of proving by the greater weight of the evidence that Mr. Waldman was an agent of Mr. Depp, that Mr. Waldman was acting within the scope of his agency when he made the statements.
Que pues el abogado también, el representante de Johnny también actuó también asesorado pues de lo que tenía que hacer y de lo que tenía que escribir, y que también eso, todo lo tienen que tomar en cuenta, lo que hizo una parte y lo que lo hizo la otra. Y que bueno, todas esas acusaciones tienen que probar que sí, es en verdad que son falsas, que hay una excepción a la regla. Que los jurados, los que están haciendo ahí, los testigos que van a presentar esto, son personas elegidas también profesionalmente por experiencia y tienen diferentes razones para tomar ellos una decisión, pero pues no lo pueden hacer como por criterio propio, lo tienen que hacer, como les dije, que los elementos que les está ofreciendo la jueza los tienen ellos que avalar para tomar su decisión.
The weight and process of the reasoning by which they support their opinion, their possible bias in favor of the side for which they testify, their relative opportunities for study or observation of the matters about which they testify, and any other matters which serve to illuminate their statements. In considering the weight to be given to the testimony of expert witnesses, you should consider the basis for his or her opinion and the manner by which he or she arrived at it, and the underlying fact and data upon which he or she relied.
Y pues está hablando lo mismo que los expertos ahora les está dando indicaciones de ellos como expertos, como testigos, cómo tienen ellos que... Y que pues las evidencias que les está dando la juez están permitidas pues para tener ellos, como les digo, una opinión que no sea personal, pero que sea que no están limitados nada más a ver lo que ellos vieron aquí. A ver, las personas que me están gritando que les traduzca, primero digan buenos días, o sea, qué maneras de hablar son esas, y segundo, a mí, si no me quieren esperar a la traducción, pues no pasa nada. Hay otros canales donde con gusto pueden ir a gritarles, a mí no, por favor. Es muy temprano y todavía ni siquiera me termino el café para que me estén gritando. Y bueno, aquí que cada testimonio, cuando una de las partes testifica, cuando una de las partes testifica, no se pueden avalar a uno u otro. Tienen ellos, repito, y lo mismo que les estoy diciendo desde hace rato, lo que está diciendo la jueza es un resumen de lo que tienen que hacer el jurado, de cómo se tienen que llevar a cabo las decisiones. No es nada de lo que no hayamos escuchado aquí, es nada más un resumen, y aparte que está hablando como la taravilla, ella les está dando indicaciones de cómo tienen que hacer que lo único que ellos tienen que tomar en cuenta es la credibilidad de los testigos que se pararon ahí, de cada uno de los que estuvieron ahí. Chéquenme por favor, el abogado de Johnny ya se ve bien cansado, ya se ve exhausto, ya se ve cansado. El de los dulces, mira, hoy se ve que no tuvo una buena noche. Porque ayer la jueza no aportó, no quiso agarrar algunas evidencias que ellos le estaban presentando.
nor are you to draw any inference from the fact that an objection was made. You must not consider any matter that was rejected or stricken by the court. It is not evidence and should be
Que no pueden
discarded.
tomar en cuenta nada que la jueza haya rechazado y que pues ellos no pueden hacerlo porque la jueza pues, o sea, aunque ellos recuerden, ellos no tienen la facultad pues para decir, no, sí, vamos a tomar en cuenta este testigo o esta foto porque pues eso, si no fue incluido ahí, pues tampoco lo pueden hacer ellos.
If you find either party liable for defamation, then in determining the amount of damages to which the opposing party is entitled, you may take into consideration all the circumstances surrounding the defamatory statements, the occasions on which they were made, and the extent
Y pues
of the compensation.
aquí los artículos de difamación de ambas partes, ¿no? Una por una cosa y otra por otra.
Probable and natural effect upon the defamed party's personal feelings and upon his or her standing in the community and in business. Your verdict should be for the amount that will fully and fairly compensate him or her for, number one, any loss or injury to his or her business.
Que también tienen que checar qué tipo de daños han tenido ellos en sus negocios, en sus carreras, de lo que han ellos padecido, cualquier tipo de daño en su reputación de los dos, todo lo que ha causado este juicio y estos artículos que se escribieron.
Ms. Heard can recover damages for any harm that occurred after Mr. Waldman's statements were published. The burden is on the party seeking damages to prove by the greater weight of the evidence each item of damages he or she claims and to prove that each item was caused by the defamatory statements at issue. Neither party is required to prove the exact amount of damages, but the party must show sufficient facts and circumstances to permit you to make a reasonable estimate of each item.
Yo solamente veo un poquito.
She cannot recover for that item. If you have found by clear and convincing evidence that the statements in the op-ed were made with knowledge that they were false or so recklessly as to
Que tienen que checar también que si los artículos o los que se escribieron han sido escritos con falsedad o con verdad para que han también, como quien dice, castigado a la señora Amber por sus acciones. Si han estado ustedes convencidos por por el artículo también que el abogado de representante de Johnny también escribió, que si también esos artículos han sido falsos. Es lo mismo que está repitiendo, pero ahora del lado de Johnny.
You must state separately in your verdict any amount you allow as compensatory damages, if any, and the amount you allow as punitive damages. All right, closing arguments.
Ahora sí son los argumentos del cierre. Argumentos del cierre. Ahora vamos a empezar bien, Camil, bien por ti. Vienes de blanco, muy bonita, muy bien. El blanco significa paz. Así que esperemos que este día los argumentos del cierre, ellos le van a dar sus argumentos al jurado. Les van a decir por qué tienen que votar por Johnny. Venga, Camil, venga, Camil. Qué bueno que la escogieron a ella, porque es apasionada. Si mi micrófono no sirve. Así que aviéntenle, por favor, todas las mejores vibras para que el jurado tome la mejor decisión y que sea favorable para Johnny. Buenos días. En mayo 27, la señora Heard caminó aquí en la corte. No, en la corte para tomar una orden de restricción en contra de Johnny. Para decirle al mundo que ella había sido víctima de violencia doméstica. Hoy, o en mayo 27 del 2022, 6 años después, que les pedimos que le regresen su vida a Johnny. Él no es un abusador. Y que ella se haga responsable de su vida. Dice, señores jurado, como saben hasta ahora, quiero agradecerles profundamente por su servicio, por estas 7 semanas, que tal vez esto no ha sido conveniente para ustedes, pero estoy muy agradecida y tengo mucha consideración. Después de semanas de estar sentados en esta corte y ver tantas evidencias,
the jury, to come to a decision.
El jurado
You
vendrá,
have been
tomará
entrusted
una
with a
decisión.
serious task. What is at stake in this trial is a man's good name.
Es limpiar el
Even
nombre
more
de
than
un buen
that,
hombre.
What is at stake at this trial is a man's life.
Es
The life that he
acerca de la
lost
vida de un
when he
hombre
was accused of a heinous crime,
que ha sido acusado
and
de
the
un
life he
crimen
could live when he is finally vindicated.
cuando él finalmente, pues no.
Exactly 6 years ago today,
Exactamente
on May
6 años
27,
atrás,
2016,
en
Ms. Heard
2016,
walked into court and
ella
filed a
caminó
false report of
en la
domestic
corte con
abuse
una orden
against
de
her husband
restricción
of 15 months, Johnny Depp.
cuando estuvo casada por
scene was
15
a
meses
setup.
con Johnny Depp.
She tipped off the paparazzi.
Ella llamó a
So they
todos los
would be believed.
paparazzis.
They knew exactly where she would pause.
Ella estaba sabiendo
Which side of her
exactamente lo
face
que
to
estaba
photograph.
posteando.
And the photos captured
Y
what
las
she
fotos
wanted
la
them to
captaron.
see. The image
Las
of a battered
imágenes.
woman. What the paparazzi did not know
Lo que los
is that the
paparazzi no
dark mark on
sabían
her face mysteriously appeared
es que
6 days after last
esos
seeing
golpes
Mr. Depp.
misteriosamente aparecieron
It
en
was
su
a
cara.
lie. She knew it.
Ella sabía,
Mr. Depp knew it.
el señor,
And the multiple witnesses you heard from who
que
saw her that
muchos
week
sabían y
of
muchos
May
testigos,
21st, 2016 also knew it. But the world only saw what she wanted
pero
them to
solamente el
see.
mundo vio lo que quería ver. Muy bien, Camil, muy bien, échale, échale. Muy bien, Camil, vas muy bien. Ella les está llegando por el sentimentalismo y eso me parece excelente. Están enseñando una fotografía. Tómala, pichón.
2 years later,
2 años
when
después,
promoting the biggest role of her career, until this
haciendo el mejor
trial,
rol de su carrera, ella,
Ms. Heard presented herself to the world
la señora
as a
se
public
presentó al
figure
mundo
representing domestic abuse.
como una
The
persona
headline of the
de
op-ed
violencia
featured the
doméstica
term sexual
víctima.
violence,
y por violencia
even though she
íntima,
had never before accused her ex-husband of such a heinous crime.
que acusó a su
Ms. Heard and her
esposo de
lawyers
este
love to
crimen,
remind you of how the op-ed did not mention Mr. Depp by name. But Ms. Heard
que
made
nunca
sure
acusó
that
al
there would
señor
be no
Depp por
mistake
nombre,
about
pero
who she
que
was referring to. She inserted 2 years ago, so the world would remember the
pero
photo of a
que el
battered
mundo
woman,
recordaría esta
the mark
foto
on her face,
por las
standing
marcas de
outside
su
the
cara
courthouse. And they would once again see Mr. Depp as the villain,
y que ellos
this time
verían
in
al
full
señor Depp
swing
como
of the
pues,
Me Too movement. But what was happening behind closed
pero ¿qué
doors
era lo
was
que
quite
estaba
different
pasando a
from what
puertas
Ms. Heard
cerradas?
presented to the world.
Que el mundo no
The exact
sabía,
opposite, in fact. There is an abuser in this courtroom,
que aquí no hay ningún
but it is
abusador
not
en esta
Mr. Depp.
corte.
And there is a victim of domestic abuse in this courtroom.
Y sí hay
But
una
it is
víctima
not
de
Ms. Heard.
violencia doméstica en esta corte.
The evidence presented at
Las
this trial
evidencias
has
se
shown that
presentaron
Ms. Heard
aquí
is in fact the abuser,
que el
and Mr.
abusador,
Depp the abused.
el
As you heard from Mr.
abusado era el
Depp
señor
and
Depp
multiple other witnesses that
y
testified
muchísimos
under oath
testigos
at this trial,
en esta
Mr.
corte.
Depp experienced persistent
El señor Depp
verbal, physical,
experimentó
and emotional
persistentemente
abuse by Ms. Heard during their
abusos
relationship.
verbales y
And when their relationship was over,
cuando su
Ms.
relación
Heard
terminó,
inflicted the greatest and cruelest injury of all.
la gran y
She
cruel
publicly and falsely named Mr. Depp as the
públicamente lo
abuser.
acusó falsamente.
Ms. Heard never thought she would be held accountable.
La señora Heard
Never
nunca se
thought that she
imaginó
would
que
have
esto
to
pues
face
iba ella
her
como
abuser.
como que iba a ser
She never
confrontada
thought
para la
she would
verdad.
she would have her supposed mountain of evidence vetted.
Ella
She never thought that Mr. Depp would tell you,
dice,
the
nunca
jury
ella
and the
pensó que el
world,
señor
that
Depp
he
les
was
iba a
the
decir a
real victim
ustedes
of domestic abuse.
que él había sido
She said it in
una
her own
víctima de
words.
violencia doméstica.
You can please tell people that it was a fair fight and see what the jury and judge think. Tell the world, Johnny.
Ahí ella está enseñándoles el audio donde ella le dice, ve, corre con el juez y ve y diles que te golpeé, ve y diles que eres una víctima de violencia doméstica. No te van a creer, en ese video en ese audio.
At the start of this case, Mr. Chu and I stood before you to give you our opening statements on behalf of Mr. Depp. During that statement, we made promises to you about what the evidence would ultimately show at the end of this trial.
Dice que nosotros les hicimos promesas de que íbamos a tener evidencias
One
al
of those
final de este
promises we
corte.
made was that you would come to understand who Ms. Heard is.
Ustedes van a
That
entender
she is
quién
a
es la
deeply
señora
troubled
Heard,
person,
qué
violently
tipo de
afraid
persona
of
es,
abandonment,
violenta,
desperate for attention and approval.
desesperada por
And in her
atención.
relationship with Mr. Depp,
Y su
she was
relación con
violent,
Depp,
she was abusive,
ella fue
and
la
she was cruel.
abusadora.
You heard from Dr. Shannon Curtin,
Ustedes que
who
escucharon
explained
aquí
that
por el
Ms. Heard
doctor
suffers from
Shan,
borderline personality
que ella
disorder
tiene
and
de
histrionic
trastorno de la
personality
personalidad
disorder.
de la doctora Curry.
These are disorders that are characterized
Es un
by
desorden
anger,
que tiene
sometimes
características
uncontrollable and explosive anger,
que tienen un
and a powerful,
explosivo
sometimes desperate need
temperamento
for
de
attention,
enojo.
acceptance, and approval.
Ellos necesitan
Fear of
aceptación
abandonment is the
y que se
deepest
aprueben.
fear.
Y
A
tienen
person
miedo.
with these disorders will suffer from dramatically fluctuating moods.
Ellos
can
sufren por
sometimes be
dramáticos
violent
cambios
and aggressive.
de
They can
personalidad,
also be
de
charming and
humor.
likable, but they can be incredibly manipulative
Pero ellos
and
pueden ser
wild.
increíblemente
An emotional
manipuladores
roller coaster with wild
y siempre van
swings,
como en
from idolizing their
en
partner
una
to
roller
devaluing
coaster.
him. In fact, you saw that.
Ustedes
But
vieron
she
eso,
completed testing with her own forensic psychology expert, Dr. Don Hughes.
como también
Ms. Heard self-reported that she felt like she had 3 or 4 different personalities.
que su
That
psicóloga
sometimes
dijo
her
que ella tiene
temper
como 3
would
o 4
explode and
personalidades
completely lose control.
y donde ella totalmente pierde
You
el
heard from
control.
multiple witnesses that Ms.
Hay
Heard can be very
muchísimos
pleasant,
testigos
even charming.
y
But you also
que
heard from
también
multiple
saben que
witnesses
ella es
and an audio
como
recording
angelical, como
of Ms. Heard that she can be
carismática,
incredibly aggressive,
pero puede ser
violent,
totalmente
and
agresiva.
cruel. You heard that even from her former assistant,
Ustedes
Kate
escucharon
James,
por su
Ms.
asistente
James
personal
testified that Ms. Heard would scream,
que la señora
yell,
Heard le
and send her
gritó
barrages of text messages.
y le mandaba
In fact,
horribles
Ms. Heard
textos.
testified that Ms. James testified that
Y
Ms.
ella
Heard
también
literally
testificó
spat in her face.
que también la escupió en la cara.
You
Su
heard
as-
from Ms. Heard's former best friend, Rocky
Ustedes
Pennington,
escucharon por la
that Ms. Heard
amiga
once hit her
personal
when Ms.
de ella, su
Pennington
mejor
did not
amiga,
do her best to meet Ms. Heard's needs.
que también ella dejó su
You
amistad
also
porque
heard
no
from
podía ella
Beverly
cumplirle las
that she
expectativas
once
a la
witnessed
señora
Ms.
Heard,
Heard assault her then partner in Seattle Airport
que
in
también
2009.
ella le golpeó
And
a
you
su
heard from
pareja
Mr.
en el
Depp
aeropuerto de Seattle.
that Ms. Heard used her sister Whitney
La
as a
señora
punching bag,
usó a su hermana
literally and
Whitney como
figuratively.
testigo y a la que también
You
abusaba.
also heard overwhelming evidence from Mr. Depp and the people that were around him and Ms. Heard during their relationship.
Las personas que
That Mr.
estaban
Depp
alrededor de
suffered
de la
persistent verbal
relación
and
de estos
physical
dos,
abuse at the hands of Ms. Heard.
ellas siempre vieron las manos
You've
de
heard
Amber
evidence from Dr.
abusando
Curry and the
a
fact
Depp
witnesses at this trial that Ms. Heard's deepest fear is one of abandonment.
y que uno de los
Being
más
left by Mr.
grandes miedos
Mr.
es que
Depp's
ser
greatest
abandonada.
crime in her mind, the fault she confronts him with time and time again, is that he splits. He leaves the fight,
Ella deja
especially when Ms. Heard gets physical. And she couldn't stand it when he did.
que porque él se iba de la pelea
You heard from Ms.
físicamente
Heard
cuando ellos
herself
estaban peleando y que eso era algo
in
que ella
audio
no podía. Ella
recordings
quería
how
seguir
upsetting it
peleando.
was to her when Mr. Depp would split.
Cuando él la dejó, ella pues se volvió loca, ¿no? Sí se dan cuenta que Amber trae unos aretes de Gucci que son
unnecessary. It's not always you're
espera.
splitting because there's blows or because there's yelling or anything. We split most times when I'm still speaking in this volume and nothing has been thrown or hit or anything.
Están escuchando un audio
You saw
donde
the barrage of text messages she
dice
would send
muchísimos
where he would
mensajes
leave, calling him a monster for doing
llamándolo
so.
monstruo.
You heard from witnesses like
Ustedes
Travis
escucharon por
McGuire, Tara
testigos
Roberts, and Debbie Lloyd that Ms. Heard would clod Mr. Depp, block the elevator,
que la señora le bloqueaba el elevador.
separate himself from the fight.
Ella no se podía
And you heard from Mr. Depp
despegar
and
de
Ms.
la
Heard's couple therapist, Dr. Anderson, that Ms. Heard
pelea.
reported that when Mr. Depp would leave to de-escalate a
Que el
fight,
señor
she would
Depp
strike
se
him
iba, se movía de
keep
ahí
him
para
there.
poder
Like
evitar
she
la
would
pelea
rather
que se
be in
hiciera más
fight
grande,
than have him leave.
para poder, que nunca lo dejaba ir.
You heard from Mr. Depp about
Ustedes
how
escucharon
often
por el
Ms. Heard
señor
would
Depp
berate him, insult him, and
cómo lo
physically
insultó.
attack him, including one of the most serious occasions when Ms. Heard threw a vodka bottle at
Cuando
Mr. Depp,
una de las
severely
ocasiones más
injuring his
difíciles,
finger,
cuando ella le
and then
aventó una
put a
botella
cigarette out on his face.
y también lo golpeó en su cara.
You heard from Mr. Depp that
Ustedes
this whole
escucharon
incident
por
in
el señor
Australia
Depp
started because Ms. Heard was enraged that Mr. Depp wanted a post-nuptial agreement. And she
porque
wasn't in his
ella
will.
estaba enojada porque él
Just
hizo
a month after getting married.
un contrato
When her
postnupcial.
husband was seriously injured and bleeding from a partially amputated finger.
El señor
What did Ms.
estaba
Heard do?
totalmente
She pursued
malo
him.
por su dedo que
She
se le
kept
había
coming
amputado
after
porque
him.
ella lo
Because that's
golpeó
what
con
she
una
does.
botella.
She wouldn't stop.
Ella no paraba, no hubiera parado. Ella no hubiera parado si él no la deja.
It's just to get out of a bad situation that's happening before it gets worse. In Australia, when we had the big fight where I lost the tip of my finger, at least
chequen cómo ella trae en el arete, les decía,
Five
es
bathrooms
el
with two
símbolo del
bedrooms.
tatuaje que él tiene en la mano. Ya ven que tiene una,
To
es como, es el símbolo de Gucci. Ella los trae de aretes, o sea,
escape the fight.
You don't escape the fight. You escape the solution.
Dice,
You
no
escape
te vayas-
the solution.
No.
You escape figuring it out.
dice,
You
no te
cannot
salgas,
work it
no
out
escapes de
if
la
you run away
pelea,
to the
porque eso
bathroom
significa que
every
te
time.
escapas de la solución. Dice, por favor, o sea, ella le estaba diciendo que no se vaya,
You
que no
heard
se
Mr. Depp
esconda.
testify. He went through something like a nervous breakdown that day.
Dice, ustedes
He
saben
wrote
que
a lot of things on mirrors and other places.
ese
Again,
día
what did
rompió
Miss
en
Heard
nervios
do
y
as
que
her
por
husband
eso
was
él se tenía
bleeding
que
from
ir a otros
serious
lugares,
injury?
se tenía que cambiar hasta
She
de
wrote snarky
cuartos en los
messages
hoteles.
right back to him. She denied it under oath to you.
Ella
The evidence
negó
you
bajo
saw speaks
juramento
for
que ella había
itself.
escrito esto.
You heard from Mr. Depp's security, Sean
Ustedes
Beck,
escucharon
who was
por el
aware of
agente de
constant
seguridad de
arguing and
Johnny.
bickering. He witnessed Miss Heard calling Mr. Depp names.
Él fue
Badass.
testigo de cómo le
Fuck
llamó
you,
ella
Johnny.
nombres feos, lo
Mr.
insultó.
Beck testified that he saw and documented injuries on Mr. Depp.
Ustedes fueron
Swollen
testigos
eyelid
de que
in
él
March of
testificó aquí
2015, cuts on his nose, scratch
que
marks on
lo
his chin
arañó,
in December of
rasguñó, tenía
2015.
heridas en su cara.
And you heard from Travis McGivern.
Ustedes también
Testified
escucharon
that Miss
aquí
Heard
por
called
otra
Mr. Depp
persona
names like washed up, fucking cunt.
que le decía
And worst
nombres,
of all,
lo
fucking
decía con
deadbeat
nombres
dad.
ofensivos.
Miss Heard would take the low blows and hit him where it hurts. His children.
Dice, ella tomó todo lo más
Mr.
bajo y
McGivern
utilizó
told
a
you
sus
that on
hijos.
March 23rd, 2015, Miss Heard threw things at Mr. Depp.
La
spat at
señora
him,
Heard le
and
aventó
ultimately
cosas a
punched him in the
Johnny.
face, leaving him with a shiner. You heard testimony from Malcolm
Ustedes
Connolly,
escucharon un
another
testimonio de
security
Malcolm,
member who testified he saw Miss Heard
quien,
throw things at Mr.
quien
Depp,
testificó
a cigarette lighter on a plane, a soda can from upstairs at the
que le
Eastern
aventó
Columbia
una
building.
botella, una
He never saw
lata
marks on
en
Miss
el
Heard,
avión
but he saw marks on Mr. Depp.
y vio las marcas en el
Scratches,
señor Depp.
bruises on his left eye, scratches on his left ear.
Moretes en su
He
ojo
took pictures
derecho,
documenting
moretes en
injuries
su
like
ojo,
this one.
rasguños.
You also heard from Tara Roberts,
También
a
escucharon
manager at
por
Mr. Depp's
de otro
Island,
testigo
who witnessed Miss Heard telling Mr. Depp that he was washed up and would die fat and lonely.
que era un hombre
You
gordo,
also heard
feo
from
y
Miss
solo.
Roberts that she witnessed Miss Heard clawing and grabbing at Mr. Depp, grabbing his hair, trying to
Como
pull
vieron
him
que
back
ella
to
le
her.
agarraba el pelo, lo
Mr. Depp had
jalaba,
a visible injury to his nose on that
que él
occasion.
tenía visiblemente
Most
heridas en su
importantly,
nariz.
you heard from Miss Heard yourselves on multiple audio recordings admitting to being physically violent with Mr. Depp.
Ustedes escucharon por voz
You heard
de esta
Miss Heard
señora,
admit
de
to
la
hitting
señora
Mr.
Heard,
Depp.
múltiples veces, las veces que pues ella lo decía que lo lastimaba, ¿no? Que I punch you in the head, I don't punch
remember
you.
hitting you as a response to the door thing. And I'm really sorry about hitting you with the door or hitting your head.
Ahí ella se está disculpando porque lo
golpeó.
golpeó.
You didn't mean to hit me in the head with the door, but you meant to
I didn't mean,
punch me in the jaw.
I meant to hit you. And
Él dice que,
I did not do
que
this
le
thing
golpeó con la
door.
puerta en la
I
cara,
didn't
pero ella
mean-
dice, no,
I
te
didn't mean to hit you.
golpeé
That
sin
you
querer
didn't
en la
The
barbilla.
door? No, God, no, I didn't.
Or punching me in the jaw.
I didn't. Okay, I'm sorry I hit you. I didn't mean to hit you, but it was in response. I just reacted in response to
Ella le está
my
diciendo
foot. I just reacted.
que ella respondió y que pues
You heard her admit it again and claim Mr. Depp was a baby for complaining
ustedes
about the
escucharon
abuse.
que ella también le llamó que era un bebé, que era un niño.
I didn't punch you, by the way. I'm sorry that I didn't hit you across the face in a proper slap, but I was hitting you. I was not punching you. Babe, you're not punched.
Don't tell me what it feels like to be punched.
You know, you've been a lot of fights, been around a long time.
Y ahí es donde él está diciendo,
You
ese
fucking have a closed
You
face.
didn't get punched. You got hit. I'm sorry I hit you like this, but I did not punch you. I
dice,
did
yo
not
no te
fucking
golpeé,
deck you. I fucking was hitting you.
te golpeé,
I don't
pero
know
no te,
what the
te pegué, pero no te
motion of my
golpeé.
actual hand was, but you're fine. I did not hurt you. I did not punch you. I was hitting you.
How are you?
What am I supposed to do? Do this? I'm not sitting here bitching about it, am I? You are. That's the difference between me and you. You're a fucking baby.
Y ahí es donde ella dice que le está
You're
diciendo,
such a baby. Grow the fuck up, Johnny.
dice, por favor, crece, Johnny,
I did
tú eres
start
un,
physical fight.
You did, so
un
I had to
bebé.
get out of there.
Yes, you did. So you did the right thing, the big thing. You know what? You are admirable.
Dice, eres admirable, tú hiciste las gran cosas, o sea, se está burlando
Take
de
a
él.
minute to really think about what you just heard there.
Dice, solamente piensen exactamente
Quote,
lo que
I'm
ustedes
sorry
acaban
that
de
I didn't
escuchar
hit
ahí.
you across the face in a proper slap.
Ella
I was hitting
lo
you.
golpeó en la cara
I was not punching you.
y
Babe,
todavía
you're
le
not
dice que
punched.
no te golpeé, pero te
Imagine that
pegué.
was Mr. Depp saying that to Miss Heard on that recording.
Y escuchen lo que le dice el señor a ella.
Let's play one more.
Vamos a escuchar uno más.
That fake laugh is too much to take.
No, I'm sure she's.
That fake laugh is so disgusting.
I'm sure she's great. I'm sure she's great.
I'm thinking that you can give me some
No.
of the best performances. in
No,
all the
no,
fucking
you're
show.
right. I don't. It's all about performance.
It's all performance. No, Amber, I don't regret. I don't regret.
What else?
I
What
don't-
else do you need? Oh, come on.
I don't
Please.
regret.
Come
I don't
on.
regret.
Lay it on me. What else? What else other things you want to add?
Can't talk to
You
you
fucking
yourself,
like it.
Barbara.
What? Oh,
Very
no, I
good
want to know. I want
Get out of your Uber drive.
Go away. Go get it.
Yeah,
Wait, is there no other place for you to run in your 1,500 houses to go run?
Pues se está burlando de él.
Married man who deals with shit the way that a man does. Go run to the next house. Every man does.
Yeah.
Go. Run away.
This is the real Miss Heard.
Esta es la verdadera
The one in
Amber
the audio
Heard,
recordings,
lo que ustedes
not
han
the one
escuchado en
inside
los
the
videos.
courtroom. What you didn't hear
Pero lo que
on a
ustedes no
single
escucharon,
recording you heard in this case, and there were many played by both parties, is Mr. Depp ever admitting to hitting,
que en ninguno de
punching,
los
or kicking
audios
Miss
ustedes
Heard.
han escuchado que el señor
You didn't hear it.
Depp haya admitido
doesn't
que la haya
exist.
golpeado,
It didn't happen.
porque no pasó.
And despite the fact that Mr. Depp and Miss Heard are heard discussing many of the alleged
Y
incidents you've heard about
aparte
at
de que
this
ellos
trial,
discutieron tantas veces,
Australia,
muchas veces,
in the Bahamas,
en las
you
Bahamas,
never heard Miss Heard
Ustedes
accuse
nunca
Mr. Depp of sexual assault.
ustedes nunca escucharon que el
Unlike
señor
Mr. Depp,
la
who you
asaltara
heard
íntimamente.
admit to and own up to his past mistakes and his struggles, particularly with drugs and alcohol. Ms. Heard will not admit that she has ever done anything wrong.
Ella nunca ha admitido
She
que ha
cannot
hecho nada
deny that
malo
you
y que
heard on
toda
those
la culpa se le
recordings.
echaba a él, que porque él
As
era el
much as Ms.
adicto
Heard
y el
and
que
her
estaba
lawyers have tried to make this
alcoholizado y el que
case
estaba mal.
about Mr. Depp's language, it is Ms. Heard that repeatedly admits to violence.
Que era ella la que repetidamente
By April
admitía
and May of
que su
2016,
lenguaje es
Mr.
violento,
Depp had reached his limit. His mother was dying.
que siempre
His
ella
finances
trataba
were
de
a mess.
buscarlo por sus límites. La
And when
madre
he
de él
showed
se
up
estaba
late
muriendo
to Miss Heard's 30th birthday party because a meeting with his new business manager,
porque él
Edward
tenía
White,
cita con su nuevo
had gone late. Miss Heard, of course, was
que
not
tenía él una
understanding.
cita importante de
She was
negocios
furious.
y que ella
We heard from Mr. Depp both in this courtroom and on audio recordings that
escucharon
Miss Heard punched him that evening.
que esa tarde, el día del cumpleaños
left
de
his
ella,
Madison
esta
room,
vieja
and
que
the
está
next
aquí, la
morning, he
tóxica,
learned that
lo
someone had
golpeó a
left
él
feces on his bed.
y que le hizo la poposita en la cama.
Miss Heard denies responsibility.
Ella
She
negó
admitted
la
to the prank
responsabilidad.
to Starling Jenkins. You heard him testify to that
Ustedes la
effect.
escucharon aquí testificar, que
For
ella no hizo
almost a
nada.
month
Dijo, yo no
after
fui,
that,
yo no
they
fui, yo
didn't
no
see
fui.
each other. And you heard from Mr. Depp
Y ustedes
that when his
escucharon por el
mother
señor
died
Depp
on May 20th,
en mayo
2016,
20,
he resolved to leave Miss Heard.
que él
was
ya
done.
había resuelto dejarla.
And when Miss Heard learned that Mr. Depp was
Y
done,
cuando ella
that
se
she
dio
was
cuenta
really
que él la iba a
losing him,
dejar,
she went on the attack.
ella fue al
She
ataque.
filed for divorce before Mr. Depp could.
Ella fue por el
Then,
divorcio antes
as
de
we
que él
heard
lo
from Mr.
hiciera
Depp's divorce lawyer, Laura Wasser,
con
Miss
su
Heard sent a
abogada,
letter demanding financial support.
demandando,
And when her demands weren't met,
demandando a
Miss Heard struck a blow
dinero.
against Mr. Depp that was more damaging than any physical blow she had ever landed. When she walked into court
Cuando ella fue a la
6
corte,
years ago today, on May
6 años
27th,
antes de esta corte,
2016, to get a domestic
para
violence
ir por
restraining order
una,
against Mr. Depp,
para ir
she
por
did
una
so in
orden
front
de
of
restricción por
paparazzi
violencia
with a mark on
doméstica
her face.
con marcas
The
en su
evidence
cara.
presented at this trial demonstrates that Miss Heard didn't just want a divorce.
Aquí
wanted to
representamos y
ruin
vimos
him.
que ella no nada más quería el divorcio, ella quería
Miss Heard
dinero.
denied alerting TMZ to the TRO filing in this
Ella
courtroom.
negó que le mandó el
But you
video
heard
a la
testimony from
TMZ
Morgan Tremaine that TMZ knew to go to the courthouse.
y la
Knew what
TMZ
side of her face the alleged
vieron,
bruise
ellos
was on.
aceptaron que fueron a
And
la
that Miss Heard
corte
would pause. She would pause for paparazzi,
Ella
who
pidió
got
a
the
los
photos that
paparazzis que
ended up
estuvieran ahí
splashed across newspapers and magazines.
y que esto iba a repercutir en periódicos y
Ms. Heard
revistas.
testified that she did not personally give photographs of her
Ella
apparent
testificó que
injuries to
personalmente
People
nunca dio
magazine.
no dio
But
revista,
somehow,
these
pictures that
fotografías
she took
ni
and
videos.
maintained on her devices ended up on the cover of People magazine.
Pero las
1 month
fotografías que
later.
ella tomó en su celular, ¿cómo terminaron en las portadas de las revistas? Muy bien, Camil, muy bien. ¿Cómo terminaron las fotografías que ella
In the
tomó
end,
en las
she
portadas
walked
de las
away with
revistas?
$7 million without any tax
Ella
liability,
pidió 7
which
millones
she
de
said she
dólares
was
que no
donating
eran
to
taxa,
charities,
que no para no
the
pagar
ACLU
taxes.
and the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles.
Y ella dejó de pagarle
The
ese dinero al
ACLU,
Hospital de Los Ángeles.
They got less than $1 million from her.
Ellos
the
recibieron
Children's
menos de $1 millón
They got
de ella.
$250,000.
Ellos nada más recibieron $250,000.
But that didn't stop Ms. Heard from telling the world that
Pero
she
eso no paró a la
donated
señora Heard de
everything.
decirle al mundo
Because remember, she wanted nothing.
que ella no quería nada de
And she
esa
had
relación, que ella no
donated
pedía nada de
everything.
dinero de ese
The word
divorcio,
donated.
que porque no lo
And that
necesitaba.
didn't stop her from testifying
Eso no
under
la
the
paró
penalty
para
of perjury
testificar
that she had donated it.
que ella donó ese dinero.
Ms.
Ella
Heard tried to tell you
está
that
tratando de
pledge and
decirles
donate mean the same thing. She claims she hasn't given the money because she was sued, but you've heard uncontested evidence that she had the money for 13 months.
aquí hay
to this
infinidad
lawsuit being commenced by Ms. Depp.
de testigos
had
de que
all
ella
the
tuvo
money
el dinero por 13
and had
meses y nunca lo donó.
After month after month
Y mes
to fulfill
tras
her
mes,
pledge and actually donate the money.
donde ella hizo una
She
promesa
didn't. She also
nunca lo
told you that
pagó,
she
nunca
never
lo cumplió.
fulfilled the pledge because Mr. Depp sued her for defamation.
Y ella, hasta que
That's
el señor Depp
blatant
la
lie.
demandó por difamación,
After the divorce was finalized.
hasta
When
que
she
el divorcio
sought
se
to initiate
finalizara.
An arbitration against Mr. Depp for defamation 3 months before the op-ed.
3
was even
meses
published,
antes del artículo,
and 6 months before Mr. Depp filed this lawsuit.
6 meses antes de que el
Not only
señor
does it contradict
Depp
Ms. Heard's excuse
hiciera
for
este
not making
juicio.
donations, it contradicts her narrative that she just wants to move on with her life.
Según ella decía que ella
that she
solamente
just
quería
wants Mr.
seguir con
Depp
su vida
to leave her alone.
y dejarla, y él lo
Lies.
que quería es que ella lo
That
dejara
is
en
Ms. Heard's
paz.
narrative. Lies upon lies.
Es mentira tras mentira lo que ella ha dicho en esta corte, mentira tras mentira. Muy bien, Camil, muy bien.
And actually were all kinds of accusations flying your way when you said all this, and then there was a divorce settlement. You got $7 million. People
Ahí
were
le están
saying, "This is
diciendo
all
que ella
about the
tiene
money." But
que,
then you did
dice, ahí le
something
están
that,
diciendo que qué hizo con los
twisted
7
that
millones de
whole argument.
dólares.
What did you do with that money?
Dice,
$7
7
million
millones de
in total
dólares
was donated to,
fueron
I split it
donados
between the ACLU
en 2
and
asociaciones
Children's
entre el
Hospital of Los
hospital
Angeles.
y
ACLU is a human rights organization.
Sorry, ACLU is a prominent
ella en ese video está
organization, non-profit
admitiendo que ya donó el dinero, que es lo que dicen que es una mentira también porque nunca lo donó. Solo donó
It's her in a
$250,000
lie. She
dólares.
tries to cover it up with more lies.
Dice, eso también son más
So
mentiras.
let's talk about the giant lie at the heart of this case. Ms. Heard's claim that Mr. Depp is an abusive monster.
La señora
and
dijo
that
que el
she
señor
is a
Depp
public
es un
figure
monstruo
representing
abusador
domestic abuse.
y que ella es la víctima de
At the
violencia
start of this
doméstica.
case, Mr. Chu and I told you that you were going to hear some disturbing and graphic tales of abuse from Ms. Heard. And they were designed to shock you and overwhelm you.
Que ella se decidió a
Which you
postear
have.
aquí cosas,
We
una
told you that
historia
this would be a
horrorífica de
performance,
abuso,
the role of her
aparentemente, que,
lifetime,
o sea, que eso
as a
que nos contó de la
heroic
botella y todo lo que le hizo,
survivor
que
of
para
brutal
traumatizarlos y horrorizarlos a ustedes,
When
pero
Mr.
pues
Depp
que eso
brought
nunca
this case
pasó.
for defamation, Ms. Heard went all in. She spun a story of shocking, overwhelming, brutal abuse.
Pues
She
que ella
came into
contó
this courtroom
una historia
prepared to give the
chocante,
performance of her
o
life,
sea, de
and she
abuso
gave it.
que
Ms.
no pudo probar.
Ms. Heard's acting coach, Christina Sexton, testified that Ms. Heard has difficulty crying when she is acting.
Dice que también
saw it.
su coach de
Ms.
actuación
Heard sobbing
testificó que ella
without
tiene
tears,
muchos problemas para llorar cuando
while
está
saying
actuando,
elaborate, exaggerated,
que
fantastical
porque ella
accounts of abuse.
exagera
And everything going on in her mind
y que todo lo
almost
que
a
pasa en su
decade prior,
mente
while enduring that abuse.
durante ese
It was a
abuso
performance.
fue una actuación.
She told you that what she thinks about.
Ella les dijo lo que
She told
piensa.
you what she thinks you need to hear.
Ella
to
les
convict
dijo
this
lo que
man
ustedes
as a
necesitan
domestic
escuchar.
abuser and a rapist. She wants you to believe that she
Ella
was abused
quiere que
countless
ustedes crean
times. Countless times.
infinidad de
Over the
veces.
entire course of their relationship. But as Mr. Chu and I promised you, the evidence just does not bear that out. Ms. Heard has told you that she has mountains of evidence of abuse.
La señora les dijo que tenía montañas de
There are no
evidencias de
medical
su
records
abuso,
reflecting she sustained any injuries
pero ella
from
no
the
puede
abuse she
sostener que
claims.
tiene un
Ms.
solo
Heard had
rasguño
medical professionals at
que
her
algún
disposal.
médico o profesional
Dr.
la hayan
Tipper,
revisado,
Debbie
o sea, no
Lloyd,
tiene
her
sustento
own
médico
nurse,
profesional
Erin
que
Bellotti.
avale que
And yet,
fue
there's
abusada.
nothing. Ms. Heard took pictures all the time.
Les enseñó solamente fotos
Pictures
todo
of
el
Mr.
tiempo.
Depp sleeping.
Les enseñó puras fotos de él durmiendo,
Pictures of cocaine.
fotos de
Pictures of
sustancia
property
blanca,
damage. Pictures of herself.
fotos de ella
And
misma.
as an actress, she
Como
was
actriz,
photographed all the time.
ella está actuando todo el tiempo.
Where are the pictures of
¿Dónde?
the horrific injuries Ms. Heard describes?
¿Dónde están las fotos donde terroríficamente ella describió que le pasó un
Ms.
daño?
Heard also took audio recordings of
Ella también
videos
tomó
frequently.
videos de voz.
Where are the videos of Mr. Depp attacking her?
¿Dónde están los videos de él
Where are the audio
atacándola?
recordings of Mr. Depp admitting to
O
or
donde el
apologizing
señor
for
Depp
physical
está
abuse?
aceptando que
There
la
are
atacó.
none.
¿Dónde están?
What
¿Dónde
Ms. Heard
están?
has, and what you've seen multiple times, is a video of Mr. Depp banging some cabinets
Lo que
around
sí
in
ustedes vieron muchas veces
A
es el video
video
de él
that, based on the
atacando en la
testimony you
cocina.
heard from Morgan Tremaine, the former TMZ employee, Ms. Heard seems to have sold to TMZ right before she was deposed in connection with her divorce from Mr. Depp.
Y ese video fue el que ella mandó a TMZ. El video de donde él dice, I don't think so.
Sure, Ms. Heard can point to text messages where Mr. Depp is apologizing to her.
Y aquí hay muchos mensajes donde el
never
señor
for
Depp estaba
violence.
disculpándose con ella.
Ms. Heard's counsel showed you Defendant's Exhibit 325, where Mr. Depp says sorry for, quote, my behavior.
Donde él
fucking
aquí se
savage.
disculpa por su
But this
comportamiento.
is not an apology.
Esto no es
It's an
una,
apology for the, quote, these heinous, slinging insults. Mr. Depp is apologizing for the words he used.
él se está disculpando por las palabras que él usó.
Unlike Ms. Heard, who you heard apologizing for physical
En
violence in
cambio,
multiple
ustedes
audio
escucharon
recordings,
que
you
la
have
señora
never heard
Heard
that
se
from
disculpaba
Mr.
por
Depp,
lo que físicamente,
because he
las
never
agresiones
used
que ella
physical
le hacía a
violence
él.
against Ms. Heard.
Él nunca le tocó un pelo, o sea, él se disculpaba por cómo a veces él le
Ms. Heard
gritaba.
told you that Mr. Depp started abusing her right from the very beginning of
Ella
her
empezó
relationship.
a abusarlo
starting
desde el
at the
principio
beginning of
del inicio de su
2012.
relación.
But she has repeatedly testified under oath
Pero ella testificó aquí bajo
differently to
juramento
having spent a year of bliss with Mr. Depp before he ever laid a hand on her. And now, in this courtroom, she has suddenly erased an entire year of magic. She wants you to believe that instead of hitting her after a year of magic, Mr. Depp was hitting her immediately.
Ella dice que aquí ante la corte ella testificó bajo verdad que tuvieron un año mágico de puro romance, pero que después de un año
And with the good times erased,
y que cuando los buenos
Ms.
tiempos
Heard wants
pasaron,
you to believe
supuestamente de la
that she
nada,
gave
el
Mr. Depp
Señor
a big
empezó a
knife
abusarla a
that
ella.
said, hasta la muerte.
Y cuando hasta después
Until
le
death.
regaló un cuchillo
To
que
the
dice
man who
hasta la
supposedly would
muerte,
get drunk and high and beat her.
acusándolo de que él siempre estaba tomado, súper
Ms.
arribotota
Heard admitted to
y
you
de que la
during this trial
golpeaba.
that Mr. Depp always wears big, chunky
El
rings on
señor
every
Depp
finger.
siempre usa esos
According to
anillotes
her, he was
grandotes.
wearing these rings when he'd slap her,
Y él tenía esos
hit
anillos
her,
cuando él la golpeó, cuando la
punch her in the
cacheteó.
face. But you have not seen a single photograph
Pero
that reflects the serious injuries Ms. Heard would have sustained if this was true.
que
Not one.
no pudimos tener ninguna fotografía
Ms. Heard
donde ella
testified
pues
to an incident
compruebe
in
que
March
esto fue,
2013 when
que
Mr.
estaba
Depp
realmente
supposedly hit
dañada,
her
o
multiple
sea,
times in the face
como consecuencia
while wearing
de los
rings.
golpes, así.
And this is what her face looked like afterwards.
Y esto es como su cara después lucía, supuestamente después de sus golpes.
Ms. Heard testified to an incident in Russia where she claims Mr. Depp
La señora
whacked her in the
testificó
face
de
and
un
gave her a
incidente de
bloody nose.
en Rusia.
She didn't take pictures of her bloody nose,
Ella no tomó fotos de su
but her
sangre
photograph
en la
was taken
nariz,
on that trip. And
en
this is
ese
what she
viaje,
looked like.
cuando dijo que le habían, que se acuerdan que su sangre estaba, que su nariz estaba sangrando, ¿recuerdan? Esas fotos son de Rusia, que no se le ve la nariz ni golpeada, ni como que tuviera consecuencias de que le sangró.
Ms. Heard told you that there was an incident the night of the Met Gala.
La
in
señora
May
les contó que también
2014,
hubo un
when
incidente
Mr.
en la
Depp
Met
supposedly
Gala,
whacked Ms. Heard in the face,
donde
leaving her with
supuestamente
a
Johnny la
red,
golpeó en la
scarred,
cara
and swollen nose
y que
that
tenía
she
la
felt
nariz toda
was
hinchada
broken.
y casi
Ms.
rota.
Heard didn't show you any photographs of
Pero
these
no les
alleged
enseñó ninguna
injuries,
foto de eso.
but photographs were taken of her the following night.
Las
and there were no
siguientes
visible
fotos se
injuries to Ms.
tomaron al
Heard's
siguiente
face.
día. Al siguiente día de supuestamente ella está toda golpeada en la Met Gala.
Ms. Heard testified
La
that in
señora
January
testificó
2015, while she and Mr. Depp were in Tokyo,
cuando fueron a
Mr. Depp
Tokio,
knelt on her back so
que
aggressively that
supuestamente
she was concerned
le metió
that
un patadón
bruises
como
would
los
be
de Alfredo
visible
Adame en
in
la
her backless
espalda.
dress. Here's Ms. Heard in that backless
Aquí
dress.
está la señora con su vestido de espalda donde supuestamente tenía golpeada la espalda.
Ms. Heard testified that after an incident in December 2015,
La
she
señora
had two
testificó
black eyes, a broken nose.
que tenía
and chunks
la
of
nariz
hair
rota
The assault was allegedly so violent that there was blood left
y
all
que,
over the pillows.
que la golpeó tan
And Mr.
violentamente
Depp
que
had
había
broken
tanta
the bed
sangre
frame. Pictures were taken of that bed frame.
que también fueron tomadas las fotografías ahí en la cama.
And in that picture, there appears to be a pocket knife on the bed.
Y aquí se ve que hay un cuchillo.
And that picture fails to capture the bloody
O sea, que
pillows.
como que con eso rompieron la cama. La cara de la Amber.
And here is what Ms. Heard looked like on the James Corden show the
Y
next
aquí es
day.
como se veía esta señora en la corte. Ah, no, esto fue no escuché dónde fue, pero estas fotos se supone que aquí ella tenía,
Indeed, you heard from Ms. Heard's own nurse, Erin Filati,
que tenía
that she
el labio
saw her
roto
a day or two
supuestamente,
afterwards and could not visualize the injuries Ms. Heard described.
que ella no podía describir los daños
Ms.
que
Heard
se
did
supone
take
que la
pictures of
señora
herself
tenía.
after this alleged incident. But are the injuries reflected in these photographs consistent? That's the question. Are they consistent with the brutal assault?
Que si
and
son
serious
estas fotos
injuries Ms. Heard has
consistentes
testified
que
to?
parezcan que tenía ella,
Or
que ella
are
sufría
these
brutales
injuries more
ataques
consistent
físicos.
with Mr. Depp's testimony that he and Ms. Heard bumped heads while he was trying to restrain Ms. Heard to keep her from attacking him?
Y pues que él siempre trataba de quitársela de encima porque ella era la que lo atacaba físicamente.
Out of Australia,
En
where
Australia,
Mr. Depp sustained the most serious injury from
el
his
señor
relationship
sufrió
with Ms. Heard,
una de las
Ms.
lesiones
Heard
más
spun a
serias.
story of horror. A 3-day ordeal with a drug-fueled Mr. Depp violently assaulting her, cutting his own
Que porque
finger off,
dice que ella
dragging
dijo
her
que
to
él
the
estaba
grass,
totalmente
and then bending her
intoxicado
back
allá
over a
y que
counter
la
and
asaltó
raping her with
físicamente
a
e
fishing rod.
íntimamente allá. O sea, ella dijo
Claimed
cosas
that she had bruises on her face,
que ella tenía
cuts all over her
golpes en
arms
su
and
cara
feet, and was bleeding from her vagina
y
from
que
the
ella
sexual
también
assault.
estaba sangrando de donde abajo te conté, que estaba sangrando.
And what did Ms. Heard say she did?
¿Y qué fue lo
She
que
went
dijo?
upstairs, took some sleeping pills, and went to sleep. The next morning, she took pictures of the mirrors.
Dice
her
que ella
husband
tomó
had
unas
written on
pastillas y
in
se fue a
paint
dormir y que al día
using
siguiente
his
tomó
amputated
fotografías
finger.
del espejo,
She took no pictures of herself.
pero que nunca tomó fotos de
Her
ella
alleged
misma.
injuries,
Dice que tomó
or the
fotos de ahí del bar y de las
property
botellas y de
damage she
todo,
testified
pero
to
que
in
de
this
ella
courtroom.
misma no tomó fotos. O sea, ¿cómo?
When Malcolm Connolly, Jerry Judge, Dr. Kipper, and Nurse Debbie Lloyd
Cuando la
advised
doctora,
to
el
extract
doctor
Mr. Depp
Kipper y
and
la
get him medical
enfermera,
treatment for his finger injury. You
lo-
heard from Mr. Connolly, Dr. Kipper, and Ms. Lloyd. All of them testified
que los
they did not
doctores y las
observe
enfermeras,
any injuries to Ms. Heard.
que ellos
And no
revisaron
one,
a ella y ella no
including Ms.
tenía
Heard,
ni un solo
testified that she
rasguño,
sought medical treatment.
que no tenía nada, por eso no necesitó ningún
You also
tratamiento
heard from Ben
médico.
King. He also saw Ms. Heard right after this alleged incident.
Porque
He
el
flew home
doctor
with her to Los
vio
Angeles.
a la señora esta
He testified
inmediatamente
that Ms. Heard
después del
didn't want to
incidente.
leave, that she said, I can't leave. It will be the end if I leave.
Dice, sería el fin
He
si me
also
voy. Ella no se
testified
quería ir
that
después de
once
la
they did
pelea
leave
porque
for Los
sabía que
Angeles,
ya
Miss Heard asked him
Johnny la
if
iba a
he
mandar
ever
por un
got so
tubo.
mad he just lost it.
Ella estaba enojada porque lo iba a perder.
When Miss Heard arrived in Los Angeles,
Cuando la
she saw
señora llegó a
Travis
Los
McGivern,
Ángeles,
who also testified he observed no injuries.
él también testificó que no
And
le
her
vio ningún
personal
daño.
nurse, Erin Filati, who documented no request for medical treatment
No
and
requería
no
ella ningún
injuries in her
tratamiento
nursing notes
médico
for Miss Heard.
de la señora Heard.
You heard from Mr. Depp's sister, Christy,
Ustedes
that she
escucharon
also saw
de
Miss
la
Heard
hermana
when she
de
arrived
Johnny,
back to Los
de la
Angeles and
hermana
observed no
Christy,
injuries on Miss Heard.
que tampoco vio ningún
Christy
tipo de daños en
testified
ella.
that when she told Miss Heard her fighting with Mr. Depp was unsustainable,
Que cuando
Miss
él vio
Heard
que las
responded that Christy should get off her cross, that Mr. Depp liked her feisty. Miss Heard's testimony about what occurred in Australia just doesn't add up. That's because there was a monster in that house in Australia.
Pues
It
ella
wasn't
decía que
Mr.
había
Depp.
un monstruo
It
en
was
esa
Miss
casa de
Heard.
Australia que la atacó pues así de feo.
Other than Miss Heard's testimony, all the evidence you've seen in this
Todas
trial
las
shows that it
evidencias
was
que
Miss
vieron
Heard
aquí
who attacked and grievously wounded Mr. Depp when she threw a vodka bottle at him.
cuando
severing his finger.
cuando todos los testimonios que ustedes vieron
Mr. Depp told Dr.
de que
Kicker
cuando le
that
aventó las
Dr.
botellas de
Kicker arrived
vodka
to treat Mr. Depp's finger.
y fue cuando pues él se lastimó su
You've seen
dedito
the
con
pictures
chaval
of the bar area in Australia,
en
with
el
the
área del
broken
bar
vodka
de
bottles
la
on the
casa de
ground,
Australia.
and trails of blood
Y
drops on the
muchas,
floor, and a bloody tissue on the floor.
Había un
You've
pañuelo
heard
con
from
sangre
Ben
en
King
el
that the
piso y
tip
sangre
of
en el
Mr. Depp's
piso.
finger was found in the same bar area.
Su dedito fue
And you heard
encontrado
from
ahí
Dr.
al lado
Gilbert
del
that
bar.
the injury to Mr. Depp's finger could have been caused exactly as he described.
Exactamente pues lo
And
que le pasó a él.
interestingly, you heard from Christina
Mira,
Sexton
ven lo que tiene en la
that Miss
mano.
Heard told her
Es
that
como se
Mr.
dice
Depp
una
injured his
abeja o como se
finger
dice ese
while
el símbolo de
swinging
Gucci y ella
a
lo trae de
bottle
aretes.
around.
Qué
Not smashing a
psycho.
phone, as Miss Heard surmised in
Bien
this
psycho la
courtroom,
Amber.
but swinging a bottle around. You also heard from Miss Sexton that Miss Heard first told her about the bottle rape in Australia.
Que también
while
ella
Miss
dijo que
Sexton
la
was at
había,
Miss
que la
Heard's
había
home,
abusado con una
meeting with
botella.
her
Ustedes
lawyers.
escucharon esa
The
anécdota.
day before Miss Sexton was scheduled to be deposed in this case. The evidence presented at
Las
this trial
evidencias
shows that this is
presentadas
not the only time that Miss Heard disclosed a sexual assault at a convenient time for purposes of litigation she's involved in. The first time Miss Heard claimed that Mr. Depp sexually assaulted her
que
in
la
the
primera
Bahamas
vez que ella
in December
alegó que él la había
2015
asaltado
was
íntimamente,
after Tara Roberts, the manager of Mr. Depp's island, submitted a sworn statement in the UK action describing the incident she testified to in this courtroom, where Miss Heard chased Mr. Depp out of the house, was yelling and then pleading
que
with
bueno,
Mr.
fueron
Depp to
testigos
stay
que
while
también
clawing at
testificaron
his
en
hair
el
and
evento de la
clothes.
corte de
And left
Londres,
Mr.
donde
Depp
ellos
with an
testificaron
injury
que
to his
ella lo
face.
perseguía y le
That's what
gritaba
Miss
y
Sexton
andaba detrás de él, pues.
after there was contrary evidence. Ms. Heard testified about another
La señora
incident
Heard
just 2
testificó
weeks after the events in Australia,
semanas
where Mr.
después
Depp
del evento de
supposedly attacked
Australia.
Ms. Heard and almost pushed her sister Whitney down the stairs.
Dijo que casi él
Whitney is
avienta
the
a su
only witness
hermana
that you heard
Whitney
from
en las
that
escaleras.
backs up Ms. Heard's version of events. She's it. And the only witness, other than Ms. Heard, who claims to have seen Mr. Depp physically attack Ms. Heard.
Y que la única
Just like
testigo
Ms.
que
Heard's
estaba ahí
version
pues
of
era
the events
Whitney,
in
que es la
Australia,
hermana de
her
ella.
testimony about the staircase incident and that of her sister Whitney's just doesn't square up with the other evidence in this trial.
Que el testimonio
Their
de su hermana
testimony is
tampoco
contradicted by
está
the
avalado
testimony of
por lo
Travis
que...
McGivern and Debbie Lloyd, who were there that night.
Que también la
Ms.
hermana
Heard
es
and
una
Whitney
mentirosa, en otras
testified that
palabras,
Mr.
que
Depp
tampoco
threw a
avala
Red
lo
Bull
que
can
se
that
dijo
hit or
en esa
almost
noche
hit
que
Ms.
pasó de
Lloyd.
las escaleras.
Ms. Lloyd testified that never happened. Mr. McGivern testified that it was Ms. Heard who threw a can at Mr. Depp.
También los otros guardias de seguridad
Ms. Heard
testificaron
testified
que
that
fue
Whitney
ella la
was
que le
between
aventó
her
la
and Mr.
lata
Depp when
de
she
refresco
punched
al
him.
señor Depp.
Mr. McGivern testified
El
that
otro
he
también,
was
el
the
otro
one between Ms. Heard
guardia de
and Mr.
seguridad
Depp when
testificó
Ms. Heard punched Mr. Depp.
que la señora Heard fue la que le golpeó a
Ms.
Johnny.
Heard testified that Mr. Depp was able to get his hands in her hair, yank her, and then hit her in the face with the cast he had on. But you heard from Ms. Lloyd and Dr. Colbert,
Ustedes escucharon,
Mr. Depp's medical doctor,
doctores
who treated
médicos,
Mr. Depp's finger injury, that Mr. Depp's finger was in a delicate state.
que el estado del
Had a
dedo
pin
del
in his
señor
finger,
Depp estaba en un
skin
estado
graft,
delicado
and a soft cast that immobilized Mr. Depp's 2 middle fingers.
y que eso también tuvo que ser inmovilizado,
tellingly,
sus dedos así lo tuvieron que
The
amarrar
only
el
picture
dedito
of an
así los
injury from
tres.
this incident is of Mr. Depp with a shiner. And then we have May 21st.
Y de bueno, tenemos aquí en mayo
2016.
21.
Ms. Heard testified that Mr. Depp threw a phone at her face.
La señora
causing a
dijo que
visible
también
injury.
él le aventó un teléfono a
Ms. Heard
ella.
has shown you pictures she claims to show this injury. But these photographs are not to be trusted.
Dice, estas fotografías
We
no
heard from
pueden ser
Mr.
confiables,
Newmaster
porque ella
that like
dijo,
many of the photographs
muchas de
Ms.
las
Heard has presented
fotografías
in this case, these photos were stored in a photo editing application.
que porque muchas de estas fotos están avaladas
These photos show
en programas
signs of
de
manipulation.
edición. Estas fotografías están comprobadas que fueron editadas.
These two photographs were
Estas dos
taken at the
fotografías
exact same time
se tomaron
and
en
have
el
the
exactamente
exact
mismo
same
momento,
file name,
mayo 21 del 2016,
but they are visually different.
pero son visualmente diferentes.
One shows significantly more redness on
Una,
Ms. Heard's face than the other.
una se prueba
doesn't show any
significadamente
injury at all.
roja.
Ms. Heard testified that the difference
Ella vio,
is explained by turning on a light,
dice que se explicaron
But there
que
is
las
no way
luces de
Ms.
las
Heard could have
fotografías
taken a
son
picture,
diferentes.
turned on a light, and then taken another picture with every hair in the exact same place.
Y el
within
pelo
the same
exactamente
second.
en el mismo
It's
lugar.
impossible.
Es imposible.
Moreover, you heard from multiple witnesses.
Ustedes escucharon
including
aquí por
Officer
muchos
Melissa
testigos.
Sines, Officer Tyler Haddon, and Officer William Gatlin. Isaac
Por los
DeRouche,
oficiales,
Alejandro Romero.
Alejandro
who saw
Romero,
Ms. Heard on or after May 21st.
que antes o
and
después
saw no injuries to her
de
face
mayo
before she
21,
showed up to that
no le vieron
courthouse
absolutamente
with a
ni un
mark
rasguño en la
on May
cara.
27th. And the very next day after Ms.
Y al
Heard walked
siguiente
into
día,
court
después de que la
with what
señora,
appeared to be a bruise on her face to obtain a domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp,
al siguiente día
Ms.
ella
Heard was
tenía un
photographed
montón de
laughing
moretes
with
en
her
su
best
cara para
friend,
ir a pedir la orden de
fresh-faced,
restricción.
with no bruise on her face.
Y cuando aquí ya salió con su orden, ya no tenía pues no tenía nada en su cara y ahí estaba muy feliz ella. No tenía nada en su cara después, al día siguiente.
The mountain of evidence that Mr.
La
Depp
montaña de
abused Ms. Heard
evidencias.
is simply not there. What we have is a mountain of unproven
Lo que
allegations
tenemos
that
es
are
un montón
wild,
de cosas que
over
no
the
sean,
top,
un montón de
and
alegaciones
implausible.
sin comprobar.
And you can't pick and choose which
Y
of these
ustedes no
wild
pueden
allegations
escoger
to believe and which ones to disregard.
cuáles son verdad y cuáles son
You either
mentira.
believe all of it or none of it. Either Mr. Depp sexually assaulted Ms. Heard with a bottle in Australia,
Si el señor la
or Ms.
abusó con
Heard
una
got up
botella
on
en
that
Australia
stand in front of all of you and made up that horrific tale of abuse.
y ella
Either
creó
she's a
esa
victim
historia
of truly
terrorífica aquí para
horrific
todos
abuse,
ustedes.
or she is a woman who is willing to say absolutely anything.
O es una mujer que no puede decir absolutamente nada.
It is disturbing to think
Es-
that Ms. Heard would
es
make
horrible
up
saber,
the horrific tales of
pensar.
abuse that she testified to in this courtroom.
Todo lo que ella testificó en esta
But this
corte.
case doesn't come down to whether you believe Ms. Heard or you believe Mr. Depp.
No se trata de si ustedes le creen a
This
ella o
case
le creen
comes
a
down
él.
to whether you believe Ms. Heard
No es si
or
ustedes,
you believe Mr. Depp,
si
Christy Dombrowski, Sean Bett, Malcolm Connolly,
si le
Travis
creen a
McGivern,
todas, él está nombrando a todas las
Sterling
personas que
Jenkins,
pasaron por
Keenan
los
Wyatt,
testigos de él.
Dr. Kipper,
Que si le creen a
nurses
ella
Debbie
o le
Lloyd
creen a
and
los
Aaron
testigos
Filati,
que yo ni
Carol
probó, que yo ni
Roberts,
trajo.
Ben King, Kate
Están diciendo los
James,
nombres de todos.
Kate Moss, Dr. Colbert, Morgan Knight, Morgan Tremaine, Officers Melissa
Los
Sines,
oficiales.
Officers Tyler Haddon, Officer William Gatlin, and Beverly Leonard. What Ms. Heard testified to in this courtroom
Lo que la
is the
señora Heard
story
testificó
of
en,
far too
en esta
many women.
corte,
But the overwhelming evidence, weight of that evidence shows that it's not her story.
esas
not
evidencias
Ms.
no son
Heard's
su historia,
story.
las que ella presentó.
It was an act of profound cruelty, not just to Mr. Depp, but to true survivors of domestic abuse.
Que hay
For Ms.
verdaderos,
Heard
verdaderos,
holds herself out as a
verdaderos,
public figure representing domestic abuse.
que hay verdaderas víctimas
false,
de violencia
It was
doméstica
defamatory, and it caused irreparable
y
harm.
que toda esta cuestión
And to
difamatoria,
talk
pues,
more about that, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague and my
dice, ahora
friend,
les voy a pasar,
Mr.
por favor, a mi colega, a nuestro hero, Muy bien, Camil, muy bien. Te felicitamos todas. Oigan, ¿les está gustando esto? Les pido que se suscriban a mi canal, por favor, porque de esa manera ustedes me ayudan a que este canal crezca. Necesitamos llegar a los 33,000 suscriptores hoy, así que por favor, estamos conectadas 2,624 personas ahorita en vivo, así que si estás aquí viendo este trial conmigo, te lo agradezco mucho. Solamente te pido tu generosidad de tu like y de tu suscripción, porque de esa forma, pues, si nos ponemos todas las pilas, nos faltan menos de 500 personas para llegar a los 33,000. ¿Qué les parece? ¿Me apoyan en eso? ¿Puedo contar con su generosidad? Y me echan la manita con eso. Ustedes más bien su
Thank you,
dedito.
Camille. Logistics are not our strong suit. And thanks to all of you,
Dice,
truly,
gracias a todos ustedes
for taking so much time
por
over these
por
last
tomar tanto de
several
su
weeks to
tiempo,
listen to Mr. Depp, to his friends, to his family,
por
and
sus
to so
amigos,
many
su
others
familia
who have come forward
y todos ustedes
physically
que han venido
in this
aquí
courtroom, some from
a
a
este
very long
cuarto.
distance.
Gracias. Es muy
To tell
importante
you
cómo les
the
dan las
truth.
gracias, ¿eh? Eso es
And
súper
to finally,
importante,
after so many
el
years,
agradecimiento.
To correct the record. As Ms. Vasquez said,
Como la señorita
you have
Vázquez
now
dijo,
come to know the real Amber Heard.
quiero que sepan quién es la verdadera
Story.
Amber Heard.
We also told you at the start of this trial
También
that
les
you were
dijimos
going
al
to come
inicio
to
de
know
este
the
juicio,
real Johnny Depp, not the many characters you've seen him play.
no
So
ninguno de
wonderful
de los roles
But the man himself,
de sus
he
caracteres,
kept that
de
promise.
sus actuaciones,
You've
perdón.
met the real Johnny Depp.
Ninguno de ellos
You have
es
heard
Johnny
that
Depp.
Mr. Depp came from humble, very difficult
Él
beginnings.
viene de una
You have
humilde,
heard from Mr. Depp's big
de un
sister,
humilde
who's here in
hogar,
the courtroom today, Christy Dombrowski, who
con
told
su
you how
hermana
Mr.
Christy.
Depp grew up in a deeply troubled household.
Ellos crecieron
with
en
a
una
mother,
casa con
Betty
muchos
Sue, who was
problemas
physically abusive,
económicos y con muchos
and
abusos
mentally
físicos y
cruel.
verbales,
As Ms. Dombrowski testified,
así como también su
one of the
hermana
names
testificó
that Betty
aquí.
Sue called Mr. Depp when he was a little boy was One Eye.
Cuando
because
su
he
mamá
had
le
to wear
llamaba
an eye
a
patch
sus
for some time.
hermanos un ojo y él también, no, su mamá le
His
llamaba a
mother
él
used
un
to hit
ojo
his
como
father and the
tuerto.
kids, including young Mr. Depp.
Y pues ella,
And when his mother got violent,
cuando su
Mr.
mamá se
Depp
ponía violenta,
would retreat and find a place to hide.
él siempre buscaba una forma de
Sometimes he and his
esconderse y
sister
de
Chrissy would
alejarse de
find
la
a place to
situación.
hide together.
Y ellos
Mr.
empezaban
Depp
a esconderse
never
juntos,
hit
él y su
back.
hermana.
And like his father,
Y como su
he
papá,
either stood up and took the violence,
y su papá
or
siempre
he
se
retreated
quedaba
from
ahí
it.
y aguantaba las violencias.
Those are habits he returned to
Esos
later
hábitos,
when he found himself in a relationship
esos hábitos
with
regresaron a
another
su mente
person
cuando él
who
se encontró
returned
en
his
una
love with
relación
abuse,
de
with
abuso,
physical abuse.
que también
And
pues
despite this long, unhappy history with his mother,
esa historia
never turned his
de
back on
larga y súper
in
infeliz
her
entre
elder
él y
years,
su mamá,
Mr. Depp moved his mother
el señor Depp
to California.
movió a su
And he
mamá a
moved
California,
her to Los Angeles right across the street from his house. So his two
exactamente
children
enfrente de
could
su
get to know
casa.
her. He hired nurses
Él
for his
contrató
mother.
enfermeras.
He made sure
Él
to
se-
take care of her.
Él
and to
estaba
make her
seguro de
comfortable.
cuidarla. Ay,
She
eso yo
never
no lo
went to
sabía.
hospice. She had the nurses.
Ella
Make
tenía
her
las
comfortable
enfermeras
to the day she died.
hasta el último
And from
día
those
de
humble
que
and
ella
difficult
murió.
beginnings,
Esa es su
Mr.
hermana
Depp grew into one
Christy,
of the greatest actors and movie stars of his generation.
que porque
Now,
él
he
era un
came to Los
actor
Angeles
muy famoso
with his
y
first
muy
love as a
de su
young man,
generación.
planning to be a musician.
Él quería ser músico.
Music had been a part of his life ever since he found peace himself in his room as a young boy.
Y él desde que ha
When
sido
he was
joven,
escaping,
él ha sido su sueño
and he would
ser
he
músico.
learned to play the guitar
Él
and would
aprendió
use
a
it as
tocar la
solace.
guitarra.
But it was an actor as his star began its rise, as he appeared
Pero
in
así como su
films
carrera
too
de
many to
actor
mention,
empezó a
including, of
crecer,
course, his iconic role as Captain Jack
él
Sparrow in the
hizo el
Pirates of
rol
the
icónico
Caribbean
de Capitán
franchise.
Sparrow.
Fame came with
La fama
challenges
vino
to
con él
Mr. Depp and his family. It
y su
was a
familia.
strange experience for a shy young man
Y eso
from
lo experimentó
Kentucky
desde que era muy
to be
joven.
thrust into the limelight, pursued by paparazzi,
Él fue
and to
perseguido
have
siempre por
even his very
paparazzis
name become a brand.
y su
But he
nombre
did his best
representó
to live
una
a
marca.
private, quiet life, and despite it all, and over the years built a reputation
Y a
as a
través de los años
respected
él creó y
artist
creció
and
su
as a decent,
reputación
very well-liked man, which you've heard
como
from
un
many
hombre
people.
bastante bueno y
Mr. Depp dated major figures like Winona Ryder
el señor hizo millones de
Moss,
dólares.
and Vanessa Paradis, with whom he spent 14
Él pasó
years
14
together,
años con
and
su
with
mujer
whom they
Vanessa
had their children.
y tiene pues 2 hijos con ella.
Before Amber Heard,
Antes
ladies
de
and
Amber
gentlemen,
Heard,
No woman ever.
Ninguna mujer
No
antes,
woman ever before Amber
antes,
Heard
jamás,
ever claimed
jamás
that Mr. Depp raised
dijo
a
que el
hand to
señor
her
Depp
in his 58 years.
en 58 años,
And no
nadie,
other woman
ninguna
since
mujer,
Ms. Heard made that false
hasta que
claim
esta
back
señora
on
hizo
May
estas falsas
17th, May
acusaciones
27th, 2016,
en 2016
and repeated it in her December 2018 op-ed.
y después lo
Has
repitió en un
any woman
artículo en
come
2018.
forward since? This is Me Too without any Me
Este
Too.
es un movimiento del Me
To the
Too, pero sin,
contrary, ladies and
sin
gentlemen,
verdades
you
aquí
heard
del Me
Kate
Too.
Moss 2 days ago testify. This is a woman who has never
Esta es una mujer,
testified in any proceeding ever. A very private person testified that Mr. Depp never abused her and that Ms. Heard lied to you. And she
la
lied to
señora
you
Amber les
twice
mintió a ustedes
when she told you.
cuando
when
les
she-
dijo,
That Miss. Sure.
es que como les digo, como ya le dijo mentirosa, ya no les gustó porque ya lo dijo tal cual, la señora Amber les mintió aquí a ustedes. Pues, ¿qué les digo, señoras y señores? Esto se está poniendo bueno. La diferencia es de que aquí nuestro abogado estrella, nuestro héroe, él les está diciendo,
Ladies and gentlemen, as I was saying,
dice, señoras y señores, como les
Ms.
estaba
Heard
diciendo,
lied to you twice
ella les
when
mintió.
she suggested to you that Mr. Depp pushed Kate Moss down the
Ella
stairs.
les dijo que el
You
señor
heard her-
Depp
you heard her
empujó a la
say
señora Kate
just
Moss
2
en las
days ago
escaleras. También les mintió.
that Mr. Depp never did that.
El señor Depp se
he
probó
never
aquí
hit
que nunca
her,
hizo eso
and he never kicked her.
y nunca la
That
golpeó
was
ni la
one of-
aventó.
Objection, Your Honor. That's not what you testified
It's
to.
exactly
We
what
just
you
discussed
Dice, es
that.
exactamente lo que ella dijo.
Thank
Cállese,
you, Ana.
déjeme seguir.
They're still at it. Ms. Heard and her lawyers have spent
Dice,
much of this trial talking about drugs and alcohol.
la mayoría del tiempo los
Mr.
abogados
Depp
y la
is
señora han
no
hablado
saint.
más de alcohol y de las
And he's
drogas,
never claimed
de
to
las,
be
de las
one.
sustancias,
He
perdón.
has made mistakes in his life, as we all have. Yes, he has struggled
Dice, sí,
with
él
drugs
ha
and
sufrido
alcohol,
por
but you never heard
adicciones,
him
como
deny
todos
that.
nosotros también
We
tenemos
told you
alguna.
that in the opening statement. He owns his flaws. He admits to
Él
them.
admite
He
sus
told you all about them.
batallas,
But he is not a violent
Pero él
abuser.
no es
He's
una
not
persona
abuser,
violenta.
as Ms. Heard claims.
como la
And he
señora
did
Heard
not
lo
and
ha,
does
lo ha,
not
lo ha
deserve to have
catalogado.
his life, his legacy destroyed by
Ella está
vicious
destruyendo
lies.
su
And this is,
legado.
as Ms. Vasquez said, this is the
Como la
6th
señora
anniversary
Vázquez
of that.
dijo,
There is a world of difference between
Hay un mundo
having substance abuse
de diferencia,
problems
de
and
tener
being
problemas
a
de
physical abuser.
adicciones,
Ms. Heard falsely accused Mr. Depp
donde la señora
of
Amber
beating
acusó
her. That was her
falsamente a
first
Johnny.
allegation, and you know why.
Y
And you
ustedes
know
saben
that
por
wasn't
qué.
true. Then, years after the
años
fact, for the
después,
first time,
por primera vez,
she accused him of raping her.
ella
The
lo
lies
acusó
have
de que
grown
la
and
abusó
metastasized
íntimamente,
over
años
time.
después.
And they need to be stopped.
Y esto tiene
And
que parar.
those false accusations
Las falsas
have
acusaciones
caused more harm to Mr. Depp
Han
than her
hecho más
fist
daño
ever.
al señor Depp.
And make no mistake,
Y sí.
Ms. Heard has admitted, unlike Mr. Depp, Ms. Heard has admitted on the audio tapes.
En los
of
audios, la
this trial,
señora
Ms.
ha
Vasquez
admitido,
just played you a
pueden
few
ustedes
of them.
escucharlos.
She has admitted repeatedly
Ella ha admitido repetidamente
physically
que
abusing
físicamente lo ha abusado.
Mr. Depp. And I would just like to take a minute to
Y
talk
solamente les
about
voy a
the
pedir que
harm
tomen un minuto
to
para...
Mr. Depp and his family. You have heard from several of the people
Ustedes escucharon
in Mr.
por
Depp's life
muchas
about the
muchas
damage Ms. Heard's
personas,
lies have done to him. You
testigas,
heard from his sister Christy, who told you how hard it has been on his family and on her little brother personally.
que qué
You've
difícil
heard
ha sido
from
para la
Mr.
hermana de Johnny,
Depp's
para a su
friend
pequeño
of
hermano,
4
todo
decades,
esto.
And that speaks volumes about Mr. Depp. He has lifetime friends.
Él
who appear for him.
tiene amigos de toda
Mr.
la vida.
Baruch told you
Y esos
how
amigos
Mr.
les
Depp and
dijeron
his family had been, quote, completely wrecked, unquote, on Ms. Heard's lies. You heard Mr. Depp testify that he has lost nothing less than everything because of Ms. Heard's lies.
Dice que él ha perdido
Nothing
todo en su vida
less
por culpa
than
de esta mujer.
everything. You heard about Mr. Depp's children.
Ustedes
Jack and
escucharon
Lily
aquí acerca de los
Rose.
hijos
His
de él.
children have had to hear these allegations
Tienen que
since
escuchar todas estas
2016.
acusaciones.
And then when that started to die down, they had to hear them again.
Y cuando eso terminó, lo tuvieron que volver a
In
escuchar.
December 2018, this time in the Washington Post, which is
Esta vez a
national
través
and
del Washington
international
Post.
publication. And Mr. Depp has had to live with the knowledge
El señor Depp
that his
tiene que vivir
children
con
will keep
con
hearing
todo
those false
esto.
rumors and statements against him. Mr. Depp has millions of fans.
El señor
People
Depp tiene
who have-
millones de
who
fans.
Grew up watching him on 21
Quien
Jump Street.
lo
which is
han
something
estado
you heard mock on one of the tapes that was played to you. Or they grew up watching him play the swashbuckling pirate Captain Jack Sparrow in the Pirates of the Caribbean movies, or Willy Wonka. Mr. Depp means something to those people.
que el señor Depp
those
significa
people
mucho
mean
para
a
estas
lot
personas que lo han visto
to
como el
Mr. Depp.
Capitán Sparrow.
He's a fond memory from childhood or adolescence or adulthood. And to tarnish him as an abuser
Y como
is to
catalogarlo a él como
destroy
un
him
abusador
in the eyes of many of these people who will
a los
never
ojos de
look at
todas
him
estas
the same
personas.
way again. And because of what Ms. Heard did,
Y porque
and because
esto,
of what she said,
y porque
Mr.
exactamente
Depp
todo
will
lo
go
que
to
ella
his
dijo y todo
grave
lo que ella
knowing
hizo,
knowing no matter what he does, no matter the outcome of this
no
trial,
importa lo que pase en este
there are
juicio, no
people
importa
who used to look up
lo
to
que se
him
haya
who
dicho,
now believe that he beat a woman, which is the worst thing you can say about a man. Beyond the personal and
y que es lo
emotional
peor que le
effects of
pueden
Ms.
hacer a
Heard's
un
life,
hombre, acusarlo
their
de que es un
impact on
golpeador
Mr.
cuando
Depp
no
and
lo
his
es.
family, the damage she inflicted on his reputation and
El daño
career is
que
undeniable.
se ha hecho en su
There's an
reputación y en
old
su
saying that a
nombre
good reputation takes a lifetime to build,
toma
but only a
una vida
second
entera
to destroy.
para
Mr. Depp
repararla y un
spent,
minuto para
in fact, a
destruirla.
lifetime building his reputation as one of the greatest actors and movie
Ella-
stars of his generation.
Él es uno de
An
los mejores
iconic
actores
figure
de su
respected
generación
and liked throughout Hollywood and recognized and admired throughout the world.
y que él ha
You
sido
heard
admirado y
evidence from
reconocido
Zach
en Hollywood a
Wiggins
través
just
de
here
los
today,
años
Mr. Depp's
y en el
agent, who
mundo.
explained that Mr. Depp, quote, was very well regarded and respected by peers in the artistic community, unquote. And you heard further testimony
Y
from
ustedes
Mr.
escucharon
Wiggins
aquí
that
muchos
Mr. Depp had a
testimonios
deal with Disney to play Captain Jack
que
Sparrow
el trato
in the
con
sixth
Disney
movie sequel
para
of the
participar
Pirates of the Caribbean
en Piratas del Caribe
franchise
como Jack Sparrow
for $22.5 million.
iba a ser por $22.5
But-
millones de dólares.
As Mr. Wiggum explained, all of that changed
Todo eso
when Ms.
cambió
Heard published
Cuando la señora
her
Heard
op-ed
publicó este
in December
artículo
of 2018 in the
en
Washington Post.
2018,
Quoting from the testimony you heard by Mr. Wiggum.
por el testimonio que
Quote,
ustedes escucharon
"After the
aquí,
op-ed, it was impossible
Es
to get him a
imposible.
studio film, which is what we normally would have focused on in that time period," unquote. Another quote.
en otra,
It was on the damage, the impact of this
él
op-ed,
estaba,
as opposed to the other
él
stories
tomó el
that
daño
you
del
saw, the
impacto de
other
todo
publications.
merequetengue.
Mr. Wiggum explained why this one was so damaging. Quote,
Explicaron
"It
por
was a
qué esto en
first-person
particular fue
account. I mean, from the victim.
dañino
It's extremely impactful. You know, with respect to
extremadamente les
Johnny, it
impactó
was catastrophic
y fue
because it was
catastrófico
coming from a first-person account.
porque venía
It
de
was
una
not from a
persona que
journalist.
pues había sido su
It was
esposa, ¿no?
coming from someone observing. It was from someone saying, "This happened to me."
Porque
unquote.
fue a través de una
You
persona
also
que
heard
dijo,
from Richard
esto me
Marx,
pasó a
an
mí.
expert in the inner workings of Hollywood and the entertainment industry, who explained that the impact of Ms. Heard's allegations on Mr. Depp was devastating. Quote, "It's devastating.
Devastado,
It's the type
devastado.
of claim, the Me Too claim, of
El
sexual violence, domestic
el movimiento
abuse
Me Too
that has canceled a list of actors," unquote. And for many, and Mr. Depp would agree with this, rightfully so, Me Too is an important movement.
dice, el movimiento Me
A
Too es un
movement that
movimiento muy
Mr.
importante
Depp
que, por
supports
ejemplo,
and
que está
believes
diciendo que ella está
It's for
utilizando
true
para agarrarse de
survivors
ese movimiento
of abuse,
y,
not Ms. Heard.
y que dice, decir que ella es
True
una mujer
victims
abusada y que
need
fue una mujer
protection.
golpeada y que eso
And
nunca pasó.
true perpetrators
Esta verdad
need to face the repercussions.
estos perpetradores
But as you heard in this
tienen que enfrentar
Amber Heard
las
is not a
consecuencias.
true victim. And Mr. Depp certainly is not an abuser.
Y el señor Depp es definitivamente
Again,
no un abusador.
nobody has come out of the woodwork to say Me Too. This is the unique and singular Me Too case.
Este es un
where there's
caso
not a
muy, muy
single
particular y
Me
único
Too.
del
In
movimiento
fact,
Me Too.
to the contrary, Kate Moss, who was in a romantic
Dice
relationship
Kate Moss que estaba
with
en una
Mr.
relación
Depp for 3
romántica
years,
con
when he
él.
broke off, came forward
Ella
to
vino
say,
y dijo,
"No,
no,
He never pushed her
Él
down
nunca me aventó
any
en las
stairs.
escaleras.
And you heard Doug Banya, an expert in internet and social media
Y ustedes
analytics,
han visto en el
testify to the
internet
impact that
y en las
Ms. Heard's
redes,
allegations had on Mr. Depp's popularity.
todo esto ha afectado en la
Ms.
popularidad
Heard's
del
lawyers
señor.
tried to tell you that all of the damage
Quiero
done
decirles
to
que todos
Mr.
los
Depp's
daños
career
que ha
was
pasado
because
él
of
en su
his
carrera,
own behavior, because he was sometimes unprofessional or sometimes
porque
late to
algunas
set.
veces él era,
But that doesn't hold up.
eso a veces
Mr.
era
Depp
él no
has been a
profesional,
major figure in Hollywood for decades.
pero eso no lo va a
Yes,
quitar de
Mr.
ser
Depp was
una
late to
figura
set
popular
sometimes.
en Hollywood.
But as Richard Marx testified,
Pero Richard Marx una vez dijo aquí,
you get all of Johnny Depp, which includes being late, unquote. Keenan White, who has worked for decades as a sound engineer on some of Mr. Depp's films,
está hablando de los
wants the
testigos que
same
pasaron
thing.
ahí, que
And by the
trabajaron
way,
en las
Mr. White
películas
is
y
not
que testificaron a favor de John,
necessarily Mr. Depp. He just worked with him.
que trabajaron con él años.
Mr. Depp wasn't canceled by Hollywood because he was sometimes late to set.
Dice, nunca, a él no lo cancelaron porque a veces llegaba tarde a los sets.
Falsely accused him
Lo cancelaron
of
porque
domestic
el
violence,
testimonio de la
sexual
señora en
violence
ese
pages of the Washington Post on
En ese
February
artículo del Washington Post lo
2018,
acusó falsamente de ser un abusador
lies
o un
of May
golpeador
17th, 2016.
en el
And
2016.
as you saw at trial, Ms. Heard published the op-ed on December 18th,
Y ustedes vieron aquí
2018,
una corte donde la
2
señora en el
years
2016,
after her public allegations
después de
of
sus
domestic
alegaciones
abuse.
públicas,
Ms. Heard's publication of the op-ed
la señora publicó un artículo
coincided with the release of her major movie Aquaman that December.
cuando
And
la
it
película de
coincided as
Aquaman
well
en
with her
diciembre salió.
announcement on Twitter
Ella
that she
publicó en
was
Twitter,
becoming an ACLU ambassador for women's rights.
ella se
And in that
decía
op-ed,
embajadora de
Ms.
los derechos
Heard
humanos
repeated
como
her
víctima de
false
violencia
allegations
doméstica.
against Mr. Depp. Now, she didn't mention his name.
Dice, no
She
mencionó
didn't
su nombre,
have
pero
to. Everyone
todos y cada
knew
uno
exactly who and what
exactamente sabíamos
Heard
de
was
quién
talking
estaba
about.
hablando.
Ms. Heard got on the stand and tried to tell you that the op-ed was not about Mr. Depp.
Ella vino aquí a
She then
decirles que el
said,
artículo
well,
no era acerca
it
del
wasn't
señor
just
Depp,
about Mr. Depp. But she couldn't deny,
pero nunca pudo
and this
negar
was yesterday,
ayer
that this was at least partly about Mr. Depp.
que esto fue parte,
op-ed
de
obviously
acerca de
is
lo que
about Mr.
vivió
Depp.
ella con el señor
And
Depp.
the testimony at
Y en su
trial proves
testimonio,
that. You will recall
ustedes
testimony
recuerdan
from the ACLU's representative
que el representante de esta
stating
asociación
that
de la
Mr. Depp's name was included in drafts of the op-ed and that they and others understood that the op-ed was about Mr. Depp.
que el artículo, al que
Specifically,
le
the
debía
ACLU
dinero, pues al que les iba a donar
testified,
dinero,
among
también
other things,
la
quote,
ayudaron a hacer este
based
artículo.
on my review of prior drafts of the op-ed, I knew that she was referring to Johnny Depp.
Y ellos
and the
dicen que
marriage.
ellos se estaba refiriendo, ellos cuando le estaban ayudando, ellos sabían que se estaba refiriendo a
Ms.
Johnny.
Heard's claim that the op-ed is not about Mr. Depp is just another one of her many, many lies. In
Dice
fact,
esto,
what you have
dice
seen
ella
time
que
and
nunca
time
se
again
refirió a Johnny,
through the
pero que
course
esa es
of
una
this trial
más de tantas de sus
is
mentiras.
that Ms. Heard lies. She lies all the time
Ella miente
about
todo el
things that are
tiempo
important and the things that aren't important.
en las cosas que
She
son
just
importantes y en las
can't
cosas que no
seem
son
to
importantes.
stop. And as
Uy,
Ms.
me recordó a
Vasquez
alguien.
said, what
Me
she
recordó al cucaracho.
routinely does is she doesn't take ownership or
Si ella no
responsibility for
toma
anything. And she
compromiso
has an excuse for everything.
de todo,
But in this courtroom,
pero en esta
confronted with
corte
the evidence, she can't run away
hay
from her
evidencias
own
donde ella no
words.
puede correr.
As my colleague said,
Como mi colega
words
dijo,
matter.
no
And Ms.
importa.
Heard is condemned by her own words.
La
So,
señora
Tom,
está
let's
condenada por
please
sus propias palabras.
take a look at the words she used in her
Escuchen las
op-ed,
palabras que ella
which is
usa.
Plaintiff's Exhibit 1.
Escuchen las palabras que ella misma usa.
and
Ella
which
está condenada por sus
Ms.
propias
Heard
palabras.
published in December
Dice, esto fue en
2018,
diciembre del
2
2016,
years after she first publicly accused
después
Mr.
de que ella
Depp of being an
lo
abuser
acusó
on May
públicamente
27, 2016.
en 2016.
The title of the
El título
op-ed
de
reads,
este
as you can see,
artículo
quote, Amber
dice,
Heard, I spoke up against sexual
dice, yo
violence.
hablo
our
en
culture's
contra de la
wrath.
violencia
That has to
íntima,
change, unquote. Below
y esto
that,
tiene
Ms.
que
Heard
cambiar.
states, quote, then 2 years ago I became a public figure
Y dice aquí, 2 años antes, yo fui una figura pública
force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out, unquote. And
que
below
ella se
that,
representaba
Ms.
como,
Heard
ella se
states,
representaba
quote,
como una
"I have
embajadora
the
de
rare
las mujeres
vantage
con
point of seeing
violencia
in real time
doméstica.
how institutions protect men
Cómo las
accused of
instituciones
abuse",
protegen a los
unquote.
hombres.
Each of those statements
Cada uno de estos
clearly
artículos
refers to Ms. Heard's allegations against Mr. Depp.
eran pues
And
alegaciones
taken
que tenían que ver con el
collectively,
señor
their
Depp.
message and their
El mensaje
implications
en estos
about Mr. Depp is clear.
era
i.e.
claramente
that
para el
Ms.
señor
Heard
Depp,
is a survivor of
que
domestic
ella era una
abuse and that
sobreviviente
Mr. Depp
de la
is a
violencia
perpetrator.
doméstica.
The context in the rest of the
El contexto
op-ed makes that
del
clear as
resto del
well.
artículo,
Consider, for instance, this
consideren
line, quote, "Imagine a powerful man as a
dice,
ship,
imagínense un hombre
like the
poderoso
Titanic.
como un Titanic.
That ship is a huge enterprise.
Ese barco
When
es
it
enorme
strikes an
para
iceberg, there are a lot of people on board desperate to
que
patch
cuando,
up holes. Not
cuando se
because they
choca con un
believe in or
iceberg,
even care about the
muchas
ship, but
personas
because their own
desesperadamente
fates
tratan de
depend upon the
parcharle los
enterprise",
hoyos.
unquote.
No porque,
Everyone in Hollywood knew, and everyone in this courtroom
dice,
now
todos y
knows
cada uno en este
exactly
cuarto sabían
what Ms. Heard intended
lo que la
those
señora
words to
intentaba
mean.
con este
The
artículo.
ship, the Titanic,
El chip,
Mr. Depp.
el barco, el Titanic era el
And Ms.
señor Depp.
Heard was the iceberg
¿Quién
that
era,
sank.
¿quién era el iceberg?
That's precisely
Eso,
what Ms. Heard was saying in the op-ed.
eso era lo que ella
And in just
trataba
the
de
same
decir.
way, everyone in Hollywood knew, and
Dice, todos en
Hollywood
Hollywood
and elsewhere
sabían
knew exactly what Ms. Heard meant by the words,
que
quote, "2 years ago, I became a public figure representing
lo que ella
domestic
decía
abuse",
cuando, lo que ella
unquote.
quería decir cuando dijo,
That
hace
was a
2 años
clear reference
fui una
to the
figura
day
pública que representaba.
2 years earlier, on
2
May
años
27,
después,
2016,
en
Mrs.
2016,
Vasquez said,
la señora
"That was
Vázquez
6 years to the day." That's when
dijo
his life ended.
exactamente
That was
6
6
años
years
ahora,
ago,
hoy
this
hacen 6
day,
años. Qué curioso, ¿verdad?
when
Que
Ms.
exactamente
Heard,
hoy hace
on May
6 años
27,
ella sacó su orden de
2016, walked into
restricción
court
allá
with her publicist, Jody Gottlieb,
y que fue con su
having tipped
publicista
off
Jody
TMZ
a la
with an
corte
alleged mark on her face
con
to
marcas en
accuse
su
Mr.
cara
Depp
que supuestamente le
abuse.
había hecho al señor Depp.
As always,
Como siempre,
Ms. Heard was quite mindful of her image. She was careful to portray herself
ella
as the
ella
innocent
se cuidó
representative
perfectamente
of
de,
abuse survivors, and by implication, Mr. Depp as the perpetrator of domestic abuse.
ella se cuidó
She was the
perfectamente de
woman who, in the
acusarlo.
words of her title, supposedly, quote, "spoke up against sexual violence."
Y ella diciendo, yo hablo por todas las mujeres que
Now,
han
Ms.
sido
Heard has done a
violentadas
lot to try to
íntimamente.
walk away from the title in particular. That's true to form. She has testified that she didn't write it.
Ella
and she
testificó
will
que ella no lo
argue
escribió,
later
ese
that she
artículo.
shouldn't be held liable because she didn't write it.
Ella dijo que no lo había
But as the
escrito,
court's instructions, which you heard this morning,
que
make
tuvo
clear, Ms. Heard didn't have to personally write any part of
dice,
the
ella no
op-ed
tenía
for her
necesidad
to
de escribirlo
defame
personalmente,
Mr.
obvio.
Depp through implication in the Washington Post. And let's please, Tom,
Dice, por
turn
favor, Tomás,
to
Tomásito, ahí te
Plaintiff's
encargo que me
Exhibit
subas
3.
porque ahorita Michelita está en descanso.
Ms. Heard, as
Este
you
es
all
el
can
tweet que puso
see
ella,
on
dijo,
screen,
hoy publiqué,
retweeted the article,
este es un
including
tweet.
the title on her Twitter page.
Esto lo puso en
Ms. Heard put her
esto lo
name on
puso
it.
en su Twitter y también
And she
aquí puso el
proudly
link
declared,
de
quote,
lo que se publicó.
"Today I published this
Dice, hoy
op-ed in the
publiqué,
Washington Post."
hoy publiqué un artículo
Unquote.
en el Washington
Her
Post
tweet
acerca de,
includes the title
de
with
las
the
mujeres
words, quote, "I spoke
quienes
up
han,
against sexual
han
violence,"
sido
unquote,
abusadas
prominently featured.
íntimamente.
Nowhere in this tweet or anywhere else does Ms. Heard disavow the title. To the
Y este fue el
contrary.
título y ahí
She's
puso ella el
proclaiming.
link del artículo, pues.
And at the same time,
Y al mismo tiempo,
Ms. Heard posted this tweet.
la señora
She posted
posteó este
another,
Twitter
which you can see right beneath it.
y ustedes
Quote,
pueden aquí ver.
"I'm honored to announce
Soy-
my role as an ACLU
Soy una embajadora,
ambassador
tengo el honor de
on
ser una
women's
embajadora
rights,"
representante de la asociación
unquote,
ACLU.
aggrandizing herself at the expense of Mr. Depp.
Ella pues
So make no mistake,
aquí no hay errores.
this was
Esto
about
fue
Mr. Depp.
Esto fue
In the
hecho
wake of the
para
Me Too
dañarlo a
movement,
él.
with her ACLU ambassadorship
Como
and a
embajadora
major
del
movie coming out,
ACLU,
Ms. Heard was trading on her accusations of abuse against Mr. Depp.
la
She
señora
was reminding everyone of those allegations.
solo quería recordarles a
She was
todos,
once again taking on the role of her lifetime, the heroic survivor
ella
of
se estaba
vicious
poniendo un
abuse,
rol de como
or to
sobreviviente
use her phrase,
de
quote, "a public figure
como
representing
como
abuse."
figura pública.
And she was once again
Y ella
casting Mr. Depp as the villain in her drama.
Ella estaba
the
diciéndole al
supposed
mundo que
perpetrator
el
of
villano de la
violence.
historia era Johnny.
When you meet to deliberate this case, you're going to be tasked with several questions. Those questions appear on a form that you will use to reach your verdict in this case.
Que vas a ser
So I'd just
cuestionada de
like to ask
diferentes
you,
formas.
Please to spend a few minutes with me going through that.
Por favor,
Tom, would you please
tómense por
pull up
favor
the
unos
special
minutos
verdict
para ver
form
esto,
so
por
the
favor,
jury can
Tom.
see it?
Gracias. Gracias, Tomás.
Some of it's hard to read. so
Dices,
maybe
es difícil de leer, pero vamos a ver.
Tom might please blow it up.
Tomás, por favor, hazle un zoom por ahí.
Oh, thank you very much. You will see here the
Ustedes van
first
a ver
page of
aquí.
the verdict form relating to Mr. Depp's claim for defamation against Ms. Heard.
Esta es como
There are
la...
3 pages relating to Mr. Depp's claim, one for each of the 3 defamatory
Cada uno de los
statements in
3
the
casos de
op-ed that form
difamación.
the basis of Mr. Depp's claim against Ms. Heard. You've heard those 3 statements many times.
Ustedes
but they
escucharon
bear
estos,
repeating, promise just
estos
once more.
artículos muchas
Here.
veces, estas promesas.
One,
Una,
quote, I spoke up against sexual violence.
dice, yo
and faced
hablé
her culture's
en contra
wrath.
de la
That
violencia
has
de
to
las
change,
mujeres,
unquote.
en
Two,
cuotas. 2,
Then 2 years ago,
2
I
años
became a
antes,
public figure representing
soy una
domestic
figura
abuse,
pública
and I
del
felt the
abuso
full force of our
doméstico.
culture's wrath for women who speak out.
Hablo,
Unquote.
ella está hablando por las
3,
mujeres. Está hablando lo
I
que
had
ella
the
dijo de,
rare
de su
vantage
ronco
point
pecho.
of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse.
Que ella
Unquote.
sabe cómo las instituciones
Now,
protegen a
there
los
are
hombres
7 questions
que
that
son
you will need to
abusadores.
please answer with respect to each of those statements. So
Cada
that's
uno de estos
21 questions,
como-
I think, but 7 as
como
to each statement.
declaraciones.
1,
1.
was the statement made or published by Ms. Heard?
¿El artículo fue
2,
publicado o
was
hecho
the
por la
statement
señora Heard?
about Mr. Depp?
Sí.
3,
3.
was the statement false?
¿El artículo
4,
fue
did the
falso?
statement have a defamatory implication about Mr. Depp?
El señor,
Five, was
el
the
artículo tenía
defamatory
implicaciones
implication
difamatorias
designed
contra
and
el señor Depp.
intended by Ms. Heard? 6, was the defamatory implication conveyed to someone other than Mr. Depp? 7, did Ms. Heard make the statement with actual malice?
Ella
Which is,
hizo el
Your Honor,
artículo
Your Honor
con acción
explained,
malévola.
Did Ms. Heard make the statement knowing it was false or with reckless disregard?
Que si ella
as-
sabía
as
cuando
to
estaba
the
haciendo
truth?
eso que era falso, pues entonces ahí hay
Ladies and
malicia.
gentlemen, the evidence clearly shows that
Aquí
the
las evidencias
answers
claramente
to those 7 questions are
en estas
all
7 preguntas.
yes. And if you answer yes
Y si ustedes
to all
contestan,
of those questions,
que si
which you
contestan
should,
sí
I
a todas estas
respectfully submit,
preguntas,
you will be asked to state the amount of damages to which
tienen
Mr.
que,
Depp is entitled.
serán cuestionados para que como
In
que
the wake of the
describan
Me
el,
Too movement,
el grado,
movie
el número de...
producers know better than to cast a movie star who has been accused of domestic and sexual violence. And it is entirely within your discretion as jurors to quantify the
Es-
amount of money that constitutes fair compensation
Que bueno, esto también ha
for
sido,
Mr. Depp's
es
pain and
contable
humiliation
económicamente
inflicted by Ms. Heard's defamation.
lo que le ha costado al señor este caso por la
But while
difamación
Mr.
que
Depp
ella ha
certainly
tenido
is
con él.
entitled to monetary compensation,
La compensación pues que él ha
This
dejado también de
case,
ganar por estas
at least for Mr. Depp,
acusaciones.
has never been about money.
Dice, al menos para él
This
esto nunca,
case for
nunca ha
Mr.
sido por
Depp
dinero. Este
has
juicio
never
nunca ha
been
sido
about
por
money.
dinero.
Nor is it about punishing Ms. Heard.
No es acerca de
It is
castigarla a la
about
señora Heard.
Mr. Depp's reputation
Es acerca de la reputación del señor Depp.
and freeing him from the prison in
Liberarlo
which he has lived for the last 6 years. And it's 6
de
years to
esto
the
que ha
day.
pasado en los últimos 6 años.
The most important
Lo más
questions for Mr.
importante,
Depp, the ones truly at the heart of this
lo que
case,
realmente es
are
aquí
questions
verdaderamente
2,
importante.
3, and 4 on the verdict form.
Bueno, pues es verdad, él no está ahí por dinero, está ahí por limpiar su nombre. A comparación de la otra.
And while Tom's pulling that up, let's take question 2.
Vamos a la siguiente pregunta.
Thank you. Were the statements about Mr.
Estos
Depp?
artículos fueron
Yes.
acerca del señor Depp.
2 points here.
Hay 2
One,
puntos aquí.
when the ACLU pitched the op-ed to the Washington Post, I
Cuando
think you'll
la
remember
asociación
this.
esta mandó el
They
artículo al
pitched it
Washington
as,
Post,
quote, a piece by Amber Heard, who, as you know, was beaten up during her brief marriage to Johnny Depp. unquote.
Cuando esta asociación también la
That's
ayudó a
right.
hacer este artículo porque ella
Two,
dijo que ella había sido golpeada durante
After
su
the
matrimonio
op-ed was
con Johnny,
published, news outlets, including USA Today, and you've seen that, that was
dice
an
las
exhibit,
noticias, inclusive
characterized the op-ed as referring to Ms. Heard's allegations of abuse against Mr. Depp. So the USA Today interpreted that way.
que, bueno,
and
Estados Unidos
so did
interpreta
many
todo
other
eso ahora
publications. They got exactly the implication
como
that Ms.
exactamente
Heard
ella
and the
está contando
ACLU
estas implicaciones, o sea,
intended them to have. Tom, if you would please pull up plaintiff's exhibit.
Tomás, por favor, si puedes
409
echarnos aquí otro papelito
and
para que
411,
el
if you could
jurado lo
put
vea.
them side by side.
Vámonos a ver esto.
And this was expected.
Y esto
This is
esto
what
se
they wanted.
esperaba.
There had been a lot of press
Hay demasiada prensa
2 years prior to
2
the
años
publication
antes
of the op-ed
de que saliera el artículo
about Ms. Heard's claims of abuse against Mr. Depp
cuando la
when she
señora
walked
estaba
into court with her
acusándolo a él de
publicist
abuso
to obtain the domestic
Para-
violence, the no notice ex parte, meaning Mr. Depp's lawyer was not informed and he
que el
was
abogado de
already in
Johnny
New
no
York,
fue informado de,
which he testified Ms. Heard was well aware of. You don't need a domestic violence restraining order when your husband is halfway across the continent.
dice,
and
no
heading
necesitas
for
una
a
orden de
European
restricción
tour.
cuando tu marido está al otro lado del mundo, cuando está haciendo una película al otro lado del
On May
mundo,
27,
pero ella lo hizo cuando él estaba en la ciudad,
2016, with a purported mark in her face.
con las
Everyone
marcas que
knew
ella tenía en su
exactly
cara.
Who and what Ms. Heard was referring to in the op-ed. She was referring to Mr. Depp.
Ella se estaba refiriendo en
Let's
ese
take
artículo al
questions 2
señor
and 3
Depp.
next, if we can. Were each of the statements false? And did the statements have a defamatory implication on Mr. Depp? Again, the clear answer is yes. The statements, understood in the context of the op-ed itself and in the broader context of the press coverage of Ms. Heard walking into the court with a mark on her face to obtain
Y que ella llegó a la corte con las marcas
against
en su
Mr.
cara
Depp
para
in
que
May
le dieran
2016
esa orden de
clearly
restricción.
imply that Mr. Depp physically and sexually abused Ms. Heard. The overwhelming evidence that you all have heard, and it's come forward in this case, shows that those allegations are false.
Todas esas alegaciones
Unspeakably
ustedes
false.
escucharon aquí en este
Mr.
cuarto
Depp
que
did not
son falsas.
physically abuse Ms. Heard.
Él nunca la
He did
abusó,
not sexually abuse Ms. Heard.
nunca la
You've
abusó
heard
íntimamente
audio after audio
ni
where Ms. Heard
físicamente.
admits that she was physically abusing him.
Ustedes escucharon aquí que ella
While Mr.
físicamente lo
Depp's
estaba
name
abusando
will
a
be
él.
forever tarnished by these horrendous and false allegations.
Estas horribles y falsas
This case is
acusaciones
about telling you his story
que,
and the truth
él está
about
aquí
what
para
really
decirles
happened,
la
which you
historia
now
de
heard.
él.
It is about restoring his lost reputation.
Es acerca de restaurar
It's
su
about
reputación.
showing Mr. Depp's children, Lily Rose and Jack.
Y también por
the
sus
truth of
hijos,
what
por
he's
Lily Rose y Jack.
It is. And it's about restoring Mr. Depp's name.
Es
and
acerca de
standing in the
restaurar el nombre del
community
señor
to the
Depp.
fullest extent that you can. And you can do something. And only you, ladies and gentlemen, can do that for him.
Y solamente ustedes pueden hacer eso por él.
You heard from Mr. Depp yesterday
Ustedes escucharon aquí
that
por el
he's been
señor Depp
carrying these
yesterday
outlandish, outrageous stories on his back, pretty stoically.
que él tiene esto en
And
sus
living them
hombros desde
with them
hace
for 6 years.
6
And
años,
waiting to be able to bring his truth out.
esperando
And he
para
was
traer
holding the
esto
truth.
por
The
sus hijos,
unvarnished truth.
de
Even
hacer
truth
esto por
that-
sus hijos.
Pretty embarrassing. He knew that was going to happen when he brought this case.
Nosotros sabíamos que esto
You've
iba a
seen the
pasar cuando
evidence in this
trajéramos
case
este
over
caso.
6 long weeks, which we again thank you for. That evidence shows overwhelmingly Ms. Heard's attempt to paint herself as a heroic survivor.
Que
an
la
innocent
señora
survivor,
Hearst está queriendo ella,
and Mr. Depp,
ah,
as a terrifying abuser, are utterly.
ella se está queriendo
false.
convencer ella misma de que
We
él es un
ask you to
terrible,
please return your verdict
abusador.
for Mr. Depp. We ask you, we implore you,
Nosotros
to give him his name, his reputation,
les
and his
les
career.
pedimos que por favor
Thank you
limpien su
very much,
nombre
ladies and
y su reputación.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take a break.
Vamos a
At
tomar
this
un break.
time, again, this case has not been submitted to you yet. We will continue with closing arguments when we come back, so do not discuss the case with yourselves. Don't do any outside research, okay? Thank you.
Vamos a tomar un receso, por favor. Ahorita las personas que están aquí Él está contento, yo creo que ya después de escuchar estas dos versiones de lo que hicieron la abogada Camille, que habló más en lo sentimental, más acerca de él como hombre, y el otro abogado, Ben, él habló más de la carrera profesional y de la parte de su infancia, del núcleo familiar en lo que él pues estuvo creciendo y a lo que él le ha afectado en su carrera, su cuestión moral, y lo que hizo Camille fue también, más bien, decirle al jurado que todas las mentiras que ellos escucharon en esa corte, que fue muy descarada la forma en la que a esta Amber les mintió en su cara y que pues no se pudo probar nada de lo que dijo. Entonces son aquí 2 puntos muy importantes. Estoy contenta porque creo que esto le va a favorecer bastante, bastante, bastante a Johnny. Claro, los abogados de Johnny dejaron muy claro lo que todos hemos hablado en este juicio, que los abogados se han enfocado más en que él tiene problemas de sustancias, de adicciones, que en otra cosa, que bueno, esa es la manera en la que ellos quieren probar que él, gracias a que tiene ese tipo de adicciones, pues se pone como loco con ella, ¿no? Y eso pues ni al caso, porque son cosas muy diferentes. Dice, él aquí nunca ha negado que sí ha batallado con eso durante su vida, con las adicciones, pero de eso a que sea un golpeador hay mucha diferencia. Entonces yo creo que estas alegaciones de cierre que están haciendo los 2 abogados lo hicieron bastante bien. Se ve que tuvieron muy buen impacto, o sea, bueno, al menos en nosotros, bastante buen impacto. Johnny está contento, está contento. En la siguiente parte vamos a escuchar seguramente a la parte defensora, a los abogados con sus bueno, ya saben, el que habla como taravilla, ahí ustedes van a dispensar desde una vez, se los digo, que la taravilla, a lo mejor me va a costar trabajo traducirla, pero espero que comprendan y no, no se desesperen, que sabemos que de todas maneras lo que están diciendo es mentira. Mira la Camille, no pierde la oportunidad de abrazarlo. Ay, Camille. No pierde la oportunidad de pasarle el brazo por el lomo. Pero bueno, esperemos que esto también termine, que tenga un final feliz, ¿no? Porque ellos aquí están, como dicen, tratando de limpiar el nombre de Johnny, y las únicas personas que pueden regresarle su vida y su honor y su nombre son los abogados. Digo, son los abogados, son el jurado los que tienen esa habilidad, así que bueno, pues esperemos que esto tenga un final feliz. Mira, ahí están felicitando a la Camila, a la Camila, a la Camila. Oigan, estoy muy contenta porque ya llegamos a los 32,600. Estamos bien cerquitas, estamos a 400 suscriptores de llegar a los 33,000. Así que gracias a todos los que se han hecho aquí parte de este canal. Espero que se queden, que no sea llamada de petate, que de verdad se sientan cómodos con mi contenido, que se diviertan, que aprendan. En serio, tenemos tan poquitos likes. Tenemos 1,187 likes y somos 3,010 personas. Me van a hacer llorar. Me van a hacer llorar porque entonces quiere decir que no les está gustando mi trabajo. Estamos a ¿cuántos? Estamos a 2,000 likes de diferencia, o sea, 2,000 likes de diferencia, no manchen, son un montón de likes. Pero está bien, si no les gusta mi trabajo, lo entiendo, yo entiendo. Pensé que lo estaba haciendo bien, pero está bien. Somos a veces egoístas, no queremos darle a la otra persona el mérito o el reconocimiento, y yo entiendo, a veces somos seres humanos y no nos gusta compartir porque pensamos que no se le vaya a subir o no, es por su ego. Yo lo entiendo, pero no se preocupen. De todas maneras, les agradezco que se tomen el tiempo de escoger este canal para venir a ver aquí este juicio, esta transmisión, que de todas maneras va a pasar a la historia. Así como estoy segura, mis videos van a pasar a la historia, porque nos divertimos en estas semanas. Hicimos 6 semanas de transmisión en viva, 6 semanas de traducción, de diversión, de conocernos, de llevar a los hogares de muchas personas en muchas partes del mundo este proyecto. Bueno, yo regreso con ustedes. Si ustedes se quieren quedar aquí a platicar, son bienvenidos. Regreso en un ratito. Voy por unos huevitos. Bye bye. Porque ya no tengo galletas, ya me las acabé. Bye bye.
Even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go. Go, 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 go. Hustle hard, hustle every single day. I'll be making moves till I'm buried in my grave. To the system, I don't wanna be a slave. I've been doing shit my way, or the highway. And in the driveway is a nice range. Cause I grind through the climb, I invite pain.
Are we ready for the jury? Okay. All right, thank you. You may be seated. Closing arguments. Mr. Stratton.
Ok, regresamos
Okay, thank
aquí
you.
con los argumentos de cierre. Vamos a continuar. Ahora le toca a la parte, a la defensa. Ay, la taravilla. Como les dije, dispensen si no le puedo seguir el ritmo, habla
Mr.
demasiado
Martin,
rápido.
mic on.
I believe it is.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
Does that work? Okay. In trying to convince you that Mr. Depp has carried his burden of proof in proving that he was never abusive to Amber on even one occasion.
Dice que aquí los están tratando de convencer de que él nunca abusó de la señora Amber.
His attorneys are sending to
Sus
Amber,
abogados,
and by extension to every victim of domestic abuse everywhere.
y como invalidando a cada una de las
If you didn't
personas
take
que han sido
pictures,
abusadas,
it
que han
didn't
tenido
happen.
violencia doméstica.
If you did take pictures, they're fake.
Él
If you didn't tell your friends, you're lying.
dice, si no le dices
If
a
you
tus
did tell your
amigos,
friends,
entonces estás
You're
mintiendo.
part of the hoax. If you didn't seek medical treatment, you weren't injured.
Que si no tienes algún
did
tipo
seek
de
medical treatment,
cuestión médica, entonces
you're
estás
crazy.
mintiendo.
If you do everything that you can
Si haces
to
todo
help
lo que
your
está en tus
spouse,
manos,
the person that you love, rid himself of the crushing drug and alcohol abuse
por la
that
persona
spins
que
him
tú
into an
amas, que está
abusive,
sufriendo por
rage-filled
abusos de
monster,
alcohol y
you're a nag.
sustancias,
And if you finally decide that enough is enough,
y si tú cuando decides
enough of the
suficiente, que
fear,
dices hasta aquí
enough
es,
of the
hasta
pain,
aquí es, hasta
and
aquí
you
es,
have to leave to save
hasta aquí es
yourself,
mi límite, ¿no? Y
you're a
tienes que
gold digger.
irte.
That is the message that Mr.
Ese
Depp
es el
is
mensaje que la
asking
señora
you to
Amber les
send.
está diciendo.
But he doesn't stop there, because in Mr. Depp's world, you don't leave Mr. Depp. And if you do, he will start a campaign of global humiliation against
Que porque
you.
si no, él va a empezar
A
una
smear
campaña de
campaign
humillación en
that
contra de
lasts to
ella.
this very day. He will do everything he can
Él va a hacer todo
to
lo que él
destroy
pueda
your life,
para arruinar
to
su vida,
destroy your career.
para arruinar su vida y su
That
carrera.
is what they're saying, ladies
Eso es
and
lo
gentlemen.
que dijeron aquí.
And that's what they're trying to get you,
Y eso es lo que
the
están
jury,
tratando de
to
que
be an
ustedes
accomplice to. But it's
también.
not surprising.
Y no es sorprendente
Mr. Depp
que el señor Depp
cannot and will not take responsibility
no va a
for
tomar
his own
responsabilidad.
actions. It's always someone else's fault.
Es alguien más
Just
tiene
as
la
Ms.
culpa.
Vasquez did, Mr. Chu did, I would like to extend my thanks to you.
Quiero decirles
on behalf of
gracias
Amber
a ustedes
and our whole legal team
por a
for the
todo el
care
equipo
and the
legal,
diligence with which you have served
a
as jurors in
las
this matter.
diligencias que observaron
You've paid
todo
attention to
este
every
merequetengue.
witness, every piece of evidence, and
Cada
I can't even
pieza de las
imagine the
evidencias.
sacrifice that you've made in terms of time away from your friends, your family, your job.
Que
to be
ustedes
here
han
on
sido,
this journey.
han
Very
estado
important
aquí
role you've
involucrados,
served.
dejando a sus
Thank you
familias,
very
sus
much.
trabajos, sus amigos.
Let's pick up where we started 6
Vamos
weeks
a
ago
empezar
in the
vamos a
statement. You may
tomar aquí
remember
desde
that
donde
I asked you to
empezamos.
keep a simple question in mind,
Para una
which is,
simple pregunta.
why are you here?
¿Por qué están ustedes aquí?
And much of what you've heard during the
Mucho de
course
lo
of
que
this
ustedes han
trial,
escuchado aquí,
you don't need to make a decision
ustedes
on
no tienen que
in
hacer
order
una
to return a
decisión
verdict for Ms. Heard
para la
on Mr.
señora
Depp's
Heard
claim of defamation.
acerca
Now,
de lo de la
we'll talk
difamación.
about Ms. Heard's claim of defamation against Mr. Depp, and Elaine will address most of that in a few
Ella lo que
minutes.
está haciendo es respondiendo a una acusación de
But
difamación
your
del
key
señor
question
Depp.
to answer is, does the First Amendment give Ms. Heard the right to write the words that she wrote in this article
Que eso le da a ella el derecho de haber
on
escrito este
December
artículo,
18th,
lo que ella vivió.
2018? That's the question.
Esa es la pregunta.
And you cannot simultaneously
Y
protect
no
and
pueden
uphold
ustedes
the First
simultáneamente
Amendment and find in favor of Johnny Depp on this claim. You simply cannot. You have to decide, should someone be able to write an article like that in the United States of America without being sued successfully?
que si alguien, ustedes tienen que evaluar que alguien sea capaz de escribir ese artículo en América Latina, bueno, y en Estados Unidos, sin haber sido abusada, como ella dijo, ¿no? Violentamente. Este es el artículo. Ustedes me escucharon aquí haberlo leído.
Read it again.
Lo leímos una y otra vez. Durante el curso de esta corte, en esta pieza. Esto también es hay como una guía adicional aquí también. Me marea que se esté moviendo tanto, no sé ustedes, me marea que se esté moviendo tanto, que camine tanto.
Let's try this again. This is one of the jury instructions that you'll get. And I've been
Esta es una de las instrucciones que ustedes van a tener de la jueza. Estas son como lo mismo que le presentó, está diciendo lo mismo, ¿no? Ustedes tienen que contestar estas preguntas y tienen que saber qué decidir acerca de este caso. De lo que ustedes han sido cuestionados que decidan. Tienen que contestar las palabras sí o no en orden de encontrar aquí una resolución. Ustedes encontraron que este artículo es acerca del señor Depp. Tienen que también decir si el artículo es falso. Vamos a ver cada uno de los tres artículos aquí. El señor Depp tiene que descubrir cada uno de los artículos.
But you've all heard it, I'm sure, outside the courtroom, which is burden of proof. It is Mr. Depp's burden to prove each and every one of these elements.
Cada uno de estos elementos.
If he cannot,
él no puede.
Ms. Heard wins. If he cannot prove each and every one of these
si no puede probar cada uno de
estos,
estos,
proof that's applicable, Ms. Heard wins.
La
There's
señora,
two different burdens of proof that we'll get to. For all of them except number 7, the burden of proof
por cada
is
uno
greater
hasta
weight
llegar
of
al
the
número
evidence.
7,
So you weigh the evidence,
ustedes tienen las
has Mr. Depp
evidencias
proven to you the first 6 elements.
que tenemos aquí, los primeros
The
6
seventh one,
elementos.
for actual malice, the clear and convincing evidence standard,
Que
we'll
las
get to in a few
evidencias
minutes.
están aquí
But
convincentes.
this is what he has to prove.
Esto es lo que tiene
And
que
he cannot
probar
do
él.
that. These are the 3 statements.
Estas son las 3 oraciones, las 3 como.
And I know you may be thinking to yourself, wait a second, don't we have to decide if Mr. Depp committed abuse?
Dice, lo que
The answer is
tenemos
no,
que
you
decidir
don't
es
have
que
to.
si el señor
Because
cometió
these
abuso,
3 statements,
dice sí, pero estas 3
you can
oraciones,
decide as a matter of law, or as a matter of fact, as you weigh the evidence and the fact that they're true.
que si estas 3
The first 2
acusaciones son
statements I'm
verdad,
going to address together. Then 2 years ago,
Y
I
2
became
años
a public
después,
figure representing
una
domestic
figura
abuse,
pública que
and I
representa
felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out.
son los
Number 2, I
artículos
had
que
a rare
escribió
vantage
o
point of
los títulos de
seeing
los
in real
artículos que
time
escribió
how
Amber,
institutions protect men accused of abuse.
que los hombres han sido protegidos por
When
instituciones,
you
los hombres
go
que
back to
cometen
the jury
abuso.
room to deliberate, you should feel free, like I said, to read the article and think of the article's purpose. The jury
Dice, vean
instructions also
el
tell
propósito
you
de
to
los
take these
artículos, por qué
statements
fueron
in the context
escritos.
of the article. Think about the purpose.
Piensen en
The
el
purpose of the
propósito,
article was to promote legislative
la
measures
promoción
designed
de
to
la
protect
legislación
victims of domestic abuse.
de la violencia
Designed to
doméstica,
protect people who did exactly what Ms. Heard did, to speak out. That's apparent on the face of the article. And to do that, Ms. Heard talked about her own life experience.
Dice que para hacer eso, ella está haciéndose como que ella está cambiando muchas cosas en América para la violencia y que si ella tuvo que hablar de su experiencia personal para que ese cambio llegara, pues que
suggesting that 2 years before she wrote this, that Ms. Heard hadn't had anything to do with Mr. Depp. We're not saying that.
dice, nosotros no estamos diciendo aquí que 2 años antes de que ella escribiera ese artículo, ella ya no estaba con el señor Depp.
I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out after she obtained
que ella está
temporary
forzando a la
restraining
cultura
order
para
against
que
Mr. Depp
esto cambie. Ella
after
quiere
she
ser
became
aquí,
a public figure
como quien
representing
dice, alguien que le
domestic
ponga,
abuse. But the words that she wrote here,
dice, las
and then
palabras que ella escribió
chronicling
aquí,
her own experience after that, those words are true.
esas palabras son
Those words
verdad.
are true.
Todo lo que ella escribió aquí.
Similarly, the rare vantage point of seeing, based on her own experiences post May 27,
Esto basado en su
2016,
propia experiencia.
how institutions protect men accused of abuse. Those
Cómo
words
las
are true, and the
instituciones
First
protegen a
Amendment
los hombres que
protects
son
Ms. Heard's
abusadores.
right to say them. Now, the third statement
La
is
tercera
absolutely
es,
true as well, but we're going to take that separately because she
vamos
didn't
a
write
tomar
it.
esa separadamente.
Under the First Amendment, the statements have to be false in order for Mr. Depp to win. Now, plaintiff addresses, like I said, an argument that we're not making. And as I said, we're not running from the fact that when she discussed becoming a public figure representing
Estamos aquí
domestic
para
abuse,
discutir
Amber was
cuando,
speaking of
si
her
ella es o no
experiences
figura pública
reporting domestic abuse against Johnny Depp.
en la
She
violencia
admitted to
doméstica en
that, but
contra de
that doesn't
Johnny.
make the article or the
El
statements
propósito de
about
estos
Johnny
artículos
Depp.
es,
Think about it. Think
piensen
about
en
every
ellos,
piece of evidence that you've heard over the last 6 weeks
en estas
about
evidencias que ustedes han escuchado
about their
en las últimas 6
relationship.
semanas.
None of that is in the article.
Ninguna de estas
None
está
of
en el
it.
artículo.
We all know that it would be a very different article
Solo
if she
hicimos
had written
solo hay
about what she
un
suffered,
artículo muy
that she's told you
contemporáneo.
about over the last 6 weeks. Because he knows the words are true,
Porque él
Mr.
sabe
Depp
que las
says that
palabras
the
son
words now
verdad.
have a defamatory implication. He says the statements are the same as saying, Johnny Depp abused me. But just because he wants to make the article about himself doesn't
Dice que
mean it
porque él
is.
quiere hacer
He
los
has to
artículos
show you
acerca de él mismo,
that
no
any
quiere decir
defamatory implication
que estas
was
difamaciones
designed
están
and
implicadas.
intended. Look at number 4.
Dice, vayan a la
Designed
pregunta
and
número
intended
4.
by Ms. Heard to convey the defamatory meaning that he suggests. Just because people might read the article
Solo porque
and
las
remember,
personas lean
oh
el
yeah,
artículo
Amber Heard used to be married to Johnny
y
Depp.
ella
and she
diga
accused him
que
of
ella fue
abuse.
víctima de
That
abuso y porque ella
doesn't
estuvo
mean
casada
that
con
she
Johnny,
designed and intended defamatory implications
que aquí él
in
no ve
writing
ningún
about
tipo
herself.
de
And think about it.
aplicación
If
de
Mr. Depp is right, then
difamación,
virtually any statement that anyone could ever make about their own life,
que porque
it
cualquier
implies
persona puede
anything,
hacer
implies
cualquier
any
declaración
involvement
acerca de la
with any other
experiencia de su
person
propia
could
vida
be defamatory. And that's clearly not what the First
y
Amendment
que esto no se
intends.
trata aquí de la
She
difamación,
didn't
pues que
design
ella no lo
and
difamó,
intend the
porque ahí
words
ella
to
nunca
be the
puso su
equivalent
nombre
of
de él.
writing Johnny Depp abused me. And you don't have to take her words for
Dice,
it.
no
You
tienen
can
que tomar
take
sus
the words of
palabras como
Terrence
tal.
Doherty of the ACLU. He said that the op-ed wasn't even Ms. Heard's idea.
Ella dijo que ni siquiera el artículo
The
fue
ACLU wrote the
idea
first
de
draft,
ella,
and great care was taken in drafting the article so as not to make it about Mr. Depp or Ms. Heard's relationship with him.
que ni siquiera
That's the only evidence presented
dice,
about
la
Ms.
única
Heard's
evidencia
motive,
aquí
except
presentada
her statements that was exactly what she wanted to do. She wanted to talk about her experience.
ella lo único que quería con esos artículos era hablar exactamente de su experiencia. Esa era la finalidad de lo que otras mujeres también experimentan cuando acusan a alguien de violencia doméstica y hacer como cambios en la legislación y esas cosas. Eso era lo que ella quería.
There's no hidden meaning here, ladies and gentlemen. This isn't a hit piece on Johnny Depp. This isn't a hit piece on Johnny Depp. And you can end here. You can end there.
Dice, ustedes pueden terminar ahí.
Estas
Estas oraciones que ella escribió aquí no son falsas.
Let's talk about the headline.
Vámonos a hablar aquí del título.
The headline
Los títulos
was published in the online version only of the article on December 18,
que fueron hechos en
2018,
diciembre del
said, I
2018.
spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. Few points here.
Dos
Number
puntos
one,
aquí.
this
Número
evidence
uno.
is undisputed.
Esto está en
There's no
discusión.
dispute about this. So
Esto
as
no hay
you weigh
discusión
the
de esto.
evidence, you don't have to check your common sense at the
Tú
door.
no tienes que
And you
checar
can
aquí tu
weigh
sentido
circumstantial
común.
evidence,
Las
you can weigh
evidencias,
facts, but you can't see evidence where no evidence
pero no
exists.
puedes ver evidencias
And
aquí
the
que no son evidencias.
undisputed evidence here is that Ms. Heard didn't write the headline.
Las evidencias son
She didn't
que la
approve
señora
the
Heard no
headline.
escribió el
She had
título.
nothing to do with it.
Ella no tiene nada
She
que
was
ver
not
con
given
eso.
notice of the headline.
Ella no tenía ni
She
conocimiento del
testified.
título.
You saw her testify
Ustedes escucharon
about the
aquí
sexual assault
testificarla,
she
o
experienced
la escucharon
against Depp.
testificar.
You saw her testify about that.
La
They're calling
escucharon
her a liar.
testificar acerca de ese
You saw
artículo.
her on the stand testify with your own mouth, with her own mouth, exactly what she went through.
Exactamente por lo que
For
ella
the
tuvo que
first
pasar. Ustedes la
time
escucharon
before,
aquí.
because people who have suffered that, they don't want to broadcast that to the world.
Que porque las personas
They
que
want to
sufren esto no lo
penalize
quieren
Ms.
traer
Heard
al
for not
mundo.
speaking about that earlier.
Eso
That's
ella lo pudo haber
ridiculous,
hecho,
and it's
pudo hablar de
insulting,
eso
it's
con más
victim-blaming at its
temprano en
most
su vida.
disgusting. The only reference to sexual
La
assault
única
in the
referencia
article,
de este
and you can
artículo,
read the op-ed,
si ustedes
is
leen,
sexual assault
es
that
el
she
abuso
said she'd
íntimo
experienced by the time she was of college age,
que para
before
el-
Mr. Depp.
que para el
There is
tiempo
a
cuando ella
reference
estaba pues
to
casada con
sexual
el señor
violence in that
Depp.
article. But it's not by Mr. Depp.
pero no es acerca del señor Depp.
Mr. Depp can't hold her liable for a headline she didn't write, that contained something that had nothing, that was not about him.
Que no era
They want
acerca
you
de
to
él
think
el
that she
artículo.
republished the headline by
Que cuando ella
tweeting out the link
republicó
to the
o
online
publicó en
version.
su
So let's
tweet
look at this.
el artículo
This is the tweet
Este
that
es
she
el
sent
tweet
on December 19th.
en diciembre 18.
The hyperlink says, opinion Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence. That's the online version of the
Dice,
article.
esa es una
Ms. Heard said you
versión,
can't attach,
un
can't
título de
tweet
una
a piece
versión
of
de un
paper.
artículo. Cuando ella
So
estaba
when
aquí
she
hablando
wanted
de la
to
violencia íntima.
share that she had written this article,
Ella
what
escribió
choice
este
does she
artículo.
have? She has to attach that link.
Ella
And the jury
aquí
instructions
puso
that you
el
have
link.
make clear that a hyperlink is not republication.
Dice,
Forwarding a link on
añadir
does not mean that you
tweet no es una
broadcast the statement
republicación.
again, but that's what they want to make you think.
Eso es lo que quieren hacerlos
only
pensar a
way
ustedes.
And the jury instructions that you have,
Y las instrucciones de la
we don't need
jueza
to read through them in detail
que
now,
tienen
but the
ustedes aquí,
republication instruction says that merely linking to an article does not amount to republication.
que cuando tú
but adding content to a
reposteas
linked article
un
may
link,
constitute republication. You must determine whether any added content was intended to reach a new audience. And if you find any content added to the hyperlink was intended to reach a new audience, it
que tú lo
constitutes a republication.
retuiteas, pero no lo
There
haces
was
con
no
la intención
content
como
added to the article.
de ir como que
She
tras
tweeted
nuevo público,
above
que
the
tú lo haces
article,
porque pues son
simply saying, "Today I
solamente
published this."
ella está aquí
That's
diciendo,
what she
hoy
said. She didn't
publiqué
add
un
any content
artículo.
to it. She could have added some of the content that you've
Ella
heard in
pudo
this
haber aquí
courtroom to it.
añadido más
She could have
cosas.
said,
Ella
not
pudo haber
only did
dicho,
2 years ago,
hace
I've
2
become a public
años,
figure representing domestic
yo fui
abuse,
la
but let me tell you
representante
about
de
the
violencia
domestic abuse that I
familiar.
suffered. That would be adding new
Eso
content.
sería añadir más cosas
This is
aquí.
not adding new
Esto aquí
content.
no le está
But I
diciendo
guess it's
nada.
no surprise, because this whole case is
Porque
about
todo este
blaming Amber
caso-
Heard for things she didn't do. But that's what Mr. Depp does.
Esto es lo que el
It's what he's
señor
always
Depp
done.
hace.
Blame other people, refuse
Ah,
to take accountability.
Tomar,
But the problem
echarle
for
la
him
culpa a los
here is that
demás,
he's
no
running
tomar
headlong
responsabilidad.
into the United States Constitution,
Y él
which says
está
that you
haciendo
cannot
esto cuando
hold
ella lo que
Amber
quería
Heard
era
liable
aquí
for
como que
words she
promover
didn't
cosas que
write or
tienen que ver
publish.
con esta cuestión
But here we
de la
are.
Constitución para las mujeres.
Here we are. And you can decide this case without
Ustedes
ever
pueden
wading
decidir que
into
este
any
caso
of the allegations,
y las alegaciones,
the facts, the evidence that
las
you've heard
evidencias
about the heinous
acerca-
abuse that Ms. Heard suffered at the hands of Mr. Depp. You can decide that by
Ustedes pueden
determining if
decidir
those
eso.
statements are true,
si estos artículos son
protected by
verdad,
the First Amendment. But
pero
Mr. Depp brought this case and
el
he's
señor
suggesting
trajo
he
este
was
caso
never
aquí.
abusive to Ms. Heard. So that's where you want to make your decision.
Aquí es donde ustedes
That's
tienen que
where
hacer su
the road
decisión.
ends for Mr. Depp. Ladies and gentlemen, let me be very clear.
Déjenme ser muy claro,
If
señoras y
Amber
señores,
was abused by Mr. Depp even one time, then she wins.
que estos artículos no
One
son
time.
acerca del señor Depp, a pesar de que ella sufrió
We're
y
not just
vivió
talking
violencia
about
con
physical
él.
abuse. We're talking about emotional abuse,
Estamos hablando aquí de abuso
psychological
emocional,
abuse,
física,
financial
físico,
abuse, sexual abuse.
íntimo.
That's what we're talking about.
Eso es lo que estamos hablando aquí.
Let's look at the evidence. You
Vamos
heard
a ver
Mr.
las
Depp
evidencias.
define abuse from his own mouth. He admitted all of that.
Él
when he talked
admitió-
about his childhood.
Él admitió todo eso, que él vivió también
As they reference, his
ese
mother
abuso
called him
cuando
one
estaba
eye
él en
because
su,
he had a lazy eye.
cuando
And
él
he said
tenía
that was
un ojo
worse than the
virolo,
beatings that he
malo.
took. Worse than the beatings that he took. Being called one eye by his mother was
Dice,
worse than the
llamado
beatings that he took.
como tuerto, así como un
And
ojo
after the
por,
evidence that you've
por
seen,
parte de
some
su
of which you're
madre.
going to see, I want you to think to yourself, is being called one eye worse than what he did to Ms. Heard?
Dice,
Absolutely
ser
not.
llamado un ojo, o
You'll
sea, o
remember his
tuerto, no sé
expert
cómo
Shannon Curry
decirlo.
agreed with all that abuse can take many forms.
Dice, el abuso puede tomar miles de formas.
And you'll remember that Don
Ustedes
Hughes, Ms.
recuerdan
Heard's expert,
El
talked about
contexto de los
the
expertos
reports of
aquí,
intimate partner violence
que las
by
parejas
Ms.
que
Heard,
han tenido este
characterized
tipo de
by
violencia
physical
íntima,
violence, psychological aggression, sexual violence, coercive control, and surveillance behaviors. She tested Ms. Heard. She said that the tests show that there's a high degree of serious violence perpetrated
ella
by
texteó
Mr.
al
Depp
señor
or
y en
Ms.
los
Heard.
textos hay demasiadas pruebas de que pues
She got that opinion and that impression by reviewing the medical records
ella,
of Ms. Heard.
ella fue
She talked
revisada
about the
estos
role of
récords
coercive
médicos.
control that Mr. Depp exercised over Ms. Heard. The effect of coercive control, she said, was drastic, and it was composed of
Ella
things
dice
such
que,
as
bueno, pues
possessive
ella
jealousy,
catalogó todo eso como
the
drástico,
imbalance of power,
que había
not only in
diferencias,
physical stature
diferentes
and
niveles de
physical
poder,
size, but in where they were in their life, in
que
their
dónde
career,
estaban ellos en sus
by
vidas.
intimidation.
Había
She said
intimidaciones,
writing obscene messages to your
había
partner can
escribiéndole
absolutely
mensajes
be
agresivos.
intimidating behavior.
disculpándose siempre por sus
Banging,
acciones.
throwing and hitting things in the household.
Todo el tiempo rompiendo y aventando cosas en la casa,
Throwing something, screaming. That is abuse.
gritando. Eso es
That's abuse,
abuso,
ladies and gentlemen.
señoras y señores.
She said alcohol can just throw
Ella dice
lighter
alcohol,
fluid off a flame in a situation of domestic violence.
que era como, el alcohol era como ponerle fuego a este tipo de violencia dentro de su casa, que toda esta violencia por la que ella sufrió. Ellos están tratando de engañarlos a ustedes, de que no, ninguna simple vez, que ninguna manera, de ninguna ocasión, él hizo nada, y eso es ridículo. Aquí hemos visto muchas evidencias. Dice, voy a enseñarle partes de las evidencias que el señor Depp aquí y los testigos vieron. Y como vayamos aquí tras estas evidencias,
it's not about whether you think Miss Heard may have been abusive to Mr. Depp. It's not. Because remember, if you think that they were both abusive to each other, that's what their witness Laurel Anderson testified to.
Que si ustedes quieren creer que los dos eran abusados, que entre los dos se abusaban, pues ya es. Dice, yo quiero que ustedes aquí recuerden que ella tenía que ser perfecta, como para no hacerle enojar y para no tener ella consecuencias. Dice, ninguno de nosotros es perfecto. Y eso no es lo que estamos aquí alegando. Pero ni siquiera una vez. Si tú abusas una sola vez, si tú niegas probar que abusaste una sola vez, dice, vamos a ver aquí. Este es uno de los primeros mensajes. Aquí en una de sus examinaciones, donde aquí él dice, vamos a quemarla, vamos a quemar a la Amber.
Let's drown her before we burn her.
Dice, vamos a ahogarla antes de darle crán, para estar seguros que ella está out, que ella pasó a mejor vida. Dice, esto fue lo que él le dijo al inicio de su relación, era lo que él hablaba.
You remembered Mr. Depp the other day in response to some text that we'll see later saying, I don't write like that.
Dice, ¿se acuerdan cuando el Señor decía aquí, yo no escribo así, yo no hablo así? Cuando él negaba que él estaba escribiendo ese tipo de mensajes. Dice, yo le pedí al Señor Depp que escribiera, que leyera este mensaje. Dice, claro, él lo hizo. Aquí vemos el texto que dice,
That cunt's rotting corpse is decomposing in the fucking trunk of a Honda Civic. That's how he bookended their relationship.
Dice, esto fue el principio de su relación.
Are a window into the heart and mind of America's favorite pirate. This is the real Johnny Depp.
Este es el real Johnny, que cuando él estaba haciendo todas estas.
This is the real Johnny Depp.
Este es el real Johnny.
Couldn't take it anymore.
Cuando ella ya no podía seguir más con esto.
And I'm not going to reread this whole text to you.
Dice todo dice.
This is where he says she's begging for global humiliation.
Ella aquí está pidiendo que la humille.
He says, I'll stop at nothing, and I can only hope that karma kicks in and takes the gift of breath from her. It's one of the only promises to Miss Heard.
Bueno, este mensaje tiene muchas malas palabras, no lo voy a leer.
That's how he ended the relationship, but you saw how he started it. Now, Miss Heard did testify on the stand that Mr. Depp abused her countless times. First, it started, they were very happy. They started dating in 2011. And things were good. And she testified that even during periods of abuse, even during their relationship, when there was abuse occurring, that there were periods where they were very happy.
Dice, había periodos en los que ellos estaban felices, sí. Pero era cuando eran los ciclos, cuando él estaba sobrio. Cuando el monstruo se iba. Y recuerdan el primer incidente de violencia.
Took place in 2012 when Miss Heard asked Johnny about his tattoo that used to say Winona forever and had been changed to say Wino forever. And she laughed. She said, and he slapped me across the face. She thought it was a joke, and then he did it 2 more times.
Dice que cuando la primera vez él le pegó, ella pensó que era una broma y después él le volvió a pegar una segunda vez en la cara, que fue la primera vez que supuestamente ella dice que él la golpeó.
He said to her.
Ella le dijo a él.
Incidents of violence. But you don't just have to take what Mr. Depp said in his text.
Pero
we
no
can hear
tienen
through
que
his own
tomar lo que el
voice
Señor dijo en este texto.
what he called Miss Heard.
Vámonos aquí, a como él le llamaba a la señora.
Because you're a fucking cunt!
We talked about the monster. You heard
Estábamos
Mr.
hablando
Depp get
aquí
on
del
the stand
monstruo.
and say that that was Miss Heard's term.
Y esa era la
She made
manera
it
en la
up.
que lo llamaba.
That was what she used to refer to him when she
Ella
was
es la
nagging
manera en la
him.
que se
She didn't
refería
want
a
him to have
él.
a good time. She didn't want him to have a beer once in a while.
Ella
What he's
ella
implying.
dice que ella nada más tomaba
But
una
no,
cerveza de
this
vez
was
en
a
cuando.
term created by Mr. Depp that she heard for the first time in 2012 after he slapped her 3 times across the
Que ella
face.
escuchó
Said,
la
"I
primera
thought I
vez
put the
después de que
monster
la
away."
golpeó como 3
And
veces,
after he sat up here on the stand under oath and told you that she made
Cuando-
that term up.
que cuando ella
We look
juró
back
aquí
at his
delante de
text,
todos
the
ustedes,
writing at the time.
está hablando la verdad.
The first text is after
El
Australia,
primer texto,
2015, during a period of sobriety.
durante un
Short-lived
periodo de
period of
sobriedad,
recovery for Mr. Depp when he told Jerry Judge, his bodyguard, all I
que
had to
cuando
do
él
was send
aquí
the
le
monster
escribió
away
a
and lock him up. Remember, he
a su
texted
agente de
Elton
seguridad,
John,
a su
or sent
seguridad,
an email to Elton John in 2012,
que esto fue en el
referring to
2012.
himself as the monster. He tells Dr. Kipper, the doctor to whom
Él
he's
le
paid
contó al
millions
doctor
and
Kipper
millions and millions
también.
of dollars. Thank you, my darling Kipper. He says,
Dice,
I've
gracias, mi
locked my
querido
monster
doctor.
child away in a cage deep within. He tells Stephen Duders.
Él también le texteó
You know
aquí
Mr.
a
Duders.
Steven.
He liked to text Mr. Duders. He tells him, she thinks my Peruvian period, which is a reference to cocaine.
Dice,
he admitted to
él
that.
aquí se refiere a su periodo
That
de
means him using
adicciones,
cocaine has made me a monster and that I am
que
ruining the
me hace
relationship.
un monstruo.
Imagine that. Someone actually thinking that maybe the impact of alcohol and cocaine is ruining a relationship.
Dice, imagínense ustedes que las adicciones son lo
He
que
says,
terminan
need to
con tu
discuss the
relación.
news helicopters. The monster, I want to shoot a motherfucker, but don't worry, the monster is not involved. Mr. Depp knows that he can turn into a monster.
Dice,
He
el
knows
señor
that.
Depp sabe que él se puede
He knows
transformar
that.
en un
He got up here
monstruo.
on the stand and tried to deny
Estas
that to you.
evidencias
Talk
están
about
aquí.
lack of accountability.
Estas tienen, aquí es un video que
Let's
vamos
see
a
the
ver.
monster.
Vamos a ver al
Let's see the
monstruo.
monster in the flesh.
Vamos a ver al monstruo en acción. Ahí es cuando dice, I don't think so.
Motherfucker! Motherfucker!
What happened? What happened?
Como niño chiquito está enojado, míralo, como niño
Nothing
chiquito.
happened this morning. You know that?
Were you in here?
No.
So then nothing happened to you this morning.
Yeah, you're right. I just woke up and you were so sweet and nice. We're not even fighting this morning. All I did was say sorry.
Did something happen to you this morning? I don't think so.
I don't think so.
No, that's the thing.
You want to see crazy? I'll give you fucking crazy. That's crazy.
Ese es el video que ella le mandó a la cadena de televisión
Have you drunk
TMC,
this whole thing this
que está
morning?
editado.
You got this going? Oh, really? Really? See that shit on me,
No,
motherfucker?
I didn't. You were smashing shit.
Bye.
You see Miss Heard laughing in that?
Dice, ¿ustedes vieron aquí a la señora
Mr.
riéndose?
Depp in this courtroom right now is laughing and making snide remarks as that video is being played.
Porque él
But
se
it's not
está
laughing matter.
sonriendo mientras este
Who
video
does that?
está siendo mientras
that?
este video se estaba,
Imagine being in Amber's
él se
shoes
estaba
on
riendo.
February
Dice,
10,
¿quién se ríe cuando ve este
2016,
video? Yo me
videotaping him
río
when
porque
he's,
dijo Aaron
because when
Jucio.
he's sober and sweet, you've never loved anything more. But when he mixes the drugs,
Dice,
and he
cuando él
mixes
estaba
drinks, he
sobrio,
turns
él
into this
amaba
man.
a...
You've seen it before. You're praying it won't happen again, but deep down, you know it will. You know that man will come out. You know that monster will come
Usted
out.
sabe
And
que
you
cuando
want
él
him to
está
change.
intoxicado, este monstruo va a
Imagine
salir.
watching your husband, the person you love,
La persona que
behaving
tú amas,
violently
tu
that way,
esposo,
like
se
a
va a
wild
transformar en
animal.
ese monstruo.
That is abuse.
Eso es abuso.
That's abuse.
Eso es abuso.
And you don't have to look at that incident in isolation.
Y no
to
tienes
find
que
that
ver
it's abuse.
este evento
You can
como,
look at it in
como,
the context of their whole
como
relationship.
aislado.
This isn't about breaking down a series of individual
Esto
days
no
to
es
prove
acerca
evidence
de
about. This is
momentos
about
difíciles entre una persona.
effect of Mr. Depp and Miss Heard's relationship.
Esto es
Whether
algo que
that
pasó
constitutes
durante el
abuse.
evento.
That is abuse, ladies and gentlemen.
Eso es abuso,
That's
señoras
domestic
y
abuse.
señores.
And their response is, she sold it to TMZ, which she didn't. There's no evidence of, and she was on a plane. The only evidence suggests she was on an international flight.
Dice, ella iba
when
en un
Mr.
vuelo
Tremaine
internacional.
testified that they received it and it was
Cuando
validated
recibieron
within
los de
something like 15
TMC el
minutes, which could
video
only have happened by the person
y
who
que no hay
sent it.
pruebas de que ella lo
Miss Heard
mandó.
was in the air. She didn't send it to TMZ.
Ella no se lo
She
mandó
never
a TMZ.
leaked anything to TMZ, as
Ella no
you
tiene
heard
nada
from
que
her
ver
mouth.
con TMC.
Who would want that to become public?
Ay, la cara de Amber. Chéquenme por favor la cara. Ya quiere llorar.
Again,
Otra
in
vez.
order to find for Mr. Depp, you would have to find that for his defamation
Ustedes
claim,
tienen que encontrar
every
aquí
single thing that ever happened between them that could constitute abuse, Amber was the abuser. Every single time.
que
You
aquí
have
no
to
hay
believe
manera de
the
probar de
unbelievable.
que, pues,
You
no.
all are smarter than that. But Mr. Depp thought he could hide it. He thought he could hide the monster. That's why he lied in insurance forms that you have to fill out in order to be able to act. That's why he said he hadn't taken illegal substances, whether prescribed by a physician or not. That obviously wasn't true in the past 12 months. They keep talking about Mr. Depp's
Aquí está hablando del señor.
role as a father. This is what he sent.
Esto es lo que
A
él
text that
le
he sent
envió.
DX207. Now Lily Rose, his daughter, hates me because she thinks I'm drinking.
Ahora
and
mi
she's
hija
right,
Lily me
but I
odia
can't
porque piensa
admit
que yo estoy tomando y no
or
se
I
lo puedo
fucking die
admitir
in her eyes.
porque voy a
Thanks for
morir
that,
ante sus
Vanessa.
ojos.
This is Mr. Depp passed out in a Tokyo hotel room
Este es
during
cuando
a
el
press
señor
tour
se
for the
quedó
Lone Ranger
pasado ahí,
in
que se le
2013.
pusieron,
When Miss Heard testified that Mr. Depp screamed at me, and
cuando
all
el
I could
señor
think were the kids
la
are in an adjoining room.
gritoneó,
And Mr. Depp passed out with his head
cuando él
like this.
se
I don't think
quedó
he was
ahí
sleeping on the floor 'cause he
pasado
had a
de
bad
copas
back.
ahí.
They keep referring to these pictures as she took pictures of Mr. Depp while he was asleep.
Dice, porque ustedes,
He's not asleep in that
él no
picture.
estaba
He's passed
durmiendo
out,
aquí.
drunk
Él
and
estaba
high, and
aquí
she's taking
totalmente
pictures because she
pasado de
wants him to
alcohol y de
realize what
sustancias.
he's done
Estaba
and get
totalmente
help and
fuera de
seek
sí.
help.
Ay, Johnny.
I
Hi,
don't think that
Johnny.
looks like the spice cabinet of anyone in this courtroom. That's Mr. Depp.
Este es
This
el
is Mr.
señor
Depp.
Depp.
This is Mr. Depp.
Este es el señor Depp.
This is Mr. Depp.
Este es el señor Depp.
And all you hear
Y
from
todo lo
Mr.
que ustedes
Depp
escucharon
when these pictures are shown is snickering and defiance. Victim blaming, blaming Miss Heard.
dice, él es una
Taking
víctima
this
que
picture for
le está
trying to
echando la
help.
culpa pues a la otra víctima. Él se quiere
So
hacer la
let's talk
víctima
about some
echándole
of
la
these
culpa a la.
instances of abuse.
Todos estos son pruebas de sus excesos. Work hard, play hard.
In March 2013, talk
Work
about
hard,
the
play
Wine Over
hard.
Forever
Work
tattoo.
hard,
In March
play hard.
2013, there were a couple instances.
Hubo un par de incidentes.
There was one where on March 8th,
Uno
we'll
en-
get to that in a second, where he was drinking brown liquor and doing a lot
Cuando
of
él estaba
cocaine.
tomando licor,
Or that might have been that was March 22nd. On March 8th, this is when Mr. Depp backhanded her. She felt like her lip went into her teeth and got a little blood on the wall. He grabbed her by the arm and held her on the floor, screaming at her.
que la agarró y la
Back to this
tumbó y la azotó y gritó y todo lo que le hizo aquí. Entonces, bueno, que están aquí
This
diciendo
is March
esto.
22nd.
Esto es en
This
marzo
is what
22.
Mr. Depp said, isn't every hour happy hour?
Este es su
Again,
happy hour del
totally
señor
abandoning
Depp.
any
Work hard, play
responsibility for
hard.
behavior like this. But what happened on March
¿Qué
22nd
pasó?
is he wanted Miss Heard to remove a painting by her ex-partner And he wanted to admit to an affair that she wasn't having.
Que porque él estaba
He didn't
obligando a
admit to it
admitir
because
un
it wasn't
romance que
true.
ella no estaba
So he decided
teniendo.
to have some lines of cocaine
Esas
and some
líneas
whiskey for
de cosita
breakfast.
blanca estaban servidas,
And
era
then,
su happy
on the way
hour,
to
dice.
filming the Keith Richards documentary, after a multi-hour argument, he grabbed their dog, their teacup
Que él
Yorkie,
agarró a su,
and
a su,
holds
a tu-
the
a su
dog,
perrito
Boo,
tacita de
out of the
té
window of
y
a
lo sacó
moving
afuera de
car,
la ventana
and he's howling.
y que él lo
Like an
estaba pues
animal,
ahí jugando,
Miss Hurd
estaba
said,
él
while holding the dog
como
out of the
tratando
car.
de
That is
asustarlos con el
abuse,
perrito que
ladies
estaba
and
ahí
gentlemen.
afuera, que lo sacó de la
That's
ventana
abuse.
cuando iba el carro en movimiento.
Let's go back to this,
Ahora
because
vamos a esto.
Ms. Vasquez read a
La señora
parade of
Vázquez, la
witnesses
señorita
that she
Vázquez,
believes
aquí les
support
leyó.
Johnny's defense in this case. But as you've seen
Pero
over
como
the course
ustedes
of this
aquí ven,
proceeding, these witnesses,
estos testigos,
as I previewed in the opening,
como ya lo
almost all
dijimos,
of them are witnesses on his payroll.
están
They're all
dentro de
scared
su
to say
nómina
anything bad about him, and they've
y
seen
hablaron
what
bien
happens to
de él,
people who
obvio.
do. And none were there for the
Y
instances of
ninguno de
domestic
ellos estuvo
violence. What
presente en
they're
ninguno
saying
de los
is,
incidentes.
oh, if he didn't abuse Ms. Hurd
Y
in
si
front of his
él no abusó
four
a la señora,
bodyguards, then it must have never happened.
entonces nunca
That's essentially
pasó,
what they're asking you to believe.
porque eso es
That's
difícil de
ridiculous.
creer,
That's not the way domestic violence
que porque
works.
así no,
Take
así
his
no es
sister
como
Christy.
se
I know
hace
it
la
seems like a
violencia
year ago, but
doméstica.
she was the first witness in this case.
Este señor es el
You
primer,
remember her on the stand when I presented her with these texts that say, stop drinking, stop coke, and stop pills. You'll remember her squirming and saying, I don't think I was asking him to stop drinking, stop coke, stop pills. She couldn't even answer that basic question because she wanted to lie for Mr. Depp and say that Ms. Hurd was delusional.
bueno,
She
ella
couldn't
dice
admit
que
this.
estos
She's
mensajes es de
nothing
que
but an
para de
enabler.
tomar, para
The same
de
with
hacer tu
Sean Beck,
fiesta,
whose
ya
head is
sabes, de la
hurt,
bolsita
who's
Ziploc.
been sitting in this courtroom
Esto que
for
se
the
está
past
exhibiendo
6 weeks.
en esta corte,
He's right there.
él está ahí.
Mr. Beck was the one who testified to you that when Mr. Depp has a few drinks of alcohol, he said, I wrote this down, he said it's like the rest of us drinking sparkling water.
Que para él el tomar alcohol
think
es
that kitchen
es como
video
para
that you just
nosotros
saw was
tomar
like,
agua,
You or
agua
I,
con
when
gas,
we
o
drink
sea
sparkling water.
que es como tomar
This is
agua.
the same Sean Beck who said that on
Este es
the
el
evening
mismo
of May
John que
21st,
escribió.
2016, which Elaine will talk about in a little bit. He said Mr. Depp may have bumped something off a table. You've seen the pictures. You'll see them
Ustedes
again.
vieron fotos.
Just like Travis McGivern
Es como
said
Travis
that
and
Mr. Depp
Giver.
rearranged Miss Hurd's closet.
Que el
You've seen the
señor
pictures.
Depp
You'll see them
también
again.
rompió y tiró el closet de
Just
la
like Tara
señora.
Roberts in the Bahamas,
Que cuando
who tried to
estuvieron
blame
en las
everything on Miss
Bahamas,
Hurd and only under cross-examination admitted that Mr. Depp passed out face down in the sand underneath a hammock
que
and
también-
his son Jack found him there. She took a video of their cabin in the Bahamas
ella tomó un
to try to
video,
suggest to you that this assault that Miss Hurd alleges
que
couldn't have
ella
taken
tomó
place.
video de lo
But
que pasó en las
conveniently,
Bahamas,
she
porque
didn't take
pues,
the camera into the closet,
dice, ella no tomó la
where
cámara
Mr. Depp
adentro del closet.
held Miss Hurd, hit her. We'll get to that incident. She didn't take the video camera into the bathroom.
Ella
where
no
he
tomó la
sexually
cámara
assaulted
en el
Miss Hurd.
baño.
She didn't do that
Ella no hizo eso.
because she wanted to generate evidence only favorable
Porque
to Mr. Depp.
ella no lo hizo
Think
tratando de
about
generar
Sean Beck and
evidencias.
Starling Jenkins' conflicting stories about the birthday party on April 21st. Remember, Mr. Depp
Y se recuerdan en la
experienced
fiesta de
horrific financial
cumpleaños,
abuse the evening
esa
of that
tarde.
night, April 21st, 2016. He learned that he was essentially out of money and he needed
Él
to start
estaba
selling
totalmente
things.
fuera, no tenía
We all know
dinero.
what Mr. Depp does when he receives bad news like
Y
that.
cuando él recibe
He
malas
left the
noticias, él
meeting
se
at
pone así de
9:30
loco.
and didn't arrive at Miss Hurd's birthday party until 11:15.
Y él no
Okay,
llegó a la
fine,
fiesta
he was
hasta las
late. But we
11:15.
all know what he does when
Pero
he
él
has
sabía
that
lo que
hour
estaba
and
haciendo.
45 minutes of free time and he's stressed out about something.
Y él estaba
Mr. Beck
estresado acerca de algo.
testified. Remember, he said, I took him to his home on Sweetser Avenue, his other home, to pick up a birthday present.
Sí,
from his
recuerdan
son.
que él
That's
fue
what
a
he
su
said.
otra casa a recoger su regalo de
That's what he said.
cumpleaños.
Mr. Jenkins, you may remember him. He testified by the video link. on
Dice,
the
ustedes
stand, and I
recuerdan
said,
aquí
"You don't
otro
know
personaje
what
que
he
también
did in that
testificó con
intervening
video.
time period." And he said, "Oh, yes, I do."
Él dijo,
I
sí,
do. He said, Mr. Depp was visiting his sick mother.
él estaba
And I said,
visitando
"Who
a
told you
su,
that?"
a su,
And he
a su,
said,
a,
Mr. Beck.
a su mamá que estaba enferma.
The witnesses that Mr. Depp has
Dice,
paraded up
los
here,
testigos del señor Depp,
who are here in person, they're here in person because they're on his payroll.
porque
Almost
estaban,
all of them.
ellos estaban dentro de su nómina.
And they're telling you whatever they
Y ellos
think they
están
need to
diciéndole a
tell you
ustedes lo que
to
él
get
quiere
you
que
to
les
take
diga,
Mr. Depp's side,
porque están del lado del señor Depp.
just as we previewed they would do in the opening.
Porque es lo que pues él dice que hacen,
But
¿no?
Mr.
Que-
Depp would go through periods where he would apologize, where he
Dice,
would be
volvamos al
grateful.
periodo donde
I
él
have
se
no
estaba
doubt that there were
disculpando
times
aquí,
when Mr. Depp wanted to get better.
porque el señor se
These are
quería
texts,
mejorar.
PX 120A and 120B. I won't read them them all to you. These are texts
Dice,
that
no se
Mr.
los voy a
Depp
leer todos, pero
sent
estos
to
son
Paige
textos
Heard, Amber's
donde
mom, after detox on the
después de
island
que
in
él se hizo
2014.
su rehabilitación,
He says,
él
there were more
dijo,
than a few times when I thought it would be more simple to take that route. Meaning go for a swim and swallow a big drink of ocean. And he said it was Amber and Amber alone that got me through this.
que fue, él estaba pues aquí escribiendo este mensaje
There's
pues
no
enojado, que vaya y que se vaya y que se trague un bocado de agua del
luckier
mar
man
y
on
que
this
sea
earth
casi
to have
casi
the
pues que
strength
se
that
ahogue
Amber
sola.
gives me and the full support of each of you. So as you're weighing the evidence and you're weighing Mr. Depp's credibility, think to yourself, what do I believe? What he has a motive to say on the stand or what he wrote
Dice yo,
contemporaneously with the
piensen
events?
ustedes qué es lo que van a creer, lo que él aquí
Take his own
escribió
words to
o lo que él
Amber
aquí quiere que
after the
ustedes
detox.
piensen, lo que quiere
Just
que
to
ustedes
let you know
crean.
that I'm fine, my angel. I miss you, of course.
Dice, mi
but this was
ángel,
the right thing
voy
to
a
do
estar
to speed
bien,
up
te
the
te
process. I love
extraño,
you more than life.
vamos a ir por este proceso juntos.
But then there were
Porque él
these
se
days,
quería
and there
rehabilitar.
were times like this.
Dice, había muchísimas veces como esto.
This is sent on March 9th.
Esto
We had
se
a
mandó en
slightly
marzo
grim
9.
morning, is the way Mr. Depp describes it.
Es la manera en la que el
You'll
Señor,
remember the text from a few
recuerdan
days
ustedes
later,
aquí este mensaje
referred to as the disco bloodbath text,
referente a su disco Blood Test.
where Miss Heard says, is that about last Friday night by any
Y aquí
chance?
ella
And Mr.
dice,
Depp
es acerca
responds, how can you
del
make me
viernes
smile
pasado.
about such a hideous moment? He testified on the stand, I don't remember what happened that
Dice,
Friday
aquí él
night,
testificó
but
que
Miss
no se
Heard sure
acuerda
did.
de esto que pasó, porque obviamente pues el monstruo, ¿verdad?
And this
Y esto,
is one of the things that she
esta
had
es
to
una
show
de las
for it. Now, Ms.
cosas que ella
Vasquez
tenía
showed
que,
this to you in opening statements and made it seem like, again, remember what I said at the beginning, if you take pictures, they're fake. If you didn't take pictures, it didn't happen.
dice,
Here's one where she
recuerdan
did
lo que
take a
les dije al
picture, but
principio,
Ms.
si
Vasquez
tomas
says,
fotos
"But
quiere
she
decir
doesn't have injuries
que
on
son
her
falsas,
face."
y si no
Look
tomas
at the date
fotos,
that
entonces
this
quiere
picture was
decir que nunca
taken,
pasó.
ladies and gentlemen. March 23rd,
Estas marcas, señoras y
2013,
señores,
15 days after this incident.
15 días después
So
de
even
este
when there are
incidente.
pictures, they're trying to deceive you into thinking, oh, there should have been more. This is a 2-week-old bruise.
Este
And she
morete
texted-
tiene
look
2
who she
semanas, es
texted
después
to.
de 2
She
semanas.
texted to her mom. They say she never told anyone.
Ella fue con su mamá
Text to mom.
y ella
March
le mandó un
23rd,
mensaje a su
2013.
mamá.
Let's go to Hicksville. You remember Hicksville?
Recuerdan a
Obviously,
otro
there's been a
testigo
little bit of
aquí.
discussion about that in this case. This is where Mr. Depp got jealous that a woman
Esto es
named
lo
Kelly
que es
Sue
cuando el
was sitting
señor
close to Miss
empezó a
Heard
tener
and maybe
aquí
had her arm
celos.
around her at a campfire, and everyone was
Y
having
cuando
a good
empezaron
time.
a
There were
hacer,
some
cuando
mushrooms
tuvieron ese
involved.
incidente
There
en
was
el
some
tráiler
drinking,
donde estaban ahí en la
and
fogata
Mr. Depp got jealous of
y
that.
que el señor
Now, he
estaba
claims that
enojado,
Miss
el
Heard is
señor
the
Depp
abuser,
estaba con
that she's so
celos
much stronger than he is. But then he testified that the evidence shows that in Hicksville,
porque las
he was the one
evidencias
who said he was just trying to protect Amber.
que porque él estaba
Well,
diciendo que
who
él estaba
says,
solo
why would she
tratando de
need
proteger
protection
a
if she's
Amber.
the abuser?
Él
He
es
went
el
and
abusador
took Kelly Sue's hand, forcibly removed
que,
it from Miss Heard,
le quitó las
embarrassing
manos
Miss Heard,
violentamente
ruining the mood
de
the whole
Amber,
night.
porque él
So they went and
pensó
they got into an argument in the
que porque
trailer,
empezaron a
in which
discutir
not
ahí,
only did he trash the trailer,
que porque
but he took her
él
into the
destruyó el
bathroom. He
tráiler
slammed her up against the side wall of the bedroom by her neck, holds her
y
there.
que la agarró con el cuello y la
Um,
metió al
And
tráiler
no, sorry, that was the next one. In Hicksville,
y
he
que la
took her into the
golpeó
bathroom of the trailer
y que
and did
destruyó
what
el
he called a
tráiler
cavity search, where he inserted his fingers inside
y
of
donde
her,
le puso los
sexually
dedos allá donde
assaulted
te
her,
conté
then trashed the trailer.
y destruyó el
And you
tráiler.
heard this Morgan Knight person who testified a few days ago, who said it was $62 of damage.
Cuando el señor que
You
vino a
also heard
testificar
evidence
aquí que
that the
dijo
way
que
he
los
got involved in
gastos
this
o que los
trial
daños que él pagó
was
fueron
by,
$62,
reaching out to one of the main Johnny Depp fan influencers on
que
social
porque él
media.
es uno de los
And you saw
influencers
that text.
que es
That's
muy
how he
fan de
injected
Johnny, que
himself into this
aquí lo
trial.
negó, pero que sí,
There was way more than $62 of damage. You
que
heard
fueron más de
testimony from
$62
Rocky Pennington, Whitney Heard,
de daño.
Whitney Enriquez, and Amber about him trashing the trailer. And is that really a surprise? The man's admitted that he smashes things when he gets angry.
Dice,
The man's
el señor
admitted
aquí
that
ha
he smashes
admitido que él
phones.
golpea
You
cosas
saw
cuando
the
él está
quote that he
enojado.
admitted to the other day, that when he wants to hit something, he's going to hit it, and he
Dice que
doesn't
cuando
care
él quiere
about the
golpear algo, él lo
repercussions.
va a golpear.
So in Hicksville,
Dice,
the Hicksville was late May 2013.
este
This is a
mensaje fue
text, another text
como a
directed by
mediados de
Patti,
mayo,
where he says, I, of course, pounded and displayed ugly colors to Amber on recent journey. I am an insane person and not so fair-headed after too much of the drink. Weed, pills, fine.
y él está diciendo aquí que después de haber estado después de 2 meses work hard, play hard,
And I
ya
won't
saben qué eso
stop.
significa,
Ugly and sad. Oh, how I love it.
Y bueno, pues
There
que
appears to be an Amber Alert, but I think we're okay. People are getting it, I guess, on their phones that haven't silenced that.
Oh, okay.
dice que las personas están aquí en sus celulares, que por favor se callen o los va a sacar del room.
Yes, sir.
Había ruidillos.
So that's after Hicksville.
Dice, eso
This
es.
is what I
Esto,
was getting to next. This, remember,
¿recuerdan
the testimony about Mr. Depp being drunk on his yacht.
cuando el señor estaba... Hay
On the
unos
yacht,
celulares que están
in the
prendidos. Ay,
Bahamas,
es la
2013.
abogada.
When Mr. Depp looked a little scary by the way his body fell into the water, and Lily Rose, his daughter, started to cry.
Que cuando su hija
This
empezó a
hurt
llorar y
comforted
estaban
Lily
ahí.
Rose. And then Depp accused Amber of making them aware of this, that he was drinking again, making his kids aware of this. And he slammed her up against the side wall of the bedroom, held her up by her neck, held her there for a second, and said, I can fucking kill you.
Que le dijo, yo te podría dar
That's
crank,
what he
y que él
said.
estaba pues violento
And
con
then
ella
you
porque él
remember what
pensó
happened.
que ella estaba influyendo en los hijos
Lily
de él
Rose and Amber
para
helicoptered
hacerles
away
notar
from
que
the
él
island.
tenía, él estaba con problemas
And while
de
Amber was in the
de alcohol.
helicopter with Lily Rose, Mr. Depp sends her this piece of poetry, calling her a lesbian camp
Que le
counselor
llamó, bueno, es que son cosas que
because she
tampoco
cared
puedo
about his
repetir aquí en
drinking
el,
and just
en
ridiculing
el YouTube,
her
pero ustedes imagínense que pues sí, son mensajes con muchas malas palabras,
for
nada
trying to
más.
protect his daughter. Sickening.
Segundo,
This text,
este texto,
let's fast forward a little bit to, actually, before we talk about this is
dice,
the
antes de que
Boston,
hablemos de
let's talk
este,
about
vamos
the
por favor.
Moscow flight. The Moscow flight, when Mr. Depp and Amber, she said that was the one time she took ecstasy or MDMA with
Dice
Mr. Depp.
el
She
que
learned
na-
her lesson. When he hit her on the plane, when he threatened to break
Cuando
the
él la
flight
golpeó en el
attendant's
avión,
wrist,
cuando él la
and
amenazó
Miss
en el avión,
Vasquez, again,
y que la
just
señora
tried to
Vázquez
tell
dijo
you, oh, he always wore rings. Now, Miss Heard
que,
said
que ella
almost
dice,
all
oh,
the
él
time he
siempre
did.
usa sus
Maybe
anillos.
sometimes when he didn't.
Hay,
And in the
hay veces
picture
en
that
las que
she
él no
just
lo
showed
usa.
you, PX 1248, you can take a look at that when you
Ustedes
review
pueden
the
ver en
evidence.
esa página,
That's a picture taken
hay
in
una
Moscow
foto
with no rings
donde él
other
no
than
trae
a wedding
anillos
ring on his finger
en sus
or
dedos.
some kind of ring. He's wearing one ring on his finger.
Tenía un anillo en su
And
mano.
so in Mr. Depp's world,
En
they're
el
going to
mundo
try
del,
to come at you either way. They say, well, he was wearing rings, but it didn't leave a mark on your face.
que
And then
porque
they show
dice,
you
sí,
a
él estaba,
picture where he
él
wasn't
estaba
wearing
usando sus
rings
anillos, pero no dejó
during
ninguna
that
marca en su
trip.
cara.
So that's what happened in Moscow. On
Que porque muchas veces sí, él traía, no traía los
13,
anillos,
in
dice.
London, Mr. Depp
Se les está yendo la señal. Ay, perdón. Se les está yendo la señal. Está interesante este juicio, ¿no? Está bien intenso. Bueno, están ahorita terminando ya con las pruebas, pero la verdad, los argumentos de los abogados de Amber no están tan buenos como los de Johnny. No sé. Se les fue la señal, ¿eh? Déjenme ver. Bueno, mientras en este break, ¿qué les parece si aprovechamos este break? Aprovechamos este break para ponernos al corriente con los likes. ¿Qué les parece? En lo que llega la señal, porque se les fue la señal. ¿Les parece? Ya.
he started throwing things at her, ice cubes and utensils. He slapped her face against the window when she was seated. And when she got up to move, how dare she? He kicked her in the back. She said, I feel his boot in my back. And he continued to drink and
Permítanme.
eventually started howling like an animal, passed out in the bathroom. Let's play 220.
Es la señal de ellos, ¿eh? El audio está muy mal. Ahorita vemos qué pasa, ¿ok? Ya se arregló.
That's Mr. Depp on the plane, but he
Cuando él
expects
está
you to
gritando
believe
en el
him
avión,
that he didn't have anything to drink on that plane except for maybe one thing of champagne. That's what he expects you to believe. He's talked about blackouts.
dice, él está hablando aquí de blackouts, cuando
where
no
he doesn't
tenía
remember what
cuando no
happened.
recordaba
He blamed them only
cuando él
on
estaba
opiates, but we know
tomado.
they happen throughout, where he doesn't remember what's happened.
Dice, él no
As you're
recuerda
weighing the
por lo que
evidence,
habían
as you're
pasado
assessing
antes.
whether Mr. Depp has borne his burden of proof, think to yourself, do you believe Amber's account of what happened on the
Dice,
plane?
¿ustedes
Or do
le
you
creen?
believe that person's
¿Ustedes le
account
creen
that you
a
just
Amber
heard?
lo que pasó en el
But
avión o
actually,
ustedes le creen a
you can
esa
look at his
persona que está
account
gritando
from
en
a
el
few days
avión?
later, May 30th.
Dice, y
in
2
which
días
he
después,
told,
en
again, Paul Bettany,
otro
he
mensaje
said, drank all
disculpándose.
night before I picked Amber up to fly to LA. No food for days.
Dice, no he
Powders,
comido en
half a bottle
días,
of whiskey, 1,000 Red Bulls
solamente he
and
tomado
vodkas,
whisky,
pills, 2 bottles of
he
champagne.
tomado
What do you get?
pastillas,
An angry agro engine and a fucking blackout.
y que yo he
Screaming
tenido
obscenities and insulting any fuck who got
no he
near.
tenido memorias.
I'm done. I'm admittedly too fucked in the head to spray my
Dice,
rage
lo
at the
admito,
one
ya
I love.
terminé, no más.
For little reason as well. I'm too old to be that guy.
Estoy
but
muy
pills
viejo
are
para
fine.
ser ese tipo de
And he
hombre.
expects you to believe
Él
that
espera
he's carried his burden of proof in showing that no abuse happened on that plane.
que ningún tipo de abuso haya pasado. O sea,
You don't
quiere
have
que
to look at just that.
dice, no nada más tienes que creer o ver eso.
You can look at this text of Patti
Puedes
Smith
también ver aquí los textos
when he says,
cuando dice,
when I was in NYC, they were brief visits and I fucked and charged by horrific fights with Amber. I fucked up and drank and got shitty. Was so disappointed in myself.
que él está muy decepcionado de él
You can look at
mismo
his
porque
text
como
to
que se
misheard
pone
the
medio
next
loquito
day,
cuando
where
trae
he
la
says, once
fiesta.
again, I
Cuando
find
trae
myself in
la
a place
bolsita
of
Ziploc.
shame and regret. Of course, I'm sorry. I really don't know why or what happened. Well,
Dice,
no
realmente
wonder.
lo siento,
You heard the
no
voice
sé
in the plane. Of
exactamente
course he
cómo
doesn't know
pasó
what
o qué
happened.
pasó,
But I will never do it again.
pero nunca lo
My
voy a volver
illness
a hacer.
somehow crept up and grabbed me. I must get better. I love you and feel so bad for letting you down. And
Te
what
amo
his
y me
response has been
disculpo por
throughout this
haberte
trial,
dejado
things like
abajo,
that,
por
is
haberte
blaming him,
fallado.
saying you're just placating her. Is that
Que aquí
carrying
él
his burden
estaba
of proof and
suplicando
showing
por
that abuse
perdón.
hasn't happened even a single time?
Dice, ¿ustedes creen que
This
esto pasó
is in
nada
the
más
lead up to Australia.
una sola
But
vez?
before we get there, we can talk about January 25th in
Dice,
Tokyo,
vámonos aquí
at
a
the
otro,
premiere of Mordecai,
en otra
where he
fecha.
did slam her up against the hallway
También,
wall, wailed on her, and he did get on her back in the closet. And what do they say? Look at her backless dress. She doesn't have any bruises. She testified herself that she was checking out pictures because she was concerned that there were.
Dice,
So
ellos
now
vieron,
their theory
ustedes
is
aquí
if
vieron
there's no
fotos de que ella no
marks,
tenía
it
ninguna
didn't
marca
happen.
en la espalda, pero ella
We all
estaba
know that's
checando
not
que
the
no tuviera
case.
ninguna marca porque no quería como que exhibir a Johnny de que
February
pues,
2015,
que lo
this
estaba
is when they got
protegiendo, ¿no?
married. The day they got married, you heard
Dice,
the
el
testimony
día
from
que ellos
Mayo,
llegaron,
right?
que se
Where
casaron,
Mr. Depp told him, I can now punch her anytime I
dice
want.
que
You
él le
won't
dijo,
do
ahora te
anything
puedo
about it."
golpear en cualquier momento, como diciendo, ya
He'll
nadie
say
me va a
it's
regañar.
a joke he made on his wedding day.
Dice, él estaba
Then we
haciendo,
fast forward to
haciendo
Australia,
bromas
where Miss Heard is flying from London, where
de
she's
golpearla
filming the Danish
físicamente el
girl
día de su
to see
boda.
her new husband for the first time since their wedding. And these are excerpts from DX353.
Y estos son mensajes de su
All
esposo
but the
después
bottom right one
de que lo de
are
la
the
luna de
days
miel.
leading up to this, where he's on a drug
Cuando él estaba, pues,
bender. He's hanging out with Marilyn Manson.
Cuando
He's
él
getting
estaba
drugs
aquí-
from his assistants who are enablers. Again, there's a reason you didn't hear them testify in this trial. They're getting him drugs for days and days.
Dice,
And then the one on the
él
bottom
estaba
right, you'll
en
remember you
sustancias
see a
por
couple
días
times.
y días
This
y
is
días.
after he chopped his finger off.
Él
when
se
he
lastimó,
says,
él
"Need
se
more
rompió su
cocaine
dedo.
and ecstasy."
Y porque pues siempre estaba
So, and no one, Miss
Dice-
Heard was in touch with his assistants, but no one told her the hornet's nest that she was walking into. And we all know what happened in Australia. We all know that
Dice, todos sabemos lo
Mr.
que pasó
Depp,
en
she
Australia.
gets there, he pulls out a bag of MDMA, and he took a handful. She didn't say he took 10 at a time.
Ella
She
nunca
did say
dijo
he
que se
took
tomó
8 to
10 al
10
mismo
over the
tiempo,
course of
solamente
that
dijo que
period.
faltaban 10
The
pastillas
second
en la
day,
bolsita
Mr.
Ziploc.
Depp, who claims that Miss Heard refused to do a post-nup, calls Amber's domestic relations
Ella-
team, Michelle Mulrooney, you heard from her, when he was drunk, and he fired her. And he told Amber for about the 25th time, she said, the only way out of this is death.
Él le
I
dijo
don't
como
want
por
this.
muchas veces que la única forma de,
And then she said that she
salirse los
remembered him
dos de ese
slamming up
matrimonio
against the
era
wall.
a través
And I
de...
won't go through, you remember her testimony
Dice, ustedes
from
recuerdan
Australia.
aquí su
You
testimonio,
remember her saying that he had her by the neck, squeezing
que
her
porque
neck.
él la agarró del
You
cuello
remember
y
her
la
saying that he
apretó,
threw her on the game
y que la
table,
única
like
manera de
ping pong
salirse
table.
de
You
ese
remember seeing the
matrimonio
pictures
pues
of that
era
broken table.
hasta la muerte,
You
baby.
remember her saying that at At some point, he had a broken bottle up against her face.
y que en
He
un
told her that
momento
he carved
él le
off her
rompió una
face.
botella,
He was throwing bottles at
que
her.
le aventaba botellas cerca
He
de
was
su
throwing
cara,
bottles one after another, and I
que
could
le
feel
aventaba
glass
una tras
frame
otra la
behind me, and you've seen
botella,
the evidence of that.
y que tenemos
And
por
he
esos
was just
mensajes
over and
evidencias
over
de
again
eso,
smashing the phone into the wall,
que también
screaming at me
rompía
as
los
she watched
celulares
it
en la
break into
pared.
pieces. Now, she doesn't know how he lost his finger.
Dice, ella no sabe cómo perdió
She
el
said that
dedo,
she saw him smash a phone to pieces. And
ella
you heard
rompió
him give
él
a piece
rompió
the
el
other day
celular
with
en
his testimony
piezas,
in the UK, which was different from what he testified here, where he said he did smash a phone. And then they tried to put that picture in front of you with the desk phone and suggest that that was it.
y que bueno, aquí
It's
dice que están
deception.
tratando de manipular
trying to
ellos las
deceive you.
evidencias con las fotos que ponen ahí del
And
escritorio y
then you
de...
heard Ms. Heard testify that the next morning she found meat that he had left all over the house, but not before what happened before she went to bed that night.
Dice que ella tiene aquí una historia
And
de lo
Ms.
que
Heard
pasó una
testified,
noche
and I
antes de irse a la
remember
cama.
trying to get up, and I was slipping on the glass. I was wanting to move. I felt this pressure in my pubic bone.
Que ella
I
sentía
remember
esta
just
presión
not
en,
wanting to move
en sus
because I
huesos
didn't know
de allá abajo donde
if
te
it was
conté,
broken. I didn't know
que
if
porque
the
ella,
bottle that he had inside me.
que ella no podía creer que le había puesto una botella allá donde te conté.
This is the next morning.
Esto es a la mañana
This is what he wrote
siguiente.
with the bloody stump of his
Él
finger.
él
And there's
escribió
been
esto con su
testimony about
sangre,
what happened to cut the finger off.
lo que
And
pasó
frankly,
después de
it's
que se le cortó el
irrelevant to your
dedito con
deliberations
chavadito.
here. Amber could have chopped it off with an axe, and it has nothing to do with whether or not Mr. Depp abused her. But we all know she didn't. We all know that his fingers weren't curled, and someone was standing with a half-gallon vodka bottle.
Dice que él
about
estaba
where that
tomándose
hand
media
threw it,
botella de
and it
vodka
somehow
y que
managed to damage
él-
just the bottom of the finger
que solamente la
and
parte de
leave the
abajo
nail
de su
fully
dedito.
intact. We all know that didn't happen.
Dice, no sabemos eso.
Mr. Depp knows it didn't happen. We'll
Él
see some
sabe lo
evidence
que
of that.
pasó,
But here,
pero aquí
he writes about her ambition,
él
starring Billy
escribió aquí
Bob
acerca de la
and Lizzie
ambición
Amber.
de ella,
He talked about controlling jealousy,
acerca de
talked about him
control,
not wanting her
de
to act. Don
celos,
Hughes testified how that is a form of intimate partner abuse.
que eso es una forma
Here
de
she writes,
abuso
he's
de
writing on
parejas.
the mirror again, and they try to blame her and say that she wrote Call Carly Simon. She
Y
didn't
que,
write that.
y que aquí él escribió Carly
Who
Simon.
was the lunatic in the house?
Dice, ¿quién era el
Who was
lunático
writing
de la
everywhere?
casa? La
She
cara de
has no
Amber.
evidence
Chéquenme
she
por
wrote
favor la
that. She
cara
testified she doesn't even know who Carly
de
Simon
pucheros que
was
hace porque
until she
sabe
was
que ahorita
told.
le están haciendo close-up. La cara de
This is some of
puchero
the
que
evidence.
hace.
Mr.
¿Qué
Depp
onda
told
con
me a
su
couple
cara?
different stories the other day about the evidence on the right. He claimed that that was the handle of vodka between those two beer cans there. But then
Que
under
había ahí
cross-examination, he
botellas de
admitted it's not, that
cerveza.
there's not
Estamos
enough
viendo
glass
las
on the
fotos que
floor, that
ahorita
there's
no
no
nos las están
handle of vodka
enseñando,
on the
pero
floor. But what there is in the picture on the right is evidence
dice, pero
of
aquí
when he
vemos
was
en la foto de
throwing
la
bottles
derecha
past Amber's head and breaking that plate glass window. More writing, more abuse on the right.
más
Imagine having a
abusos,
painting
más
area
ahí
where you're drawing
escritos.
two canvases and you and your husband get in a fight, and while you are asleep that
Cuando
night,
tú y tu
he
marido
takes the
entran
bloody
en una
stump of
pelea,
his
pero tú
finger
estás
and dips
dormida
it in paint and destroys your paintings.
y
Ladies and
que
gentlemen, that's
que te
abuse.
golpea y que te destruye
Good
tu...
luck and be careful at the top.
Dice, por
This is a
favor,
good chance to talk about Mr. Depp's controlling
esta es una
and
manera muy
jealous
buena de hablar
rage and
del
his
control
desire to control Amber's career.
de arruinar la carrera
He
de
didn't
ella.
want her to act. As early as 2013, he
En
tells his
2000
sister, I don't need actress bullshit and her fucking ambition.
Aquí dijo, yo no necesito
He tells her in
las
this recording,
de las actrices. La cara de puchero.
If you look at the bigger picture,
I
what is
became
the
irrational when you're doing movies. I become jealous and fucking crazy and weird. And, you know, we fight a lot more.
I become jealous when you're doing movies. I become
Dice,
irrational
me
and
pongo
fucking
celoso
crazy
cuando
and
haces películas.
weird." Out of his own mouth.
O sea, eso salió de su propia boca.
This is some of the notes of Dr. Blaustein,
Estas son de las notas que
his
el doctor
therapist, called him self-destructive.
aquí,
Something about wait up to fight the devil.
aquí dice, espera a que
Jealous.
el diablo,
And I know this is hard,
espera
hard
que el
to read,
diablo
but you
pelee.
can see jealous, you see paranoia, fear, envy. He wanted to control her. He wanted
Él
to own
estaba
her. He
celoso,
didn't want her to
envidioso,
have
él
any
quería
career.
controlarla.
And then he says things like, I have other uses for your throat, which do not
Y
include
también
injury."
decía, tengo
No one
otras,
who's hasn't
tengo otros
previously
planes para
grabbed
tu
someone by the
garganta.
throat would write, which do not include injury.
que no,
Well, we
que
all
no
know how Mr.
incluyen,
Depp
que no
thinks
incluyen
along these lines, because you
daños.
saw these two texts the other day.
Dice,
And he
nosotros
sat
vemos
on
y
the
leímos
stand
estos
and
textos
denied
la
writing,
otra
and I'm
vez.
not going to read them to you again.
Dice, no se los voy a
Because
volver
they're
a
the most
leer
vulgar,
porque son
vile, writing you can imagine.
que son
He said,
vulgares,
"That's not my style. I wouldn't write like
ofensivos y todo lo que ustedes se puedan imaginar.
Of course he would.
Dice,
And he
claro,
did.
él lo haría.
These are texts that he produced, that he
Ese es un
gave
text
to
que él
Amber
hizo.
and our team in this litigation from him to his personal assistant, Stephen Duders.
De
This
él a
is
su,
the way
a su
he thinks
asistente
about it.
personal, Steve.
This, not what you heard on the stand.
Dice esto, no lo
that.
que ustedes aquí escucharon.
It's disgusting.
Es horrible.
He admitted that he cut his finger off.
Él aquí
This
admitió
is
que él se
evidence
cortó
of
el
him
dedo él
admitting
solo.
to it to people other than Amber. I cut the top of my middle finger off.
Dice, me
Says
corté
that
la
to
parte
Dr.
de arriba
Kipper.
de mi dedito.
Says it again to Dr. Kipper. The bottom one
Y
he
también se lo dijo al
says to
Dr.
Nurse
Kipper.
Galati, I just chopped my finger off.
Dice,
But he does
me
say
acabo
it
de
to
cortar
Amber,
el
too. Remember,
dedito.
we played this one 4 times, and Mr. Depp denied that he was actually saying the day that I chopped my finger off. Let's hear it one more time.
Dice, vamos a escucharlo una vez más.
I'm talking about Australia, the day that I
Now we're
chopped
talking
my
about
finger.
Australia. Okay.
The day that I chopped my finger off.
Dice, aquí estamos hablando de cuando él le
So
dice,
let's fast
del
forward
día
to
en
March
el que me corté el
23rd,
dedo.
2015. After just a few weeks in Australia,
Después de unas
Mr. Depp
semanas
has
en
a finger
Australia,
injury, no doubt about that. He comes home.
él
He
vino a la
gets what
casa.
they call a soft cast on it, which you heard his treating physician and our experts say doesn't have sides on it, but it's a hard plaster cast over the top of his finger. It can be wielded like a club. And they got in an argument when Miss Heard discovered that he was having an affair with a woman named
Ellos
Rochelle.
tuvieron una discusión cuando la señora Amber descubrió que él estaba teniendo una
And
affair
she
con otra
confronted him
mujer.
about that. No surprise there, they got in a huge argument.
Y que ellos estaban,
At some point in the argument,
o
he
sea, que era lo
bolted
lógico,
up
que
the
estaban en
stairs.
una
Now, Traduccion
discusión.
claims that she threw a Red Bull can at him.
Y fue cuando ella él
and
dice que
Whitney
ella le aventó
Enriquez say
una
that
botella de
absolutely didn't
una
happen.
lata de Red Bull.
But even if you believe
Pero
Mr. McGivern,
Pero
at some
si,
point,
si ustedes
Mr.
también le
Depp
quieren creer al señor
went
McGivern,
up the stairs. He went to the fight. This is the man that claims he always wants to run. And this time
dice,
he
este
had
es el hombre
bodyguard
que
with him.
siempre
So he
decía
could
que
have
siempre
just walked out
corría,
the
que
door.
siempre se
But he
escondía.
runs up the stairs,
Pero cuando él venía
and
para
Miss
las
Enriquez is
escaleras,
standing on the precipice of the stairs, and Amber admitted
y Amber
that when she
admitió
thought he was about to push her down the stairs,
que
as
ella
he's
estaba
grabbing at her and Amber with his free hand and trying to club them with the casted
que
hand.
estaba él con una
She
mano la
said,
tenía
"I
ella agarrada y
punched
con
him
el
square
otra
in the
mano la
face.
estaba golpeando.
I punched him square in the face." And they showed you a picture
Y ellos,
of the shiner that
y
she
ustedes
had.
vieron en la foto, una
That-
foto
that
de
Mr. Depp
su
had.
ojo, cómo a
Miss
ella,
Heard doesn't
ella
deny that.
lo golpeó.
They're trying to say she's the abuser.
Ellos están tratando de
for
decir aquí
defending
que ella es la
herself
que
and her
lo
sister from this
abusaba.
animal who's running at them. This person that they claim couldn't possibly have done this because he had a hurt finger. Yet he could have
Este
done
personaje
this.
que dicen que no
This
era
is what
capaz de
Mr.
hacer eso
McGivern
porque
said was
tenía su dedito
rearranging
con
her
chavadito.
closet. I don't know what you all do when you rearrange your closets, but I hope it doesn't look like this. This is
Dice, no sé
throwing a
ustedes
floating
cómo
rack down
tengan
the
su
stairs.
closet, pero
This
espero
is
que no
not
se vea
this
como
over.
esto.
This is what he did to
Esto es lo
rearrange
que
the
él
closet
hizo
with his hurt finger that he
con
couldn't
su
possibly
dedito
have
cuando ya
hit
lo tenía
Miss
malo.
Heard.
Él destruyó el
They
closet de la señora.
That in and of itself, that destruction of property,
Él,
even
esto
if he
se
hadn't
llama
hit her
destrucción
that
de la
night,
propiedad.
that's abuse. Imagine being married to someone and
Dice,
walking on
imagínense estar
eggshells
casados con
so
alguien
thick that you don't know if you set them off, if that's what's
que
going
tú
to
no
happen.
sabes cuando lo pones así.
That's abuse.
Eso es abuso
And it's disgusting.
y es detestable.
But sometimes he would apologize.
Pero en algún-
He'd
en
say,
algún
"I can't
momento él se
express how
disculpaba.
sorry I am for having stooped so low,
Y él
have
decía,
spewed such
discúlpame
vicious
por haber estado
untruths
siempre
for the
tan.
sole purpose of hurting you. Grievous error, shameful." So he went in these cycles.
Dice, él
He
venía
went in
y,
these
y
cycles.
volvía
She
con
thought
estos
he could
ciclos
change
de,
for good. And when it was good, it was really
Y-
good. But then sometimes things like December 15th came
y a
up,
veces
where she
había
remembers
cosas
him
aquí
chasing her in the kitchen.
como él la perseguía en la cocina.
She remembers him shoving her 2 or 3 times and sending her toppling over a Chase lounge and saying, "Do you really want to go again, tough guy?"
Dice,
She
¿tú
looked
quieres
at
otra
him,
vez
he
ir,
balled up
tough
his
guy?
fist,
Que le decía a
leaned back,
él a ella.
headbutted her square in the nose.
Y que él le respiraba así con la nariz cerquita de la cara.
So she couldn't breathe on that bed.
Y que a veces
We're gonna
ella no
see in a
podía ni
second.
respirar.
But she was suffocating in this pillow top.
Ella estaba
She said,
sofocada en
"This is when I thought I was
que la
gonna die.
sofocaba.
He's going to kill me and he doesn't
Dice,
even
porque él
know
me
what
va,
he's
él me
doing
va a dar cráneo.
because he's out of his mind."
Porque él está fuera de control, no
And
tiene control de su
These are the
mente.
pictures that
Estas
they
son algunas de
claim.
las
I don't know
fotos.
what they're claiming. I don't know if they're claiming she painted on the bruise. Oh, you weren't hurt badly enough.
O sea que no te
therefore you're
golpeó
making it up.
tanto, tan
Look
fuerte
under
como
her
para
eye.
que sea eso considerado como.
And again,
Dice, y
their
otra
theory
vez.
is that all of this is a lie. All of this was some grand hoax. If this were a hoax, ladies and gentlemen, she'd have worse injuries than that.
Dice, ella,
She'd really do it up. She took pictures as they existed.
Ella
when
tomó
she could
fotos
at
de
the
lo que
time of
existió.
abuse. And yet Ms. Vasquez has the
Y la
nerve to say,
señorita
"Well, why
Vázquez
didn't she
dijo,
videotape
Dijo,
incident
no hay
of
ningún
abuse. What, if
videotape
she's
de
being
cuando
hit,
él la,
she's
la,
supposed
la
to somehow
atacaba.
grab a video camera with
Dice,
one
cuando te
hand
están
while she's
golpeando, tú
defending
agarras una
herself with another
videocámara.
hand? You heard her in one of the audio tapes talking about when she hit him,
Ustedes
as he was
escucharon,
trying to barge at her, and she got
ustedes
her
escucharon
feet
en
on
uno de
her
los
door
audios donde ella le decía que él lo golpeaba, pero era
as he's
porque
coming after her.
él estaba viniendo a atacarla a ella.
And of
La
course,
cara de
as
Johnny,
Don Hughes
chéquenme la
testified,
cara de
these
Johnny.
victims, of course, of control like this, they do try to appease their abusive partner and apologize for
Dice,
things
ellos
that aren't
tratan
their fault.
de
So
traer
as you're
otra
coming
vez a
at
la
me,
paz a
Johnny,
su
and you
abusador.
push a door into me,
Y
and
si,
I have to hit you to get away,
dice,
to
si yo
protect
cierro la
myself,
puerta es para
yeah, she did
evitar que
apologize for
vengas a
that because
mí.
that's the cycle of violence.
Ese es el
That's
ciclo
what
de la
victims do.
violencia,
Yet they continue to
de
blame
lo
the
que
victim.
siguen contando aquí que
There's no evidence she painted on that bloody lip.
dice, aquí
And
no hay
again,
ninguna
we're talking about
evidencia
a post. The
en
next
el
day, she went
labio
on James
que,
Corden, and they say, well, you can't see any injury
dice,
there,
aquí
so
tú no
must
puedes
not
ver
have.
ninguna evidencia en
She
el
would have
labio
to
que
be
le pasó.
dumbest person in the world to say,
Dice,
I'm going to commit an abuse hoax, but let's do it the day before I
dice,
go
vamos
on
a ver una
national
foto
television.
de un día antes.
Let's do it the day before.
Vamos a ver el día antes.
But you heard Melanie Iglesias, her makeup artist,
Pero ustedes escucharon
testify
aquí a
in
su,
great detail.
a
And I
su
didn't even
maquilladora, a
understand half the
Melanie,
terms about makeup that she was
que
using.
sabe acerca
But
de
she testified
maquillaje,
in great detail
que
about
ella
exactly what
testificó
she did to cover up those
que ella
bruises.
tuvo que hacer un muy
The
buen
red
trabajo para
lipstick that
cubrir
she
esos
put to cover
moretes.
up the busted lip.
Y ese
You
labio que ella
heard the
tenía
testimony of
lastimado.
that from a neutral party who said exactly what she did. She talked about how she looked at the color wheel to neutralize the bruising.
Ella sabe,
They
ella
claim
también aquí
it was
tuvo
just an accidental
testigos
headbutt.
que dijeron de
Well, no accidental headbutt rips out hair.
cómo tuvieron que neutralizar los colores
They
para pues
claim,
ayudarla,
oh, Miss
¿verdad?
Heard somehow used a pocket knife to cut this portion of the bed out to stage this. Well, I don't know if that's a pocket knife or not, but the only testimony in this trial about a pocket knife is Whitney Henriquez saying that Mr. Depp carried a pocket knife.
Dice que la única persona que cargaba en sus bolsas un cuchillo, así era Johnny, y que ese que está ahí
I
en la
think the
cama
most
pues era
telling,
de
one of the most
Johnny.
telling things about this incident is the text he sent to David Heard, Amber's dad, 2 weeks later, where he
Dice,
says, I meant to send this to you a week or so ago. I'm sending it to you now. And he says, I forget if it's a text or an email, but you can look at EX58. He says, yes, I
Dice,
fucked
sí,
up and
yo
went too far in
la
my
regué y
fight."
fui demasiado lejos en
Because
nuestra
as a result of
pelea.
that fight and
Y
the
eso no
bruises
me
that all of her
excusa.
family saw, the family
Yo también
refused
soy
to go to the
parte de
Bahamas
estos
with them
dramas,
for
dice.
Christmas. The family refused to go to the Bahamas
Su familia no quiso ir a las
for
Bahamas.
Christmas, and on that trip
Y en ese
to the
viaje,
island, Mr. Depp kept passing out, and every time he passed out, he would dump a glass of wine on Amber's
que
lap.
porque cada que él
And
se
she didn't
enojaba
like
le
that,
aventaba
and she yelled at him.
le aventaba
And because
una
it was
copa
in
de
front
vino
of his kids,
a
he
él.
got up. This is the one where Tara Roberts took the video, but she didn't show you the closet, she didn't show you the bathroom. And Amber says,
Dice,
while holding my neck, this is in the closet, he said, I'll fucking kill you if you ever speak to me like that in front of my kids again, because you embarrassed me.
dice que le dijo que la amenazó en que algo le iba a hacer si le volvió a hablar así delante de sus hijos. Que le agarró sus cositas, partes de allá abajo, y que le puso los dedos adentro. Y que le dijo, te crees muy valiente, te crees muy valiente, Y para quitárselo de encima, dice, ella lo admitió, ella le aventó una cosa.
That she claimed that hit Mr. Depp, and Mr. Depp is somehow the victim in that encounter.
Y que eso lo aventó ella para defenderse porque él la estaba atacando. Ustedes vieron las fotos.
Where Mr. Depp has the same shadowing under his eye that he does in the allegedly abusive picture.
Cuando él le enseñó la foto donde supuestamente él tenía dice en la luna de miel, cuando él tenía supuestamente que porque él estaba golpeándola a ella y apretándole el cuello, y que ella se despertó, ella era la abusada, ¿no? Y que él estaba ahí.
Let's fast forward to her birthday party just very quickly. He experienced terrible financial news that night. He came over, they got into a fight. There's been conflicting evidence about that. But Amber said, I hit the side of the desk. He chest bumped me. He fell to the floor. I fell to the floor. And when I got back up, he held me down by the
Chéquenme
shoulders,
los aretes, ya se dieron cuenta que es el
and
mismo.
pushed
Es
her
que no
down.
sé cómo se
You'll
llaman
remember
esos
Miss
animalitos.
Vasquez
Es
showing
el
her
logotipo de
interrogatory answers where she details a lot
Gucci.
of this and saying,
Es el
"Nowhere
mismo
in there
tatuaje
does
que
it say
tiene
that."
Johnny en
And
su
Miss
mano.
Heard says it actually does on page 64.
No sé cómo se
And pointed
llama.
out to Miss Vasquez exactly where it says that. That's abuse. It's
Eso es
sexual abuse.
abuso, eso es abuso.
But we all know what Mr. Depp does when
Pero
he
todos
experiences
sabemos lo que el
terrible
señor Depp
financial
también
news or terrible
hizo.
news. He experienced terrible news that night.
Él
On the way to the birthday
tenía,
party, where
él
his
recibió malas
his
noticias esa
bodyguards
noche
testified that he was either visiting his sick mom or getting a birthday present for
de que
Amber.
tenía una mamá
And then we know what
enferma.
happens
Él
the day
estaba
after his
como
mother passed
una
away,
abeja, es una abeja,
May
gracias.
21st, 2016.
Una
And
bee.
we're going to skip through a little bit of this now, and Elaine will talk about this in the context of the counterclaim. But these are the pictures
Y Johnny
afterwards.
tiene el
These
tatuaje
are
de una abeja en
pictures
su mano.
that now they're claiming that, well, they
Creo
must have
que
been
es.
fake. There's been no testimony in this case.
Dice, vi este testimonio en este caso.
There's been no testimony that the marks you see on Amber's face,
Dice
including
aquí,
this mark with a
estas
straight
marcas
line from below her eye to the top of her temple, that it lines up directly with the phone. There's been no testimony that those are faked.
Dice, estos son los
Mr.
testimonios.
Depp
Dice,
went
aquí
through the
ven
house, he
el vidrio.
destroyed pictures of her friends. That's abuse.
Esta es una
Property
voz, esta es
destruction
una
like
foto
that,
de sus amigas. Aquí él la
in and of
rompió. Esto es
itself is
abuso.
abuse. He destroyed her office.
Él destruyó su
He destroyed her friend
oficina.
Rocky Pennington's preparation for the bead show that she was having. He spilled wine in the hallway.
Él tiró vino en todo
el
el pasillo del departamento.
Testify that he saw this in the hallway. And they said she never sent anything to her
Y dicen
medical
aquí,
providers. These are the texts that she sent to her nurse, Erin Falai.
estos son los mensajes que ella le mandó a su enfermera.
These are pictures of her in the
Estas son las
courtroom.
fotos de ella.
We're not going to play this right now, but you can listen
Dice,
to this.
no voy
This is
a
that
ponerle play a
terribly
esto, pero
disturbing
ustedes pueden
text
aquí
of him
checar.
in July of 2016, threatening to cut himself and telling you cut me or I will. You all remember playing that.
Dice,
It was
ustedes
awful.
recuerdan que escuchamos
It was
eso.
awful. I'm not going to play it again.
No lo voy a volver a
But
poner.
It was horrible.
Pero
That
fue
in and
horrible,
of
fue
itself
horrible,
is
fue
abusive.
horrible, fue horrible.
This is the document that Mr. Depp signed,
Esto
the
es-
divorce agreement, where he says, signed in agreement with his signature.
El policía
neither
que está ahí
party
en la
has made
esquina está ya
false
bien
accusations
harto,
from
bien
Amber.
hasta el gorro. Ya
He
no
said
quiere
that
volver a ver a
then.
nadie de este caso
He could have
en un
fought
buen
this
rato.
then, but he didn't because he knew that her allegations were true.
Él
But then he
dice,
continued his campaign of humiliation. He
que
says, I
si-
want her replaced on that WB film. Ladies and gentlemen, the facts
Señoras y
are
señores.
absolutely overwhelming of abuse. One time. That's all you have
que
to
sí,
remember.
que lo único que
Mr. Depp
necesitas es
simply
una sola
cannot prove
ocasión
to you
para,
that he never
para,
once
para,
abused Amber.
para,
And if
para
you
declarar
don't
lo que es un abuso.
know,
Con una sola
have
vez
to
que
return a
pase.
verdict for Ms. Heard. A ruling against Amber here sends a message that no matter what you do as an abuse victim, you always have to do
Dice, no
more.
importa lo que
No matter
hagas,
what you
cuando eres un
document,
abusador,
you
tú
always
siempre
have
vas a
to
ser un
document more.
abusador.
No matter whom you tell, you always have to tell more people. No matter how honest you are about your own imperfections and your
Dice,
own
no importa qué
shortcomings in
tan
a
honesto
relationship,
seas acerca de tus
you need to be
imperfecciones,
perfect in order for people to believe you.
pero no tienes que ser perfecto para que la gente te crea.
Don't send that message.
Ese es el mensaje.
That's what he wants you to
Esto
say.
es lo que quiere que
So I'm
ustedes
going to
crean.
quickly get to another point that you have to find in order to prove, or in order
En
to
orden
rule
de
for Mr.
probar
Depp.
aquí,
You would have to find that Ms.
ustedes-
Heard made the statements with actual malice. Now, what Mr. Chu
Que-
didn't
que
tell you
tienen
is
que
that you have
probar
to
que
find
ella
this
lo
by
hizo con
clear and
malicia.
convincing evidence. So this is much higher
Dice, esto
than
es
the
más-
greater weight of the evidence standard
Esto
that
es
applies to
muchísimo
the
más
other
que
claims,
cualquier evidencia.
the other elements of the claim. Clear and convincing evidence
Claro,
is evidence that creates in your minds a firm belief or conviction that Mr. Depp has proved this issue. So if you believe that Ms. Heard did not act maliciously,
si ustedes
in
creen
writing
que la
the op-ed,
señora, la
then you
tóxica,
must
no habló
return
aquí,
her
no
a
lo hizo
verdict
con
for
malicia,
Ms. Heard, even if you think that he never abused her.
y tal vez, aunque ustedes piensen que él nunca
But
la
we can-
abusó.
I'll quickly go over the
Dice,
evidence of
vámonos
this.
por favor rapidito
The
aquí,
the
porque se me acaba el
op-ed, you look at the
tiempo.
words, it clearly wasn't a hit piece. She
Obviamente,
visited her attorney, Eric George. who
ella le mandó
testified by
mensajes a su
video that
abogado.
His objective was to make sure that there could be no meritorious claim that could be brought about this article relating to defamation. He gave Ms. Heard advice. She affirmatively followed all of it.
que ella
So
siguió
you
las
cannot
instrucciones y
find
que les
that Ms.
informó,
Heard
le
met the
informó al
clear and
abogado
convincing
de él que
evidence
iban a salir
given the
estos
testimony of Eric
artículos, o
George,
sea,
given the testimony of Terrence Doherty from the ACLU, when Amber went out of her way to ask her lawyer if it was okay.
cuando ella
They will say
fue
it doesn't
afuera,
matter
ella
if
le
she's
preguntó a
lying.
sus abogados que si
But
estaba
even if
bien
that isn't,
que se publicaran estas cosas, o sea,
they
ella
will say
se,
that
como
that
diciendo, se
doesn't
asesoró
matter if
bien.
she's lying, but even that isn't true, because again, keep in mind that if Ms. Heard wanted to be malicious toward Mr. Depp,
Dice, pero tengan
the
en
argument
cuenta
would be
aquí
very
que ella
different.
no
And I think
quería
it's
ser,
interesting here, we'll
ella
talk
no lo
about
hizo
Mr.
con
Waldman in a
malicia
second, but that
para
Amber
dañar al
utilized
señor
her
Depp.
attorney, Eric George, to make sure that she was following the law.
Dice, porque su abogado la asesoró bien
Mr.
para
Depp
darse
used
cuenta
his
que ella no
attorney,
estaba, como quien
Adam
dice, rompiendo
Waldman,
ninguna
as an
regla.
attack dog to defame Amber and to fulfill Depp's promise to her of global humiliation. The last thing I'll touch on before Elaine talks
Dice,
is
la última cosa
Mr.
que voy a
Depp's
tocar
damages.
aquí,
The man's at least consistent in one respect. He blames other people for his problems.
Él siempre le
Everyone
echa
but
la culpa a
himself.
otras personas de
You
sus
heard
problemas.
Us reading the stack of articles dating years before he broke up with Amber.
Ustedes vieron
before their
aquí
marriage fell
años
apart,
antes de que él
talking
terminara
about
con
his
ella,
problems, talking about the fact that his movies were flops,
hablando de
talking
cómo sus
about the fact that he's
películas,
late to the set,
el
he's
set.
unreliable as an actor. A word of reminder here, ladies and gentlemen, is that the only thing Amber ever did
Dice, la única cosa que
that
Amber
Mr. Depp
alguna
was
vez
allowed to
hizo
sue her for is the op-ed.
es
He's
el
trying to
artículo.
say, I want to sue her for what she said in 2016. I want to sue her for harm that was caused
Y él
then.
dijo, la voy
You
a demandar
cannot
por lo que
do
ella
that.
dijo en el
The only thing
2016.
you're being asked to decide are the words of the op-ed defamatory.
Dice, lo
Nothing
único que se
else.
les está pidiendo aquí es
Any
que vean
damage
que
to
si el
Mr. Depp's
artículo
career
son
is
palabras
self-caused.
difamatorias.
Then think about the testimony
Piensen
that
en
you
los
heard from his former
testimonios
business manager, Joel Mandel,
de
who
los
said that Depp had
managers
issues with drugs and alcohol that
que
damaged his
también
career.
testificaron del
Depp
abuso
sued
de la
him.
bolsita
His
Ziploc
former
por
agent,
Hartley
Tracy
Hart.
Jacobs, said he was late to the set
Él
and that he
siempre
used an
estaba tarde en sus
earpiece.
trabajos.
Depp fired her.
Eh,
She said Disney never committed to Pirate 6.
que Disney nunca hizo Pirata
Disney's
6.
corporate representative, Tina Newman, said that there was no record in Disney's records.
Que
of
no
this
había
op-ed.
aquí
This op-ed
records.
had nothing to do with it. In
Que
fact,
esto no
Catherine
tiene nada que ver con
Arnold, our
Disney.
damages expert, testified that the paper version of the article that allegedly they say came out 4 days after the op-ed was published the same day as the op-ed. It said that Johnny might not be in Pirate 6.
Donde ellos también
The same
publicaron
day, the
similarmente
article came
como
out
por
the
el
same
artículo
day.
donde
So
Johnny
the
tal vez
op-ed
ya no
didn't
iba a estar
cause
en
that.
Pirata 6.
There's no evidence of any contract
Que no hay
by
ninguna
Disney
evidencia de
for
ningún
Pirate 6.
contrato
His agent Jack Wiggum
que su
couldn't
agente
identify a
Jack,
contract. His former agent Christian
que su
Carino said that
agente
there's no
formal,
contract. He didn't lose anything
él no
as a
perdió
result of
nada
this op-ed.
a
Anything
partir
he's
de
lost is the result of his own choices.
artículo.
You also heard him
Dice,
lie to
ustedes
you.
también
You heard him tell
escucharon
you that this was his first chance
que
to
esta
tell
fue
his
su
story.
primera
But let's break it
oportunidad.
down, because that's not true.
Dice,
He could have fought the TRO that Amber filed. He could have said, I didn't abuse her. He
él
chose
pudo
not
haber
to do
dicho,
that.
yo no la abusé, él
He could
pudo
have
haber
fought her in the divorce
contestado,
case, but he chose not to do
pero
that.
él
Instead, he signed
encontró
a
no
statement
hacerlo.
saying that no
Él
one had
decidió no hacerlo.
falsified any statements. He only filed this suit after he
Solamente
met
él
Adam
hizo
Waldman,
esta
the same
demanda
Adam Waldman who convinced him to file suit against his former business manager.
porque él,
Filed suit
él,
against
él
his
como
law
que
firm,
fue motivado,
fired
fue
and blamed them for
asesorado
things.
para decir cómo
But
iban a
by the
hacer esta
time that Amber
demanda.
wrote the op-ed, Mr. Depp already had another opportunity.
Dice, el señor tuvo unas oportunidades
He filed
antes
a case in the UK
de
against
hacer
the
esto
son
en la Unión
for calling him
allá
a
en
wife
Londres,
beater.
donde él hizo su
And in
primera
that
demanda.
case, he had many of the same witnesses. He was on the stand for parts of 5 days, and he got to tell the fact finder in the UK whatever he wanted. Now, it's not the same testimony he told here. 'Cause
Dice,
you
no
heard
es
me
las
impeach
mismas
him
cosas
about
que él dijo
13
aquí.
times with this
Él tuvo la
testimony in the
oportunidad,
UK. But he's had his chances.
pero él
Ladies
ha
and
tenido
gentlemen,
sus oportunidades.
It is time to tell Mr. Depp that
Es
this
tiempo de
was his
decirle al
last
señor Depp
chance. Tell him to move on with his life.
que se vaya y
Tell him
continúe
to
con
let
su vida
Amber move on with hers.
y que la deje a ella seguir con su vida.
Stand up for the freedom of speech.
Que por
Stand
favor,
up for the First Amendment. This trial is about so much more than Johnny Depp
que
versus Amber Heard.
esta corte
It's about
es
freedom of
más
speech.
acerca de otras
Stand
cosas,
up
no de
for
Johnny
it,
Depp.
Protect it and reject Mr. Depp's claims against Amber.
Que proteger
Now
a
we'll
Amber
hear from Ms.
y
Peretta
librarla de las
about the
acusaciones que le
conflict.
está haciendo, pues de,
Thank you.
ay no, ahí va esta señora. Ay no, por favor. Voy por almendras.
I'm good. Oop. I get to say good afternoon. And I know you've been listening to everybody for a long time here, and I echo Ben's very strong thank you to all of you for this.
Ay, también les
extreme
está dando las
focus and
gracias.
extraordinary
Gracias a
service. We
todos.
really
Gracias al canal de
appreciate it.
Patti.
I'm going to go really fast.
Voy a irme
and try to
dice,
go
voy a ir
as quick as I
realmente
can
rápido,
So that you can get
pero
a
si es la
break
que
from
más
us
lento
and go
habla.
make your decision. I know you're probably itching to do it at this point.
Dice, yo
But
creo que
this is
ustedes
very
ya para
important
este
to us,
punto
and
ya
we
están tomando sus
appreciate you listening.
decisiones.
We appreciate your being here.
Y yo realmente
I'm
aprecio
going
que
to stay
estén
on
aquí.
this slide for a moment, and there's something that's very important on this slide.
Dice,
that
algo que
hasn't
aquí
been
es bien
brought to your
importante
attention
en
by
esto.
Mr. Depp's team. When you see the actual
Cuando
damages,
ustedes
go
ven aquí,
down to the last paragraph, if you
¿gustan?
will. It says, Mr. Depp cannot recover damages for any harm that occurred after November 2, 2020.
Que el
Do you all
señor
see
Depp
that?
no puede
So what Mr. Depp's team got up here and told you through Mr. Chu this morning has nothing to do with this case.
Dice que lo que
He had
vinieron a
his
pararse
chance
aquí
in
los
the UK.
abogados de Johnny a presentarles y
lawsuit was
a
filed
justificarse
June
no tiene nada que ver con
2018,
el caso de lo
6
que están
months
ellos ahí
before the
discutiendo.
op-ed. The trial was July 2020. The process ended, according to Mr. Marks, their expert, on November 2, 2020. And his damages stopped then. He can't get reputational damages. He can't get his legacy back for his children. He can't get anything after that day from you.
Que porque él no puede tener
restore his
nada
reputation.
de parte de
You
ustedes
can't
después de
give
esa
him
fecha del
anything.
2020,
They
de
didn't
noviembre
tell you that,
2020,
but the court told you
pero
that.
que la
And
corte
that's a
les dijo
very,
eso.
very important thing
Es
here.
muy
He
importante que
told his
ustedes tomen
story.
eso en
He
cuenta.
had his opportunities.
Él tuvo su
He had his
oportunidad.
full opportunities to do all of that.
Él tuvo la
And he
oportunidad
came
de
in
hacer
here,
eso
lied to
antes,
you,
o sea, como
and
diciendo,
said he's here to get his reputation
ahora
back.
quiere, según él,
It's
estar
just
aquí
one of
para
many
arreglar su
lies in this case, but
reputación.
it's a really big one, because here we are.
Porque ahorita estamos aquí,
6 weeks of your
seis
time, precious
semanas de
time,
su tiempo,
6 weeks of this court's time.
seis
For what?
semanas
For
de la
nothing.
corte de la
Only to
tiempo,
go after Amber.
solo para ir
That's
a través,
psychological
para ir
abuse.
a
He's
atacar
going
a
after
Amber,
Amber for nothing,
por nada.
because he wants to put her through this
Solo porque
again,
él quiere volverla a
the
poner
third
en
time.
medio de esto otra vez.
So we're fighting back.
So,
and
ahora
that's
por eso
the
estamos peleando de regreso.
She finally has said enough.
Ella finalmente
Enough.
dijo, es
And
suficiente,
we're
hasta aquí
asking
llegué,
you to
no más, hasta
finally
aquí.
Hold this man responsible. He
Porque
has
ella le está
never
diciendo a este
accepted
señor que él es
responsibility
responsable
for
de
anything
todo
in
lo
his
que le
life.
pasó a
You've heard
ella.
it this whole time. He hasn't admitted to
Él nunca ha
anything. He's
admitido
blamed
nada.
everybody in the world, his agent, his manager, his lawyer, Amber, his friends, everybody. But he's never accepted responsibility.
Él nunca,
for anything he's
nunca ha
done in his
aceptado
life.
ninguna
But we're
responsabilidad de lo que ha
asking
hecho.
you to accept, to make him accept
Solamente ustedes
responsibility,
lo
to
pueden
hold him
hacer que él
legally
acepte que él
responsible
sea
for his
responsable
actions.
por sus
And
acciones
to fully and fairly compensate
y
Amber
para que,
for what he has done
completamente
by
compense a
creating
Amber
this
con los 100
concept
millones de
of
dólares
hoax for the defamation
de
that he has
la
committed,
acusación que él
that
está
you
haciendo
have
de
heard so
difamación.
much about, that just took wildfire and went off into negative media.
Que
and
porque
has
toda
made
esta,
Amber's life pure hell
promoción
up to
en las
this
redes
day.
de
We're
negatividad,
asking
inclusive en el
you
canal de
to
Patti,
do
que no
that,
quieren a
to
Amber,
compensate her,
dice, esto no va a compensar
to
a
be fair
ella.
and hold him responsible,
Que
so he stops. We don't want another lawsuit.
dice,
We
nosotros
don't
no
want
queremos
anything
otra
else. We
demanda.
wanna leave Amber alone,
Queremos
let her
dejar
get
a
on with
Amber
her life
libre
and raise her child.
para que ella también
So let's talk
ayude a
about the
crecer a su
counterclaim
hija.
for a moment. These are Adam Waldman's statements. You've heard
Estos son
Mr.
los
Depp
artículos
say,
de Adam
"Well,
Waldman.
why aren't you suing Mr. Waldman?"
Ustedes saben.
Isn't that typical of Mr. Depp? He doesn't take responsibility.
Es lo
for anything.
típico,
So
él no
now
toma
he's gonna blame
responsabilidad,
his
él está diciendo que
But
fueron a
the
través del
evidence is
señor
very
Waldman,
clear on all three
de
statements,
su
and we'll show them to you
representante,
in a
sí,
minute,
claro,
that he says Adam Waldman, Mr. Depp's attorney,
que es el
said
abogado del
these
señor
things.
Depp, el señor
Now,
Waldman.
Mr. Depp says, "Oh, I didn't even know about
Dice,
those
oh, el
until the
señor
counter-"
dice, oh,
Well, we
no.
know that's not true,
Eso no es
because
verdad.
Mr. Waldman's testimony was 2 months before
Porque
those
el
statements were
testimonio
made,
del
in
señor
February of 2020.
Waldman es,
Mr. Depp accompanied
el
Mr.
señor-
Waldman to the Daily Mail, the same place that all 3 of these statements were published, and he gave them 2 spliced audio tapes.
que les dio
to try
2
to make it
audio
look
tapes,
like Amber was the person
que
who
Amber-
was committing the
que
abuse.
fue Amber,
He
que fue
went
la que
with it.
cometió
He
este
knew that
abuso.
Mr. Waldman was doing this. He knew that
Él
Mr.
sabía que el
Waldman
señor
was
Waldman
launching
estaba
a
haciendo todo
campaign
esto.
against Amber to try to discredit her. And the timing of this, we're talking, the statements now are April and June of 2020. The trial is July of 2020. So they're launching
Dice-
an attack
dice
to
que-
try to discredit Amber before the trial in the UK.
Que él estaba ya
That's what
tratando
happened
de
here.
desprestigiar
And that
a
is
Amber
Mr.
antes del
Waldman, but
juicio
it's
de allá
Mr.
de
Depp.
Londres.
The judge gave you 3 different instructions.
Que le
You
han-
will all have them. He's acting as his attorney. He has the authority. So Mr. Depp is standing in the shoes of Mr. Waldman. Mr. Waldman is standing in the
Que
shoes
se estaba él
of
como
Mr. Depp.
justificando en los zapatos de su abogado,
Michelle,
del
can
señor
you please
Waldman,
bring up
y viceversa.
The first statement. It says, Amber and her friends in the
Dice,
media
Amber y
use
sus
fake
amigas.
sexual violence allegations as both a sword and shield, depending on their needs. They have selected some of her sexual violence hoax facts as the sword, inflicting them on the public and Mr. Depp. Now, what this
Están aquí
statement is
diciendo
meant
que
to
Amber y sus
imply
amigas
is that
finalmente
Amber is lying
que
about her
que
sexual
Amber está
assaults
mintiendo
and using them with
y
the media
usándolos
to try to discredit Mr. Depp.
para tratar
That's
de
the clear
desacreditar al
implications of
señor
this.
Depp.
Now, the first part of this
La primera
is
parte de
this
esto,
contradicts Mr. Depp's claims today that the first time you ever heard about the sexual
que la primera
assault
vez que
that
ustedes
happened was
escucharon
in this
acerca del
case.
abuso
It was
íntimo,
in the UK case. This is the case that Mr. Depp brought in the UK. And instead of Amber Heard trying to put this out in the media,
Amber
she
Heard
did exactly the opposite. Now,
dice
this
que ella
article's
no era la
not in
intención
your
de ella
evidence
poner esto
book, but at least
exactamente en
some
las
of
redes
you will
sociales, que más
remember
bien es
it
al
being
revés,
shown at one point with the title that said that Amber was successful
que
in
Amber,
being able to treat her allegations of the sexual
que
violence
Amber es alguien
confidential in
exitosa
that proceeding. And it was treated confidential.
y
She did exactly the opposite.
que ella hizo
She
exactamente
didn't
lo
want to
opuesto, que
tell
ella no
people
quería
this.
como
And
que
you know
llevarlo
that.
esto a
You
lo
watched
público,
her
a lo
understand.
media,
It was heart-rendering for her to have to do this.
y que ella pues
with
desgraciadamente
cameras,
tuvo que
no
llegar a
less.
esto porque fue como quien dice empujada
But what
por el
else is
abogado
false
que
about
hizo
this statement? It's
el
that
abogado de
there
Johnny,
was
el que hizo
no false
ese
statements of
ese
sexual
artículo.
violence. Ben went through all four of them, and I will not repeat them all.
Dice, no lo voy
You
a volver a
heard the
repetir.
testimony,
Hemos
and
escuchado muchos
interestingly enough,
testimonios,
you didn't hear
estamos
any
aquí,
stories that differed from
hemos
that with
estado
Mr.
aquí
Depp.
escuchando
He didn't get on the
historias.
stand and say, no, this didn't happen.
Dice,
Well,
no.
at least a couple of them. And he can't in Australia. He
Dice,
can't remember anything.
él no
But
recuerda
if you
nada de lo
just
que
look
pasó
at
en
the
Australia.
pictures of the destruction in
Él
that house,
destruyó la
I mean,
casa.
Imagine
Imagínense
taking those canvases and
esos,
how long that took and how much hatred and rage you have to have.
cuánto tiempo, esos artes que él descubrió en
Writing
Australia,
walls,
cuánto peso
tearing up
tienes
her
que,
nightgown and wrapping
que
pieces
tienes
of
que,
raw
cuánta
steak
fuerza
and
tienes que
putting it
tener
all
para
over the
destruir
house.
esas obras de
Remember that
arte
she
que él
also
destruyó en
testified that
Australia,
he took her clothes and
para
swiped
tomar toda
them
su
through
ropa
all
y
the paint
tirarla.
before she left.
Eso, o sea, ¿cómo tienes
You
que hacer
know
eso?
these
Tienes que
things
ser un
happen.
verdadero monstruo.
With respect to the malice on this one,
Y ustedes
you know
esperan
he
que haya
knows
malicia en
that he
este.
did these things. You
No.
know that he knows he was out of it for 3
Dice,
days.
ustedes saben que él
And
estaba
that's all
fuera de
you need
sí.
to prove for
Ustedes
malice.
saben.
But there's a couple of more facts here.
Hay
But you
más.
can find whatever Mr. Waldman's done, and you can find whatever Mr. Depp has done.
Ustedes
And
saben
both
lo
of
que el
those are the
señor
same
Wallman
for
hizo y
purposes of
ustedes saben lo que el
evaluating
señor
the verdict
Depp
form.
también
They
hizo.
stand in each other's shoes. When you have an agent, and that's what the jury
Que
instructions
estaban
say,
ellos
you can
trabajando
go with
en...
both. What did Mr. Waldman do?
Dice,
There
¿qué fue
was
lo
an
que hizo el señor
article
Waldman?
about the sexual violence
Habló
that
de la...
he had put from the April one that went into the trial. Amber's testimony, she was sitting near him in the trial. Adam Waldman threw that newspaper down in front of her defiantly.
Dice que ella estaba sentada enfrente del abogado de Johnny y que ella estaba muy enojada que porque el otro le aventó y le enseñó el periódico donde se estaba hablando del abuso, ya saben de dónde. Que quien ha sido el mejor amigo por Johnny de 40 años y que también habló del abuso que él ha tenido del Work Hard, Play Hard.
One of the things he said, he met Adam Waldman once. Adam Waldman
Otro
said,
de
"Do
ellos
you
dice
have
que
any
él
dirt
conoció al abogado de
on
Johnny
Mandela?"
una sola vez.
And he said no, and that was it. That
Y
he
eso
didn't
fue
care.
todo.
He is an attack dog. All he wants to do is attack and
Dice, él es un perro que ataca. Todo lo que él quiere hacer es atacar.
That I think was pretty instructive
Y creo que eso
was
fue
that Johnny Depp has deep-seated anger issues
que
that
Johnny
have
tiene un
nothing to
temperamento
do with
muy,
Amber.
muy
He
violento.
remembered even back when Johnny was married to his sister-in-law.
Cuando él estaba
he had
casado
extreme
con
jealousy
su
even
cuñada,
back then.
con su hermana.
And I think that's pretty significant. Remember, Mr. Witkin also was called in a few times to intercede in some of these fights between Johnny and Amber when he would become so angry. The last thing I thought he said that was actually pretty important was that Kipper and his whole group are a scam. He said, how is it that they can be sober doctors, for these years, and he's never sober. He's even taking pot all the time.
Que él nunca casi estaba sobrio, que él siempre estaba intoxicado.
But in any event, going back to,
Dice, pero regresemos a
second statement, Michelle, if you can bring that one up.
Michelita, por favor, échame esta,
Before I go there, I wanna talk
Michelita.
about a few more things
Súbete
from Mr.
esta,
Waldman that
Michelita.
you have in your,
Dice, bueno,
pocket to be able to
Aquí,
find additional malice.
vamos a
with him.
ver aquí.
Remember, he's the one that
Recuerdan,
after the UK
este,
trial went to the LAPD
cuando fueron
with a notebook full
a
of things
cuando
and
esto
tried
salió
to
en,
get perjury
en Los
charges
Ángeles,
against Amber. The LAPD said, we
el
don't
artículo
investigate
de
those things.
que decía
But he then
que esto
went
fue lo
to
que
a
dijo el
German
abogado de
newspaper
Amber,
and
de
said,
Johnny, perdón,
Amber is being investigated by the NYPD.
que
or
Amber
the
estaba siendo
LAPD
investigada.
for perjury. Do you remember that?
¿Recuerdan eso?
That's malice. That's
Eso es
showing his
malicia.
intent to
¿Recuerdan
do
ese
harm to
artículo?
Amber.
Esas palabras son
He
con
also
malicia.
admitted that he speaks to that
Él
umbrella guy,
admitió
and you'll see
que
that
él
one text in there from the person from TMZ. That umbrella guy is the big lead of Johnny Depp's, positive social media that is putting all the negative out on Amber.
Que bueno, ellos están ligados, como él es el actor, él están ligadas estas personas, por ejemplo, de TMZ, para poner cosas tan exageradas en la, o sea, que están ligados los de estas agencias con el internet. Que cuando fueron a hablar, cuando hablaron a los primeros policías, los primeros policías no hicieron la inspección de rutina. Dice que Amber y sus amigas tiraron poquito vino y la segunda llamada que se hizo al 911. Dice, aquí la alegación fue que Amber se juntó con sus amigos. Ellos llamaron a la policía, contaron toda esta historia y los policías dijeron, aquí no hay evidencias. Y ellos, o sea que ellos tiraron el mismo vino y hicieron un destrozo ahí y llamaron al 911. Y para tener ellos el cargo de todo esto, dice, esto no. Dice, ustedes no saben que eso fue falso, porque pasó. Porque después de estos eventos, dice, pero todos sabemos que ella quería proteger a Johnny, no le quería decir a nadie como Johnny realmente era, porque quería ella resolver estos problemas con él. Él venía a casa y ya venía totalmente alcoholizado, con la bolsita Ziploc a todo lo que da, con la bolsita de Ziploc ya vacía, Johnny. Y que pues él entraba en estados mentales y él tenía estos monstruos en su cabeza y nunca la dejaba ir, él siempre estaba ahí, duro que dale, duro que dale. Eso era lo que pasaba en su cabeza. Estaba en Nueva York. Esto es ridículo. Claro, cuando alguien tiene un problema así de grande, obviamente, entonces ellos reían. Y él aventaba el teléfono o la chancla, lo que primero encontrara. Él aventó con el teléfono. Y Amber se tenía que desaparecer de eso. Cuando él empezaba a golpearla,
she comes over as quickly as she can. She goes and gets in between the two of them. She puts her hands up on his chest. He pushes them down.
Dice que cuando querían que alguien se metió a defender a Amber, él le bajó las manos. Y que él estaba...
Amber, get the fuck up. Amber, get the fuck up.
Ustedes entienden eso, no necesito traducírselo. Que le decía, Amber, Amber. Dice, ellos volvían y terminaban. Una tóxica relación, como la que han tenido ustedes con sus ex. Ni modo que no se hagan, ni modo que no hayan tenido relaciones así con los ex. Que cada vez que él estaba en algún lugar, él destruía todo. Era como dejar su firma. Ese Johnny rompía cosas, rompía cuadros. Él rompía cosas, tiraba el vino como niño chiquito y también decía, I don't think so. Y él, bueno, ¿qué les digo? Ese Johnny era siempre bien violento. Y luego decía, sí, yo decía, ¿qué hice? No, eso yo no lo hice, ese no era yo. Dice, a mí que me esculquen, ese no lo hice yo. Y bueno, aquí las cosas se ponían cada vez más difíciles.
he rearranges the
Él realmente
furniture.
como
Or he
que
might
se
have
medio
knocked
acordaba y
something
volvía a empezar
off,
el ciclo otra
one
vez,
of
volvía a
the
empezar a ser el
countertops or something, I
bueno,
think
el
is the testimony
amoroso.
of his bodyguards.
Y
But
bueno,
you saw
siempre
the
con sus
pictures. He went
guaruras
through and
ahí.
trashed that place again
Y siempre,
as he
bueno,
left.
tenían que pagar por estos
Now,
lugares que él
the
rompía.
next part of this is the police coming.
Y esto es,
Io calls the police.
Eh,
He's in New York.
él
He
es-
calls the New York Police 911. He's afraid they're not going to get there fast enough. He still remembers December 15 because he came in afterwards and saw all of the injuries on Amber and all the evidence. And he's terrified that Amber's still in there, the police haven't come, and that Johnny's going to kill her. So he calls a friend
Él
in
llamaba
LA
a sus amigos.
and says, please call 911. We got to get somebody there fast. So she calls 911. So we have two calls, and you'll see the call summary. And the call summary shows those two calls really close in proximity here. So it's not them, we didn't get the first police officer, so we'll rough up the place and make a second one. You'll see that they're like 8 minutes apart. Up there, but it took
Dice, bueno, pero esto tomó dos diferentes formas. Y que bueno, el segundo ya venía. Esto aquí, cuando estábamos hablando aquí de las fotos, ustedes vieron lo que estaba pasando esa noche.
Officer Science was three years on the job at that point. They say, they told Josh that if she will press charges, if she'll give a name, we can file
Ellos le dijeron que ella
arrest.
podía
She would do
presentar
it.
cargos si
We
solamente
did
les
hear
decía
from
el nombre.
Detective Sandenai. That's the domestic violence.
Eso es doméstica, violencia doméstica. Ay, espérense. Mientras me como mis almendras, ya me quedan 3. Mira, ¿se fijan cómo Johnny también está comiendo gomitas? A él no le pusieron almendras, pero le pusieron gomitas.
You recall Josh Drew saying that the police officer
Ustedes
told
recuerdan
him,
aquí al juez.
she'll give a name, we'll make an arrest. He definitely
Todos estamos
said that.
comiendo.
But in any event,
Dice, pero en ese evento,
she would not cooperate. She didn't want to.
ella no quería cooperar, ella no quería rajar, ella se estaba guardando la información para este juicio.
Said they should have.
Ella debió de haberlo hecho. Dice, even y si ellos decidían que no había ningún crimen, ella lo quería era hacerlo.
For the next time that it might happen. So she said they should have under the circumstances, even if they didn't. And she also said that when they put verbal dispute only in those calls, it is a code that they use, and you'll see that it's twice on that call report. So to say that's why we didn't write a report.
Eso fue, ellos tienen como estándares donde dicen que cuando X información falta, ellos no pueden hacer un reporte. Ella decía que ella nunca iba a presentar cargos en contra de él. El punto es, este artículo es falso, porque aquí ellos...
And the testimony is that Josh and Amber and Rocky cleaned up because they have dogs. So they cleaned up a lot of the glass and the wine and those types. They had no idea the second police officers were coming.
Que bueno, ellos estaban aquí.
They didn't call them, and they certainly didn't talk. They never talked to a publicist. She did talk to a lawyer who gave her advice, and that's why
Dice,
she
ella nada
didn't
más habló con
tell
un
them,
abogado que le dio como
she
unos
said, "I'm not gonna
consejos,
cooperate at
pero
all."
nada más.
So the second one's coming. You
La
saw that.
segunda
You've
fue,
got the video cameras in there. You
había,
see,
ustedes
there's no
vieron, ellos
effort
tenían
by them to
videocámaras
try to
aquí
get
aquí
now these
cerquita.
officers to press charges
Y estos
against Johnny
oficiales
Depp.
no
Just
podían
the
presentar los
opposite. Josh Drew
cargos,
doesn't want to even let
porque
him
ella
in
no
place.
quería hacerle
They
aquí
come
daño al
through
Johnny.
quickly. Everything's fine. They wave,
Ellos
everything's
llegaron y
fine.
preguntaron,
Are they
¿todo está
trying to
bien? Y
press
ellos dijeron,
charges
sí, todo
against
está
Johnny?
bien,
No.
everything's
They're
good,
not trying to do
thank
anything.
you.
They're trying to get him out of there.
Dice, no, ella
Which
lo que
makes
quería era que
this
se fueran
statement
ellos de ahí.
100% false.
Porque
Was
todo
it made
eso,
with malice? Absolutely.
dice,
There's
no fue con
way
malicia.
that thinks
Claro
that
que por
Amber tried to
supuesto que
press
no.
charges that night. Johnny knew that.
Johnny
But the
sabía
other thing that's
eso.
very helpful and what you should look at is
Y lo que
defendants
ustedes
exhibits
deberían de ver aquí
772
como,
and 773.
en la,
Because once again, the
una vez
next
más,
day,
En ese
Johnny
momento,
apologizes
Johnny se
to
volvió
him.
a disculpar
He says in two
y él
different
dijo
text
en dos
messages,
diferentes ocasiones,
772 and 773,
aquí tenemos,
he says my profound
esto aquí
apologies
él dice,
in
mis
one of them,
profundas
and my
disculpas, mis más
apologies
sinceras
are
y
eternal
por
in the
dentro
other one.
disculpas.
What is he
¿Por qué se
apologizing
estaría
for the next
disculpando si no
day
hizo
on May
nada?
22nd? If he didn't know that he did all of those
Porque
things.
si él
By
no
the way,
sabía que
remember
estaba
Isaac
haciendo aquí todas estas
Baruch
cosas.
even remembers the wine in the
Dice, yo
hollow.
creo que él tampoco
Police-
ni
none of the
recordaba lo
police
del
officers
vino,
remember the wine. And that's because they're busy and they got a zillion other things going and they didn't remember this call.
porque él
2
estaba
months
pues
later when
arriba
they were asked
ribotota en la
about it.
fiesta y obviamente no recordaba
So
muchas cosas.
that's the next one.
Esto es el
So
otro.
clearly, that's 100% false. Clearly they
Esto
knew it.
claramente
Clearly there's malice in making
es
that
malicia
statement. They're trying to suggest
en este
she's
artículo que se
manufacturing
trata
evidence with her
de
friends
sugerir.
to try to frame Mr. Depp. Nothing could be further from the truth on that
Nada
one.
puede estar más
There's
alejado
she
de la
did not want
realidad.
those police officers to press charges. Now let's go to the third one.
Vámonos a la tercera.
Oh, and let's talk about the makeup.
Oh, sí, vamos a hablar del maquillaje. Vamos a hablar del maquillaje.
This makeup thing.
Este problema del maquillaje.
Adam Waldman planting these when he talked to the ECB people. You know, remember the testimony here. We kept asking.
Recuerdan por favor aquí el testimonio.
Did you talk to Mr. Waldman? Mr. Waldman was trying to plant in all of these people's minds.
Objection, Your Honor.
Objeción, su señoría.
She wasn't.
Did he approach?
Ay, esta señora se va como gorda en tobogán, ella no descansa. Johnny nada más está riendo porque está escuchando todo lo que estas personas están transgiversando las evidencias a su favor, obviamente. Y tan sencilla que se ve la abogada, ¿verdad? Tan buena gente que tiene cara de buena gente.
So I didn't say that any of the witnesses admitted that Adam Waldman planted that. I'm saying.
Dice, no estoy diciendo aquí que los testigos admitieron esto, ya la corrigieron, ya la regañaron, por eso está diciendo eso. Dice, lo que yo estoy aquí diciendo.
She wasn't wearing a stitch of makeup. Every one of them says it. It's the exact same thing. Well, why would you say that? She's an actor. She's not
Ella es
go
una
outside her
actriz.
house, you know, without putting makeup on.
Ella no sale
And
de
if
su
she
casa
has
sin
bruises,
maquillaje.
why on earth, when she's been
Obviamente.
covering them up for 4 years, why on earth would she not put makeup
Dice,
on
¿cómo en
so
la
that
tierra
she
ella no
can
iba a usar
cover those
maquillaje?
up?
Si ella es actriz,
Why
ella
on
siempre ha
earth would
estado
she not
así.
want to cover up those
Ella
bruises?
tenía
That
que
makes no sense.
cubrir esos
But you know, you guys saw her
esos
there.
golpes.
You saw Amber on the stand. There were
Ustedes-
days where she didn't wear eye makeup.
Ustedes ven que ella
A lot
usa,
of people think that she's not wearing makeup when
Muchas
she doesn't
personas-
have mascara
ustedes
and
ven,
eyeliner.
la ven ahí toda
She
bonita,
has different looks,
pero ella
and
tiene
some of
diferentes
them
looks.
are
Ella
with
nada
eye
más a
makeup,
veces
and some of them are without. And people misunderstand,
dice la gente lo que aquí no
especially
entiende
people that aren't that good at makeup, and a lot of men,
es que
frankly,
muchas personas tienen que
go,
usar
"Oh,
mucho,
that's- then she
mucho
probably
maquillaje.
doesn't
Ella
have
nomás se
makeup."
pone para las
And that's where
pestañitas.
that mistake happens.
Y por
But
eso
you
eso
heard
se
her
puede
testimony,
malinterpretar.
you heard her makeup artist testimony
Pero
saying
ustedes
she
escucharon
doesn't
aquí un
go out of
testimonio
her
de una
room
experta en
without concealer and
maquillaje.
foundation. She knows how to put these things in.
Ella sabe cómo
And
poner
you saw
estas
Defendant's
cosas.
Exhibit 155, and you'll have the actual thing in there. That's the type of
¿Me pueden
power
ayudar los
she
moderadores,
used,
por
and
favor,
she
a
was
borrar
very
esos
adept in
bots
telling you
que
what color
están
she puts
apareciendo
on
de
for the
chicas?
different days of
¿Me
bruising.
pueden ayudar?
This
Porque
is
me
a
distraen.
woman who for
Gracias.
4 years did everything she could to
Dice-
cover up anybody knowing anything about this abuse. Do you honestly think she's just going to walk around for the week with her bruises
¿Ustedes
exposed?
realmente
Of
creen
course
que ella iba a andar ahí haciendo su aparición
No.
durante la semana con todos esos moretones en su
Let's go to
casa?
the
¿Realmente
third one.
ustedes creen que ella iba a salir de su casa con cara lavada, con
And
moretones en
this
su cara?
is the abuse hoax. He
Dice,
says,
esta es la
"We've reached
parte
the
de los
beginning of
abusos.
the end of Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Johnny Depp." Now, obviously the defamatory meaning
Dice,
of that
obviamente
is that
las
Amber's creating
cuestiones de
an abuse
difamación
hoax.
aquí.
But there is no abuse
Pero
hoax.
aquí no hay abuso.
I don't need to tell you
No
all of the
necesito
evidence because
decirles.
Ben did a beautiful job of just taking you through all of those different things, but I will point out a couple things for you.
Voy a
And
ponerles
that
aquí
is,
algunas cosas.
remember Bonnie Jacobs, the therapist.
¿Recuerdan a la
Dr. Hughes and Dr. Spiegel
al terapista
testified
Jacob?
about Bonnie Jacobs' notes. And remember that
Las
I was
notas
holding that, you don't get
del
to see them,
terapeuta,
but they testified that they went through them.
y
Dr.
donde
Hughes
ellos
testified
testificaron
that
que
she
fueron,
also spoke with Bonnie
que, a-
Jacobs.
que, afra-
She kept contemporaneous notes
que
from
él
2011
contiene
when she
de
first started
diferentes
seeing
notas
Amber. And the abuse is documented
que
in
el
those
abuso
notes
está
that Dr.
documentado
Hughes testified
y
to.
él está
They start in
testificando
2012.
desde el
Both physical
2012.
and sexual
Objection, Your
abuse.
Honor.
That Dr. Hughes
Admit-
testified to.
Pues, ¿qué les digo? Aprovechemos para darle like, ya casi llegamos a creo que a los 2,000 likes, ya nos faltan poquitos, pero no entiendo, somos 3,443 personas y solo tenemos 2,000 likes, ¿es en serio? Estamos cerquita también de llegar a los 33,000 suscriptores. Si hay alguna persona que todavía no quiera o no pueda estar inscrita a mi canal, les recomiendo que le tomen cariño a este canal suscribiéndose, porque de esa forma ustedes me pueden apoyar y me pueden ustedes pues recordar que hay personas por allá afuera que les gusta mi trabajo y sobre todo que YouTube les avisa, les manda un mensajito cuando yo estoy en vivo, cuando tengo un video nuevo, y como vamos a seguir transmitiendo también parte de lo que termine, después de que termine este juicio, voy a seguir haciendo pues la recapitulación de los momentos. Yo creo que van a seguir entrevistas y 1,000 cosas, entonces para que no se lo vayan a perder, pues ustedes se pueden suscribir. Y también me pidieron que quieren, hay muchas personas que no conocen el juicio de Michael Jackson, entonces yo creo que empezaré también, no sé si esta semana, no creo, tal vez la próxima. Esta semana terminaremos todo lo que tenga que ver con el juicio de Johnny. Ahora sí que el post, el after, pero no como la party, pero es el after de Johnny. Y la próxima semana empezamos a traducir el juicio de ¿cómo se llama? De Michael Jackson. Los que quieran y estén interesados, gracias. Estamos ahorita en la recolección de los últimos detalles, ya para que el jurado tome la decisión. Entonces ya son los últimos minutos de la defensa de Amber. Ya pasó su primer abogado, esta es la defensa, el segundo abogado. Yo creo que después de que termine ella, pues ya no creo que ya los jurados escuchen a más personas, así que pongan mucha atención porque el fallo se da el martes. La decisión es el martes. Dice, ustedes vieron aquí que las notas del doctor Jacob reflejaban. Cuando ella, dice objeción otra vez, cuando ustedes le preguntaron, bueno, es que esta señora, acuérdense que tiene la manera de decir las cosas, es ponzoñosa. Esta señora le gusta que la gente le conteste lo que ella quiere. Entonces, al ella estar descalificando las notas, ella descalifica las opiniones de los psicólogos y de los doctores de Johnny que hicieron referente a las notas de los psicólogos y los doctores de Amber. Entonces, la manera en la que ella está haciendo sus comentarios es muy influenciable. Dice que ella revisó dice que la doctora Curry, la que ayer testificó, que revisó las notas, pero que no tiene comentarios al respecto. Pero se escucha muy lejos su micrófono, debería de acercarse más. Dice que ella sabe que estas cosas empezaron antes del 2013. Recuerdan que ella testificó de cómo empezaron los abusos supuestamente en febrero, con fotos, con notas, y todo lo pusieron junto. Y hay 64 páginas de puras cosas que están ahí identificadas, 64 páginas. Recuerdan aquí que le recordamos que usted también dijo eso y ella dijo, sí, me acuerdo. Ok, vámonos aquí otra vez acerca. Ella aquí ha sido atacada de que ella ha creado todo esto. Pero ¿cuál sería el motor de Amber para hacer esto? O para inventar todo esto. Él la ha llamado una mujer interesada por el dinero, ¿no? Dice, porque ustedes recuerdan aquí el testimonio, los pucheros de Amber, chéquenme los pucheros.
California is a no-fault state and community property. So Amber doesn't have to have an abuse. She could have divorced him for irreconcilable differences. for
Dice, ella se pudo haber
abandonment,
divorciado por,
adultery,
por
for
diferencias
anything. She doesn't need an
irreconciliables, ella se pudo
And
haber
she gets
divorciado por
50%
cualquier cosa, no se
of
tuvo que haber
whatever he earns
divorciado
during
por
the time of
abuso.
the marriage,
Porque,
unless they had a prenup or a postnup.
pero
The
ella lo que
testimony
no
from
quería era
Michelle
dinero, porque a
Mulrooney
menos
was
que
that they
hubiera
were
habido
completely cooperated with the prenup and the
un
postnup.
contrato
But it was Johnny Depp
prenupcial.
who, and you've already heard from Ben, he called her up and fired her. He didn't want a postnup or a prenup. So she's entitled to 50% of everything he owns.
Ella pudo haber tenido el 50% de todo lo que él tiene.
936 in evidence, and look at page 69.
Vámonos a la página
It says how much he made
69.
in 2015.
En
It was 43
2015.
million. Remember that Mr. Spindler, Depp's expert, who said that he made 22 million in 2016.
Recuerdan
So
que
you got
le dijo él, ¿por qué no
$65
caminó
million.
usted de ese
Amber
matrimonio
was
con
entitled
22
to
millones de dólares?
31.5 at least. That
Dice
doesn't include all
mínimo.
the back ends from, for example, Pirates 5.
Porque eso era lo que él iba a ganar en su contrato de
So
Piratas
she didn't
6.
need to say anything. She could have
Oh.
just said, I don't like you anymore. I don't like
Porque
the
ella
color
pudo
of
haber
your
dicho, ya no me
hair. I'm gonna
interesas, ya no te
divorce you."
quiero.
Your
She
Honor,
would've been
we're going
entitled
to
to that.
object again.
Es que la abogada ya lo trae. Esto ya de la abogada, esto ya es personal. Esto yo creo que la abogada aquí ya está muy apasionada. Creo que la abogada de verdad se siente en una película de Hollywood. Se me hace que voy a tener competencia allá en Hollywood, porque la abogada de veras sí le está echando demasiado feeling, pero ya feeling dramático. Entonces, ahí les encargo, voy a tener mucha competencia allá cuando vaya yo a aplicar por la vacante de Aquaman. Ahí les encargo, porque esta señora de verdad que sí parece que trae. Ella quiere ser la heroína de este trail. Entonces, no nos podemos dejar, muchachos. Tenemos competencia. Esta señora no da paso sin guarache, ya nos estamos dando cuenta. Entonces, ahí les encargo, por favor, sus hashtags, porque si nos dejamos, nos comen el mandado. No, esta señora se ve que tiene un colmillo. Muy feo, muy feo, muy feo. ¿Sí o no? Chicos y chicas, a los que estén aquí se quieran venir a platicar, tenemos un club de Telegram donde ustedes pueden venir a platicar, a dejar memes, a conversar, a tener cosas en común con nosotros. Así que si gustan, están invitados, y si alguien que está aquí en el chat quiere poner el link del grupo de Telegram, por favor ayúdennos con eso, ¿vale? Dice, si ustedes hacen las matemáticas, ella dice que era lo que iba a hacer con los 7 millones de dólares, ella los iba a mandar a la caridad. Y estas dos organizaciones, estas corporaciones como el Hospital de Niños y esto era lo que ella iba a hacer. Porque en ese momento ella iba a ser pagada esto, o sea, aparte de los impuestos, no le iban a cobrar libre de impuestos ese dinero porque lo iba a donar.
Business manager, Mr. White, actually sent the letters with the 100,000 for each of those. That was the initial ones. He was trying to take credit for those, and in fact, both the ACLU and Children's Hospital got confused and gave.
Y qué bueno que el Hospital de Niños.
Then she made payments to both. And
ella hizo pagos a los dos
to both for 500,000 each, which
por $500,000 para ayudar a estas organizaciones. Ella iba a hacer de $1 millón los pagos. Pero después ella no pudo pagarlos porque gastó $6 millones en el caso con los abogados. Y yo ella lo escuchó aquí de las dos organizaciones, de que nosotros no tenemos prisa, ella no lo puede pagar cuando ella quiera, no tenemos tenemos
Who
un
would
horario para
blame
que
a
lo
woman
haga.
for giving $1 million in charitable donations? Who would do that? That
Dice,
sounds
¿quién
like
haría eso? ¿Quién
psychological abuse
pagaría
to
$1
me.
millón de dólares
Now,
en
Mr.
donaciones?
Mandel testified that Johnny Depp is not a charitable person and he hasn't written any big checks for him.
Dice que
Mr. Depp
porque
got on
Johnny
the
no
stand
es
and
un,
says he
no
does
es
it
un,
anonymously.
un donador de caridad, que él no dona
But
ese
Mr.
tipo de
Mandel would have been the one
cantidades
writing the checks, and he says that didn't happen.
y que porque eso no ha pasado.
Now let's go to damages.
Dice, vámonos
because
aquí a
I
otras.
promised you I was going to go pretty fast here. There's a few different types of
Aquí hay un
damages, but
tipo
one
de
of the
cosas
things that the court
diferentes
has talked to you about,
que les voy a hablar.
told you that because we have defamation, it's invidious, and therefore it's very difficult to prove these. And so these damages to
Que
business
estos
reputation,
daños de
inconvenience,
difamación son muy
embarrassment
difíciles de
are
probar,
presumed. You don't have to prove
que
those
no tienes que
damages.
probarlos.
And one great example of
Un
that
gran ejemplo
is the
de eso
testimony from Mr. Hamada
es
at
el
Warner
testimonio del
Brothers.
señor
He didn't
Kamada.
want to have to get in the middle of
Él
all
no
of this
quería
without
estar en
being
medio
true. They
de.
haven't even released it. So he didn't read anything in preparation for his deposition.
Él nunca hizo nada, no leyó nada antes para prepararse. Él dice, no, vamos a terminar el contrato. ¿Quién me puede, por favor, aquí explicar en el chat quién es el señor Ramada? Para las personas que no sepan, escríbanme aquí quién es el señor Ramada, por favor. Dice, nosotros nunca negociamos salarios y también negociamos con el señor Jason Momoa. Pero lo que vino, espero que escuchen esto claramente, que vino del director de Jason Momoa, que ellos garantizaron que ella iba a ser Mara en el film. ¿Y por qué ella casi fue corrida de ahí?
Ron Schnell, the young Sheldon, I call him the Doogie Howser, our expert on IT, took you through and tracked how they tracked the defamatory statements, the language from the defamatory
Dice que
statements,
trajeron todo el
how that
lenguaje
went
del,
through the social media, the negative
del artículo difamatorio
and it kept going and kept going.
y seguían
And
y
you tracked
seguían y
all the way
seguían
until a few months ago,
hasta
over
hace unos meses
2.36 million negative
por más de
tweets,
2.6 millones de
Instagrams, negative
hashtags y de
social
twitters
medias,
negativos contra
about
ella,
that relate specifically to the information
relativamente
that was in those three
específicamente
defamatory statements.
a ese,
It took on a life of its own. They started
artículo de
fired
difamación.
from Aquaman 2.
Y
They
porque
have continued to this day. They have
hasta el
followed
día
her
de hoy
everywhere.
continúan esos tweets y
Everybody has
esos
stopped
hashtags.
running.
Apúrenle con los
L'Oreal won't
hashtags.
use her, even though they've kept
Por
her
favor,
on
usen
from
los
that time.
hashtags. Recuerden
She
que
lost
eso a
3
Amber
different
le molesta.
opportunities that were being discussed with
No
her.
se les olvide.
The most significant part of that,
La parte
though,
más
is that
significativa
Aquaman was the biggest blockbuster ever for DC Films. It was the biggest. It was over $1 billion. This was her opportunity.
Esta era su oportunidad en su carrera porque ella dejó ir un proyecto donde le iban a pagar 2 melones. Pero ¿qué pasó? Como ella estaba yendo en este despapalle, en este merequetengue, ella, claro, muchas cosas negativas empezaban a pasar a través de las redes. Su campaña de L'Oreal la quitaron de ahí, y más ahorita que se viste como niña, como que va a hacer su primera comunión. Trae peinado de primera comunión. Dice, ella no estaba, le quitaron todo lo que tenía que ver con L'Oreal, porque se lo vamos a dar a Camille. Ella ya no iba a estar en la película que le habían prometido. Y en vez de que su carrera creciera, lo que pasó es que más bien ella misma sola la está enterrando y está abajo, 2 metros bajo tierra. Es la única que le pasó realmente. Y la razón de esto es, ustedes tienen aquí bastante buena información en estos daños. Dice, recuerden que lo que dijo su agente, todo lo que ella estaba con productores, ella tenía demasiadas cosas importantes que iban a venir a su vida.
Catherine Arnold gave you some good estimates on this, and she gave you a very good basis for it. And she didn't use Jason Momoa.
Ella no usó a Jason Momoa.
She used Amber's,
ella usó Amber
to show that they
para
got
enseñarles
movies, that they got commercial opportunities that
que
they got
tenían
these
estas
TV
oportunidades
opportunities, but
comerciales,
she used the base that Amber
pero
had.
ella
So she
usó
used the
la
4
base
million
en base
from the
como Amber.
Aquaman, that would be 3. She used the
Ella
stands,
usó
you know, how much they got paid per movie.
cuánto
And what she
dinero
estimated on
ganan por
those, and she went through
película.
those details,
Y esos
is that if
detalles
you
ustedes los
took that
escucharon
for the
aquí,
last
cómo
2
su
years
carrera
and
iba a ir
projected into the
subiendo.
next 3 to
Y
4,
cuando
that
iba a
it's
seguir
between
haciendo
47 and
las
$50
Aquaman
million
2, 3 y
that she could
4.
have had, instead of her star being completely
Em,
extinguished. And that's what's happened to her.
Y eso es lo que
The
le pasó
emotional
a ella.
distress damages
Esos,
are even more extreme here.
esos
And
daños han
that
sido
is that
extremadamente,
Hughes
pues, para ella
testified
negativos
extensively about the PTSD and what she goes
acerca
through. And
de
every time she's called a liar, every
que
time these hoax
que
things
esto le
come
está
up,
causando a ella
everything,
demasiado
it causes
estrés y,
her to
y
relive all
constantemente
of it.
llamarla
She talks
mentirosa
about the panic attacks,
y
the
está teniendo
nervousness, the
ataques de
intrusive thoughts, the
pánico,
nightmares, all of the
no puede
the
dormir,
sweats, you know, the
todas estas
anxiety that
cosas,
goes through all of
ansiedad,
this. It's significant, but
es
probably the most compelling
significativo.
testimony that you could ever hear was from Amber.
Pero lo mejor que
Yesterday,
pudieron
and when she
escuchar
took the
fue de
stand
boca de
before.
ella, aquí
It
ayer.
has destroyed her life.
Está
This has
destruyendo esto su
consumed her.
vida.
She's getting death threats.
Ella está teniendo
They're
amenazas de
threatening to put
muerte,
her daughter in a microwave,
que
for
la
God's
que le
sakes.
quieren poner no
She
sé qué
can't
en
get
el
away from this.
microondas.
It's everywhere. This
A donde
media,
ella
this
va,
social media that has just
las
taken off,
cámaras,
has just
los
consumed her life.
internet, el
As
canal de
she
Patti,
said,
que se pasan de
"No
lanza
human
con
being,
sus
no human
comentarios y con
should
sus
be put
memes.
through
No
this."
se crean.
Now, Johnny Depp
Dice Johnny
sued for $100 million or for $50 million.
por 50 millones de dólares. Iba a decir 100, dice por 50 millones de dólares.
Because look at what you've done to her. We're not asking you to give $100 million.
Dice, no le estamos pidiendo que nos dé 100 millones de dólares. Solamente algo que sea razonable por seguir las evidencias aquí de este caso. Porque esto ha sido totalmente, esto no es justo para Amber por su vida, pobrecita, y todo esto, todas estas amenazas por lo que ella ha tenido que pasar.
And you surely have those in this case. We've asked for $350,000 for the punitive damages, and we would ask that you award that.
Que son $350,000 por los daños que, $350,000, ¿sí lo escuché bien? Por los daños que ellos están pidiendo para
Ladies
que
and
los
gentlemen, we're
reparen.
gonna do, we still have rebuttal closing arguments.
Dice, todavía
but I
tenemos
can
aquí otros
guarantee you that
argumentos.
Rebuttal closing arguments will be done combined within 45 minutes. But what I want to do is go ahead and let you have your lunch.
Dice, ahora lo que
And
vamos a
then
hacer es
after
tomar
lunch,
un
we'll come back
break
in the courtroom, have the rebuttal closing
y vamos a
arguments,
tener
and then we'll
al
submit the
final
case to you,
otra vez
okay?
como que
All right,
45
so go
minutos
ahead and have
de,
your lunch. Do not discuss the
volver
case
a
with each
tener
other, and do
como
not do any outside
comentarios de
research, okay?
rebote, como en las películas. En pocas palabras, vamos a tener un rebote como en las películas. Se paran, por favor, y que se van al jurado.
So let's come back at 2:10.
Dice, vamos a regresar, por favor,
And
a las
just
2:10
for
de
the
la tarde, hora de
record,
Virginia. Les
plaintiffs
pido
have
que, por
39
favor,
minutes left for rebuttal.
tenemos
Defendants have
45
6 minutes.
minutos, nada más,
Okay.
y ya me voy. No los quiero volver a ver hasta en un ratito. Por favor, ahorita no estoy para nadie. Me voy a ir a
I didn't take
encerrar.
any time off from the sidebars, 0 off from the sidebars. It's all from testimony, okay?
Ya no hay
All right,
nada
thank you.
más, solamente son
All right.
ya testimonios y vámonos, por favor. Ya no quiero saber, hoy no me junto con ustedes en el lonche porque me tienen muy enojada. Me tienen muy hasta las, ya la jueza, la verdad, está que dice que ya no aguanta más, que ya quiere cerrar este caso, que ya quiere ponerle así caso cerrado a esto con su palito y con su martillito ahí, porque dice que ya está hasta acá, que quiere, ya se vio en las Bahamas. Así que ella dice que no quieren los 100 millones, pues no quieren pagar, porque yo creo que han de decir, si les piden, si le bajamos el número de 100 millones, vamos a pedirle, vamos a ver si ellos se ponen así también, que les dé como cosita y que no nos pidan 50 millones, que nomás nos pidan pagar los daños que nos han ocasionado, pero pues la verdad aquí se está viendo que les está haciendo achí a los abogados de Amber, por eso dicen que ellos son realistas y que pues no le van a pedir 100 millones al Johnny. Entonces, como diciendo, mira, nosotros sí somos más acá, ¿sabes? Pues están locos. Oigan, señoras y señores, les quiero dar las gracias a todos los que están aquí. Qué bueno que les está gustando la traducción. Me parece extraordinario. Tenemos una hora de lunch, de break. Vayan a comer algo. Vayan a ponerle más Carga el teléfono.
He talked about the words and emotional abuse.
Yo regreso en un ratito, ¿les parece? Mientras, les invito a que se suscriban, a que por favor me sigan, se suscriban. Ya casi llegamos a los 32,800. Así que bueno, regreso en un ratito, me voy a descansar un ratito de lunch, ¿ok? Platiquen entre ustedes. Bye, bye.
Even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go. Go, 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 go. Hustle hard, hustle every single day. I'll be making moves till I'm buried in my grave. To the system, I don't wanna be a slave. I've been doing shit my way, or the highway. And in the driveway is a nice range. Cause I grind through the climb, I invite pain. Even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go. Go, 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 go. Hustle hard, hustle every single day. I'll be making moves till I'm buried in my grave. To the system, I don't wanna be a slave. I've been doing shit my way, or the highway. And in the driveway is a nice range. Cause I grind through the climb, I invite pain. Even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go. Go, 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 yo, go, go, go. Hustle hard, hustle every single day. I'll be making moves till I'm buried in my grave. To the system, I don't wanna be a slave. I've been doing shit my way, or the highway. And in the driveway is a nice range. Cause I grind through the climb, I invite pain. Even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go. Go, 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 yo, go, go, go. Hustle hard, hustle every single day. I'll be making moves till I'm buried in my grave. To the system, I don't wanna be a slave. I've been doing shit my way, or the highway. And in the driveway is a nice range. Cause I grind through the climb, I invite pain.
All right, welcome back to For the Record, everybody. I'm Jesse Weber. I'm here with Anjanette Levy, my co-host, by the way, of the Sidebar podcast. If you want to follow anything that happens in the Johnny Depp Amber Heard defamation trial, daily recaps, check out the Sidebar podcast. It's co-hosted by both Anjanette and I. First, want to let you know there's a lunch break happening in the Johnny Depp Amber Heard defamation trial. As soon as we get a live feed back in that courtroom, we will jump back live. We're taking your questions right now during this lunch break on YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, Facebook, email. Send them over to us. We'll answer them in the next maybe 10 minutes or so before they come back. First question that we keep getting is, why are we here? Why are we in a parking garage? There are severe thunderstorms in the area, so we can't actually be outside of the courthouse like we normally are. Maybe that'll clear up. Maybe we'll actually get to be back out there later on today. We're just trying to stay safe. But Anjanette,
yes.
First question we have is from Kate Pace on Twitter.
Okay.
Please tell me everything about the jurors' reactions to each lawyer's closing, please, because you were in the courtroom today.
And that was in all caps, right?
That was in all caps. All caps.
Yes, all caps. Okay, so when Camille Vasquez got up to begin her part of the closing argument, the jurors, she said good morning, and they all smiled at her. So it was very interesting. You know, I mentioned earlier she's wearing the white dress. I think it really makes a statement. It's very bold. So I think that they were really paying attention to everything she had to say. Other than that, they were pretty stone-faced. There were times where they were looking down, and I think they were looking at those monitors that they have there when some of the text messages were being displayed on the screen. Obviously, we saw the cupboard, the kitchen cupboard, or the kitchen cabinet video again. When that started playing after what we heard from Morgan Tremaine, I don't know if you felt it, but I felt a lot. Not that I ever really had a feeling about it. It was what it was, but it made me look at it a little bit differently, having that information about how it came in and with the copyright and how it was approved within 15 minutes.
I don't know. It doesn't change the fact of what we saw in the video, and he didn't know he was being recorded. So it's, you know, that's the way I look at it.
The fact that he didn't, and then it appeared she tried to hide. She put the coffee cup in front. It's like she's trying to obstruct his view
so
of
he wouldn't see it.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Like it seemed even sneakier and even more of a violation. You know, like I know you're engaged. You know, we've all been in relationships, and that's certainly not something I've ever done to any of my partners.
Well, hopefully I don't experience it anyway, as you know, I'm about to get married.
I'll talk to your fiance about it.
So we're taking your questions right now, but to give you, you know, we're all wondering what's in the mind of the jury. Obviously, they're probably going to be considering these closing arguments the last thing in their mind, the last thing that they hear before they go to deliberate. But you have to also wonder, are they considering Johnny Depp and Amber Heard taking the stand? Give you a sample of this. This is when Johnny Depp was on the stand explaining and responding to these sexual assault allegations.
No human being is perfect, certainly not. None of us. But I have never in my life committed sexual battery, physical abuse, all these outlandish, outrageous stories of me committing these things and living with it for 6 years and waiting to be able to bring the truth out. So this is not easy for any of us. I know that. But no matter what happens, I did get here, and I did tell the truth, and I have spoken up for what I've been carrying on my back reluctantly for 6 years.
All right, Johnny Depp giving one final plea to these jurors before they entered into closing arguments. All right, so Dina Dahl, we have a question from Louise Sanderson on YouTube. I am from the UK, thank you for watching, and I am confused. If you have freedom of speech, how can defamation exist?
Okay, great question. So yes, it's a constitutional right, freedom of speech, but you cannot lie. That's the difference. You can say something that's true, but very bad about the person, right? You can say the worst things about your neighbor. As long as they're true, it's lawful. It doesn't matter if they lost their job because of it and people hate them because of it. So that's the restriction on the speech. We allow speech, but what you're saying has to be true.
Yeah, that's a really good point, and it's an important distinction to make there. Catherine Lizardo, we have a question from YouTube from Blue Tilapia. I don't know if tilapia is supposed to be blue. I think it's supposed to be white, so don't eat it. Don't eat it. Everyone stay away from that.
Sounds pretty toxic.
Sounds pretty toxic. Catherine Lizardo, what happens if the jury is hung? Do you repeat the whole thing again in a few months?
Well, if the jury is hung, most likely before they even get there, the judge will give them an instruction to go ahead and go back and try harder, try to deliberate. But if they're hung, you know, not really. We won't go back here. It's up to Amber Heard or Johnny Depp what they want to do in terms of procedurally. But when they're hung, they're going to say that, hey, one of the elements were not really. Well, here it's, let me back up. It's unanimous jury that's needed in Virginia. There's 7 jurors. It has to be unanimous. If even one juror says no, then in any of those elements, then whoever they say no to loses. It's either Johnny Depp or Amber Heard.
And Catherine Luzardo, you actually answered another one of our followers' questions about whether it has to be unanimous. All right, Anjanette, I have a question for you from Twitch.
Okay.
Never enough kitties? There's never really enough kitties when you really think about it. How did you or the courtroom react when Rottenborn in his closing argument said the statement that if Amber chopped Johnny Depp's finger off with an axe, that wouldn't matter?
I was kind of like, really? It wouldn't? I mean, seriously, why do you say it wouldn't? I mean, it goes to the whole argument about, I mean, the whole, this is what, even though this is about defamation, they still have to prove who was the abusive one in this relationship and who does the jury, they're saying, you know, he's saying this isn't about this and it's not about that, but it kind of is, because if Johnny Depp is truly an abuser, then, you know, he has to prove he's not for his case. And so when he said that, I thought, oh my gosh, yeah, it does matter. So I think everybody's actually been pretty tame today. You know, we've talked about this, how sometimes there have been some amusing moments in this trial and you have to hold back from laughing because, you know, it's a courtroom, there's decorum. But I think everybody was kind of like, did he really just say that? So anyway, you know, I think he's, you know, I think he's a pretty good lawyer, you know, I really do. But when he said that, I think sometimes lawyers, things just fly out of their mouths sometimes during closings or even openings. And then
during life.
Yeah, during life, or like Anjanette, like I'm the queen of sticking my foot in my mouth. But anyway, like, you know, we all say things where we're just like, oh, did I just say that? So maybe he'll go home tonight and think like, did I really say that?
Hopefully not when you're in a closing argument in a $50 million defamation lawsuit, but you know,
100 million.
Which by the way, it was interesting. She said, we're not even looking for $100 million. We'll get to that in a...
That was interesting, don't you think?
I don't know why Ghislaine Bridenhoff actually said that.
Yeah.
But, so anyway, first let me tell you, Anjanette, you do have a fan. This is from Robbie Carb 6. Why is Anjanette the best? Love her. You're cool too, Weber. All right.
I must say the humidity is taking a toll on my hair today.
It's fine.
This is a
It's
hot
fine.
mess. Jesse's super fashionable for the field.
What can I say?
That's just kind of like here.
I always have to wear suits every day.
But thank you. You're very sweet.
Dina, I have a question for you. This is actually, you know, a strategic question that we're dealing with because of the time limits that people have a lot of questions about. This is from Hello Kitten 1269 on YouTube. Sorry, my name isn't hedgehog related because I do like those names. But what would be the most logical move for Amber's team to really utilize the 6 minutes that they have left?
Oh, yeah.
That's a great point. I think their best argument is that the statements were not about Johnny Depp. And we saw Rottenberg kind of allude to that this only had to do with how this affected her. And you know what? It's actually a pretty strong argument. There's a reason that she hired a private attorney to try to draft it. There's a reason the ACLU tried to draft it. They all knew a defamation was on the table. So I think that's their strongest argument. I would keep going to that whether or not he was an abuser is not what this is about. It's about the fact that after she accused him of it, she became a public pariah, which is true. She did become a public pariah.
Yeah, and Jeanette, we have a question from Joanna Gee on YouTube. Can the jurors ask questions in regards to any concerns or doubts that they might have? For example, why does Amber Heard's cut present in nearly all of the photos submitted as evidence? Can that be seen as pictures being a setup?
Ooh, that's a good question. And we actually, there are I think there are a couple photos. There may even be one of the bedroom next to the nightstand that has one of those infinitum Nile, I hope I'm pronouncing that properly. I think I am. Coffee cups there. So maybe they just had a bunch sitting around the house. I don't know. But the thing that, and I hate to bring this up, but so apparently, and you people on social media brought this to my attention. Apparently, you can snort cocaine with a tampon applicator. Did you see that sitting there?
I also bet you never thought that sentence would come out of your mouth ever in life.
There are a lot of things that I've tweeted and never said on television until now.
All right. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, aquí seguimos con el juicio. Es la última parte. Los abogados de Amber tienen solamente 6 minutos para rebatir. Las últimas cosas ya no tienen más tiempo, así que vamos a ver cómo se maneja esto, ¿ok? 6 minutos. Sigue Camille. Vamos, Camille. Este está de película, esto está mejor que una serie de cualquier lugar.
Ms. Heard's counsel has mischaracterized the record multiple times, and Ms. Heard lied to you. They've mischaracterized the testimony of police officer Sines and Haddon, who explicitly testified
Que los policías, los oficiales, no observaron ni siquiera tienen documentado ninguna señal, ningún rasguño. Que no hay ningún impacto en la carrera de ella por lo que se dijo en el artículo de Adam Waldman.
They've mischaracterized the testimony of Detective Sadaga. They mischaracterized the testimony of Ronald Shell.
Que ellos,
You've been here. You've listened to the testimony.
ustedes escucharon los testimonios.
Ms. Heard lied.
La señora Amber mintió
She kept lying.
y sigue mintiendo.
She lied 6 years ago.
Ella mintió
on
6
May
años
27,
atrás,
2016.
en
She walked into
2016,
court in Los Angeles to publicly
en la
accuse
Corte de
Mr.
Los
Depp of
Ángeles, cuando
abuse for the first
públicamente
time. She lied again when she told the world over and over
volvió a
again that she
mentir cuando le
donated
dijo al
all
mundo
of
una y
$7
otra
million
vez
divorce settlement to charity.
que iba a
You
dejar
heard the
todo su
evidence
dinero del divorcio
about
a
what
la
she donated,
caridad.
and you watched her.
Y ustedes
You
la
watched her try to
observaron, la
save her
vieron.
lie about that broken promise with more lies on
Ella
display
rompió esa
in this
promesa
courtroom.
con más
She lied
mentiras.
again when she told the world in her op-ed on December 18th, 2018, that she was a public figure representing domestic abuse.
Que ella era una
Painting herself
figura pública
as a
representando
representative of
la
abuse
violencia
survivors
doméstica
everywhere, and painting Mr. Depp as a representative of perpetrators.
y presentando al
She's
señor
come
Depp
too
como
far.
su perpetuador.
She can't back down.
Tú
She's
no
lied too
puedes
many times
como
to too
pelear
many
eso de
people.
regreso porque ya lo
So
dijo.
when Mr. Depp finally decided to fight,
El
clear
señor
his
Depp
name by
finalmente
filing this
decidió
lawsuit,
pelear por su
Ms.
causa
Heard responded
y él
by
está
making up
respondiendo
more and more stories
con
of
más y
more
más
and more
historias
extreme abuse.
de una
She came up
relación
with a
de
new
abuso.
accusation that Mr. Depp had raped her with a bottle in Australia.
Que
And she keeps making new claims up even
esta señora sigue
now.
haciendo
At this
más y más
trial, for the very
acusaciones.
first time, she claimed
Desde
that
la
she had been
primera
sexually
vez ella
assaulted the night of her 30th birthday. Even though she
sigue
had
mintiendo
testified
también acerca de que
repeatedly
la
about her
abusó
birthday
también el día de
prior
su cumpleaños número
and
30,
never mentioned it.
sin
And at
mencionarlo.
this trial, she also claimed for the very first time
Ella
that Mr.
también
Depp was hitting her all the time during the first year of their relationship.
Dice que también
Even
ella
though
mintió
this
cuando ella
first
dice
year
que la golpeó
she
desde
had
el primer
testified
año de su
previously
vida,
was magic and bliss with absolutely no violence.
que absolutamente sin
Her
violencia.
story is a constantly moving target.
Señores,
It
¿me
never
pueden ayudar los
stays
que
the
están
same.
aquí moderando? Por favor, que me
Mr.
quiten
Depp
los bots
owns
que
his
salen en
mistake.
el chat, por
He
favor.
owns
Es
all of
importante
them.
que me ayuden a quitarlos
You
porque
saw
eso me
him do
puede,
it on the
eso no
stand
me
in
ayuda
a
en la
raw
página,
and
porfa.
powerful way. But in this
Gracias.
trial, Ms. Heard has been confronted with her lies and the damage she has caused. And she cannot take any responsibility
Ella no puede
for
tomar
what she has
ella no ha
done.
tomado ninguna responsabilidad de lo que ha
And
hecho.
you've seen the story,
Y ustedes
her
han visto aquí la
story, it doesn't
historia.
hold up. You've watched her performance on the stand.
Ustedes la
You
vieron
saw her get caught
cómo
in
estaba
lie
actuando
after
aquí.
lie. The time has come for those lies
Por favor,
to come
esos
to an end.
bots, por favor,
The time has
ayúdenme.
come
Son
for
cosas
you,
que no pueden
the
estar aquí en
jury,
el
to
chat.
decide the truth.
Por favor,
I started this
esas páginas.
trial giving you an opening statement, and I said to you that words matter. And this case is about Ms. Heard's
En este
words.
caso,
The words she published in an op-ed
este
about
caso
Mr.
es
Depp.
acerca del
Ms.
artículo
Heard
que
and
ella
her attorneys
publicó,
have talked a lot about this, in this trial about the First Amendment.
donde habla acerca
They've talked about the importance of free speech.
ella habla
And
de la
we agree.
importancia de la
I'm a
libre
lawyer. Of course I agree
de
with
la
that.
libre expresión.
But the First Amendment doesn't protect lies that
Pero
hurt and defame
pero la ley no
And there's a
protege
difference.
mentiras.
Ms. Heard has no right
La
to tell the
señora,
world
la
that
tóxica
Mr.
no
Depp
tiene
physically
ningún
or sexually
derecho
assaulted her when that isn't true.
cuando todo lo que ha
That's not
dicho es
protected
verdad.
speech. Our U.S. Constitution doesn't protect that
La
speech.
Constitución no protege mentirosos.
And it is a core value
Y es
of
una
American
es un
society
valor de la
that you are
Corte
innocent until
que
proven
si
guilty.
que tú eres inocente hasta que se pruebe lo contrario
There is a presumption of innocence in this country.
en este
A
país.
person's life cannot and should not be destroyed by a
La
baseless
vida de una
charge
persona no
and
debería
no
de ser
opportunity
destruida
to defend yourself.
para defender, no
That's why Mr.
no
Depp had
debería
to
de
bring
ser
this claim.
destruida
Ms. Heard
para
was never
poderte
going to
defender a
stop
ti
calling him an
mismo.
abuser. The only way to clear his name was
La
to
única
stand
forma
up
de
in this
limpiar
court
su nombre,
where both sides are bound by the same rules of American law. A jury would be tasked, you,
que
ladies and gentlemen,
es
would be
acerca de la
tasked with
ley de aquí de
deciding
Estados
once and
Unidos y
for
la
all
jueza les va a pedir a
Ms. Heard's
ustedes
lies could be exposed
que
in
las
a fair
mentiras
and
no pueden ser
impartial process.
expuestas.
When Mr. Depp sued her,
Cuando
Ms. Heard
el
apparently
señor
decided
Depp
she needed to sue him back.
la demandó a la
And because
Toxi,
there were no statements made by Mr. Depp on
esos
which she could base
statements,
the claim, she sued him
ella
based
lo
on
demandó,
statements made
esos
by one of
statements
his
que hizo el
lawyers,
señor
Adam
Wallman, ella lo
Waldman,
demandó a él,
calling Ms. Heard's accusations of
llamando,
abuse a hoax. Make no mistake, though, they are a hoax.
dice, no
Ms.
fueron,
Heard made
no
up
fueron
claims of
hechos
abuse, and then she
no
gave
fueron hechos
a
por error,
performance
fueron
where she
hechos con,
passionately repeated those made-up
o
claims
sea,
of
con
abuse
alevosía y
on the
ventaja de
stand in
publicarlos.
front of each of you. But ask yourselves, who's really the one alleging a hoax
¿Quién
here?
es realmente el que
Who
está,
wants you to believe that everyone else is lying?
quién es el que
Committing
realmente está aquí
perjury.
mintiendo?
Ms. Heard needs you to believe that all
La
the people
Toxi
who showed up
necesita
in
que
this
ustedes
courtroom to
crean
testify on behalf
que
of
todo
Mr.
lo que
Depp,
haya
they're
testificado
all
aquí es
lying.
verdad.
She needs you to believe that the
Ella
witnesses you
necesita que
heard
ustedes le
from,
crean,
including security professionals,
inclusive
former
a los
cops,
profesionales,
medical professionals,
a los
and
médicos
police
profesionales,
officers. They're all lying,
todos están mintiendo.
covering up for Mr. Depp. She's
Dice,
asking you to believe
ella,
that she's the one telling the truth.
ella
and that the
quiere que
rest of
ustedes
the people
crean que
in
ella es la
Mr.
que está
Depp's
diciendo
life
la
are
verdad.
all part of a conspiracy of silence.
Pero aquí hay una
This
conspiración
case is not just about whether you believe
que
Mr.
no es
Depp or you
exactamente lo que
believe Ms.
ustedes
Heard.
crean o no.
This case is about whether you believe Ms. Heard or whether you believe
No es
Mr.
acerca
Depp,
de que le crean a
Christy
él o le
Gonzalez,
crean a
who,
ella.
yes, is here supporting her brother. Isaac Baruch, who wept in front of the world.
Enfrente del
Keenan
mundo.
Wyatt, who doesn't work for Mr. Depp. Sean Betts, a former LA Sheriff's Department.
Dice uno de los testigos que vino
who
aquí
worked in the prisons
que él
in the
no
UK.
trabaja para el señor Depp,
Starling Jenkins, a former U.S. Marine.
un marino que
Travis
también
Weaver,
testificó ahí,
also another former police officer.
otro
Ben
policía
King,
también
worked
que
for the
tampoco
Queen of
trabaja para el señor Depp, está
David
mencionando a
Kipper,
los testigos,
Dr. David Kipper.
y el
Ms.
doctor
Heard's doctor.
Kipper.
And yes, Mr. Depp's doctor.
Y sí, también el doctor del
Debbie
señor
Lloyd,
Depp.
a nurse.
Y una
Aaron Filati,
enfermera,
Ms. Heard's personal nurse.
la enfermera personal
Officer Fines,
de la
an LA
Toxi,
police officer with training in domestic violence.
que todos
Officer
ellos están
Haddock,
entrenados en
her
violencia
understudy.
doméstica.
Yes, in his first week,
Sí,
studying to pick up on these signs. of
en la
domestic
primera
abuse.
semana empezaron a tener
Officer
como
Gatlin,
agarrar
Brandon Patterson, who
partido
worked at Eastern Columbia Building.
en el
Keith
departamento
James,
de,
Mr. former personal
en donde
assistant.
estaban allá
Tara
en el
Roberts,
penthouse.
Alejandro Romero.
Alejandro
He took
Romero,
his deposition from his car
ese Alejandro Romero ya es bien
because he
famoso.
had to go to work.
Él,
But it didn't stop him from telling the truth.
él tenía que irse a trabajar, pero eso no lo detuvo
Edward
para hablar
Wright,
con la verdad.
Mr. Depp's business manager.
El
Laura
manager,
Wasser, one of the most famous divorce lawyers in California.
uno de los abogados más
Morgan
importantes de California, que fue el que lo ayudó a
Beverly
divorciarse.
Leonard, Morgan Tremaine,
Morgan Tremaine, se está hablando de más testigos, los está mencionando.
and all the other witnesses
Y
whose
todos los
stories
testigos
support Mr. Depp's
que
description of what
estuvieron
took
aquí
place.
apoyando a Johnny.
These people have nothing to gain by
Esta
coming
gente no
forward.
tiene nada que ganar,
They have everything to lose.
pero tienen todo que perder.
You have seen Mr. Wallman's statements and evidence.
Ustedes
in this
escucharon aquí el
case. When you
artículo
look
del
at them,
señor
you can
Wallman.
tell that the key point Mr. Wallman was making in each of these statements was simply that Ms. Heard's accusations against Mr. Depp
Que
were
ese
lies.
artículo fue hecho exactamente para
That's why he
rebatir las
talks about it in
acusaciones de
detail.
esta señora de la Toxi
Now,
que le
Ms.
estaba
Heard has the
haciendo a
burden
mi
of
cliente.
proof of proving that Mr. Wallman's statements are false.
Que se pudo probar
And that
que
means
las
that Ms. Heard has to
alegaciones
do
del
more
señor
than
Wallman
prove
eran
that Mr.
falsas.
Wallman got some details wrong.
Que
She has to prove that Mr. Wallman's statements are false in their
ella tiene que
essential
probar que
meaning.
las alegaciones
In
del
other
señor
words,
Wallman
she
son
has to
falsas.
prove that her abuse claims are not a hoax.
Que,
But as we've
que
seen,
sus alegaciones de
evidence is
abuso no son
overwhelming that Ms.
como
Heard's
unas
claims of
trampas
abuse are false.
y que son falsas.
We should also spend a bit of time talking about actual malice.
Dice Michelle,
It is
aquí
Heard's
digo,
burden to
esta señora, la
prove
abogada,
that
aquí
Mr.
trató,
Waldman's statements were made
habló,
with
bueno, los
actual
abogados hablaron
malice.
aquí de
Actual
que lo hicieron con
malice means
malicia.
knowledge that the statements were false or reckless, and that's an important word, reckless disregard for the truth.
¿Qué es reckless? ¿Quién me
But
dice que es
here,
reckless?
There is clear evidence that Mr. Waldman genuinely believed that Ms. Heard had committed a hoax.
Hay una
He
gran
watched
cantidad
and gave
de,
the
se cree
testimony
aquí
by
fielmente
deposition in this case.
que
He testified about the evidence he found
él
persuasive,
testificó acerca de las
the
evidencias que
numerous
se encontraron
witnesses
en
and
este
the
caso,
sworn depositions of the police officers
que
who
uno de
went to the
los
penthouses that
testigos
night and again saw no injuries.
que no
There is
encontraron,
no
uno de los
evidence
testigos que fueron
in this
aquí, los
record,
oficiales, no
none,
encontraron ningún tipo
that
de,
Mr. Waldman
de
acted with
retracción.
actual
Ok,
malice.
gracias, Melanie.
He believed Mr. Depp. He believed the
Él,
record.
él le cree a Johnny,
It's
le
also
cree
important to understand that because
récord,
Mr.
por su buen
Waldman's
récord,
statements
por su
were
buen...
not made by Mr. Depp, Ms. Heard needs to prove that Mr. Waldman was acting as Mr. Depp's agent.
Que la señora
And within the
esta
scope of that
tiene que
agency,
probar que el señor
within
Waldman
the
estaba
scope of the
actuando como
agency
si
of the
fuera el
employment,
agente
that he
publicitario
made the
de Johnny
statements.
en esos
Mr.
artículos.
Waldman is a lawyer.
Dice, el señor Waldman es un
Ms. Heard has
abogado.
not presented evidence
Él no
that
está,
making those statements was part of Mr. Waldman's responsibilities as Mr. Depp's lawyer. There's nothing in the record.
que no hay nada en el récord que ahí pruebe que esos
Ms.
statements
Heard
que
is
hizo
also
Walmart,
claiming to be suffering from PTSD and claims that she has something to do with Mr. Waldman's statements.
dice que ella sufre
Ms. Heard
de
wants you to
post-traumatic
believe that she
stress y que
suffers
eso
from
tiene que ver
PTSD
desde que
because
están
Mr. Depp
estas
reportedly abused
acusaciones
her.
así a la luz
But as
pública.
usual, Ms. Heard is not telling the truth. As you heard from
Que la
Dr.
Toxi no
Shannon
está
Curry,
diciendo la verdad.
Ms. Heard does not have PTSD.
Ella no tiene
She does not act
post-traumatic
like a
stress
prison
disorder.
with PTSD.
Ella lo que tiene es,
Ms. Heard is an actress in a major
ella es
film,
una actriz
involved in sommelier training.
y está
She just had a
entrenada
baby.
para hacerlo.
Dr. Curry also found that Ms. Heard attempted to grossly exaggerate her symptoms
Y
during
entonces
testing,
aquí encontramos que
which is a sign
ella
of
naturalmente exagera las
or
cosas,
said
exagera las
differently,
palabras.
of Ms. Heard lying.
Ella está mintiendo.
Ms. Heard hired Dr. Don Hughes to help her with this
Ella,
narrative.
ella,
Dr.
ella
Hughes did
contrató
not
a la
catch
doctora
Ms. Heard's
Hughes, a la
exaggeration during testing,
psicóloga,
because Dr. Hughes used an improper malingering
porque
screen
la
test,
doctora usó
She wasn't going to
impropiamente
find
la
it.
palabra malingering
one that is meant to identify an examinee's attempt
para
to
identificar
fake
los
severe
exámenes que
mental
supuestamente le
illness
hizo
or
aquí a la
psychosis,
tóxica,
not PTSD.
pero no
Dr.
post-traumatic
Hughes
stress
diagnosed Ms.
disorder,
Heard with PTSD without administering the gold standard
porque
diagnostic
no le
test
puedes diagnosticar a
used
una
for
persona
PTSD.
eso sin la
She
regla de oro
diagnosed her. Think
para
about that.
poderla
She diagnosed
diagnosticar.
her with PTSD before administering the test she admitted
Dice que
was
ella
the
le
gold
diagnosticó
standard.
con estrés
2 years
post-traumatic
after
stress
diagnosing Ms.
disorder
Heard with
antes de que le
PTSD,
aplicara las
and
pruebas. O sea,
shortly after Dr.
dice
Curry
exactamente,
administered the gold
perfectamente
standard
después de que el
diagnostic
doctor
test in her
le hizo los
evaluation
tests
of
a
Ms. Heard.
ella.
But before it was disclosed,
Antes de que esto fuera,
Dr. Hughes decided to administer the gold standard.
dice, y
Finally,
entonces aquí la doctora
even
Hughes
after
decidió
Dr. Hughes
aplicar
used the proper test,
esos
there were a
términos,
number
¿no?
of deficiencies in her administration of that test.
Esos
You
tests.
saw them,
Ustedes lo
including her
siguieron.
failure to even follow the instructions that render her diagnoses unreliable.
Dice, ni siquiera pudo seguir las mismas reglas de sus propios diagnósticos,
Ms.
por
Heard's
entonces
claimed
son
monetary
irrelevantes.
damages related to Mr. Waldman's statements, frankly, it's a fantasy.
Es una
Ms.
fantasía,
Heard speculates
son
wildly that she has
especulaciones
somehow been damaged by Mr. Waldman's
que
statements.
esos daños
But
que
in
dice que le
reality,
causaron
Ms.
por
Heard
el
has not shown any damage at all
que ella no,
that was
no
because
realmente
of
no
or
enseñó ningún
by
daño
Mr.
en lo más
Waldman's
mínimo.
statements. There is evidence of a mountain of negative
Hay
press coverage
evidencias
about
de
Ms. Heard,
montañas
including press reports about her defecating
de
Mr. Depp's bed,
mentiras,
cutting off his
inclusive
finger, and
reportes
putting out a cigarette on his face.
que ponen
But none
cosas
of that
también
has
como que le
anything
puso
to
un
do
cigarro en su
with
cara,
Mr.
que le apagó un
Waldman's
cigarro en
statements.
su cara.
And Ms. Heard has presented no evidence,
Y la señora,
none,
la tóxica, ha
of any
presentado
film
cero
or
evidencias
other project that she has lost
de que ella haya perdido dinero por algún proyecto
because of the statements.
que porque el artículo.
In fact, you heard from Warner Brothers
Dice,
president,
entonces
Walter
ustedes
Hamada,
escucharon por
who
el presidente
explained
de
that Ms.
Warner
Heard
Brothers
suffered no loss,
que
none,
no
no
había,
loss of compensation or other adverse effect on her major film, Aquaman 2.
que no se
You heard
perdió
it straight
absolutamente
from him.
nada, ellos no perdieron nada por su nueva película de
Heard's
Aquaman 2
expert,
porque están
Catherine
esperando a
Arnold,
Patti
testified,
Limón.
but for the statements from Mr. Waldman, Ms. Heard would be a much much more successful in her career.
Que ella, la Toxi
form
dice
this
que ella iba a ser
opinion,
más
Ms. Arnold
exitosa en
compares
su
Ms.
carrera,
Heard
pero
to
pues
actors
que
such as Jason Momoa, the actual Aquaman,
que el actual Jason Momoa, que él es la estrella de Aquaman,
and Zendaya.
y
There's
Zendaya.
Richard Marks, who does deals every day. That's his job.
Ese es su trabajo, ellos hacen tratos
Does deals in Hollywood.
en Hollywood, donde va a ir
And Doug
Patti,
Vanya both testified that these actors are simply not comparable to Miss Heard.
que estos
After all,
actores ni
Jason
siquiera se
Momoa
comparan
was
tantito, no le
Aquaman.
llegan ni a los talones a la
Chris
tóxica.
He was Captain Kirk.
Él era el capitán Jack Sparrow.
Zendaya,
Zendaya,
she's been acting since she was 13 years
ella es
old
una
on the
actriz desde que
Disney
tiene
Channel.
13 años.
And she's in every single Spider-Man movie.
Y ella está en cada película de
Further, the
Spider-Man,
Q-scores of these actors
del Hombre
are not
Araña,
at all comparable with Miss Heard's Q-scores.
que no se puede ni siquiera
As
llegar a
Mr. Vanya
comparar con la
testified,
carrera de
Miss
la
Heard's
tóxica.
rating was less compared to these actors, and all of Miss Heard's Q-scores ratings were less favorable than the average of all performers. As you heard from Michael Spindler,
Como ustedes escucharon aquí de Michael,
relies on the salaries of these comparable actors.
que ni siquiera se pueden
Calculate
comparar
Miss
los salarios de estos
Miss
actores.
Heard's claim for damages makes no sense. There's no connection.
No hay conexión,
Further and more fatally for Miss Heard's damages claim,
que ni siquiera
is that there's
quedan,
no connection
no hay
to the
conexión,
Waldman statements, to
no hay
Mr.
conexión
Waldman's
para nada,
statements.
porque ella perdió
Even if you
esos
find
trabajos
damage to her
por este
career,
artículo,
you
no hay
have to
nada.
connect it to the defamatory statements.
Y
There is no connection.
no hay conexión de estos
Mr. Vanya
artículos que ella está
testified that
alegando
all
que
the
son
negative
difamatorios para ella
that
y
Miss
que
Heard
le
has
ayudaron a
entered
perder
into
su carrera.
have no causal connection to the statements underlying Miss
Tiene
Heard's
peinado de
counterclaims.
primera comunión.
Specifically, Miss Heard's expert, Mr. Ron
Específicamente,
Schell, presented a flawed methodology that included picking out hashtags at
encontraron
random,
una
including
metodología y
Justice
encontraron
for
los
Johnny Depp.
hashtags.
What does that have to do with the Waldman
¿Qué tiene que ver los hashtags con el artículo del
And
señor
counting
Waldman?
accompanying tweets, even though it had nothing to do with Mr. Waldman.
La compañía de Twitter no tiene nada que ver con los
Miss Heard's
artículos del señor
counterclaim is
Waldman.
based on statements by Mr. Waldman, not Mr. Depp. Miss Heard knows perfectly well
Ni uno
that she
más,
hasn't
Amber,
suffered
ni
any
uno más,
damages from
ni
those
uno
statements.
más.
Buried at the bottom of articles in a mere tabloid, the Daily Mail. And the statements are substantially true.
Y los argumentos han sido verdad.
Really is point out that Miss Heard's abuse allegations.
Ella está abusando de las alegaciones que está haciendo aquí.
Miss Heard's counsel argued that Miss Heard did not write the title
Ella,
of the online
aquí
version of the
dijeron que la
op-ed,
señora
which
Heard no
stated,
escribió
"I
el
spoke up
título
against
de
sexual
su
violence
artículo,
and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change."
de que eso ha cambiado, de
Does
que la
not
cultura
matter
de abuso
whether or
y
not Miss
de
Heard wrote
eso ha
the
cambiado.
title.
El título
You
de
will
su
recall
artículo.
from the court's instructions this morning that what matters is whether Miss Heard republished the defamatory
Que lo que importa
language.
es que ella republicó
That
ese
instruction
artículo
states in
que
part
era
that you should
difamatorio.
find Miss Heard republished this article
Ella
if she,
republicó
quote,
ese artículo en su
retransmitted
cuenta
the
de Twitter.
defamatory material with the goal of achieving a new audience. Stated differently, republication occurs when the speaker has affirmatively.
Dice que, en otras palabras, la publicación se hace cuando tienes receptores,
Miss Heard affirmatively reiterated the statement.
que tienes un artículo reeditado.
We could please pull up plain
Dice, por favor, ¿podemos enseñarles ese papelito, por favor? El título del artículo, del Twitter, donde ella está aquí retuiteando el artículo.
She retweeted the Washington Post
Ella
tweet to
retuiteó
a
que
new
aquí el Washington
her own
Post
Twitter followers.
A sus propios
And she
seguidores de
affirmatively
Twitter,
reiterated the statement by proudly declaring, "Today I published
que
this op-ed
ella
in
lo
the
puso
Washington
orgullosamente,
Post."
dice, hoy hice una publicación hoy publiqué un artículo del Washington Post.
She said proudly,
Ella
"Today I
dice aquí
published
orgullosamente
this op-ed in the Washington Post."
este artículo en el
The
Washington
title of the
Post.
op-ed was prominently displayed in the tweet.
Este
That
artículo
is
estaba
enough for you,
perfectamente aquí
members of the jury, to
atado
find that Miss
al
Heard
tweet.
republished the title of the op-ed and adopted the statement as her own.
Ella
can
admite
and
aquí
should
que
be held
ella publicó el
liable and
artículo,
responsible
que
for
estaba
that
orgullosa de haber publicado el artículo y que pues a su nombre, ¿no?
Miss Heard tries to make something out of the fact that Mr. Waldman reported her to law enforcement in Los Angeles for perjury after her allegations of abuse were made against Mr. Depp. But I'll submit to you.
Dice, pero
all this
últimamente
proves is
para
that Mr.
ustedes,
Waldman believes Miss Heard has committed perjury.
que ella ha cometido, ¿cómo se llama esa palabra en español? Que
Mr.
aquí, que el mundo
argued that the
entero se ha
lack
dado
of
cuenta que ella ha
supporting evidence
cometido,
from Miss Heard's allegations of
¿cómo se llama esa
horrendous,
palabra en
constant abuse is
español?
somehow not something to be considered. That it is shameful for you to
Es
consider the
vergonzoso
fact that she didn't document
de
all the
que ustedes
terrible
tengan
injuries that she claims to
que
have
darse
suffered.
cuenta que ella documentó todo
That is a twisted argument.
Perjurio. Gracias,
First,
Saraí.
you know, because
Ella
you have
cometió
seen and listened
perjurio.
to Ms. Heard in action, that Ms. Heard is a woman who's documenting things.
Que ella
throughout their
documentó las
relationship.
cosas. Perjurio.
And it is instructive that the
Gracias,
things
gracias.
she chose to document had nothing to do with violence.
Que lo que ella documentó no tiene nada que ver con la violencia.
She documented lines of cocaine.
Ella documentó unas
featuring
líneas de
prominently
cosita
Mr.
blanca de la
Depp's
bolsita
blown-out
Ziploc.
company or production company, Infinitum. Stage photographs. That's what she documented.
Dice, ella documentó fotografías de...
Rottenborn's entire
Véanle
argument
la
assumes
cara a
that Mr.
esta
Depp, a
vieja.
man, should be
Dan ganas de
disbelieved
aventarle, de verdad.
because despite the fact that Ms. Heard can't support her accusations with actual evidence. What we have put to you, the jury,
Dice, ahora
is not
depende
that
de ustedes.
because Ms. Heard didn't take enough pictures or tell people about abuse that it didn't happen. What we have put to you is
Lo
that
que
given
tenemos
how
para
brutal
ustedes,
and constant the abuse Ms. Heard claims, she would have had serious injuries.
ella,
That's a
si,
fact.
si de verdad fue
She would have had
lastimada,
serious
como dice, debería de
injuries
estar
that would
teniendo
have been
demasiadas
observable
heridas,
in the
demasiadas
pictures we
cosas en
looked
su,
at
en su
and by
haber.
the witnesses we heard from.
Y de los
and would have
testigos que
required
nosotros
medical
vimos,
attention.
pues no, nada que ver.
That's it.
Eso es todo.
Ms. Heard testifies to injuries that
La
multiple
tóxica
people didn't
aquí
see.
testificó que
What you have in the end is Ms. Heard's word.
ustedes lo que tienen al
You
final es
trust
la
it?
palabra de ella.
We are not here because Ms. Heard
Pero no estamos
told the
aquí
world Mr.
porque
Depp
la
was verbally
Toxi
abusive.
es una
This
abusadora.
is not about the words used by Mr. Depp.
Estas no son las,
We
no,
are here
no se
because
trata
Ms.
acerca de
Heard
las
told the
palabras que
world
usó
that
el
Mr.
señor
Depp was
Depp.
physically and sexually abusive.
Estamos aquí porque
That's what
ella
Ms.
lo está
Heard
acusando
was
de
saying
que
in the op-ed.
ella fue abusada física
On May
e
27th,
íntimamente.
exactly 6 years ago today,
Esto hace 6
2016,
años, ella puso
Ms.
una
Heard
orden de
walked into
restricción
court with a mark on her face
con
to
una
tell the
marca en
world
su
that her
cara,
husband was abusive.
que su
She
esposo era un
renewed that
abusador.
falsehood in her op-ed,
Y eso lo
describing
escribió
herself as a
en el
public
artículo.
figure representing domestic abuse.
Y que
And she
ella era una
published the
embajadora
op-ed,
de la violencia
including the
doméstica.
title, claiming that she spoke up against sexual
Y
violence.
que ella estaba orgullosamente, que ella estaba
Everyone
orgullosa de
knew who
representar
she
a
was talking
esto.
about when she used those words. She was alleging physical and sexual abuse.
Ella fue,
She was not alleging
que es,
emotional or psychological abuse.
ella nunca
She
fue
was
emocionalmente ni
alleging physical
psicológicamente,
and sexual abuse.
y mucho menos físicamente
Ms. Heard
o
cannot
íntimamente
run
abusada.
away from her own allegations now.
Dice ahora
You
de
have
las
all
propias
heard the
alegaciones que
evidence
tiene
of what
ella.
she alleged against Mr. Depp in 2016. And you have all heard her incredibly dramatic,
Ustedes-
over-the-top story of
Ustedes
physical
vieron
and
la
sexual
vieron
abuse.
increíblemente
That
dramática
story was a defamatory lie.
con esas difamaciones que son mentira.
Ms. Heard tried to argue that you only need to find that Mr. Depp might have touched Ms. Heard once in order to find him
Dice que
guilty,
los abogados lo
because
que
that
ellos
makes
quieren
her a victim
es
of
probar
abuse.
que él la tocó aunque sea
But
una vez
common
y ya
sense
con
should
eso lo
tell
quieren
you that you
quieren
can't
acabar.
pick and choose Ms. Heard's allegations.
Dice ellos pueden usar las alegaciones de la
You saw her
tóxica.
on the stand. We all did.
Todo lo
She
vimos.
gave the performance of her life,
Ella hizo
telling
la
us
actuación de su
story
vida,
after story of
contando
abuse.
historia tras historia.
And not just any abuse, but
Y aquí no hay
extravagant,
ningún abuso.
over-the-top allegations
Encima
of
de
abuse
todas
that would
estas
be
alegaciones
truly brutal,
que fueron brutales
horrific, if true.
y que son verdad,
You either believe all of it,
ustedes igual
or
le
you
quieren
believe
creer
none of
todo,
it. Either she's telling the truth,
o ella está
including
diciendo
in
la
her most
verdad,
extreme allegations,
y estas
or she's
alegaciones
lying.
tan extremas,
Either she was raped by a bottle,
si ella
or
fue
she's the sort of
abusada
person
con
who
una
would get on the
botella
stand in this courtroom
en este cuarto,
and
véanle
lie
la
to you
cara
and the world about being raped.
acerca de que
And
fue
if she would lie
abusada.
about that, what wouldn't she lie about?
Y si ella es capaz de mentir en eso, ¿en
You
qué
can't
otra cosa
find
es capaz de
that Mr.
mentir?
Depp hit her once. Either he hit her countless times,
Porque entonces
can't believe
ella
a
dice que
single
ella
word
lo
that
golpeó,
comes out of her mouth.
él la golpeó innumerables veces.
And what is the actual meaning of Ms. Heard's op-ed?
¿Y cuál es exactamente el
It's an important
significado de
question.
del
not that
del
Mr.
artículo
Depp
de la
said a
señora
nasty
esta,
word
de
to
la
her once.
tóxica?
It's not that Mr.
Mala
Depp might have
actriz.
hit her once. It's that she is a representative
Que ella es la
of domestic
representante.
abuse. And by extension,
Y-
Mr. Depp is a representative of abuse perpetrators.
Y que el señor
Words
entonces es,
matter.
mi cliente es el representante de del abuso de una perpetuadora.
Ms. Heard has shown you a lot of text messages from
Ella
Mr.
les
Depp
enseñó
with some
bastantes
very
mensajes de él
vivid language.
con un lenguaje un poquito subido de
As I
tono. Ay,
told you at
Johnny,
the
también te
start of this
pasaste con
trial,
esas cosas que le
Mr.
escribías
Depp
a la
has a unique
tóxica.
style of writing. He uses words I don't use.
Él ahí usó palabras que normalmente él no usa.
But as you also heard during this trial,
Pero también
Mr. Depp
ustedes
writes
escucharon que
in that way, in part because he
infancia,
modeled his writing
la
on literary
parte
giants
modelo
like
que lo
Hunter S.
educó,
Thompson. And he's got a dark sense of humor.
él tiene un sentido del humor muy negro. Como la maestra Patti,
And Mr.
igualito.
Depp owns text messages.
Y en
He
estos
acknowledges
mensajes,
that he said those things.
él estaba
He said
bromeando
things
cuando él
that he
decía
shouldn't
estas
have.
cosas.
But using bad language
Pero
and colorful humor does not mean that you are a
malas
violent
palabras o
abuser.
mal lenguaje,
And ironically, as much as Ms.
irónicamente,
Heard is trying to use Mr. Depp's words against him,
ahora
it is
quieren
Ms.
usar las
Heard who
palabras de él
repeatedly
en
admitted
contra
to
de él
violence.
mismo,
In her own words.
en sus propias
You've heard the
palabras.
tapes. You've heard her admit to
Usted-
violence.
Ustedes la escucharon
Ms.
admitir.
Heard can try to distract you with text messages.
Ella los quiere
showing that
distraer
Mr.
con
Depp
estos
uses bad
mensajes,
language and has a dark sense
con
of humor.
este
But none
lenguaje
of
que
that,
también, Johnny,
I
te
submit to you,
pasaste,
ladies and
y
gentlemen,
con ese
none of
lenguaje y
that
con ese
is
humor tan
evidence of
negro que
abuse.
tiene él. Como la maestra
Hitting your
Patti.
husband is evidence of
Igualito.
abuse.
Yo también tengo un sentido del humor medio carrilla. ¿Para qué les digo que no? Sí.
Mr.
También.
Ronborn talked about the burden of proof.
Dice, aquí hablamos de las pruebas. Aquí Papelito habla.
Mr. Depp only has to show that it
Aquí,
is more likely than not.
El señor Depp,
More
mi
likely
futuro,
than
mi
not
prometido, tiene
that
que
the statements
enseñarles.
in the op-ed are false.
Él aquí, mi
That it is
prometido,
more
lo único
likely than
que les
not
está
they
enseñando
have
es que todos estos
defamatory
artículos son
implications.
falsos.
That it is more likely than not
No
that Ms.
es.
Heard designed and intended the statements to refer to Mr. Depp.
No tienen nada que ver
The
con lo que es
evidence
el señor
on these
aquí,
points
mi
is
prometido,
clear.
aquí mi crush. Le vamos a
Ms.
llamar mi
Heard
crush, porque
made
no
these
es su prometido
allegations
todavía, le vamos
6
a llamar
years
su
ago
crush.
today,
¿Ok?
May 27th, 2016.
Vamos a llamarle
She
mi
went
crush.
out of her way to make them public.
Ella se fue
tipping off
afuera de su
TMZ.
zona de confort para hacerlos
When she published the
públicos,
op-ed,
para
she was
lastimarlo.
reminding everyone in Hollywood and
Dice
the
para que
world
todos y cada
of her
uno de
abuse
los que
claims.
trabajan en Hollywood,
And those claims are a lie.
que todas esas alegaciones son
Consider what the
falsas.
true
Ella sabe
purpose
que
of
son
the article.
falsas.
Mr. Ronborn said it was to promote legislative reforms. But what was it actually?
Pero ¿qué exactamente era lo
The
que estaba
evidence
haciendo
shows
esta
it was to
hija de
promote Ms.
su?
Heard. It
Ella,
was time to be released at the
ella
same
lo que
time as
quería
Aquaman on
era,
December
no que
21st,
quería ella liberarse de
2018.
ese hombre que tanto
And it
la
was time to
abusaba.
coincide with her announcement of her ambassadorship at the
Ella
ACLU
tratando de
for
anunciar que era
women's
una embajadora y
That's
una
not
acá
a
bien
coincidence.
fifiris nice.
It
Ella
was
se
designed
creía la Lady Di de Hollywood.
That was not a statement about
Eso
legislative
no
reforms.
hay una.
This was about burnishing Ms. Heard's reputation
Esto
at the
no es
expense
acerca
of
de
Mr.
quemar
Depp's.
la reputación de la
It was
Toxi.
about
Ya
Ms.
más
Heard
quemada no puede
continuing to
estar.
portray herself as a heroic survivor of
Ella
abuse.
se está llamando a ella misma una
And on the
sobreviviente.
question of actual malice,
Pero realmente la
that just
pregunta
means whether
maliciosa
or
aquí
not
es
Ms. Heard knew
si
the
ella
allegations were false.
realmente sabía hacer estas
Ms. Heard
declaraciones que eran
knows
falsas.
perfectly well
Ella
that she wasn't
perfectamente
abused.
sabe.
She has direct knowledge of that.
Ella sabe
She was in that
perfectamente. Ella tiene
relationship.
conocimiento de
So
esto.
actual malice is easily
Ella
established.
malíficamente, maliciosamente sabía.
You may have noticed
Ustedes
that
tal
no
vez
one
han
showed up
notado
for Ms. Heard in this courtroom other than her sister.
que aparte de ella no tiene a
Every other
nadie más
witness
que
who
a su
traveled to
hermana.
Virginia for her was a paid expert.
Que todo lo que ha tenido aquí
This is a
son puros
woman who burned bridges.
licenciados pagados,
Her close friends
expertos
don't
pagados
show up
por
for her.
ella. Fuera de su hermana,
Mr.
nadie más está
Ronborn
con
tried
ella.
to discredit Mr. Depp's witnesses by suggesting they're all on Mr. Depp's payroll.
Y
So
ella
he
está
doubled
diciéndole
down
que
the hoax
todos los
theory
que vinieron aquí a
that everyone's
testificar
just
por mi
lying.
crush vinieron
First of
pagados
all,
por su
it's not even
nómina.
true Keenan Wyatt is on his payroll.
Pero todos
Ben
están
King isn't
en
on his
su
payroll. Melissa
nómina.
Officer Melissa Sines isn't on his payroll.
Pero hay muchos
Morgan
oficiales que no están
Tremaine
en su nómina.
isn't on his payroll.
Michelita no está en la
Officer Tyler
nómina.
Haddon, he's not on his
Ellos no
payroll.
están
Beverly
está
Leonard,
nombrando a las personas que no están en la
Alejandro
nómina.
Romero, Brandon
Alejandro
Patterson,
Romero.
Morgan
Alejandro
Knight,
Romero tampoco
none
está en
of
la
those people are on
nómina.
his
Mira,
payroll.
también.
And Kate Moss.
Kate Moss no está en la nómina.
Kate Moss is most definitely not
Dice
on
Kate
Mr.
Moss
Depp's
definitivamente no está en la nómina de Johnny.
Ms. Heard wants you to believe that all these people are
Dice,
lying.
la Toxi quiere hacerles creer a ustedes que
Let's talk
todos
about the
ellos
Boston
trabajan
plane.
para mi crush.
Ms. Heard wants you to believe
La
that the
Toxi
recording
quiere
you
que
heard
ustedes
is
crean
from the Boston plane flight.
que en el avión
But
de
that's quite
Boston,
telling.
él le puso unas patadas
What did
como las
Mr.
de Alfredo
capture
Adame,
of
le
this
puso
supposed rampage?
allá a esas personas con las que se
Mr.
estaba
Depp
peleando.
moaning in distress?
Él él estaba bajo estrés.
That's what she chose to record.
Y aparte ella
What sort of
lo
person
grabó.
records something like that?
Ella estaba, quién
Sort
se
of
puede
person
tener,
takes
quién se
pictures
tienta
of
el
their
corazón para
husband or
videograbar
boyfriend,
algo
fiancé
como
who's
eso?
struggling with sobriety,
Cuando él estaba tratando de
nodding
salir de
off
su sobriedad,
with ice cream dripping down his
cuando
leg,
se le cayó y se le rompió y se le
his hand
derramó
in
la
his
nieve,
pocket. or asleep on the ground.
o cuando se quedaba
What
dormido en
sort
el
of
piso.
person does that?
¿Qué tipo de persona hace
Definitely
eso?
not someone that's afraid of him.
Eso no lo hace una persona que le tiene miedo a alguien,
And Ms.
obviamente.
Heard's attorney told a story of May 21.
Dice, la señora les contó aquí, la seño, la doña, le vamos a poner la doña.
Officer Signs and Haddon, who testified clearly that they saw no signs of injury.
Ellos testificaron aquí
sign
que
of
no
property
había
damage.
ningún tipo de
She told a
lesión.
story about how Officer
Y bueno, que aquí los
Sadanaga
oficiales, ¿verdad? Que también fueron nomás a pasar el rato porque realmente los
testimony was
oficiales no
also
hicieron
wrong.
lo que tenían que
She
hacer, nomás
testified
fueron a
that
dar
the
la vuelta.
report was only required in case of a crime.
Que los oficiales
Heard's
solamente
attorney
se
tried to
requieren
tell
cuando
you that Mr. Depp
son
apologized
solamente
on
cuando se
May
requiere un
22nd
crimen, ¿no?
because he had hit Ms. Heard.
Que porque si ellos estaban
Mr.
ahí
Depp
porque
didn't
realmente mi crush
apologize
le había
to
puesto
Ms.
unas
Heard on May
moquetizas
22nd
a esta
for hitting
señora,
her. He apologized because he was
ella se
leaving Ms.
disculpó
Heard.
porque nomás los hizo venir a
And this
gastar su
was a
tiempo.
woman that in spite of all her violence
Dice,
and
una
all her
mujer que ha
rage,
estado
Mr. Depp,
expuesta
who
a
loved
tanta violencia, obviamente no dejas ir a los
he had
policías.
been with her for years. Of course he apologized when he finally broke it off. Ms. Bredehoff also tried to tell you that Ms. Heard did everything in her power to keep the authorities away.
Ella dice que ella hizo todo lo que estaba en sus manos para tener a las autoridades fuera porque no quería
Take a
lastimar a mi
minute and
crush.
think back to what Ms. Heard did
Y
6
bueno,
days later, 6 years ago
mi
today.
crush 6 años después,
She walked into court
ella,
with a visible mark on her
ella
face,
llegó a la corte con
not wearing makeup that
visiblemente
day.
maquillaje
She
y
tipped off TMZ.
y le
She
contó
made it
y le mandó un
public.
mensaje a
And she showed up on the
TMZ
cover of
para que
People
vinieran a
magazine with
cubrirle
mark on
en la portada afuera de la corte.
Was that protecting Mr.
Eso es,
Depp?
eso es
Or was she
proteger
trying to
a
destroy
su
him?
abusador, eso es proteger a mi crush, según ella.
Mr. Rottenborn asked you to consider why you're here.
Dice,
So why are you here?
¿por qué están ustedes aquí?
You're here because of a lie.
Ustedes están aquí por
And
las
that was a lie
mentiras de
that Ms.
esta
Heard repeated in the op-ed.
pedazo de...
At the start of this trial,
Al
we
principio
told
de
you
esta
that this
corte,
trial is about the evidence.
estamos hablando de las
The evidence
evidencias
overwhelmingly
y
shows
estamos
that Ms.
súper
Heard
saturados
is
de
an
tanta
abuser
información
and that she is a liar.
de que ella es
She
una
lied about
mentirosa,
Mr. Depp and took on the
mentirosa.
role of a lifetime as a public figure
Y como una
representing
figura
domestic
pública,
abuse.
ella es una abusadora.
What is
Abusadora,
her best
abusadora,
evidence
abusadora.
of that abuse?
Y ese abuso,
A video of Mr. Depp
ese video de mi crush,
banging cabinets around.
cuando estaba golpeando
And
las
text
puertas
messages
como
of
niño
Mr. Depp
chiquito,
using
cuando
bad
dijo,
words and dark, ugly
I don't
humor,
think so.
but never once admitting to
Dice,
abuse.
él nunca ha negado
Pictures of Mr.
eso.
Depp sleeping. That's her best evidence.
Esa es su mejor evidencia. Esa parte es su
Heard
mejor
herself
evidencia.
Ms. Heard held herself out to the world as a
Ella
representative
le
of
contó al
abuse
mundo
survivors
entero
everywhere. The face of the Me Too movement.
que ella quería ser la
This is
cara
not a
del
Me Too
movimiento Me
situation.
Too.
There are no Me Toos.
De aquí no hay Me Too.
Just
Aquí no hay ningún Me Too. Ni You Too, ni We
Ms.
Too.
Heard does not deserve to be known as a representative of survivors of abuse.
La
And Mr.
Toxi no
Depp does
merece
not
ser
deserve to
representada
be
como
known as
una
a
mujer
representative
abusada. Por
of
favor,
perpetrators
quítenle,
of
por favor,
abuse.
esa
That is what this
categoría.
case is about. It's not about money.
Esto no es
giving
acerca
Mr.
de
Depp his
dinero.
life back. 6 years ago, when she
6
took it
años
away.
después, aquí está mi crush.
While you deliberate, ask
Que
yourselves
ustedes
why Mr. Depp
deliberadamente
would put
pregúntense
himself
a sí
through this.
mismas.
Expose every embarrassing detail of his life. on
Él
national
ha
television.
expuesto cada detalle
was
de su
guilty
vida
of anything,
vergonzosamente,
anything that
inclusive
Ms.
la
Heard
bolsita
accuses him of.
Ziploc. Work hard, play hard.
We ask you
Les
implore you
preguntamos,
to render a verdict for Mr. Depp. We ask you to set the record straight.
le estamos
that he
diciendo
is
que
not the
pidan
abuser
que
she
ustedes
portrayed,
también sean
and that she is
objetivos.
not the heroic survivor she portrayed.
Ella no es una
And we ask you to
sobreviviente de
tell Ms.
este
Heard that what
perpetuo
she did was
crimen,
wrong.
como
Thank
ella
you
lo ha
very much,
contado.
ladies and gentlemen.
Gracias, hasta estaba
Thank you,
con
ma'am.
ustedes.
Rebuttal.
¡Auch! ¡Auch! Muy bien, Crush, ¿te gustó? ¡Auch! Estamos... ¡Ay! ¡Ay! Mira, le agarró la cabeza. ¡Ay! Le agarró la cabeza. Cuando un hombre te agarra la cabeza, ¡ay! Él está bien orgulloso. Ahorita se está enamorando. Ahorita a Johnny le están saliendo corazones por dentro. Ahorita le está diciendo por dentro, ¡ay, chiquitita! Espero que hayas traído topper porque con el topper te voy a dar para llevar. Ahorita ahorita Johnny está pensando en cómo se va él acá, ya saben, él tiene 6 minutos nada más, ¿eh? Ahorita Johnny está pensando cómo le va a devolver ese favor que hizo de defenderlo con tanto cariño.
That in both their opening and their rebuttal closing, that you heard Mr. Depp's attorneys
Dice, ustedes
address
aquí escucharon a los
none
abogados
of Ms. Heard's witnesses,
de este
none of
señor,
Ms. Heard's
de Johnny,
witnesses. They listed their own. You
Ellos-
didn't see who are on his payroll, weren't there behind closed doors with him, but they didn't address any of the witnesses. For example, Josh Drew.
Dice,
Rob
ellos
Pennington,
hablaron aquí
Liz
de las
Morris,
personas que
who
no
were
están
all
en su
there
payroll,
on
pero no
May
hablaron de los
21st.
otros
Melanie
testigos,
Iglesias, who
fulanitos,
covered Ms.
sutanitos,
Heard's
tarará,
bruises.
tarará.
They say that no one showed up.
Ellos entienden
No one showed up for her, but then they say that these people aren't friends anymore. If they're
que
not
aparte
friends
también de
anymore,
estas personas ya no son amigos
then
de él.
why would they be doing what they would suggest are lying?
¿Por qué
Why would
harían
they
lo
be
que él quiere
corroborating
si ya no
everything
son?
that she
Sí, ¿y
says?
por qué mentirían?
It's this simple.
Es así de simple.
If you believe
Si
that
ustedes
Depp was
creen
abusive to Amber one time
que
ever,
él abusó
in any of the
de acá
various
de
forms
mi
of
toxi,
abuse, not only physical,
no
verbal,
solamente
emotional,
físicamente,
psychological,
emocionalmente,
sexual, any of the
íntimamente
ways
y
of
todas
abuse,
esas que terminan
then
en
your
ente,
job is very easy.
es muy fácil la
You can
decisión
not only
aquí.
deny Mr. Depp's
No
claim, but you
solamente
can
pueden
fine for Amber on
detener
her
aquí
counterclaim. And it's
al
interesting
Johnny
that Ms. Vasquez just changed
y
their theory
y
after 6
y la
weeks.
Miss
She
aquí ya
said,
nomás cambió todo.
oh, well, domestic abuse just means physical
Oh,
abuse.
la
It's not what
violencia
Mr. Depp
doméstica
said.
solamente necesita
It's not
tener
what
ese
Dr.
tipo de
Curry
características.
said.
No,
It's not what Dr. Hughes
no es
said.
acerca del Dr.
It's not what
Hughes.
you know to be true.
No, no
You
tiene que
know
ser.
that the evidence that you've
Ustedes
seen
saben y vieron las
constitutes
evidencias
all
aquí de
sorts
mi
of
clienta.
abuse. And there's a reason
Y hay
that
una
they're running as
razón
fast as they can
que
from
pueden
those
ir tan
sorts of
rápido
abuse,
como puedan.
because they know that he did it.
Y
Now, the
dice,
suggestion that Amber's
la
abuse allegations
sugerencia
are
de aquí de mi
vicious and
clienta,
vile. Mr. Depp can say
de mi
whatever
dolor
he
de
wants
cabeza,
now,
le
but
vamos
he
a
can't
poner mi dolor de
change
cabeza.
the evidence that you've seen at the trial.
Las
The
evidencias
evidence
que ustedes han
shows
visto en esta
that Ms. Heard
corte,
did not commit abuse
que
hoaxes.
la
Not
señora,
about sexual violence,
mi clienta
not
no
about May
cometió ningún
21st,
abuso.
2016, and certainly not about Mr. Depp or Mr. Waldman's catch-all, all-purpose statement that Ms. Heard's abuse hoax,
Que ella no
which suggests
utilizó
that
la
every one of her
palabra o que no
allegations
usó
are
el nombre
false.
de Johnny en
That's coming to an end.
esos
The
artículos.
evidence shows she did not commit any of those
Ella no
hoaxes.
cometió
The
nada.
evidence shows that she was abused
Ella nomás le
exactly
quería
how
enseñar
not
al
only
mundo que ella
she,
estaba
but her
haciendo, que ella había sido
witnesses
abusada,
supporting her claims say that she was.
de que ella
And their
fue.
witnesses even, who claim that Mr. Depp abused her.
Y quién
Ms.
le
Vasquez talked about actual malice.
dice, la
She said
señora
because
Vázquez, la
Mr.
señorita
Waldman
Vázquez
was
habló
acting
de
as Mr.
cosas
Depp's agent, you have
maliciosas.
to look at Mr. Waldman. They're standing in the shoes of one another.
Dice, aquí
And
se
as
paran
Mr. Depp's agent, Mr. Depp's malice is
la malicia
Mr. Waldman's
del abogado de Johnny,
Mr. Depp's malice is Mr. Waldman's
que
malice.
el statement
He acted with actual
del
malice when he
abogado
made these
que se hizo
statements.
con malicia.
Now, after years and years of Mr. Depp
Después de
controlling the
años y
roles that
años,
Ms.
después de
Heard
que el
took,
Johnny,
Ms. Heard had the biggest hit of her
dice, mi
career,
clienta
3
aquí
months
tuvo un
before
problema.
she was sued.
Después ella tenía
She
que
had
demandarlo.
withstood Mr. Depp's attempt to have her fired from Aquaman.
Él
and his
estaba
own
queriéndola
jealousy
que la
as his
despidieran,
career
que la
went down
sacaran de
the drain
Aquaman de las
before
greñas.
her op-ed, for reasons having
Pero
nothing to do with
las
Ms.
razones
Heard.
no tienen nada que ver
But
con
once the lawsuit
las razones
against
no
Ms.
tienen
Heard
nada
was
que ver
filed,
con el
his
artículo.
campaign that he
Es que él hizo
promised
una
to
campaña
destroy her entered a new
para
phase.
desprestigiarla.
And then it reached a crescendo
Y cada que
when Mr. Depp and Mr. Waldman decided to meet with the Daily Mail
que
together
el abogado
and
de
decide to
Johnny
plant
y
statements that
también
were
el
defamatory
diario
of Ms. Heard
donde él escribió el artículo
in the
quedaron
spring
de
of
juntarse para
2020,
hablar
leading up to the UK
de
trial.
pues de Johnny,
You've heard Amber
perdón,
and her
de la
agent,
toxi,
Jessica
y
Kovacevic,
que
talk
Jessica
about the
Cabacho,
impact to Amber's career. She can't get hired because of the
ella no
negative
la pueden
treatment she gets.
contratar, ya no tiene
Studios like
carrera,
her, co-stars like her,
que
she tests
coestares,
well, but she can't get opportunities because of the negativity
ella ya no puede tener
associated
ninguna oportunidad
with
por la
Mr. Depp and
negatividad
Mr.
de todas
Waldman.
estas cosas que le están pasando. Se va a
You've
tener que ir a
heard
México a
Amber
hacer
Heard
novelas, allá la van a
on the
tener que
stand
aguantar
yesterday,
ustedes. O aguantan
telling
a
you
Amber o aguantan a
exactly
Laura Bozo,
what she has
decidan. No se
experienced
puede tener
as a
las dos
result of
cosas.
Mr. Depp's
Ella ya
promise
está
to
empacando
bring
para
her
venirse a
global
México porque como
humiliation.
habla español, dice que acá en
That
México
promise,
está a todo lo
to
que da la Rosa de
paraphrase
Guadalupe
Catherine
y que
Arnold,
pues
Ms. Heard's
ella tiene
damages
ella
expert,
tiene
that
biles que
promise
pagar, tiene
was a spark.
50 millones, no, 100,
And
no,
that
tiene 100
promise
millones
he
que pagar,
kept
no,
because
50.
he had told her again and again,
50
the
millones que
only way
pagar.
out of this is death. And when
Que
she
ahí
chose
por
a
favor le
different
vayan
path out of it,
haciendo,
He
Que ahí
decided
le
to
vayan
make
haciendo,
that
por
promise.
favor, que anda cotizando
He
ahorita
decided
casas por el
to throw that
Ajusco,
spark.
por
And
Chapultepec.
when Mr. Waldman became
Anda buscando
involved,
roomie.
that spark became a forest fire.
Anda buscando roomie. Porque se viene a
That forest
México.
fire has
Amenaza con venir a
continued to this
México.
day. We ask, ladies and gentlemen,
Dice,
that you
nosotros,
hold
señoras y
Mr.
señores,
Depp
aquí
accountable for his actions.
el señor no tiene responsabilidad de sus actos.
Stand up for victims of
Por
domestic
favor,
abuse
párense por las
everywhere
víctimas que han
who
sido
suffer in
violentadas.
silence.
Sopórtenlas,
Stand up
apóyenlas
for the freedom of speech,
por
freedom
la
to
libre
speak
expresión
about your life
que
that the
acerca
First
de la
Amendment
vida.
protects. Give Amber Heard
Denle
her voice
a Amber,
back.
a la Toxi, la
Give
oportunidad.
Amber Heard her life back.
Ay, no
Thank
sea
you so
mamón.
much for
Que,
your
perdón, se me salió el francés, pero que le regresen la
Thank
vida
you,
de
Mr.
regreso.
Rappaport.
Dice, regrésenle
Members
su
of the jury,
vida.
this is an
Ay, no
important
sea
case to both the
quema
plaintiff and the
mucho el
defendant.
sol.
In order to reach a verdict, each of you must agree on that verdict. In other words, your verdict must be unanimous.
Dice, su
The first
veredicto
thing you
debería de
should do
ser
when you go back to
anónimo.
the jury room is to select a presiding juror. The role of the presiding juror is to see to it that the deliberations are conducted in an orderly and businesslike manner, that they are conducted only in the jury room when all the members of the jury are present, and that each juror has the opportunity to fully and fairly express his
Que
or her views.
cada uno de los jurados
It is very
tiene
helpful for jurors
la
upon first entering
libertad
the
de
jury room
expresar
to
su
take a
punto de
straw
vista
vote,
hasta que
or
cada
for
uno
any juror to
lleguen
make
a
an
una
emphatic
conclusión.
expression
Es
of his or her
anónimo,
opinion in the
es
case,
anónimo
or to
todo lo que
announce
están haciendo
determination to
aquí.
stand for a certain verdict.
Y que bueno,
To
van a
do
sacar
so
el
before all
veredicto para
jurors
las
have had
dos
an opportunity
cosas.
to consult with one another and exchange
Y
views
que
and
el
opinions
intercambio
might allow your sense of pride to
van a
prevent you from
analizar
retreating from an announced position, even when shown that such position
y que
is
bueno, esas
unsound.
posiciones que están
You have a
aquí
duty to consult with one another and to deliberate with the objective of reaching an agreement, if it can be done without offending your individual judgment.
y que
Each of
bueno,
you
esto
must
no tiene
decide
que
this
ver,
case for
no pueden
yourself,
hacer
but only after an
sus juicios
impartial
individuales,
consideration
o
of
sea,
the
tienen que
evidence with your
estar
fellow
preparados para
jurors.
estar viendo las
In the course of
evidencias
deliberation,
y
the juror should
tomar
not hesitate to
una,
re-examine his or her views and change his or her opinion if convinced it is an error.
que si están
However, none
cambiando
of you should
ustedes de
surrender your
opinión, pues ahí
honest
les encargo
conviction
que por
as to the
favor
weight
le echen
or
ganitas
effect of the evidence
a
solely
la
because of the
autenticidad de
opinion of
las
your fellow
evidencias, porque al
jurors,
final de
or for the
cuentas lo
mere
que
purpose
cuenta
of
son
returning a
las
verdict.
pruebas.
In the jury room, you will have the
En el
exhibits that
cuarto
were
donde
entered into
están ustedes
evidence.
allá, donde
You will
tienen
also have the
galletas, en el
instructions
cuarto
of
del
law that I
jurado
just
donde
read
tienen
to you,
galletas,
and you will have
huevos
the verdict
cocidos,
forms.
cereales,
You'll
manzanas,
also have a
avena,
laptop, and that
tienen una
laptop will have
laptop, tienen leche, tienen
just two
jugo,
files
tienen
on it, and
café,
Deputy Lucia
tienen
will set
té,
it up for you in the jury
todo lo que
room.
está ahí en el
One
cuartito
is
de
the
ustedes lo
plaintiff's
pueden
files
agarrar.
for audio and video
Tienen
files, and
audios
one's
y
the
vídeos para
defendant's
que
files
vuelvan
for
a
audio and
repasar y
video files,
revisar
and you'll be
todos
able
los
to
documentos.
hear
Tienen
and watch
tienen
those
manera de hacer
as
el
well,
examen con libro
the
abierto
ones that were submitted into evidence.
y pueden checar
During your
todas las
deliberations until you are
evidencias.
discharged from jury service, you must not communicate with or provide any information to anyone who is
¿Tienen
not a member of this
chilaquiles? No,
jury
no
by
tienen
any means
chilaquiles.
about this case.
Los
You
chilaquiles
may
no
not
son
use
para
any
el jurado.
electronic device or media to conduct any independent
Tienen
research
el
about this
desayuno
case,
americano
the
nada
legal or
más,
factual issues in the
básico.
case, and the individuals or
Galletas,
attorneys involved in the
cereales,
case. You are not permitted to
leche,
consult dictionaries or reference
huevito,
materials,
yogur,
search the internet,
manzanas
visit websites or blogs, or use any
y
other
pan
tools
y
to
pan
obtain
tostado.
information
Pan
about this
para
case
tostar el
or to help you
tacos de huevo
decide the
no.
case.
Tienen
Do
para
not
tostar
try
el
to find
pan,
out
nada
information
más.
from any source outside of the
Ellos
testimony and the
ustedes no
exhibits
pueden ver
received as
absolutamente
evidence
nada de
during
lo
the
que está
trial.
afuera, no pueden
You
ver
will
la
also
casa de los
have,
famosos, no pueden
I
ver
know the
ahorita el
attorneys
canal de Patti,
discussed briefly
no
about
pueden
the
ver
verdict
nada de
forms. You'll
del
have two
internet,
sets of
porque
verdict
entonces
forms,
eso
one
les
for
puede a
the
ustedes afectar,
one
los
for
puede
Mr. Depp's case
trastornar.
and one for Ms. Heard's
Entonces,
case.
nada de lo
Okay?
que escuchen de la
Now, when
Toxi
you have
cuando
these
salgan
verdict
afuera, por
forms,
favor,
the
como
first three
caballos, no
pages of
volteen a ver a
both
nadie,
verdict
no
forms
escuchen a nadie,
have
porque
each
eso
of the
los puede
statements
también
separately.
alterar.
Okay, so when you're going through it, you're
Cuando
going
vayan
to
en
look
el
at
examen
each
abierto
statement
que van a
separately
tener
and
ustedes
answer the
aquí,
questions that are on the page.
contesten las
Okay?
preguntas aquí.
Now, if you
Aquí
come
yo ya
to,
hice las
if you
preguntas aquí con la
decide
maestra
yes
Patti.
for every
Si
question
ustedes deciden
for
decir
a
sí
statement, then that's
a
when you
todas
go
las
to the last
preguntas,
page of
le
the
tienen que explicar aquí
verdict
por
form,
qué.
which
Justifique su
is for
respuesta.
damages.
Si tienen
So, for
aquí,
example, if you
si
find
tienen,
yes
por
for all
ejemplo,
of statement
si ustedes
one,
dicen sí a todas
then
las
you
respuestas,
could go
tienen que
to 4
decir
and
por
5 for
qué.
damages.
Tienen que
If you
decir
find yes for all of statement one and statement
y
two,
tienen que hacer
you can
todo este
you still
examen
go to
a
4
libro
and 5 for
abierto. No
damages.
pueden
If you say
copiar,
yes
por
for
favor, se
statement one,
sientan.
statement two, and
Aquí
statement three,
todo es
you obviously go to
individual.
4 and 5
Cada
for
respuesta
damages.
es
If you
individual. Si
answer
los cacho
no on any
copiando,
of the pages for any
me
of the
voy a
statements,
enojar
you don't
y
go
van
to
a tener
4 and
van van a
okay?
tener una
So
F
that
y
will
van
be
a
for all of
reprobar.
them. And then
Ahí
when
les
you're,
encargo,
when you
por
do come
favor,
to a verdict, make sure the
cuando
foreperson
lleguen al
signs it
veredicto, por
and
favor,
dates it, and then just
necesito
let the deputy know
que
about that,
aquí me pongan
okay?
todo
All right,
y es
now,
anónimo, acuérdense,
for
¿eh?
the tough part.
Ahora, la parte más difícil.
You may remember at the beginning of this case,
Ustedes tal vez recuerdan que al principio
I
de este
told you
caso,
we would
yo les
randomly
dije
select 4 people to be the alternates.
que íbamos a
okay?
tener a 4 personas que
We
iban
still
a
have 2
estar
alternates
alternadas.
left.
Vamos a tener solamente
And the
2.
numbers were placed in the envelope from the very beginning
Están ahí, les dejo
of the
un
case. So let me just say before I release
solamente
the
les
alternates
digo, es
that I
que esta
know that
jueza
this
también
trial has
habla
been a
como
huge
taravilla.
sacrifice for all of you.
¿Quién
And
les
I
aguanta
have
el
taken,
ritmo?
and you've taken away from your life.
Dice, discúlpeme por haberles tomado 6 semanas de su vida. Ahí ustedes dispensen 6 semanas de su vida de tenerlos aquí sentados. Yo sé que ha sido muy difícil llegar hasta este punto. Yo los respeto y los admiro también a la maestra Patti por estar aquí sentada aguantándonos y escuchándonos. No digan nada, no hagan ningún examen afuera, no pregunten, no escuchen a sus maridos. No tengan intimidad con su pareja todos estos días porque tampoco se pueden distraer como los
deliberations, and they'll
futbolistas,
start
los
again,
quiero
and you'll be part of
concentrados,
the jury.
¿ok? Concentrados.
So you are under these restrictions and your oath until a verdict is reached. We will contact you once this has occurred, and then you'll be free from your obligations.
Y después
okay?
de esto ustedes
But
ya
again,
estarán
thank you for your
libres.
service,
Libre soy,
all
libre
right?
soy,
So
libre
in this
soy. Ya
matter, the
podrán
alternate
estar, es
jurors are
anónimo.
juror number
Ustedes
3
no le
and
pueden contar a
14.
nadie que fueron ustedes
All
aquí
right?
jurado en este
So,
corte.
at this
Porque no se la van a acabar allá afuera. Les
those
van a
jurors are
hacer la
excused, and
vida
also
como
the
se la van a
remaining
hacer a la
jurors can
tóxica.
retire now to the jury room to begin their
Así que
deliberations,
ustedes
okay?
están libres
So
para
thank you
irse.
all.
Váyanse por favor al cuartito. Allá les espera el huevito, la avena. Tienen avena también. Se me olvidó que tienen avena calientita. Y salchichas. Tienen salchichas. Ahí les encargo, dice que para el próximo juicio van a solicitar chilaquiles, porque el chilaquil ahorita tiene mucha demanda, porque como en este juicio tuvimos muchos latinos que se están considerando tener aquí en el presupuesto los chilaquiles, que hay para la próxima. Pero que bueno, ahorita la Amber ahorita va a mandar solicitudes a México, porque la verdad ella sí, primero va a empezar buscando roomie, así que ahí sí la ven, ahí les encargo, por favor, que le recomienden una buena zona en México, porque se quiere ir a practicar su español. Entonces, ahí les encargo, ¿verdad? Ahí les encargo. Ya se acabó ahorita. Parece ser que ya aterrizamos. Oigan, ya casi llegamos a los 33,000 suscriptores.
Thank the attorneys and
¡Yay!
litigants for the kindness and the great demeanor you've shown to my staff and to the courthouse staff and to the deputies in the sheriff's department. I really appreciate it. It means a great deal to me, okay? And I also appreciate Judy because she's a rock star. Okay.
Dice que ella es una rockstar. La Patti Limón es una rockstar. ¿No escucharon que me llamó
Well,
rockstar?
that's the first. Okay.
Y todos están aplaudiéndole a Patti. Dice, Patti Limón es una rockstar. ¡Qué bárbara! ¡Qué bárbara! Dice, esto ha sido absolutamente fenomenal. Gracias, su señoría. Gracias, su señoría.
All right.
That is one thing on which, Ms. Petterhoff, we respectfully disagree.
Dice que también, gracias por haberme aguantado. La queremos mucho. Nos vemos para la próxima, en el próximo semestre. Queremos que ojalá nos toque aquí. Ha sido muy divertido. Haber compartido los tacos, los muffins. Gracias, porque lo mejor de todo, yo creo que lo mejor fue el champurrado y los molletes. Creo que la próxima vez tenemos que repetir los champurrados y los molletes, porque la verdad estuvo muy bueno. La verdad, híjole, aunque me dolió un poquito el estómago porque no estoy acostumbrada a los frijoles, pero la verdad sí lo volvería a repetir porque estaba delicioso. Entonces, dice que Amber tendrá que ir a hacer novelas turcas. No, pero allá no le van a pagar $1 millón. Ella va tras el millón, y como trae la referencia de Angélica Rivera, ella trae la referencia de que a Angélica Rivera le pagaron como $8 millones por las novelas. Entonces ella ya sabe que donde está, que acá en México es donde está el merequetengue. Dice que a ella no le van a engañar, que porque Angélica Rivera se compró una mansión carísima de París, y que pues entonces ella tiene que hacer su luchita. Ella no se puede quedar en Hollywood, porque dice que en Hollywood no tiene chamba. Y más si va a venir Patti. ¿No ven que ahorita dijo la jueza, que Patti Limón es una rockstar? Entonces, no, ya me esperan, ya sabe, ya se siente amenazada. Amber Heard se siente amenazada de que yo ya voy a llegar a los Hollywood a hacerle ahí, que también ando buscando roomie. Ahí sí saben de alguien que ande rentando un cuartito en Hollywood, les encargo, por favor, ustedes sean, dice, deberías de traducir el próximo juicio de Britney. ¿Se va a televisar, Esme? Si se va a televisar, aquí andamos. No, les digo, Hollywood es bien demandante, muchachas. Parece sencillo, pero es bien demandante. Mira, a todo mundo le dieron las gracias que por haber estado, que porque estuvieron ahí 6 semanas de su vida, estuvieron haciendo pues nada más que ahí escuchando puras mentiras, viendo cómo la abogada se enamoraba de su crush, cómo le daba palmaditas, o sea, pues también, cómo esto se va a descontrolar, esto apenas empieza. Creo que la crisis mental de cuando alguien tiene un trastorno, así que dices, el breaking point, ¿saben? El breaking point, yo creo que es cuando a partir de este juicio, si ella gana o si ella pierde, creo que a partir de ahí, aunque gane, el hecho de que su carrera, ya hablando en serio, el hecho de que la carrera de la Toxi ya no tenga para dónde jalar, el hecho de que su carrera esté en stand-by, porque ni creo que por acá, ni en la Rosa de Guadalupe, ni en, como dice el dicho acá en México, no creo que acá tampoco tenga mucho éxito, porque nosotros estamos, acá estamos, ¿cómo se llama? Nosotros tenemos nuestras propias Amber Heard, y si no, pregúntenle a Laura Bozzo, esa señora también, bien mentirosilla, bien mentirosilla. Entonces, a lo que voy es que todo esto que nos deje un aprendizaje, porque yo creo que a partir de ahí ella sí se va a descontrolar mentalmente, porque de estar, según ella, sintiendo que estuvo muy acá arriba en el éxito, después de que a donde ella vaya la van a rechazar, a donde ella vaya la van a rechazar. Entonces eso para ella emocionalmente, su ego, porque ya vimos que tiene un ego que parece bueno. Está cañón, está cañón. Yo les voy a enseñar para que me sigan, por favor, en mi canal de... Síganme, tengo 2 canales. A los que están aquí conectados todavía, vayan a seguirme también a mi otro canal que se llama Patricia Limón. Tengo un canal de respaldo por cualquier cosa. Vayan a darse de alta a esa clase. Ese es otro salón que tenemos. Cuando este salón esté muy lleno, nos vamos a ese salón. Si no me encuentran por algo en este salón, me pueden encontrar en el otro que se llama Patricia Limón, ¿ok? Así que échenle ganitas, vayan a suscribirse al otro que se llama, aquí se los pongo, Patricia Limón. Y ahí me pueden ustedes, si me hacen ustedes la caridad de suscribirse, se los agradezco mucho. Tengo mi TikTok, que quiero enseñarles aquí lo que tengo en TikTok, que es un TikTok que se me hace chistoso porque es la voz de de Eugenio Derbez con ¿cómo se llama? Sammy, ¿sabes? Sammy, ¿sabes quién es Sammy? Entonces hice un TikTok de ellos donde le preguntan a Amber, ¿quién dejó eso en la cama? ¿Fuiste tú la que dejó eso en la cama? Ahí les va, se los voy a enseñar. ¿Quién dejó esa marca de perro en la cama, Amber?
¿Tú qué tienes que decir a todo esto? Yo, pues yo no fui. Pues no sé quién, pues ya como es 5, es 6. ¿Quién fue? Pues ¿quién fue? Pues yo no fui.
Bueno, eso es para las personas que cuando me escuchen decir eso de yo no fui, es por ese meme que tengo ahí, para que sepan, pues, para que no vean que estoy loca.
By Ms. Heard during their relationship. And when their relationship was over, Ms. Heard inflicted the greatest and
Oigan,
cruelest
bueno, esto
injury
ya
of
lo
all.
escuchamos, estamos hablando aquí del mismo resumen, déjenme les digo. Ella, la verdad, Camil sí se merece, sí se ganó un buen reconocimiento de parte del equipo de Johnny. Se merece que le suban el salario, no sé cuánto gane, pero aquí nuestra rodilla, ¿verdad? La Miss, ella hizo un excelente trabajo, ganó la empatía de muchos latinos por cómo defendió a Johnny. Así que vamos a darle todos un aplauso virtual, por favor, a nuestra Miss, a nuestra rodilla, pero que en buen plan es Patricia Limón. Patricia Limón es el otro, para que vayan, por favor, a suscribirse a mi otro canal, porque el día que yo por algo no me encuentren en este canal, por lo que sea, porque ahí donde me ven, ustedes me ven muy chistosa, ustedes me ven bien a toda madre aquí, contando y riendo, pero tengo muchos haters. Entonces hay personas que son muy crueles y que de repente están haciendo campañas para que vengan y me tumben mi canal, cosa que pues eso es jugar con maldad, ¿no? Entonces cualquier cosa, me gustaría que sepan que tengo ese canal donde ustedes también se pueden suscribir y cualquier cosa, pues por ahí nos vemos. ¿Qué les parece, Sas? Se llama Patricia Limón, denle por favor ahí suscribir. Yo voy a estar terminando de este juicio, yo como quiera les voy a seguir haciendo el lunes, les voy a hacer un resumen de la parte más importante de este juicio. Vamos a estar aquí platicando de esto, vamos a revisar. Si alguien quiere venir a darme también aquí su punto de vista y compartir conmigo, me pueden mandar un mensaje privado a mi Instagram, que mi Instagram está debajo de la descripción de este video. Ahí están todos mis Instagrams, así que ahí les encargo que también sepan dónde encontrarme fuera de YouTube. Está mi tiendita que se llama corazondelimon.com. Tengo una tiendita virtual donde mandamos cosas a todas partes del mundo. Son cosas hechas con mucho cariño, cosas mexicanas hechas a mano. Yo me encuentro en Vancouver, yo vivo en Canadá, y pues la tiendita la tenemos ahí pues para que ustedes, si algo les gusta, pues también puedan adquirirlo. Y tengo que ya les dije que tengo mi TikTok, mi cuenta también se llama como yo, Patricia Limón o Patti Limón, y mi cuenta de Instagram que también se llama Patti Limón. Pueden ustedes ahí también mandarme sus mensajes o lo que necesiten. Si quieren mandarme algo, debajo de la descripción de mi video está una PO Box, una dirección donde ustedes me pueden mandar cosas si algo quieren enviarme, lo que sea. Ahí está mi dirección en Vancouver, donde ustedes me pueden hacer llegar lo que se les ofrezca. ¿Qué más les iba a decir? Todos los días tengo en vivos, en la noche. Estoy haciendo el análisis de la casa de los famosos, por si ustedes quieren venir a conocer, aparte de lo que hago aquí en las mañanas, mi trabajo en la noche es hacer análisis de la casa de los famosos. Entonces, pues aquí también tengo eso todos los días en la noche, a las 9 de la noche, hora de México, 7 de la noche, hora de Vancouver. Y si por algo no se pueden conectar en vivo, pues pueden conectarse a ver el video al día siguiente, ¿verdad? Para eso son las suscripciones, para que cuando esté yo en vivo o tenga un video nuevo, también YouTube les avise para que no pierdan ningún tipo de video. Todos los fines de semana, cuando haya un clima bonito aquí en Vancouver, yo salgo a hacerles videitos de cosas de aquí de la ciudad para que ustedes conozcan, porque hay mucha gente que está interesada en conocer Vancouver o que tal vez no pueden venir a Vancouver, pero que quieren conocer cómo se vive aquí, cuánto cuesta y así. Entonces, bueno, eso también lo hago con mucho cariño los fines de semana, les enseño cosas importantes para que se entretengan el fin de semana con esos videos que también pueden encontrar en todas mis redes sociales, ¿ok? Voy a transmitir el juicio de Michael Jackson, también ya me están solicitando aquí para el juicio de Britney, no sé cuándo vaya a ser ese juicio, por favor, si saben, avísenme para estar al pendiente del juicio de Britney. De la Britney va a estar bueno también. Yo creo que ese juicio va a estar también muy chido. Les agradezco infinitamente, y a los que llegaron de Europa, que los trajeron allá del otro lado del charco, gracias, porque también ustedes hicieron una parte muy importante en este canal con su participación, con las aportaciones, las entrevistas que pues hicimos a través de la distancia. Gracias, porque estuvieron súper divertidas. Conocimos a gente muy linda. Tenemos un grupo también en Telegram, por si quieren integrarse al grupo de Telegram. Se llama Johnny, la gente está muy loca, pero con la IE. ¿Alguien quiere, por favor, aquí poner el link del Telegram para que, por favor, ustedes, si quieren, se pueden integrar? En ese grupo de Telegram tenemos, ¿cómo se llama? Tenemos memes, tenemos cosas divertidas de lo que va del juicio, noticias y demás. Entonces, si ustedes quieren, pues pueden también, son bienvenidos a este grupo de Telegram que se llama Johnny, la gente está muy loca, ¿no? Y Forever Johnny, así se llama. Ustedes pueden ver ahí porque tengo una carita así, de Johnny, la gente está muy loca. Y también les quiero dar las gracias a todas las personas que de último minuto se suscribieron a mi canal. Estamos en 32,826. Estamos así de llegar a la meta de 33,000 el día de hoy. Ojalá pudiéramos llegar el día de hoy a los 33,000 si se suscriben. ¿Cuántos faltan? Como 124 para que lleguemos a la meta. 124. Yo creo que de los que estamos aquí conectados, de los casi 2,000 que estamos conectados, yo creo que sí llegamos. Patti, la clase está muy loca, dice Elena. Dice, bendiciones, bendiciones para Johnny Depp y todo su grupo de abogados. Se hicieron súper mega famosos, ¿eh? O sea, porque aparte los testigos todavía no dan veredicto, Darkness, hasta la próxima semana. Porque aparte se hicieron súper famosos los testigos que estuvieron ahí, pues haciendo de las suyas, ¿no? Porque los testigos también fueron famosos por la forma, como dijeron ahí, de Alejandro Romero. Alejandro Romero era el latino que estaba manejando, ya saben que estaba fumando y que estaba, o sea, que en plena declaración se echó en reversa y siguió, o sea, son cosas chuscas que nomás se disfrutaron porque es este juicio, ¿no? Entonces, ahí les encargo, por favor, que también a esos testigos que nos hicieron este juicio divertido, que nos sacaron así un susto del corazón, estuvo increíble porque eso nos dio también mucho contenido para reírnos y para hacer memes y demás. Y pues nos dimos cuenta que nunca subestimes a nadie. Cualquier persona puede ser llamada como testigo en un juicio. Desbloquea a tus ex de las redes sociales porque nunca sabes cuándo van a testiguar a favor o en contra tuya. Es mejor tener al enemigo de tu lado. Entonces, pues ahí les encargo, ¿verdad? Que no seamos tan duros con los ex. Hay algunos que sí no se merecen que los desbloqueen, pero entonces hay otros que sí. Alejandro Guerrero, es que todos así le dicen. Por eso, como hay demasiados latinos en este caso, lo que van a hacer es que van a promover la próxima vez que hay otro juicio, los chilaquiles para el lunch, porque nadie se pensó en los chilaquiles. Todo el mundo pidió tacos, brownies, galletas, molletes, pero a nadie se le ocurrieron los chilaquiles y como ya vieron la demanda de que hay mucha gente, pues aquí lo que quieren es complacer a todo el mundo. Y la jueza, pues súper famosa, la abogada de Amber, súper famosa, todo el mundo hizo aquí un papel extraordinario y creo que hasta el psiquiatra de Amber, ya saben, el que andaba con la lengua que parecía que se le salía, ese señor estuvo también súper acá, bien loco. O sea, pues, ¿cómo? Hay cosas que no se van a volver a repetir en ningún juicio, porque este juicio fue único por muchas, muchas, muchas razones. Dice Ivonne que ella apenas hizo chilaquiles. Ay, qué rico. Entonces, pues imagínense, todo esto que vivimos juntos, nos une. La verdad, fueron 6 semanas de un juicio largo, 9 horas cada día haciendo esto. Fue entretenido, fue un aprendizaje, fue algo muy emotivo también. Muchas personas se nos salieron las lágrimas. Muchas personas estuvimos enojadas cuando escuchamos las verdades, las mentiras. No, estuvo tremendo, tremendo, tremendo. Así que bueno, todavía no me voy, todavía voy a estar aquí, yo creo que una horita más terminando para que ustedes estén aquí platicando, no se preocupen, no las voy a soltar. Yo entiendo que también el desapego es muy difícil, el desapego es difícil, pero el día lunes yo voy a estar haciendo aquí un resumen por si quieren venirse también al merequetengue. El resumen lo voy a hacer en la mañana porque el lunes no tenemos juicio no tenemos corte porque ahí no ha terminado, termina la próxima semana, porque el lunes hay día festivo, es Memorial Day allá en los Unites. Entonces, pues esto va a continuar hasta que el jurado haga su veredicto, que lo tienen que hacer de manera anónima. Ahorita todos ellos están en el cuartito donde está. Ahorita están disfrutando, ya les dije, de la avena, de los plátanos, de las manzanas, de los huevos tibios. Están disfrutándolo, un desayuno americano como los que hay en los hoteles. Ahorita, así están ahorita. Muchas gracias, Lena, por mis 20 dolarucos. Gracias por mi superchat. Muchísimas gracias, Lena. Que Dios te lo multiplique y que Dios te lo bendiga y que te lo regrese 70 veces 7 donde más lo necesites. Dice Carmen, muchísimas felicidades por tu excelente trabajo. De verdad, un aplauso. ¡Yay! No, gracias. Voy a extrañar esos momentos donde nos mandaban al lonche. Mira, ella es la hermana de Johnny. Se ve triste. Ella es la hermana menor de Johnny. ¿Cuál es el nombre del grupo de Telegram? Así se llama, mira. Si alguien de los que están allí en el grupo pueden, por favor, poner aquí pueden poner el link, se los agradezco. Pero así se llama, mira, ¿así lo ven? ¿Ahí lo ven? Así. Johnny, Forever Johnny, y la gente está muy loca. Déjame ver si les puedo pasar el link. Se los voy a poner aquí, ¿ok? Por si quieren venirse al merequetengue, porque yo entiendo, les digo, el desapego va a ser difícil, Yo sé. A las personas que me quieran apoyar y que no puedan mandar superchats, porque pues yo entiendo, ¿verdad? Pueden hacer lo que ya les dije, me pueden regalar sus likes, no sé cuántos, creo que tenemos 2,800 likes, o sea, estamos a 200 likes de llegar a 3,000. Eso, por ejemplo, a mí, pues claro que me ayuda, porque quiere decir que mi trabajo les gustó. Y si se quieren suscribir, pues ya casi llegamos a los 23,000, a los 33,000, no manchen, ya estamos a ¿cuántos? Súper, súper, súper cerquita del número. Dice, oh, no encontraba el grupo de Telegram porque el nombre de Johnny está mal escrito. No, es que lo escribimos con esa, o sea, con esa letra para que fuera diferente a los que están, porque hay muchos grupos, entonces, pues, para que nos podamos distinguir de los demás. Ya terminó, porque Alejandro Romero ya pasó, ya él fue uno de los famosos más, el veredicto empieza a la misma hora, va a ser a las 6 de la mañana. Dice, Patti, dile a Johnny que lo amo. Yo cuando lo vea, cuando ya lo tenga ya de frente en Hollywood, cuando yo ande por allá, claro que sí le digo. Dice Gustavo, sinceramente me gustó mucho lo que hiciste, Patti. Saludos desde Argentina. No, pues muchas gracias. Muchas, muchas gracias. Sí les puse ahí el link, ¿no? ¿O no les puse el link? A ver, déjenme ver si no les puse. Ahí les puse el link. Se los puse ahí el link para que lo tengan ustedes. Para que vean el link de Finlandia. Wow, Soraya se conecta de Finlandia. Saludos desde Chiapas. No, pues muchísimas gracias. Todavía no dan el veredicto hasta el martes, muchachos. Hasta el martes. Todavía no. Yo le digo que lo aman. Nada que venga de Amber lo consumiré. Nada. Nada ni nadie, ¿eh? Creo que nada ni nadie. Gracias, Patti, por la traducción. No, pues gracias a ustedes por la paciencia. Porque la verdad sí fueron muy pacientes. De repente, cuando me estaba durmiendo aquí, me tenía que comer unas almendras o cuando cuando todavía no me hacía efecto el café. Cuando todo aquí, cuando estaba también apurada, cuando no le entendía nada a los abogados porque hablaban como traca, 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 traca. No, no, no. Qué padre, ¿no? La pasamos divertido. Y aparte, ¿saben qué? Ganamos todos aprendizaje, como les digo, lo mejor de todo esto es el aprendizaje que podemos obtener de este evento. No es tan fácil exponer tu vida ahí. Dice, Patti, no me deja entrar. Es que el grupo es abierto, no es privado, hermosa. Tú nada más pícale ahí y te vas a meter. O sea, no es privado el grupo. Ahí estamos, ahí. Ya se están metiendo más personas. Se metió Marisol, se metió Liz, se metió María Alejandra, se metió Gianna. Sí, se están metiendo. A lo mejor pícale otra vez. Dice Tommy, gracias por tu excelente traducción y maravilloso trabajo. Te queremos mucho. Muchas gracias. ¿Por qué no te deja ingresar? No entiendo. No entiendo. Alguien que esté en el grupo de Telegram, por favor, mándenles el link aquí a sus compañeritas. Yo voy y regreso, ¿ok? Voy y vengo en unos minutos. Tengo una lavadora que tengo que sacar y que tengo que poner en la secadora. Ahí vengo.
In their closing. So I believe that was a wash, that didn't really add to Amber's case. But I thought that Mr. Chu was very good at pointing this out in terms of the movement. And I think that it was necessary because that's the focus of the case in social media.
A ver, le mando saludos a la mamá y a la hija de Eduardo, a Ilana y a su mamá y a su esposa. Nos vemos ahorita.
It was true. A lot of the things they relied on were not violent. They were, a horrible verbal abuse, perhaps, emotional abuse, perhaps, but not violence. And I don't know if that's going to work or not. What's your take on whether Amber Heard's attorneys attempt to broaden this definition of abuse? And again, if we look at this article, it's pretty finite. Is it going to work?
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, in my mind, and I think in a lot of people's minds, perhaps even the jury, abuse is the key word, not necessarily the violence or victim aspect of it. I personally think, a victim can be any type any number of things, but in this case, it sounds like also an aggressor. So can a victim also be an aggressor? And I think that's where they're running into a bit of trouble here. The broadened definition of abuse and a conversation around that, I think, is really interesting and really important. Johnny Depp himself acknowledged that abuse can be physical, psychological, emotional, and in Rottenborn's closing arguments, he was listing all of the ways that other things that he did were abusive, including putting the dog out the window, including the words that he said, including his actions, including being controlling over her movie roles. So all of these things they're bundling into the idea of abuse, so that even, as he said, even if there is one instance of that kind of abuse under this broadened definition, then, as he said, Amber Heard wins.
Yeah. Now, you're trying to get me in trouble, Mitra, making it sound like I'm suggesting there can't be abuse that is not physical in nature. I fully believe that there is and happens every day. But again, if this is the subject that we're talking about, and Amber Heard is attributed to having said, I spoke up against sexual violence, and it is that headline which she incorporated by reference when she retweeted the story, I think you have to focus on that. And I don't think the jury maybe should be allowed to expand. Violence is violence. I guess if you can characterize emotional abuse as a violent act, I guess maybe that works. I just don't know that that's a common sense analysis. I'll let you respond.
I think that, I think that, her side is acknowledging that in some sense by, addressing the fact that she didn't come up with the title. She retweeted it. She didn't modify it in any way. All she did was post a link. So they did definitely address that, because I'm sure that, like you, they realize the jury is asking that very question of, okay, this title though doesn't say, it says violence. So does this fall under that? And her team is definitely trying to remove her from responsibility for that title.
And I think what we are just doing is basically what the jury's doing at this moment. So let's take a quick break. We will get back to the Depp Heard matter. I got the clock running here, roughly 15 minutes deliberation. I'm guaranteeing you, this is a quick, how's it going? Let's pick a four-person, and then we'll kind of see where things stand. Let's take a break. We'll come back to Law and Crime. So here we are, just beginning deliberations. Would you be shocked if I said there's a verdict or a question? Yeah, me too. Nothing yet. We, of course, will keep it posted if there is a question or two. And again, as I mentioned, 37 pages of instructions, 4-page verdict form. I'd be surprised with the mountain of evidence these folks have seen over 6 weeks. I'd be surprised if there is not a question. So today, closing arguments. We've heard from the Johnny Depp side. Well, let's listen now to some of Benjamin Rottenborn. He, of course, arguing for Amber Heard.
Those words are true, and the First Amendment protects Ms. Heard's right to say them. Now, the third statement is absolutely true as well, but we're going to take that separately because she didn't write it. Under the First Amendment, the statements have to be false in order for Mr. Depp to win. Now, plaintiff addresses, like I said, an argument that we're not making. And as I said, we're not running from the fact that when she discussed becoming a public figure representing domestic abuse, Amber was speaking of her experiences reporting domestic abuse against Johnny Depp. She admitted to that, but that doesn't make the article or the statements about Johnny Depp. Think about it. Think about every piece of evidence that you've heard over the last 6 weeks about his abuse, about their relationship. None of that is in the article. None of it. We all know that it would be a very different article if she had written about what she suffered, that she's told you about over the last 6 weeks. Because he knows the words are true, Mr. Depp says that the words now have a defamatory implication. He says the statements are the same as saying, Johnny Depp abused me. But just because he wants to make the article about himself doesn't mean it is. He has to show you that any defamatory implication was designed and intended. Look at number 4, designed and intended by Ms. Heard to convey the defamatory meaning that he suggests. Just because people might read the article and remember, oh yeah, Amber Heard used to be married to Johnny Depp and she accused him of abuse, that doesn't mean that she designed and intended defamatory implications in writing about herself. And think about it, if Mr. Depp is right, then virtually any statement that anyone could ever make about their own life that implies anything, implies any involvement with any other person could be defamatory. And that's clearly not what the First Amendment intends. She didn't design and intend the words to be the equivalent of writing Johnny Depp abused me. And you don't have to take her words for it. You can take the words of Terrence Doherty of the ACLU. He said that the op-ed wasn't even Ms. Heard's idea. The ACLU wrote the first draft, and great care was taken in drafting the article so as not to make it about Mr. Depp or Ms. Heard's relationship with him. That's the only evidence presented about Ms. Heard's motive, except her statements that was exactly what she wanted to do. She wanted to talk about her experiences after Johnny Depp. She wanted to own her story after Johnny Depp and fit those into what other women experience, what other people experience, having accused someone of domestic abuse and the backlash that they suffer, and then talk about legislative measures that could help protect people in those positions. That's what she meant, and that's what the article is about.
So I've never believed that she wrote the article. I don't. I believe she adopted it, republished it, slapped her name on it, but I think it's an ACLU document, for better or worse, and now Amber Heard's having to deal with whether or not she should be held to what it says in that article. The jury's dealing with that as well. So, Mitra, I got a little confused at one point because it sounds like Mr. Rottenborn is suggesting that maybe it wasn't about Johnny Depp, this article. What do you think?
Yeah, they've maintained the position that this article was about Amber Heard's experience, her experiences after the alleged abuse, the experiences after her marriage to Johnny Depp, her experiences after coming out, and really about, her being this public figure during this Me Too movement, right? Whether we agree with that or not. And of course, the judge has decided that, the claim can come in through implied defamation. So I think that there's a disagreement on that. And so to really continue to bring that up is interesting, because I think it's already been decided that it is still implied defamation, even though he wasn't mentioned.
Yeah, I agree. And Karen, it just seems to me that maybe you don't want to waste your time going over that. It's also, it's kind of a given. So maybe there's other things you can work on. So what do you take from at least my interpretation, Mr. Rottenborn, suggesting, come on, you can't jump to that conclusion. I think he's doing it because of the intentional element of the claim.
I agree. And I think that what I remember in Amber's testimony, and more so with the ACLU attorney, was that Amber wanted to include Gianni's name in the op-ed, and there was a discussion, maybe advice from her attorney that that shouldn't happen. So I think that that is, it's easy to imply that it was about him. And I think that without that fact, it didn't carry the weight that the ACLU needed it to. And so I think it's because of who she was and who she had claimed abused her. That was what gave the credibility, or the notoriety, I should say, which is why they wanted to include the article as it was. And so I think if it was anything less than that, if she hadn't went to court to ask for the TRO, then we wouldn't even be having this discussion, or wouldn't have even been in the Washington Post, because it wouldn't have generated that type of notoriety. So I think that it clearly can be implied, as Mitra indicated.
Yeah, and the ACLU, I don't know if they ever thought they'd get the mileage out of this that they've gotten. But boy, everybody knows now. So we broke up earlier the Johnny Depp closing arguments, and they did the same thing in the Amber Heard case. So let's listen now to Elaine Bredehoff. She gets her part of the closing done on behalf of Amber Heard.
So we're fighting back, and that's the counterclaim. She finally has said enough, enough. And we're asking you to finally hold this man responsible. He has never accepted responsibility for anything in his life. You've heard it this whole time. He hasn't admitted to anything. He's blamed everybody in the world, his agent, his manager, his lawyer, Amber, his friends, everybody. But he's never accepted responsibility for a thing he's done in his life. But we're asking you to accept, to make him accept responsibility, to hold him legally responsible for his actions, and to fully and fairly compensate Amber for what he has done by creating this concept of a hoax for the defamation that he has committed, that you have heard so much about, that just took wildfire and went off into negative media and has made Amber's life pure hell up to this day. We're asking you to do that, to compensate her, to be fair and hold him responsible, so he stops. We don't want another lawsuit. We don't want anything else. We want to leave Amber alone and let her get on with her life and raise her child. So let's talk about the counterclaim for a moment. These are Adam Waldman's statements. You've heard Mr. Depp say, well, why aren't you suing Mr. Waldman? Isn't that typical of Mr. Depp? He doesn't take responsibility for anything. So now he's going to blame his lawyer. But the evidence is very clear on all three statements, and we'll show them to you in a minute, that he says Adam Waldman, Mr. Depp's attorney, says these things. Now, Mr. Depp says, oh, I didn't even know about those until the counterclaim. Well, we know that's not true, because Mr. Waldman's testimony was 2 months before those statements were made. In February of 2020, Mr. Depp accompanied Mr. Waldman to the Daily Mail, the same place that all three of these statements were published. And he gave him 2 spliced audio tapes to try to make it look like Amber was the person who was committing the abuse. He went with him. He knew that Mr. Waldman was doing this. He knew that Mr. Waldman was launching a campaign against Amber to try to discredit her. And the timing of this, we're talking, the statements now are April and June of 2020. The trial is July of 2020. So they're launching an attack to try to discredit Amber before the trial in the UK. That's what happened here. And that is Mr. Waldman, but it's Mr. Depp. The judge gave you 3 different instructions, and you'll all have them. He's acting as his attorney. He has the authority. So Mr. Depp is standing in the shoes of Mr. Waldman. Mr. Waldman is standing in the shoes of Mr. Depp.
Okay, so there's some Elaine Bredehoff and the Amber Heard closing argument. We're just hearing word, this is very bizarre, we're hearing word that outside the courthouse in Fairfax, Virginia, there were at least 1, perhaps 2 law enforcement on motorcycles speeding toward the courthouse. They hopped off the motorcycles and dashed into the courthouse. You're seeing the shot there that we have for you just outside the courthouse. We have no information yet as to what it's about. Certainly a stir created for some reason outside the courthouse as this jury continues to deliberate inside this Fairfax County courthouse and deliberation room. So obviously, as we learn more about this, we will bring it to you. Again, police rushing toward the courthouse for some reason, getting off their motorbikes, going inside. Let's take a quick break. We'll come back with more on the other side. This is Law and Crime. welcome back to the afternoon session, folks. Just before the break, I suggested there was something going on there at the courthouse. Some cops were rushing in to some sort of emergency. We're hearing now, not Johnny Depp Amber Heard case related. That's a big courthouse. They got other courtrooms, a lot of personnel. We'll have Anjanette Levy coming up here pretty quick, and hopefully she will get to the bottom of it. But I wanted to bring you that update anyway. So closing arguments, of course, today. And don't say I'm ragging on Camille Vasquez because I said she's much more scripted, because I will tell you it was very well produced. There were so many audio and video clips to draw from for these closing arguments, and she did a great job of doing that. And she's definitely played the one we have probably heard the most. Let's go.
Most importantly, you heard from Ms. Heard yourselves on multiple audio recordings admitting to being physically violent with Mr. Depp. You heard Ms. Heard admit to hitting Mr. Depp.
And then you clocked me.
I remember hating you as a response to the door thing. And I'm really sorry about hitting you with the door or hitting your head. I did not mean to, nor...
You didn't mean to hit me in the head with the door, but you meant to punch me in the jaw.
I meant to hit you, and I did not do this thing with the door. I do remember, I did mean to hit you.
So that you didn't mean?
The door? No, God, no, I didn't.
But punching me in the jaw.
I didn't. Okay, I'm sorry I hit you. I did mean to hit you, but it was in response. I just reacted in response to my foot. I just reacted.
You heard her admit it again and claim Mr. Depp was a baby for complaining about the abuse.
And I watched you lie, and then
I didn't punch you, by the way. I'm sorry that I didn't hit you across the face in a proper slap, but I was hitting you. It was not punching you. Babe, you're not punched.
Don't tell me what it feels like to be punched.
You know, even a lot of fights, been around a long time. I know. Yeah.
No, when you fucking have a close
You didn't get punched. You got hit. I'm sorry I hit you like this, but I did not punch you. I did not deck you. I was hitting you. I don't know what the motion of my actual hand was, but you're fine. I did not hurt you. I did not punch you. I was hitting you.
How are you?
What am I supposed to do? Do this? I'm not sitting here about it, am I? You are. That's the difference between me and you. You're a baby.
Because you started.
You are such a baby. Grow the up, Johnny.
Physical fights?
I did start a physical fight.
Yeah, you did, so I had
because,
to out of there.
Yes, you did. So you did the right thing, the big thing. You know what? You're admirable.
Take a minute to really think about what you just heard there. Quote, I'm sorry that I didn't hit you across the face in a proper slap, but I was hitting you. I was not punching you. Babe, you're not punched. Imagine that was Mr. Depp saying that to Ms. Heard on that recording.
Boy, such good material to be able to weave into your closing argument. Karen, I'm going to break this thing in half, kind of as Ms. Vasquez did when she replayed this for the jury. The first half, Amber Heard comes across almost sympathetic, like, oh, I'm sorry. There was that incident where the door was kind of opened onto her toes, and she says she was reacting, and that's how she pushed the door back into Johnny Depp. I think she sounded proper and appropriate and almost apologetic. Your thoughts?
Well, for that part, that one little part, yes. But then we have the situation where she said that the only time she hit him was the incident on the staircase when she was trying to protect her sister Whitney. So I think that you have to play a little bit more of the tape to get the other part, which is, yes, I hit you. So I don't think that this is just one isolated incident. This is something that occurred on a frequent basis. So I don't buy that it was just innocent. Why were her toes smashed? Because he was trying to close her out of the bathroom or bedroom because he was trying to get away from her.
Okay, well, I was trying to throw her a bone because I did think she sounded, just kind of, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that. And then you're right. Then the rest of the tape rolled out there. And Mitra, it's just, it's hard to overcome the feeling you get when listening to that she's kind of a bully.
I actually thought that was one of the most powerful moments of that closing, because at the very end of that, of course, after listening to what has already been a powerful recording throughout the trial, after listening to that, at the very end, Camille says, what if this was the other way around, and really gets you to think about that. And I think that's a very powerful moment, because we would not tolerate that for 1 second if the roles were reversed, regardless of the reason.
Yeah, no, I think that is a great point. And anybody sitting there hearing that, rolling that through their mind would be thinking, yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. You're exactly right. How would this have played if it were the opposite? Okay, well, speaking of opposites, let's flip over now to the Heard team. This is Benjamin Rottenborn addressing those texts, which did not make Depp look so good. Here we go.
This was one of the first messages shown to Mr. Depp in his cross-examination. This is a message to Paul Bettany, his drug buddy, early on in their relationship, when he says, "Let's burn Amber. Let's drown her before we burn her. I will fuck her burnt corpse afterwards to make sure she is dead." Some of the most vile, disgusting language that you could ever imagine. That is what he said to her at the beginning of the relationship. So let's look at how the relationship was bookended. You remembered Mr. Depp the other day in response to some text that we'll see later saying, "I don't write like that." This is a bookend of the relationship. This is after it was over. I asked Mr. Depp to read that top text. You'll remember that was the only thing I asked him to read, and he immediately said, "I didn't write that text," even though, of course he did. Even though he wrote the text under it that said, "Hopefully that cunt's rotting corpse is decomposing in the fucking trunk of a Honda Civic." That's how he bookended their relationship. Ladies and gentlemen, these words are a window into the heart and mind of America's favorite pirate. This is the real Johnny Depp. This is the real Johnny Depp after Miss Heard decided that she couldn't take it anymore, decided that she needed to leave him. And I'm not going to reread this whole text to you, but this is where he says she's begging for global humiliation, and she's going to get it.
So those texts, obviously huge for the Amber Heard position there. We just saw Johnny Depp wandering out of the courthouse, leaving the area. It leads me to this question. A little off topic here, but looking toward the future here, Karen. We know that the judge has said that the litigants do not need to be present for the verdict. And it just made me wonder if somebody had asked, did one side or the other ask, hey, do we have to be here? Because it seems to me foolish for either of them not to be there.
I totally agree, Michael. And my first thought was, one, absolutely right. Someone had to ask the judge to be excused. And I think that more likely than not, that was Amber requesting. That's just my guess, that she not have to be present, and the court granted that. I mean, Johnny's really enjoying his time in the courthouse, greeting his fans. And so I don't really think that it was his request. And I think even if he loses the case, he's still going to have the fan base. And so I don't think the request came from him.
Yeah, it's hard to listen to you, Karen, because I'm seeing these glammed up alpacas eating the grass outside the courthouse. I don't know what the hell is happening here. Okay, we're going to take a break here. Anjanette Levy is on the backside of this break. Maybe she can enlighten us as to the latest alpaca news. We'll take a break, come right back. This is Law and Crime. welcome back, folks. The jury's still at it in the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard matter. Of course, it's only been 45 minutes. What would you expect? And so luckily, outside the courthouse, we have Anjanette Levy. She's going to bring us up to speed on all of the doings out there. It looks like, I can feel the anticipation swelling and kind of washing over us like a wave there, Anjanette. We know from experience that wanes over a period of time, and then it swells again when they're getting closer to a verdict. Give me the feel for what's happening out there.
Well, Michael, right now you can see, I don't know if you can quite see it behind me actually, but there is a very large crowd over at the front of the courthouse. They've gathered there each day after Johnny Depp leaves the courthouse. The crowd that lines the street behind the courthouse where he drives away comes over this way. They come to the front of the courthouse in the hope of seeing his attorneys. So they had kind of lined both sides of the sidewalk there in front of the courthouse, hoping that they would come out. The alpacas are there. There is a little boy dressed like a pirate there. People are posing for photos with the alpacas. So this crowd of supporters for Johnny Depp, this is their migration pattern every day. They go from the back where they line the street. They come over here. They are still waiting. There was a big cheer a little while ago. So I don't know if anyone actually came out of the courthouse or not, but people are here and waiting. Some of these fans have been here the entire 6 weeks that this trial has been going on. I've talked to a couple of them who said they will be leaving tonight. So if deliberations happen to go into next week, they won't be here for that. But there are still plenty of people who are, local to this area who are here, and they wanted to come out and show their support for Johnny Depp and wait. There are also about 5, I think maybe 4 or 5 supporters of Amber Heard standing over there as well. So we're going to go try to talk to them in a little bit. But Michael, let me just tell you, you and I know have been in lots of courtrooms over the years, and we typically cover criminal trials here on the Law and Crime Network. We cover, sadly, a lot of homicide cases. This was a different type of case because it's a civil case and it's a high profile case involving 2 people in Hollywood. There are things that have happened in this trial that we've never seen in any other trial. And one of those happens to be just the fact that when this was over, Judge asked Karate, I don't know if we were playing this live on the network or not, it may have been on the live stream on YouTube, basically gave her, a shout out to her court reporter, calling her a rock star. People clapped. So there was a round of applause in the courtroom for the court reporter. And then I saw Amber Heard hugging her attorneys afterwards. And then Johnny Depp got up to leave with his team. And people stood up and started saying, "We love you, Johnny," and they waved. And everybody's trying to, maintain decorum because people have gotten in trouble before for trying to, be too vocal about their support. But it seemed like things loosened up a little bit today, and they just kept waving, and he waved back. And there was a gentleman on the other side of the courtroom for me, and I think he said, he put his fist up in the air and said, something like, "Brother, we love you," or something like that. So, and then he started to walk out, and then there was more "we love you" and more waving, and everybody's, it's kind of like this bounce. They almost bounce up, and they're like this. So I've never seen anything like that. Again, I will couch that with the fact that we typically cover murder trials. So it's been really something to watch.
Yeah, that is, and the critical distinction is criminal versus civil. I mean, I've covered the OJ trials. I covered, Michael Jackson trial in Santa Maria, seeing him that's freakish enough. But you're right. When there's nothing more than money on the line, people tend to be, a little more human about it. And, they can't help it. It's Johnny Depp. So very interesting. Hey, you got to clear this up for us. I don't know if you know any more or less than we do, but there were some cops that rushed to the courthouse there not too long ago, and there was some speculation it might relate to this case. Apparently does not. No. Any info on that?
Yeah, I poked around a little bit about that because they went right by our digs here, our tent, the Law and Crime broadcast tent. I call it Studio A or Tent A. We like to call that. Oh, yes, Broadcast Center. Good PR there, Michael Bryant. Good thinking. That makes it sound way more glamorous and luxurious. But yes, the Law and Crime Studio A Broadcast Center, they went past here on their motorcycles with their sirens on. And it was a little bit disconcerting because typically they don't go on the sidewalk. They go around the street here at the courthouse. And I went and asked because I was a little concerned that something had gone wrong in the courthouse. things happen in courthouses a lot. There are, people from all walks of life that come into these courthouses. And it's my understanding there was a panic alarm in a situation with a mentally ill person, and that it may not have been related to this case at all, and likely wasn't related to this case.
Okay. Yeah, obviously it's a big building, lots of things going on there, lots of activity. Okay, so before I let you go, let's talk about this plan for the day. We understand you will not be getting any food. Nobody's getting any food on the jury, which may be the biggest motivator for ending deliberations today. What's your understanding of the schedule?
Judge Ascarati told them they could deliberate later if they felt like it. However, they said, Judge Ascarati said, I don't order dinner. So she let them know that if they wanted dinner, that was not happening. So I didn't know if maybe that was kind of like a signal to them that, hey, it's a holiday weekend, Memorial Day weekend. Let's shut this down at 5. Or maybe it's just her standard practice that she doesn't order in dinner and doesn't want juries deliberating late into the evening hours. I know I've covered verdicts that have come down at 10 o'clock at night. Before, I've covered verdicts that have come down closer to 11 p.m. at night. So who knows? But there's a lot to go through. And if you looked at the jury instructions during those closing arguments, they have to answer several questions for each case, not only Johnny Depp's case, but the counterclaim from Amber Heard.
Yeah. So again, I would be shocked. I think most would be if they came back today, but they'll make some progress.
Me too.
And, yeah. OJ number 2, November 2008. That was 11:15 at night, Vegas time. So, 2:15 in the morning. It can happen.
Oh, my gosh.
So I don't wish that on you, though. So,
that's funny you bring that up. Can I just say that I was out there on vacation when OJ was arrested? Wow, that was something else.
Oh, yeah.
That was quite the circus. I still have video from my Kodak digital camera. I just couldn't stay away. I was on vacation and staying at New York or something. And I ran over to the courthouse. I'm like, I have to see if I can get this. And his attorney, Galanter. I remember, what was his name? Galanter.
He was the local guy. Yeah, that was the local guy.
Yeah, I was recording him. Wow, I still have that video clip somewhere. That was something. That guy had a lot to say outside of the jail there in Clark County.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just had to admit, you brought it up. I had to say it. So
I appreciate that. We'll get back to it now. And, good luck with everything out there. We, of course, will be checking in. We appreciate the fine work from the ground there. Thanks, Anjanette.
Thanks, Michael.
You bet. Okay, we got just a quick moment before we take a break. So let me slip in a message. How about a question for Mitra? So what's your take on how the judge is handling this kind of loosey-goosey deliberation period?
I think she's, recognizing that it's been 6 long weeks, and I'm sure she's picking up cues from the jury that they're tired. I saw Elaine, Amber Heard's lawyer, yawning in the courtroom. I think everyone's sort of probably in need of a break. So it sounds like she's encouraging ending early today. So although there's been some talk of the, of deliberations and the jury coming back with something quickly in hopes of being done with this, it might just be that they need to come in fresh on Tuesday and maybe have it be shorter because they're more fresh. But I think the judge wants to send the people that work for her home as well, including the rock star court reporter.
Yeah, and I've said that many times in the past because I have had an intimate relationship with a court reporter. I was married. But yeah, they are the most important court personnel in that room, I guarantee you. And the cross-talking's going on, it is a nightmare. So bless those folks. Okay, we're going to take a break here. Stay where you are, guys. We will talk more about the Johnny Depp Amber Heard case because, as you may have heard, they're deliberating. Been at it almost an hour. We'll be right back to Law and Crime right after this. And welcome back to the afternoon session. I'm Michael Bryant, and we are at Verdict Watch plus 1 hour and maybe 1 minute in the Johnny Depp Amber Heard case. The jury has the case now, and they've heard all the closing arguments. They've got instructions, and now they're at it, doing their thing. And the real question is how late they will go today. The judge has been accommodating, but not encouraging in terms of how late they might want to stay. To the point that she said, we're not going to order in food. So if that's a factor for you, you might want to pull the plug early and start your holiday weekend. So obviously earlier today, we heard the closing arguments from both sides. And as we did, we heard from one of the more popular attorneys in this case, Camille Vasquez. So let's listen now to some of her closing argument. Again, Johnny Depp's side. Here we go.
The mountain of evidence that Mr. Depp abused Ms. Heard is simply not there. What we have is a mountain of unproven allegations that are wild, over the top, and implausible. And you can't pick and choose which of these wild allegations to believe and which ones to disregard. You either believe all of it or none of it. Either Mr. Depp sexually assaulted Ms. Heard with a bottle in Australia, or Ms. Heard got up on that stand in front of all of you and made up that horrific tale of abuse. Either she's a victim of truly horrific abuse, or she is a woman who is willing to say absolutely anything. It is disturbing to think that Ms. Heard would make up the horrific tales of abuse that she testified to in this courtroom. But this case doesn't come down to whether you believe Ms. Heard or you believe Mr. Depp. This case comes down to whether you believe Ms. Heard or you believe Mr. Depp, Christy Dombrowski, Sean Bett, Malcolm Connolly, Travis McGivern, Starling Jenkins, Kean Wyatt, Dr. Kipper, nurses Debbie Lloyd and Aaron Filati, Tara Roberts, Ben King, Kate James, Kate Moss, Dr. Colber, Morgan Knight, Morgan Tremaine, Officers Melissa Sines, Officers Tyler Haddon, Officer William Gatlin, and Beverly Leonard. What Ms. Heard testified to in this courtroom is the story of far too many women. But the overwhelming evidence and weight of that evidence shows that it's not her story. It's not Ms. Heard's story. It was an act of profound cruelty, not just to Mr. Depp, but to true survivors of domestic abuse. For Ms. Heard to hold herself out as a public figure representing domestic abuse. It was false, it was defamatory, and it caused irreparable harm.
So there is the rebuttal wrapping up the Johnny Depp portion of closing arguments today with Camille Vasquez, and she's touching on that very important issue that if there are true survivors of sexual abuse, and in fact Amber Heard is lying, she is not helping the cause. Karen Felicia Nance is here. She's a criminal defense attorney. She's in the East Bay there, across the Golden Gate, or actually across the Bay Bridge. And Mitra Horian, she's in Beverly Hills, entertainment lawyer, attorney. So thanks, guys, for joining as we sit here in Verdict Watch, waiting to see if the jury will, speed through their duties or kind of take the 3-day weekend to figure it out. Karen, when we hear from Johnny Depp's side here talking about the importance of believing abuse victims that can substantiate their stories, do you think there's any backlash from that? Because this is such a volatile issue. We've seen believe all women from political figures, and then we've seen those that say, well, yeah, if you believe them, they need to make sure the story they're telling is true because you're not helping others if it's not.
I think what Camille did in her closing was really helpful because she not only said that it's about Johnny and Amber, it's about the other witnesses that we heard testify. And a significant number were women, and several were mandatory reporters, meaning that they had an obligation. The counselor, the marriage counselor, Debbie Lloyd, who was the concierge nurse, and also the one who, I think her name was Erin, who was Amber's specific nurse or nurse that took care of her, they had an obligation to report any form of abuse if they saw it. So I think that that has to come into play. We're not only talking about people that were paid by Johnny Depp, that were employed by him, which is what Amber's team was insinuating. We had testimony from police officers, one of whom was a female. And I think that when we put all that together, I don't think that that those people who had no interest whatsoever, the police officers said they didn't even know who Amber Heard was, and they didn't even know that the other person, the quote abuser, was Johnny Depp. So I think we have to put that into play and say that it doesn't bode well for Amber's position. It's not just her word against Johnny Depp's word, it's her word against all these other witnesses that didn't have a motivation or bias to lie.
Yeah, I think it was a good technique, good way to use what you have there in terms of this witness list in your favor. I've been looking through the special verdict form. It's 4 pages, chock full of questions. The one I'm looking for, actually 2 maybe, is Johnny Depp a spoiled brat? Yes or no? Is Amber Heard a spoiled brat? Yes or no? I think they are. And that's part of the reason we're in trial going through these defamation claims, because those usually don't make it to trial. I've said it before, but when you got a ton of money and you're upset about something, then great. You can get this case in front of a jury. Mitra, do you think there's a chance that the jury might be mad that they're brought into a case that maybe in a lot of situations would never see the inside of a courtroom?
You know, I've actually thought of that, because I imagine in the beginning it was very exciting for them. Oh, we're going to see Johnny Depp in the courtroom, and we're going to see, at the time they thought it was going to have Elon Musk and James Franco, and it's going to be kind of this, you know, inside look into celebrities. And I think that they were probably disappointed a couple weeks in when they started getting into kind of the nitty gritty of the, you know, data analytics and the testimonies from psychologists and how they do their examinations and all of that. And of course, after 6 weeks, they probably just want to be done with it and probably have never wished so much that they would be going back to work for those of them that that have work. So I would say yes. I would say, especially with so much redundancy. And again, you brought up a really great point. You know, most people do not have this kind of access to the justice system. Amber Heard spent $6 million on attorney's fees so far. And, you know, the average person cannot afford to bring in all of those experts and witnesses and really take this on a 6-week trial. It just doesn't happen.
Yeah, and I was going to say something snarky here. I would never do that. But the question is, did she pledge them the $6 million, or is she going to pay them?
Fair point.
Okay. Hey, Natalie, do we need to take a break here? I'm sorry, I kind of lost track where we were going. Okay, where are we then? We're looking at more of the Depp closing? Okay. Mr. Rottenborn. Let's listen to more as he represents, of course, Amber Heard in this matter. Here we go.
This is the document that Mr. Depp signed, the divorce agreement, where he says, signed in agreement with his signature, neither party has made false accusations for financial gain. He said that then. He could have fought this then, but he didn't, because he knew that her allegations were true. But then he continued his campaign of humiliation. He says, I want her replaced on that WB film. Ladies and gentlemen, the facts are absolutely overwhelming of abuse. One time, that's all you have to remember. Mr. Depp simply cannot prove to you that he never once abused Amber. And if you don't know, you have to return a verdict for Ms. Heard. A ruling against Amber here sends a message that no matter what you do as an abuse victim, you always have to do more. No matter what you document, you always have to document more. No matter whom you tell, you always have to tell more people. No matter how honest you are about your own imperfections and your own shortcomings in a relationship, you need to be perfect in order for people to believe you. Don't send that message. That's what he wants you to say. You also heard him lie to you. You heard him tell you that this was his first chance to tell his story. But let's break it down, because that's not true. He could have fought the TRO that Amber filed. He could have said, I didn't abuse her, but he chose not to do that. He could have fought her in the divorce case, but he chose not to do that. Instead, he signed the statement saying that no one had falsified any statements. He only filed this suit after he met Adam Waldman, the same Adam Waldman who convinced him to file suit against his former business manager, to file suit against his law firm and fire them and blame them for things. But by the time that Amber wrote the op-ed, Mr. Depp already had another opportunity to tell his story. He filed a case in the UK against the Sun for calling him a wife beater. And in that case, he had many of the same witnesses. He was on the stand for parts of 5 days, and he got to tell the fact finder in the UK whatever he wanted. Now, it's not the same testimony he told here, because you heard me impeach him about 13 times with this testimony from the UK. But he's had his chances. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to tell Mr. Depp that this was his last chance. Tell him to move on with his life. Tell him to let Amber move on with hers. Stand up for the freedom of speech. Stand up for the First Amendment. This trial is about so much more than Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard. It's about the freedom of speech. Stand up for it, protect it, and reject Mr. Depp's claims against Amber.
A couple of really great points made there by Benjamin Rottenborn. And let me start with the first of those two, which is the one we heard most recently. Mitra, hey, this is all about free speech. You know, what kind of country do we live in if you can't just, speak your mind? What is the problem?
I mean, I thought it was interesting that he went there for two reasons. One, this case is not about free speech. It's a defamation case. Everyone's aware of that. And to sort of make it this bigger thing, it makes it very hard to take him seriously. Second, this case was filed in Virginia because they don't have really strong anti-SLAPP laws as opposed to being filed in California. So sure, make the argument, but it's not really a winning argument. So to kind of appeal to this sense of, being upholding the Constitution when we're not really here for that. We're here because you accused someone of abuse. I think just is kind of a reach.
Yeah, and let's make it clear, obviously truth is a complete defense. So you have free speech rights if you're telling the truth, and that's what this case is all about. If she wrote those things or acknowledged those things and they are true, then fine. That's free speech. Knock yourself out. Karen, one of the other things he got into was again referencing the sexual abuse victims in general and saying, hey, it's always going to be more. We gave you this, but you need more. Yeah. How do you like that argument?
Well, I mean, he has a right to bring his case, and as does Amber in her countersuit. And he had a right to bring his case in the UK. I mean, each party filed motions to regarding the other team to dismiss. If the court didn't feel that there was enough evidence to move forward on either of their motions, the case would have been dropped, either Amber's case against Johnny and vice versa. So the minimum threshold in moving forward in the case has been established. And so now it's up to the jury to make the determination. So it's the money that's being spent is the money that both parties have spent on attorneys. Obviously, we're using the court's time and the jury service and that, but that's part of the process. And so the process is working as it should. And so I think that he took some liberties there, Mr. Rottenborn. And I think that in his closing, he can do that. He has every right to do that within the time limits that the court set. And they both, as you indicated, both teams stuck with their time limits. So it's an argument. It's an opportunity to try to sway the jury in your direction. And so each party did the best that they could, and we'll see what the jury decides.
Yeah, and it's an important point you make about these cases not being kind of headed off the pass pre-trial. You have to prove to the court at some point prior to trial that there are issues of material fact that are disputed. If you lay out all the facts and there's no dispute, this case never gets to trial. Obviously, in a case like this, lots of disputes about what was happening, and that's up to the jury to figure out, as they are doing now, about an hour and 20 minutes into their deliberations in this double-headed monster here, Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard versus Johnny Depp. Let's take a break. Now, when we come back, there were so many highlights from just this week alone. I think we ought to dip into those. What do you think? We'll be right back. Continuing in Verdict Watch here at the afternoon session at the Law and Crime Network, Johnny Depp, Amber Heard, their mutual combatant cases underway. And you can see from the lovely seal from the state of Virginia there, we have a camera live pointed at whatever we are allowed to point at in the courtroom. And we will be there when anything happens. In fact, and I'll be here. I got a sleeping bag somewhere. I'll be here as long as the jury is doing their job. As soon as they're released, then I guess I get to be released. But in the meantime, we are going back over some of the fascinating moments in this trial. Obviously, it's played out over 6 weeks, and there has been a bunch to be talking about. We're recapping the closing arguments. We look back at some of the testimony. Both Depp and Heard took the stand again this week. We weren't sure how that might play out. Remember, it's a civil case. So even as Heard is the defendant in Johnny Depp's plaintiff action, she's the plaintiff in her own action, and so she gets a chance to have a rebuttal as well. Here she is on direct in her rebuttal.
Have you suffered publicly as a result of the Depp-Waldman statements?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled. I am harassed, humiliated, threatened every single day. Even just walking into this courtroom, sitting here in front of the world, having the worst parts of my life, things I've lived through, used to humiliate me. People want to kill me, and they tell me so every day. People want to put my baby in the microwave, and they tell me that. Johnny threatened, promised me that if I ever left him, he'd make me think of him every single day that I lived.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
Some horrible threats leveled against Amber Heard and her little child. Nobody should go through that. On the other hand, Karen Felicia Nance, these are people in the spotlight. I'm sure, there are a lot of sickos out there. We know that. Recent news events confirm that. And I guess if you hang it out there as a public figure, to a certain degree, the sickos are going to find you.
I agree. And I think that this didn't just start with Johnny filing the lawsuit. I think that social media, unfortunately, as you indicated, there are people that go to extremes and they can hide behind their names, come up with names on Instagram where they can't readily be located, but they can be obviously as with Twitter, taken off the social media platforms. And so I think that to put all of that, the onus on Johnny, that all the attacks that she's received verbally, the threats, they're not in direct result of things that he has done. I think that it's very clear to everyone that he is a much more established, well-known star than she is. And I agree that to the extent that you are a public figure, you are an actor, actress, you put yourself in that lane, in that zone. And I don't think that it makes it right for people to do the things and say the things that they do. But on the other hand, I don't think that even if she wins the case, that's going to stop, And so I don't think that Johnny has any control over that or his team.
Yeah, and I think the jury's got to weigh that and then think it through, like, what was it like before, and what do you think it's going to be like after? And is this really a direct result, causal connection to something Johnny Depp has or hasn't done? Speaking of Mr. Depp, and he again took the stand this week, let's listen to some of his last performance.
No human being is perfect, certainly not. None of us. But I have never in my life committed sexual battery, physical abuse, all these outlandish, outrageous stories of me committing these things and living with it for 6 years and waiting to be able to bring the truth out. So this is not easy for any of us. I know that. But no matter what happens, I did get here and I did tell the truth. And I have spoken up for what I've been carrying on my back reluctantly for 6 years.
So again, Johnny Depp from his last appearance on the stand as part of their rebuttal case. So Mitra, in some of the closing, I think this particular bite I'm thinking of was Camille Vasquez, where she led up to her list of witnesses that she believes supported Johnny Depp. And she said it by saying, this is not about whether you believe Amber Heard or Johnny Depp. And then she said it's whether you believe Johnny Depp and all of these other folks. But let's take the other folks out of the mix. How important really is it when you boil this down, whether this jury believes Johnny Depp or believes Amber Heard?
I think it's everything. And I think that's what's the most difficult thing about this case is that we don't have a ton of hard evidence. This is the kind of stuff that normally happens behind closed doors. And I'm watching Amber Heard's reaction, you know, as Johnny Depp is saying, I have told the truth and I'm here and I've said everything that I needed to say. And I'm looking at her and I'm just thinking, well, one of these two isn't telling the whole truth. And I wonder which one it is and who is, you know, what's going through one another's minds when they hear, you know, the other side really saying something that they believe is a complete lie, because it's not that they are accusing one another of half truth. They're outright accusing one another of lying. So I think that that's a difficult question for anyone to answer, because the bottom line is we don't have the hard evidence that corroborates either side, you know, completely.
Yeah, and you've got the very difficult, I mean, it would take a team of mental health professionals to get inside these heads. Some of the stuff they may have heard or told themselves often enough, they believe it. They believe every detail that they've recited. So in their minds, I'm telling the truth. So Depp thinks he's telling the truth, and Amber Heard thinks she's telling the truth. And you know, this jury now, as they deliberate, working on about an hour and a half now, they get to try to figure out who really was telling the truth based on all of the other corroborative evidence or the lack thereof. So good stuff, folks. I appreciate the insights. We're going to take a quick break here and come back. We'll talk more about Johnny Depp, Amber Heard, the trial that has consumed us for the last 6+ weeks. And now it is consuming this jury as they get down to the hard work of deliberating who's going to be liable in this case, if anybody, who's going to pay damages in this case, if anybody. We'll talk more about it when we come right back. Good to have you along. This is Law and Crime.
To be honest, like, I was giving him a hard time.
I was like, oh, nothing I can say. Brian. Yeah, stand and wait.
I gotta get my key. I actually, well, yes, my experience on Twitter was great. To be honest, I find it hilarious. I've been roasted, but I find it hilarious. A lot of people say beef.
Take care. Are one of them supposed to be coming out that door? Y'all know? I'm sorry. Are one of them supposed to be coming out? Huh?
It's the one. Yeah, right there. They haven't had a verdict yet. They're not the real. They're civil.
I'll make sure you have to do
Okay. It's going to be where you are. So you give them the seat? Yes. Okay, go back to the thing where you're in. Our seat has got to be cut, okay? No, I know what my seat. Okay, call me back when you. I would like to go home. You sitting in back in North Cap. You sitting in back in North Cap. Are you sitting in back in North Cap? Yeah. Okay, so you sitting in back Yeah, no. When they come, you're gonna be sending, right? You can get it. Nobody. In the back office. And maybe I just go for it. No. I want it. I'm getting, there's more of those like this. I love you. Bye. Yep. I took a picture of it and let me see it.
It's not private.